21. The hero of ages shall be not a man, but a force. No nation may claim him, no woman shall keep him, and no king may slay him. He shall belong to none, not even himself. Kelsier sat quietly. Reading as his boat moved slowly along the canal to the north. Sometimes, I worry that I'm not the hero everyone thinks I am, the text said. What proof do we have? The words of men long dead, only now deemed divinatory. Even if we accept the prophecies, only tenuous interpretation links them to me. Is my defense of the summer hill really the burden by which the hero shall be dubbed? My several marriages could give me a bloodless bond to the world's kings. If you look at it the right way, there are dozens of similar phrases that could refer to events in my life. But, then again, they could all just be coincidences. The philosophers assure me that this is the time, that the signs have been met. But I still wonder if they have the wrong man. So many people depend on me. They say I will hold the future of the entire world on my arms. What would they think if they knew that their champion, the hero of ages, their savior, doubted himself? Perhaps they wouldn't be shocked at all. In a way, this is what worries me most. Maybe, in their hearts, they wonder, just like I do. When they see me, do they see a liar? Rashek seems to think so. I know that I shouldn't let a simple packman perturb me. However, he is from Terrace, where the prophecies originated. If anyone could spot a fraud, would it not be he? Nevertheless, I continue my trek, going where the scribbled auguries proclaim that I will meet my destiny. Walking, feeling Rashek's eyes on my back. Jealous, mocking, hating. In the end, I worry that my arrogance shall destroy us all. Kelsier lowered the booklet, his cabin shaking slightly from the efforts of the pullers outside. He was glad that Sazed had provided him with a copy of the translated portions of the Lord Ruler's logbook before the caravan boat's departure. There was blessed little else to do during the trip. Fortunately, the logbook was fascinating and eerie. It was disturbing to read words that had originally been written by the Lord Ruler himself. To Kelsier, the Lord Ruler was less a man and more a creature, an evil force that needed to be destroyed. Yet, the person presented in the logbook seemed all too mortal. He questioned and pondered. He seemed a man of depth, and even of character. Though it would be best not to trust his narrative too closely, Kelsier thought, running his fingers across the page. Men rarely see their own actions as unjustified. Still, the Lord Ruler's story reminded Kelsier of the legends he had heard. Stories whispered by skaa, discussed by noblemen, and memorized by keepers. They claimed that once, before the Ascension, the Lord Ruler had been the greatest of men. A beloved leader, a man entrusted with the fate of all mankind. Unfortunately, Kelsier knew how the story ended. The final empire itself was the logbook's legacy. The Lord Ruler hadn't saved mankind. He had enslaved it instead. Reading a first-hand account, seeing the Lord Ruler's self-doubt and internal struggles, only made the story that much more tragic. Kelsier raised the booklet to continue. However, his boat began to slow. He glanced out the window of his cabin, looking up the canal. Dozens of men trudged along the towpath, a small road alongside the canal, pulling the 4 barges and 2 narrowboats that made up their convoy. It was an efficient, if labor-intensive, way to travel. Men pulling a barge across a canal could move hundreds more pounds of weight than they could if forced to carry packs. The men had pulled to a stop, however. Ahead, Kelsier could make out a lock mechanism, beyond which the canal split into 2 sections. A kind of crossroads of waterways. Finally, Kelsier thought. His weeks of travel were over. Kelsier didn't wait for a messenger. He simply stepped out onto the deck of his narrowboat and slipped a few coins from his pouch into his hand. Time to be a bit ostentatious, he thought, dropping a coin to the wood. He burned steel and pushed himself into the air. He lurched upward at an angle, quickly gaining a height where he could see the entire line of men, half pulling the boats, half walking and waiting for their shifts. Kelsier flew in an arc, dropping another coin as he passed over one of the supply-laden barges, then pushing against it when he began to descend. Would-be soldiers looked up, pointing in awe as Kelsier soared above the canal. Kelsier burned pewter, strengthening his body as he thumped to the deck of the narrowboat leading the caravan. Eden stepped out of his cabin, surprised. "Lord Kelsier, we've arrived at the crossroads." "I can see that," Kelsier said, glancing back along the line of boats. The men on the towpath spoke excitedly, pointing. It felt strange to use allomancy so obviously in the daylight, and before so many people. "There's no help for it," he thought. "This visit is the last chance the men will have to see me for months. I need to make an impression, give them something they can hold on to, if this is all going to work. Shall we go see if the group from the caves has arrived to meet us?" Kelsier asked, turning back to Eden. "Of course," Eden said, waving for a servant to pull his narrowboat up to the side of the canal and throw out the plank. Eden looked excited. He really was an earnest man, and that much Kelsier could respect, even if he was a bit lacking in presence. "Most of my life I've had the opposite problem," Kelsier thought with amusement, walking with Eden off of the boat. "Too much presence, not enough earnestness." The two of them walked up the line of canal workers. Near the front of the men, one of Ham's thugs, playing the part of Kelsier's guard captain, saluted. "We've reached the crossroads, Lord Kelsier." "I can see that," Kelsier repeated. A dense stand of birch trees grew ahead, running up a slope into the hills. The canals ran away from the woods. There were better sources of wood in other parts of the final empire. The forest stood alone and ignored by most. Kelsier burned tin, wincing slightly at the suddenly blinding sunlight. His eyes adjusted, however, and he was able to pick out detail and a slight bit of motion in the forest. "There," he said, flipping a coin into the air, then pushing it. The coin zipped forward and thocked against a tree. The prearranged sign given, a small group of camouflaged men left the tree line, crossing the ash-stained earth toward the canal. "Lord Kelsier," the foremost man said, saluting. "My name is Captain Demu. Please, gather the recruits and come with me. General Hammond is eager to meet with you." Captain Demu was a young man to be so disciplined, barely into his 20s. He led his small squad of men with a level of solemnity that might have seemed self-important had he been any less competent. Younger men than he have led soldiers into battle, Kelsier thought. Just because I was a fop when I was that age doesn't mean that everyone is. Look at poor Vin, only 16, already a match for Marsh in seriousness. They took a roundabout passage through the forest. By Ham's order, each troop took a different path to avoid wearing a trail. Kelsier glanced back at the 200 or so men behind, frowning slightly. Their trail would probably still be visible, but there was little he could do about that. The movements of so many men would be nearly impossible to mask. Demu slowed, waving, and several members of his squad scrambled forward. They didn't have half their leader's sense of military decorum. Still, Kelsier was impressed. The last time he'd visited, the men had been typically ragtag and uncoordinated, like most skaa outcasts. Ham and his officers had done their work well. The soldiers pulled away some false underbrush, revealing a crack in the ground. It was dark within, the sides jutting with crystalline granite. It wasn't a regular hillside cavern, but instead a simple rend in the ground leading directly down. Kelsier stood quietly, looking down at the black, stone-laced rift. He shivered slightly. "Kelsier," Eden asked, frowning. "What is it?" "It reminds me of the pits. They looked like this, cracks in the ground." Eden paled slightly. "Oh, Kelsier waved dismissively. "I knew this was coming. I climbed down inside those caves every day for a year, and I always came back out. I beat them. They have no power over me." To prove his words, he stepped forward and climbed down into the thin crack. It was just wide enough for a large man to slip through. As Kelsier descended, he saw the soldiers, both Demua's squad and the new recruits, watching quietly. He had intentionally spoken loud enough for them to hear. "Let them see my weakness, and let them see me overcome it." They were brave thoughts. However, once he passed beneath the surface, it was as if he were back again, smashed between two walls of stone, questing downward with shaking fingers. Cold, damp, dark. Slaves had to be the ones who recovered the Asham. Allomancers might have been more effective, but using allomancy near Asham crystals shattered them. So the Lord Ruler used condemned men, forcing them into the pits, forcing them to crawl downward, ever downward. Kelsier forced himself onward. This wasn't Hathsin. The crack wouldn't go down for hours, and there would be no crystal-lined holes to reach through with torn, bleeding arms, stretching, seeking the Asham geode hidden within. One geode. That bought one more week of life. Life beneath the taskmaster's lashes. Life beneath the rule of a sadistic god. Life beneath the sun gone red. I will change things for the others, Kelsier thought. I will make it better. The climb was difficult for him, more difficult than he ever would have admitted. Fortunately, the crack soon opened up to a larger cavern beneath, and Kelsier caught a glimpse of light from below. He let himself drop the rest of the way, landing on the uneven stone floor, and smiled at the man who stood waiting. "Hell of an entryway you've got there, Ham," Kelsier said, dusting off his hands. Ham smiled. "You should see the bathroom." Kelsier laughed, moving to make way for the others. Several natural tunnels led off of the chamber, and a small rope ladder hung from the bottom of the rift to facilitate going back up. Eden and Demu soon climbed down the ladder into the cavern, their clothing scraped and dirted from the descent. It wasn't an easy entrance to get through. That, however, was the idea. "It's good to see you, Kel," Hem said. It was odd to see him in clothing that wasn't missing the sleeves. In fact, his militaristic outfit looked rather formal, with square-cut lines and buttons down the front. "How many have you brought me?" "Just over 240. Hem raised his eyebrows. "Recruitment has picked up, then?" "Finally," Kelsier said with a nod. Soldiers began to drop into the cavern, and several of Ham's aides moved forward, helping the newcomers and directing them down a side tunnel. Eden moved over to join Kelsier and Ham. "This cavern is amazing, Lord Kelsier. I've never actually been to the caves myself. No wonder the Lord Ruler hasn't found the men down here. The complex is completely secure," Hem said proudly. "There are only 3 entrances, all of them cracks like this one. With proper supplies, we could hold this place indefinitely against an invading force. Plus," Kelsier said, "this isn't the only cave complex beneath these hills. Even if the Lord Ruler were determined to destroy us, his army could spend weeks searching and still not find us." "Amazing," Eden said. He turned, eyeing Kelsier. "I was wrong about you, Lord Kelsier. This operation, this army, well, you've done something impressive here." Kelsier smiled. "Actually, you were right about me. You believed in me when this started. We're only here because of you." "I guess I did, didn't I?" Eden said, smiling. "Either way," Kelsier said, "I appreciate the vote of confidence. It's probably going to take some time to get all these men down the crack. Would you mind directing things here? I'd like to talk to Hammond for a bit." "Of course, Lord Kelsier." There was respect, even a growing bit of adulation, in his voice. Kelsier nodded to the side. Ham frowned slightly, picking up a lantern, then followed Kelsier from the first chamber. They entered a side tunnel, and once they were out of earshot, Ham paused, glancing backward. Kelsier stopped, raising an eyebrow. Ham nodded back toward the entry chamber. "Eden certainly has changed. I have that effect on people." "Must be your awe-inspiring humility," Hem said. "I'm serious, Kel. How do you do it? That man practically hated you. Now he looks at you like a kid idolizing his big brother." Kelsier shrugged. "Eden's never been part of an effective team before. I think he started to realize that we might actually have a chance. In little over half a year, we've gathered a rebellion larger than he's ever seen. Those kind of results can convert even the stubborn." Hem didn't look convinced. Finally, he just shrugged, beginning to walk again. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" "Actually, I'd like to visit the other 2 entrances, if we could," Kelsier said. Hem nodded, pointing to a side tunnel and leading the way. The tunnel, like most of the others, hadn't been hollowed by human hands. It was a natural growth of the cave complex. There were hundreds of similar cave systems in the central dominance, though most weren't as extensive. And only one, the pits of Hathsin, grew Asham geodes. Anyway, Yeden's right, Hem said, twisting his way through a narrow place in the tunnel. You picked a great place to hide these people. Kelsier nodded. Various rebel groups have been using the cavern complexes in these hills for centuries. They're frighteningly close to Luthadel, but the Lord Ruler has never led a successful raid against anyone here. He just ignores the place now, one too many failures, probably. I don't doubt it, Hem said. With all the nooks and bottlenecks down here, this would be a nasty place to have a battle. He stepped out of the passageway, entering another small cavern. This one also had a rift in the ceiling, and faint sunlight trickled down. A squad of 10 soldiers stood guard in the room, and they snapped to attention as soon as Hem entered. Kelsier nodded approvingly. 10 men at all times? At each of the 3 entrances, Hem said. Good, Kelsier said. He walked forward, inspecting the soldiers. He wore his sleeves up, his scars showing, and he could see the men eyeing them. He didn't really know what to inspect, but he tried to look discriminating. He examined their weapons, staves for 8 of the men, swords for 2, and dusted off a few shoulders, though none of the men wore uniforms. Finally, he turned to a soldier who bore an insignia on his shoulder. Who do you let out of the caverns, soldier? Only men bearing a letter sealed by General Hammond himself, sir. No exceptions? Kelsier asked. No, sir. And if I wanted to leave right now? The man paused. You'd stop me, Kelsier said. No one is exempt, soldier. Not me, not your bunkmate, not an officer, no one. If they don't have that seal, they don't leave. Yes, sir, the soldier said. Good man, Kelsier said. If all of your soldiers are this fine, General, then the Lord Ruler has good reason to be afraid. The soldiers puffed up slightly at the words. Carry on, men, Kelsier said, waving for Hem to follow as he left the room. That was kind of you, Hem said softly. They've been anticipating your visit for weeks. Kelsier shrugged. I just wanted to see that they were guarding the crack properly. Now that you have more men, I want you to post guards at any tunnels leading to these exit caverns. Hem nodded. Seems a bit extreme, though. Humor me, Kelsier said. A single runaway or malcontent could betray us all to the Lord Ruler. It's nice that you feel that you could defend this place, but if there's an army camped outside trapping you in, this army will effectively become useless to us. All right, Hem said. You want to see the 3rd entrance? Please, Kelsier said. Hem nodded, leading him down another tunnel. Oh, one other thing, Kelsier said after a bit of walking. Get together groups of 100 men, all ones you trust, to go tromp around up in the forest. If someone comes looking for us, we won't be able to hide the fact that lots of people have passed through the area. However, we might be able to muddle the tracks so much that the trails all lead nowhere. Good idea. I'm full of Kelsier said as they stepped into another cave chamber. This one far larger than the previous 2. It wasn't an entrance rift, but instead a practice room. Groups of men stood with swords or staves, sparring beneath the eye of uniformed instructors. Uniforms for the officers had been Dockson's idea. They couldn't afford to outfit all the men. It would be too expensive, and obtaining that many uniforms would look suspicious. However, maybe seeing their leaders in uniform would help give the men a sense of cohesion. Hem paused at the edge of the room rather than continuing onward. He eyed the soldiers, speaking softly. We need to talk about this sometime, Kel. The men are starting to feel like soldiers, but, well, they're skaa. They've spent their lives working in mills or fields. I don't know how well they'll do when we actually get them onto a battlefield. If we do everything right, they won't have to do much fighting, Kelsier said. The pits are only guarded by a couple hundred soldiers. The Lord Ruler can't have too many men there, lest he hint at the location's importance. Our 1,000 men can take the pits with ease, then retreat as soon as the garrison arrives. The other 9,000 might have to face a few great house guard squads and the palace soldiers, but our men should have the upper hand in numbers. Hem nodded, though his eyes still seemed uncertain. What? Kelsier asked, leaning against the smooth, crystalline mouth of the cavern juncture. And when we're done with them, Kel? Hem asked. Once we have our Asham, we give the city and the army over to Yeden. Then what? That's up to Yeden, Kelsier said. They'll be slaughtered, Hem said very softly. 10,000 men can't hold Luthadel against the entire final empire. I intend to give them a better chance than you think, Ham, Kelsier said. If we can turn the nobility against each other and destabilize the government. Maybe, Hem said, still not convinced. You agreed to the plan, Ham, Kelsier said. This was what we were intending all along. Raise an army. Deliver it to Eden. I know, Hem said, sighing and leaning back against the cavern wall. I guess, well, it's different now that I've been leading them. Maybe I'm just not meant to be in charge like this. I'm a bodyguard, not a general. I know how you feel, my friend, Kelsier thought. I'm a thief, not a prophet. Sometimes we just have to be what the job requires. Kelsier laid a hand on Ham's shoulder. You did a fine job here. Ham paused. Did fine? I brought Eden to replace you. Dox and I decided it would be better to rotate him in as the army's commander. That way the troops get used to him as their leader. Besides, we need you back in Luthadel. Someone has to visit the garrison and gather intelligence. And you're the only one with any military contacts. So, I'm going back with you? Ham asked. Kelsier nodded. Ham looked crestfallen for just a moment. Then he relaxed, smiling. I'll finally be able to get out of this uniform. But, do you think Eden can handle it? You said yourself he's changed a lot during the last few months. And he really is an excellent administrator. He's done a fine job with the rebellion since my brother left. I suppose. Kelsier shook his head ruefully. We're spread thin, Ham. You and Breeze are two of the only men I know I can trust. And I need you back in Luthadel. Eden's not perfect for the job here, but the army is going to be his eventually. Might as well let him lead it for a time. Besides, it will give him something to do. He's growing a bit touchy about his place in the crew. Kelsier paused, then smiled in amusement. I think he's jealous of the attention I pay the others. Ham smiled. That is a change. They began to walk again, leaving the practice chamber behind. They entered another twisting stone tunnel, this one leading slightly downward, Ham's lantern providing their only light. You know, Ham said after a few minutes of walking, there's something else nice about this place. You've probably noticed this before, but it certainly is beautiful down here sometimes. Kelsier hadn't noticed. He glanced to the side as they walked. One edge of the chamber had been formed of dripping minerals from the ceiling, thin stalactites and stalagmites, like dirty icicles, melding together to form a kind of banister. Minerals twinkled in Ham's light, and the path in front of them seemed to be frozen in the form of a tumbling molten river. No, Kelsier thought. No, I don't see its beauty, Ham. Other men might see art in the layers of color and melted rock. Kelsier only saw the pits. Endless caves, most of them going straight down. He'd been forced to wiggle through cracks, plunging downward in the darkness, not even given a light to brighten his way. Often he'd considered not climbing back up. But then he would find a corpse in the caves, the body of another prisoner, a man who had gotten lost or who had perhaps just given up. Kelsier would feel their bones and promise himself more. Each week he'd found an Asham geode. Each week he'd avoided execution by brutal beating. Except that last time. He didn't deserve to be alive, he should have been killed. But Mare had given him an Asham geode, promising him that she'd found 2 that week. It wasn't until after he'd turned it in that he'd discovered her lie. She'd been beaten to death the next day. Beaten to death right in front of him. That night, Kelsier had snapped, coming into his powers as a Mistborn. The next night, men had died. Many men. Survivor of Hathsin. A man who shouldn't live. Even after watching her die, I couldn't decide if she'd betrayed me or not. Did she give me that geode out of love? Or did she do it out of guilt? No, he couldn't see beauty in the caverns. Other men had been driven mad by the pits, becoming terrified of small, enclosed spaces. That hadn't happened to Kelsier. However, he knew that no matter what wonders the labyrinths held, no matter how amazing the views or delicate the beauties, he would never acknowledge them. Not with Mare dead. I can't think about this anymore, Kelsier decided, the cavern seeming to grow darker around him. He glanced to the side. All right, Ham. Go ahead. Tell me what you're thinking about. Really? Hem said eagerly. Yes, Kelsier said with a sense of resignation. All right, Hem said. So, here's what I've been worried about lately. Are skaa different from noblemen? Of course they are, Kelsier said. The aristocracy has the money and the land. The skaa don't have anything. I don't mean economics. I'm talking about physical differences. You know what the obligators say, right? Kelsier nodded. Well, is it true? I mean, skaa really do have a lot of children, and I've heard that aristocrats have trouble reproducing. The balance, it was called. It was supposedly the way that the Lord Ruler ensured that there weren't too many noblemen for the skaa to support, and the way he made certain that, despite beatings and random killings, there were always enough skaa to grow food and work in mills. I've always just assumed it to be ministry rhetoric, Kelsier said honestly. I've known skaa women to have as many as a dozen children, Hem said. But I can't name a single major noble family with more than 3. It's just cultural. And the height difference? They say you used to be able to tell skaa and noblemen apart by sight alone. That's changed, probably through interbreeding, but most skaa are still kind of short. That's nutritional. Skaa don't get enough to eat. What about allomancy? Kelsier frowned. You have to admit that there's a physical difference there, Hem said. Skaa never become mistings unless they have aristocratic blood somewhere in their last 5 generations. That much, at least, was true. Skaa think differently from noblemen, Kel, Hem said. Even these soldiers are kind of timid, and they're the brave ones. Eden's right about the general skaa population, it will never rebel. What if there really is something physically different about us? What if the noblemen are right to rule over us? Kelsier froze in the hallway. You don't really mean that. Hem stopped as well. I guess no, I don't. But I do wonder sometimes. The noblemen have allomancy, right? Maybe they're meant to be in charge. Meant by who? The Lord Ruler. Hem shrugged. No, Ham, Kelsier said. It isn't right. This isn't right. I know it's hard to see. Things have been this way for so long. But something very serious is wrong with the way skaa live. You have to believe that. Ham paused, then nodded. Let's go, Kelsier said. I want to visit that other entrance. The week passed slowly. Kelsier inspected the troops, the training, the food, the weapons, the supplies, the scouts, the guards, and just about everything else he could think of. More important, he visited the men. He complimented and encouraged them, and he made certain to use allomancy frequently in front of them. While many skaa had heard of allomancy, very few knew specifically what it could do. Noblemen mistings rarely used their powers in front of other people, and half-breeds had to be even more careful. Ordinary skaa, even city skaa, didn't know of things like steel pushing or pewter burning. When they saw Kelsier flying through the air or sparring with supernatural strength, they would just attribute it to formless allomancy magics. Kelsier didn't mind the misunderstanding at all. Despite all of the week's activities, however, he never forgot his conversation with Ham. How could he even wonder if skaa are inferior? Kelsier thought, poking at his meal as he sat at the high table in the central meeting cavern. The massive room was large enough to hold the entire army of 7,000 men, though many sat in side chambers or halfway out into tunnels. The high table sat on a raised rock formation at the far end of the chamber. I'm probably worrying too much. Ham was prone to think about things that no sane man would consider. This was just another of his philosophical dilemmas. In fact, he already seemed to have forgotten his earlier concerns. He laughed with Eden, enjoying his meal. As for Eden, the gangly rebel leader looked quite satisfied with his general's uniform, and had spent the week taking very serious notes from Ham regarding the army's operation. He seemed to be falling quite naturally into his duties. In fact, Kelsier seemed to be the only one who wasn't enjoying the feast. The evening's foods, brought on the barges especially for the occasion, were humble by aristocratic standards, but were much finer than what the soldiers were used to. The men relished the meal with a joyful boisterousness, drinking their small allotment of ale and celebrating the moment. And still Kelsier worried. What did these men think they were fighting for? They seemed enthusiastic about their training, but that might have just been due to the regular meals. Did they actually believe that they deserved to overthrow the final empire? Did they think that skaa were inferior to noblemen? Kelsier could sense their reservations. Many of the men realized the impending danger, and only the strict exit rules kept them from fleeing. While they were eager to speak of their training, they avoided talking about their final task, that of seizing the palace and city walls, then holding off the Luthhuddle garrison. They don't think they can succeed, Kelsier guessed. They need confidence. The rumors about me are a start, but, he nudged Ham, getting the man's attention. Are there any men who have given you discipline problems? Kelsier asked quietly. Ham frowned at the odd question. There are a couple, of course. I think there are always dissidents in a group this large. Anyone in particular? Kelsier asked. Men who have wanted to leave? I need someone outspoken in their opposition to what we're doing. There are a couple in the brig right now, Ham said. Anyone here? Kelsier asked. Preferably someone sitting at a table we can see? Ham thought for a moment, scanning the crowd. The man sitting at the second table with the red cloak. He was caught trying to escape a couple weeks ago. The man in question was scrawny and twitchy. He sat at his table with a hunched, solitary posture. Kelsier shook his head. I need someone a bit more charismatic. Ham rubbed his chin in thought. Then he paused and nodded toward another table. Bilg, the big guy sitting at the fourth table over on the right. I see him, Kelsier said. Bilg was a brawny man wearing a vest and a full beard. He's too clever to be insubordinate, Ham said. But he's been making trouble. Quietly. He doesn't think we have a chance against the final empire. I'd lock him up, but I can't really punish a man for expressing fear, or at least if I did, I'd have to do the same for half the army. Besides, he's too good a warrior to discard idly. He's perfect, Kelsier said. He burned zinc, then looked toward Bilg. While zinc wouldn't let him read the man's emotions, it was possible, when burning the metal, to isolate just a single individual for soothing or rioting, much as one was able to isolate a single bit of metal from hundreds to pull on. Even still, it was difficult to single Bilg out from such a large crowd. So Kelsier just focused on the entire tableful of men, keeping their emotions in hand for later use. Then he stood. Slowly, the cavern quieted. Men, before I leave, I wish to express one last time how much I was impressed by this visit. His words rang through the room, amplified by the cavern's natural acoustics. You are becoming a fine army, Kelsier said. I apologize for stealing General Hammond, but I leave a very competent man in his place. Many of you know General Yeadon, you know of his many years serving as rebellion leader. I have confidence in his ability to train you even further in the ways of soldiers. He began to riot Bilg and his companions, inflaming their emotions, counting on the fact that they'd be feeling disagreeable. It is a great task I ask of you, Kelsier said, not looking at Bilg. Those skaa outside of Luthhuddle, indeed most skaa everywhere, have no idea what you are about to do for them. They aren't aware of the training you endure or the battles you prepare to fight. However, they will reap the rewards. Someday, they will call you heroes. He rioted Bilg's emotions even harder. The garrison of Luthhuddle is strong, Kelsier said. But we can defeat it, especially if we take the city walls quickly. Do not forget why you came here. This isn't simply about learning to swing a sword or wear a helm. This is about a revolution such as the world has never seen. It is about taking the government for ourselves, about ousting the Lord Ruler. Do not lose sight of your goal. Kelsier paused. From the corner of his eye, he could see dark expressions from the men at Bilg's table. Finally, in the silence, Kelsier heard a muttered comment from the table, carried by cavern acoustics to many ears. Kelsier frowned, turning toward Bilg. The entire cavern seemed to grow even more still. Did you say something? Kelsier asked. Now, the moment of decision. Will he resist, or will he be cowed? Bilg looked back. Kelsier hit the man with a flared riot. His reward came as Bilg stood from his table, face red. Yes, sir, the brawny man snapped. I did say something. I said that some of us haven't lost sight of our goal. We think about it every day. And why is that? Kelsier asked. Rumbling whispers began to sound at the back of the cavern as soldiers passed the news to those too far away to hear. Bilg took a deep breath. Because, sir, we think that this is suicide you're sending us to. The final Empire's armies are bigger than just one garrison. It won't matter if we take the walls, we'll get slaughtered eventually anyway. You don't overthrow an empire with a couple thousand soldiers. Perfect, Kelsier thought. I'm sorry, Bilg. But someone needed to say it, and it certainly couldn't be me. I see we have a disagreement, Kelsier said loudly. I believe in these men, and in their purpose. I believe that you are a deluded fool, Bilg bellowed. And I was a bigger fool for coming to these bloody caves. If you're so certain about our chances, then why can't anyone leave? We're trapped here until you send us to die. You insult me, Kelsier snapped. You know very well why men aren't allowed to leave. Why do you want to go, soldier? Are you that eager to sell out your companions to the Lord Ruler? A few quick boxings in exchange for 4,000 lives. Bilg's face grew redder. I would never do such a thing, but I'm certainly not going to let you send me to my death either. This army is a waste. You speak treason, Kelsier said. He turned, scanning the crowd. It is not fitting for a general to fight a man beneath his command. Is there a soldier here who is willing to defend the honor of this rebellion? Immediately, a couple dozen men stood up. Kelsier noticed one in particular. He was smaller than the rest, but he had the simple earnestness that Kelsier had noticed earlier. Captain Demu. Immediately, the young captain jumped forward. Kelsier reached over, grabbing his own sword and tossing it down to the man. You can use a sword, lad? Yes, sir. Someone fetch a weapon for Bilg and a pair of studded vests. Kelsier turned toward Bilg. Noblemen have a tradition. When two men have a dispute, they settle it with a duel. Defeat my champion, and you are free to leave. And if he defeats me? Bilg asked. Then you'll be dead, Kelsier said. I'm dead if I stay, Bilg said, accepting a sword from a nearby soldier. I accept the terms. Kelsier nodded, waving for some men to pull aside tables and make an open space before the high table. Men began to stand, crowding around to watch the contest. Kel, what are you doing? Ham hissed at his side. Something that needs to be done. Needs to be. Kelsier. That boy is no match for Bilg. I trust Demu, that's why I promoted him, but he's not that great a warrior. Bilg's one of the finest swordsmen in the army. The men know this? Kelsier asked. Of course, Hem said. Call this off. Demu is nearly half Bilg's size. He's at a disadvantage in reach, strength, and skill. He'll get slaughtered. Kelsier ignored the request. He sat quietly as Bilg and Demu hefted their weapons, a pair of soldiers tying on their leather cuirasses. When they were done, Kelsier waved a hand, motioning for the battle to begin. Ham groaned. It would be a short fight. Both men had long swords and little armor. Bilg stepped forward with confidence, making a few testing swings toward Demu. The boy was at least competent. He blocked the blows, but he revealed a great deal about his abilities as he did so. Taking a deep breath, Kelsier burned steel and iron. Bilg swung, and Kelsier nudged the blade to the side, giving Demu room to escape. The boy tried a thrust, but Bilg easily knocked it away. The larger warrior then attacked with a barrage, sending Demu stumbling backward. Demu tried to jump out of the way of the last swing, but he was too slow. The blade fell with awful inevitability. Kelsier flared iron, stabilizing himself by pulling against a lantern bracket behind. Then grabbed the iron studs on Demu's vest. Kelsier pulled as Demu jumped, yanking the boy backward in a small arc away from Bilg. Demu landed with a maladroit stumble as Bilg's sword smashed into the stone ground. Bilg looked up with surprise, and a low rumble of amazement moved through the crowd. Bilg growled, running forward with weapon held high. Demu blocked the powerful swing, but Bilg knocked the boy's weapon aside with a careless sweep. Bilg struck again, and Demu raised a hand in reflexive defense. Kelsier pushed, freezing Bilg's sword in mid-swing. Demu stood, hand forward, as if he had stopped the attacking weapon with a thought. The two stood like that for a moment, Bilg trying to force the sword forward, Demu staring in awe at his hand. Standing up a bit straighter, Demu tentatively forced his hand forward. Kelsier pushed, throwing Bilg backward. The large warrior tumbled to the ground with a cry of surprise. When he rose a moment later, Kelsier didn't have to riot his emotions to make him angry. He bellowed in rage, grabbing his sword in two hands and rushing toward Demu. Some men don't know when to quit, Kelsier thought as Bilg swung. Demu began to dodge. Kelsier shoved the boy to the side, getting him out of the way. Then Demu turned, gripping his own weapon in two hands and swinging at Bilg. Kelsier grabbed Demu's weapon in mid-arc and pulled against it forcefully, ripping the steel forward with a mighty flare of iron. The swords smashed together, and Demu's Kelsier-enhanced blow knocked Bilg's weapon out of his hands. There was a loud snap, and the large miscreant fell to the floor, thrown completely off balance by the force of Demu's blow. Bilg's weapon bounced to the stone floor a distance away. Demu stepped forward, raising his weapon over the stunned Bilg. And then he stopped. Kelsier burned iron, reaching out to grab the weapon and pull it down, to force the killing blow, but Demu resisted. Kelsier paused. This man should die, he thought angrily. On the ground, Bilg groaned quietly. Kelsier could just barely see his twisted arm, its bone shattered by the powerful strike. It was bleeding. No, Kelsier thought. This is enough. He released Demu's weapon. Demu lowered his sword, staring down at Bilg. Then, Demu raised his hands, regarding them with wonder, his arms quivering slightly. Kelsier stood, and the crowd fell to a hush once again. Do you think I would send you against the Lord Ruler unprepared? Kelsier demanded in a loud voice. Do you think I would just send you off to die? You fight for what is just men. You fight for me. I will not leave you unaided when you go against the soldiers of the final empire. Kelsier thrust his hand into the air, holding aloft a tiny bar of metal. You've heard of this, haven't you? You know the rumors of the 11th metal? Well, I have it, and I will use it. The Lord Ruler will die. The men began to cheer. This is not our only tool, Kelsier bellowed. You soldiers have power untold inside of you. You have heard of the arcane magics that the Lord Ruler uses? Well, we have some of our own. Feast, my soldiers, and don't fear the battle to come. Look forward to it. The room erupted in a riot of cheers, and Kelsier waved for more ale to be delivered. A couple of servants rushed forward to help Bilg from the room. When Kelsier sat, Ham was frowning deeply. I don't like this, Kel, he said. I know, Kelsier said quietly. Ham was about to speak further, but Eden leaned across him. That was amazing. Kelsier, I didn't know. You should have told me you could pass your powers to others. Why, with these abilities, how can we possibly lose? Ham laid a hand on Eden's shoulder, pushing the man back into his seat. Eat, he ordered. Then he turned to Kelsier, pulling his chair closer and speaking in a low voice. You just lied to my entire army, Kel. No, Ham, Kelsier said quietly. I lied to my army. Ham paused. Then his face darkened. Kelsier sighed. It was only a partial lie. They don't need to be warriors, they just have to look threatening long enough for us to grab the Asham. With it, we can bribe the garrison, and our men won't even have to fight. That's virtually the same thing as what I promised them. Ham didn't respond. Before we leave, Kelsier said, I want you to select a few dozen of our most trustworthy and devoted soldiers. We'll send them back to Luthhuddle, with vows that they can't reveal where the army is, so that word of this evening can spread amongst the skaa. So this is about your ego? Ham snapped. Kelsier shook his head. Sometimes we need to do things that we find distasteful, Ham. My ego may be considerable, but this is about something else entirely. Ham sat for a moment, then turned back to his meal. He didn't eat, however. He just sat staring at the blood on the ground before the high table. Ah, Ham, Kelsier thought. I wish I could explain everything to you. Plots behind plots, plans beyond plans. There was always another secret. Chapter 22. At first, there were those who didn't think the deepness was a serious danger, at least not to them. However, it brought with it a blight that I have seen infect nearly every part of the land. Armies are useless before it. Great cities are laid low by its power. Crops fail and the land dies, This is the thing I fight. This is the monster I must defeat. I fear that I have taken too long. Already, so much destruction has occurred that I fear for mankind's survival. Is this truly the end of the world, as many of the philosophers predict? We arrived in Terrace earlier this week, Vin read, and I have to say I find the countryside beautiful. The great mountains to the north, with their bald snowcaps and forested mantles, stand like watchful gods over this land of green fertility. My own lands to the south are mostly flat. I think that they might look less dreary if there were a few mountains to vary the terrain. The people here are mostly herdsmen, though timber harvesters and farmers are not uncommon. It is a pastoral land, certainly. It seems odd that a place so remarkably agrarian could have produced the prophecies and theologies upon which the entire world now relies. We picked up a group of Terrace packmen to guide us through the difficult mountain passages. Yet these are no ordinary men. The stories are apparently true. Some terracemen have a remarkable ability that is most intriguing. Somehow they can store up their strength for use on the next day. Before they sleep at night, they spend an hour lying in their bedrolls, during which time they suddenly grow very frail in appearance, almost as if they had aged by half a century. Yet, when they wake the next morning, they become quite muscular. Apparently, their powers have something to do with the metal bracelets and earrings that they always wear. The leader of the packmen is named Rashek, and he is rather taciturn. Nevertheless, Bratches, inquisitive as always, has promised to interrogate him in the hopes of discovering exactly how this wondrous strength storing is achieved. Tomorrow, we begin the final stage of our pilgrimage, the far mountains of Terrace. There, hopefully, I will find peace, both for myself and for our poor land. As she read her copy of the logbook, Vin was quickly coming to several decisions. First was the firm belief that she did not like reading. Sayes didn't listen to her complaints. He just claimed that she hadn't practiced enough. Couldn't he see that reading was hardly as practical a skill as being able to handle a dagger or use allomancy? Still, she continued to read as per his orders, if only to stubbornly prove that she could. Many of the logbook's words were difficult to her, and she had to read in a secluded part of Renua's mansion where she could sound out the words to herself, trying to decipher the Lord Ruler's odd style of writing. The continued reading led to her second conclusion. The Lord Ruler was far more whiny than any god had a right to be. When pages of the logbook weren't filled with boring notes about the Lord Ruler's travels, they were instead packed with internal contemplations and lengthy moralistic ramblings. Vin was beginning to wish that she'd never found the book in the first place. She sighed, settling back into her wicker chair. A cool, early spring breeze blew through the lower gardens, passing over the petite fountain brook to her left. The air was comfortably moist, and the trees overhead shaded her from the afternoon sun. Being nobility, even fake nobility, certainly did have its perks. A quiet footfall sounded behind her. It was distant, but Vin had grown into the habit of burning a little bit of tin at all times. She turned, shooting a covert glance over her shoulder. "Spook?" she said with surprise as young Lestiborns walked down the garden path. "What are you doing here?" Spook froze, blushing. "Wazing with the docks to come and be without the stay." "Dachshund," Vin said. "He's here too. Maybe he has news of Kelsier." Spook nodded, approaching. "Weapons for the getting, giving for the time to be." Vin paused. "You lost me on that one." "We needed to drop off some more weapons," Spook said, struggling to speak without his dialect. "Storing them here for a while." "Ah," Vin said, rising and brushing off her dress. "I should go see him." Spook looked suddenly apprehensive, flushing again, and Vin cocked her head. Was there something else? With a sudden movement, Spook reached into his vest and pulled something out. Vin flared pewter in response, but the item was simply a pink and white handkerchief. Spook thrust it toward her. Vin took it hesitantly. "What's this for?" Spook flushed again, then turned and dashed away. Vin watched him go, dumbfounded. She looked down at the handkerchief. It was made of soft lace, but there didn't seem to be anything unusual about it. "That is one strange boy," she thought, tucking the handkerchief inside her sleeve. She picked up her copy of the logbook, then began to work her way up the garden path. She was growing so accustomed to wearing a dress that she barely had to pay attention to keep the gown's lower layers from brushing against underbrush or stones. I guess that in itself is a valuable skill, Vin thought as she reached the mansion's garden entrance without having snagged her dress on a single branch. She pushed open the many-paned glass door and stopped the first servant she saw. "Master Delton has arrived?" she asked, using Dockson's fake name. He played the part of one of Renua's merchant contacts inside Luthhuddle. "Yes, my lady," the servant said. "He's in conference with Lord Renew." Vin let the servant go. She could probably force her way into the conference, but it would look bad. Lady Valette had no reason to attend a mercantile meeting between Renew and Delton. Vin chewed her lower lip in thought. Sazed was always telling her she had to keep up appearances. Fine, she thought. I'll wait. Maybe Sazed can tell me what that crazy boy expects me to do with this handkerchief. She sought out the upper library, maintaining a pleasant ladle-like smile, inwardly trying to guess what Renew and Dockson were talking about. Dropping off the weapons was an excuse. Dockson wouldn't have come personally to do something so mundane. Perhaps Kelsier had been delayed. Or maybe Dockson had finally gotten a communication from Marsh, Kelsier's brother, along with the other new obligator initiates, should be arriving back in Luthhuddle soon. Dockson and Renew could have sent for me, she thought with annoyance. Valette often entertained guests with her uncle. She shook her head. Even though Kelsier had named her a full member of the crew, the others obviously still regarded her as something of a child. They were friendly and accepting, but they didn't think to include her. It was probably unintentional, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. Light shone from the library ahead. Sure enough, Sazed sat inside, translating the last group of pages from the logbook. He looked up as Vin entered, smiling and nodding respectfully. No spectacles this time either, Vin noted. Why did he wear them for that short time before? "Mistress Vin," he said, rising and fetching her a chair. "How are your studies of the logbook going?" Vin looked down at the loosely bound pages in her hand. "All right, I suppose. I don't see why I have to bother reading them. You gave copies to Kel and Breeze too, didn't you?" "Of course," Sazed said, setting the chair down beside his desk. "However, Master Kelsier asked every member of the crew to read the pages. He is correct to do so, I think. The more eyes that read those words, the more likely we will be to discover the secrets hidden within them." Vin sighed slightly, smoothing her dress and seating herself. The white and blue dress was beautiful. Though intended for daily use, it was only slightly less luxurious than one of her ball gowns. "You must admit, mistress," Sazed said as he sat, "the text is amazing. This work is a keeper's dream." "Why? I'm discovering things about my culture that even I did not know." Vin nodded. "I just got to the part where they reach Terrace. Hopefully, the next part will contain fewer supply lists. Honestly, for an evil god of darkness, he certainly can be dull." "Yes, yes," Sazed said, speaking with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Did you see what he said? How he described Terrace as a place of green fertility? Keeper legends speak of this. Terrace is now a tundra of frozen dirt, why almost no plants can survive there. But once it was green and beautiful, like the text says." Green and beautiful, Vin thought. Why would green be beautiful? That would be like having blue or purple plants, it would just be weird. However, there was something about the logbook that made her curious, something that both Sazed and Kelsier had been strangely close-mouthed about. "I just read the part where the Lord Ruler gets some Terrace packmen," Vin said carefully. "He talked about how they grow stronger during the day because they let themselves be weak at night." Sazed suddenly grew more subdued. "Yes, indeed. You know something about this? Does it have to do with being a keeper?" "It does," Sazed said. "But this should remain a secret, I think. Not that you aren't worthy of trust, Mistress Vin. However, if fewer people know about keepers, then fewer rumors will be told of us. It would be best if the Lord Ruler began to believe that he had destroyed us completely, as has been his goal for the last 1,000 years. Vin shrugged. "Fine. Hopefully, none of the secrets Kelsier wants us to discover in this text are related to the Terraceman powers. If they are, I'll miss them completely." Sazed paused. "Ah, well?" Vin said nonchalantly, flipping through the pages she hadn't read. Looks like he spends a lot of time talking about the terracemen. Guess I won't be able to give much input when Kelsier gets back. You make a good point, Sazed said slowly. Even if you make it a bit melodramatically. Vin smiled pertly. Very well, Sazed said with a sigh. We should not have let you spend so much time with Master Breeze, I think. The men in the logbook, Vin said. They're keepers. Sazed nodded. What we now call keepers were far more common back then, perhaps even more common than mistings are among modern nobility. Our art is called feruchemy, and it grants the ability to store certain physical attributes inside bits of metal. Vin frowned. You burn metals too? No, mistress, Sazed said with a shake of his head. Feruchemists aren't like allomancers. We don't burn away our metals. We use them as storage. Each piece of metal, dependent upon size and alloy, can store a certain physical quality. The feruchemist saves up an attribute, then draws upon that reserve at a later time. A tribute? Vin asked. Like strength. Sazed nodded. In the text, the terrace packmen make themselves weaker during the evening, storing up strength in their bracelets for use on the next day. Vin studied Sazed's face. That's why you wear so many earrings. Yes, mistress, he said, reaching over to pull up his sleeves. Underneath his robe, he wore thick iron bracers around his upper arms. I keep some of my reserves hidden, but wearing many rings, earrings, and other items of jewelry has always been a part of terrace culture. The Lord Ruler once tried to enforce a ban upon terracemen touching or owning any metal. In fact, he tried to make wearing metal a noble privilege, rather than a skaa one. Vin frowned. That's odd, she said. One would think that the nobility wouldn't want to wear metal because that would make them vulnerable to allomancy. Indeed, Sazed said. However, it has long been imperial fashion to accent one's wardrobe with metal. It began, I suspect, with the Lord Ruler's desire to deny the terracemen the right to touch metal. He himself began wearing metal rings and bracelets, and the nobility always follows him in fashion. Nowadays, the most wealthy often wear metal as a symbol of power and pride. Sounds foolish, Vin said. Fashion often is mistress, Sazed said. Regardless, the ploy failed. Many of the nobility only wear wood painted to look like metal, and the terrace managed to weather the Lord Ruler's discontent in this area. It was simply too impractical to never let stewards handle metal. That hasn't stopped the Lord Ruler from trying to exterminate the keepers, however. He fears you, and hates us, not just feruchemists, but all terracemen. Sazed laid a hand on the still untranslated portion of the text. I hope to find that secret in here as well. No one remembers why the Lord Ruler persecutes the terrace people, but I suspect that it has something to do with those packmen. Their leader, Rashek, appears to be a very contrary man. The Lord Ruler often speaks of him in the narrative. He mentioned religion, Vin said. The terrace religion. Something about prophecies. Sazed shook his head. I cannot answer that question, mistress, for I don't know any more of the terrace religion than you do. But you collect religions, Vin said. You don't know about your own? I do not, Sazed said solemnly. You see, mistress, this was why the keepers were formed. Centuries ago, my people hid away the last few terrace feruchemists. The Lord Ruler's purges of the terrace people were growing quite violent. This was before he began the breeding program. Back then, we weren't stewards or servants, we weren't even skaa. We were something to be destroyed. Yet, something kept the Lord Ruler from wiping us out completely. I don't know why. Perhaps he thought genocide too kind a punishment. Anyway, he successfully destroyed our religion during the first 2 centuries of his rule. The organization of keepers was formed during the next century, its members intent upon discovering that which had been lost, then remembering for the future. With feruchemy, Sazed nodded, rubbing his fingers across the bracer on his right arm. This one is made of copper. It allows for the storage of memories and thoughts. Each keeper carries several bracers like this, filled with knowledge, songs, stories, prayers, histories, and languages. Many keepers have a particular area of interest. Mine is religion, but we all remember the entire collection. If just one of us survives until the death of the Lord Ruler, then the world's people will be able to recover all that they have lost. He paused, then pulled down his sleeve. Well, not all that was lost. There are still things we are missing. Your own religion, Vin said quietly. You never found it, did you? Sazed shook his head. The Lord Ruler implies in this logbook that it was our prophets that led him to the Well of Ascension, but even this is new information for us. What did we believe? What or whom did we worship? Where did these terrorist prophets come from, and how did they predict the future? I'm sorry. We continue to look, mistress. We will find our answers eventually, I think. Even if we do not, we will still have provided an invaluable service for mankind. Other people call us docile and servile, but we have fought him in our own way. Vin nodded. So what other things can you store? Strength and memories. Anything else? Sazed eyed her. I have said too much already, I think. You understand the mechanics of what we do. If the Lord Ruler mentions these things in his text, you will not be confused. Sight, Vin said, perking up. That's why you wore glasses for a few weeks after you rescued me. You needed to be able to see better that night when you saved me, so you used up your storage. Then you spent a few weeks with weak vision so that you could refill it. Sazed didn't respond to the comment. He picked up his pen, obviously intending to turn back to his translation. Was there anything else, mistress? Yes, as a matter of fact, Vin said, pulling the handkerchief from her sleeve. Do you have any idea what this is? It appears to be a handkerchief, mistress. Vin raised a droll eyebrow. Very funny. You've spent far too long around Kelsier, Sazed. I know, he said with a quiet sigh. He has corrupted me, I think. Regardless, I do not understand your question. What is distinctive about that particular handkerchief? That's what I want to know, Vin said. Spook gave it to me just a little bit ago. Ah, that makes sense, then. What? Vin demanded. In noble society, mistress, a handkerchief is the traditional gift a young man gives a lady that he wishes to seriously court. Vin paused, regarding the handkerchief with shock. What? Is that boy crazy? Most young men his age are somewhat crazy, I think, Sazed said with a smile. However, this is hardly unexpected. Haven't you noticed how he stares at you when you enter the room? I just thought he was creepy. What is he thinking? He's so much younger than me. The boy is 15, mistress. That only makes him 1 year your junior. 2, Vin said. I turned 17 last week. Still, he isn't really that much younger than you. Vin rolled her eyes. I don't have time for his attentions. One would think, mistress, that you would appreciate the opportunities you have. Not everyone is so fortunate. Vin paused. He's a eunuch, you fool. Sazed, I'm sorry. Sazed waved a hand. It is something I have never known enough of to miss, mistress. Perhaps I am fortunate. A life in the underground does not make it easy to raise a family. Why, poor Master Hammond has been away from his wife for months. Ham's married. Of course, Sazed said. So is Master Yeadon, I believe. They protect their families by separating them from underground activities, but this necessitates spending large periods of time apart. Who else? Vin asked. Breeze? Dachshund. Master Breeze is a bit too self-motivated for a family, I think. Master Dachshund hasn't spoken of his romantic life, but I suspect that there is something painful in his past. That is not uncommon for plantation skaa, as you might expect. Dachshund is from a plantation? Vin asked with surprise. Of course. Don't you ever spend time talking with your friends, mistress? Friends. I have friends. It was an odd realization. Anyway, Sazed said, I should continue my work. I am sorry to be so dismissive, but I am nearly finished with the translation. Of course, Vin said, standing and smoothing her dress. Thank you. She found Dachshund sitting in the guest study, writing quietly on a piece of paper, a pile of documents organized neatly on the desktop. He wore a standard nobleman's suit, and always looked more comfortable in the clothing than the others did. Kelsier was dashing, Breeze immaculate and lavish, but Dachshund. He simply looked natural in the outfit. He looked up as she entered. Vin? I'm sorry, I should have sent for you. For some reason I assumed you were out. I often am these days, she said, closing the door behind her. I stayed home today. Listening to noblewomen prattle over their lunches can get a bit annoying. I can imagine, Doxson said, smiling. Have a seat. Vin nodded, strolling into the room. It was a quiet place, decorated in warm colors and deep woods. It was still somewhat light outside, but Doxson already had the evening drapes drawn and was working by candlelight. Any news from Kelsier? Vin asked as she sat. No, Doxson said, setting aside his document. But that's not unexpected. He wasn't going to stay at the caves for long, so sending a messenger back would have been a bit silly. As an Allomancer, he might even be able to get back before a man on horseback. Either way, I suspect he'll be a few days late. This is Kel we're talking about, after all. Vin nodded, then sat quietly for a moment. She hadn't spent as much time with Doxson as she had with Kelsier and Sazed, or even Ham and Breeze. He seemed like a kind man, however, very stable and very clever. While most of the others contributed some kind of Allomantic power to the crew, Doxson was valuable because of his simple ability to organize. When something needed to be purchased, such as Vin's dresses, Doxson saw that it got done. When a building needed to be rented, supplies procured, or a permit secured, Doxson made it happen. He wasn't out front, scamming noblemen, fighting in the mists, or recruiting soldiers. Without him, however, Vin suspected that the entire crew would fall apart. He's a nice man, she told herself. He won't mind if I ask him. Dox, what was it like living on a plantation? The plantation? Vin nodded. You grew up on one, right? You're a plantation skaa. Yes, Doxson said. Or at least I was. What was it like? I'm not sure how to answer, Vin. It was a hard life, but most skaa live hard lives. I wasn't allowed to leave the plantation or even go outside of the hovel community without permission. We ate more regularly than a lot of the street skaa, but we were worked as hard as any mill worker, perhaps more. The plantations are different from the cities. Out there, every lord is his own master. Technically, the lord ruler owns the skaa, but the noblemen rent them and are allowed to kill as many as they want. Each lord just has to make certain that his crops come in. You seem so unemotional about it, Vin said. Doxson shrugged. It's been a while since I lived there, Vin. I don't know that the plantation was overly traumatic. It was just life, we didn't know anything better. In fact, I now know that amongst plantation lords, mine was actually rather lenient. Why did you leave then? Doxson paused. An event, he said, his voice growing almost wistful. You know that the law says that a lord can bed any skaa woman that he wishes? Vin nodded. He just has to kill her when he's done. Or soon thereafter, Doxson said. Quickly enough that she can't birth any half-breed children. The lord took a woman you loved, then? Doxson nodded. I don't talk about it much. Not because I can't, but because I think it would be pointless. I'm not the only skaa to lose a loved one to a lord's passion, or even to a lord's indifference. In fact, I'll bet you'd have trouble finding a skaa who hasn't had someone they love murdered by the aristocracy. That's just the way it is. Who was she? Vin asked. A girl from the plantation. Like I said, my story isn't that original. I remember sneaking between the hovels at night to spend time with her. The entire community played along, hiding us from the taskmasters. I wasn't supposed to be out after dark, you see. I braved the mists for the first time for her, and while many thought me foolish to go out at night, others got over their superstition and encouraged me. I think the romance inspired them. Korean and I reminded everyone that there was something to live for. When Korean was taken by Lord Devonshire, her corpse returned the next morning for burial. Something just died in the skaa hovels. I left that next evening. I didn't know there was a better life, but I just couldn't stay. Not with Korean's family there. Not with Lord Devonshire watching us work. Doxson sighed, shaking his head. Vin could finally see some emotion in his face. You know, he said, it amazes me sometimes that we even try. With everything they've done to us, the deaths, the tortures, the agonies, you'd think that we would just give up on things like hope and love. But we don't. Skaa still fall in love. They still try to have families, and they still struggle. I mean, here we are, fighting Kel's insane little war, resisting a god we know is just going to slaughter us all. Vin sat quietly, trying to comprehend the horror of what he described. I thought you said that your lord was a kind one. Oh, he was, Doxson said. Lord Devonshire rarely beat his skaa to death, and he only purged the elderly when the population got completely out of control. He has an impeccable reputation among the nobility. You've probably seen him at some of the balls. He's been in Luthhuddle lately over the winter between planting seasons. Vin felt cold. Doxson, that's horrible. How could they let a monster like that among them? Doxson frowned. Then he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desktop. Vin, they're all like that. I know that's what some of the skaa say, Dox, Vin said. But the people at the balls, they aren't like that. I've met them, danced with them. Dox, a lot of them are good people. I don't think they realize how terrible things are for the skaa. Doxson looked at her with a strange expression. Am I really hearing this from you, Vin? Why do you think we're fighting against them? Don't you realize the things those people, all of those people, are capable of? Cruelty, perhaps, Vin said, and indifference. But they aren't monsters, not all of them. Not like your former plantation lord. Doxson shook his head. You just aren't seeing well enough, Vin. A nobleman can rape and murder a skaa woman one night, then be praised for his morality and virtue the next day. Skaa just aren't people to them. Noble women don't even consider it cheating when their lord sleeps with a skaa woman. Vin trailed off, growing uncertain. This was the one area of noble culture she hadn't wanted to confront. Beatings she could perhaps forgive, but this, Doxson shook his head. You're letting them dupe you, Vin. Things like this are less visible in the cities because of whorehouses, but the murders still happen. Some brothels use women of very poor but noble birth. Most, however, just kill off their skaa whores periodically to keep the inquisitors placated. Vin felt a little weak. I know about the brothels, Dox. My brother always threatened to sell me to one. But just because brothels exist doesn't mean that all the men go to them. There are lots of workers who don't visit the skaa whorehouses. Noblemen are different, Vin, Doxson said sternly. They're horrible creatures. Why do you think I don't complain when Kelsier kills them? Why do you think I'm working with him to overthrow their government? You should ask some of those pretty boys you dance with how often they've slept with a skaa woman they knew would be killed a short time later. They've all done it at one point or another. Vin looked down. They can't be redeemed, Vin, Doxson said. He didn't seem as passionate about the topic as Kelsier, he just seemed resigned. I don't think that Kel will be happy until they're all dead. I doubt we have to go that far, or even that we can, but I, for one, would be more than happy to see their society collapse. Vin sat quietly. They can't all be like that, she thought. They're so beautiful, so distinguished. Eland has never taken and murdered a skaa woman. Has he? Chapter 23. I sleep but a few hours each night. We must press forward, traveling as much as we can each day. But when I finally lie down, I find sleep elusive. The same thoughts that trouble me during the day are only compounded by the stillness of night. And, above it all, I hear the thumping sounds from above, the pulsings from the mountains, drawing me closer with each beat. They say that the deaths of the Gefenry brothers were a retaliation for the murder of Lord Introne, Lady Kliss said quietly. Behind Vin's group, the musicians played upon their stage, but the evening was growing late and few people danced. Lady Kliss's circle of partygoers frowned at the news. There were about 6 of them, including Vin and her companion, one Millen Davenplew, a young heir to a minor house title. Kliss, really, Millen said. Houses Gefenry and Tekiel are allies. Why would Tekiel assassinate 2 Gefenry noblemen? Why indeed? Kliss said, leaning forward conspiratorially, her massive blonde bun wobbling slightly. Kliss had never displayed much fashion sense. She was an excellent source of gossip, however. You remember when Lord Introne was found dead in the Tekiel Gardens? Kliss asked. Well, it seemed obvious that one of House Tekiel's enemies had killed him. But House Gefenry has been petitioning Tekiel for an alliance. Apparently, a faction within the house thought that if something happened to inflame the Tekiels, they would be more willing to seek allies. "You're saying that Gefenry purposely killed a Tekiel ally?" asked Renee, Kliss's date. He scrunched up his ample brow in thought. Kliss patted Renee's arm. "Don't worry about it too much, dear," she advised, then turned eagerly back to the conversation. "Don't you see? By secretly killing Lord Entrone, Gefenry hoped to get the allegiance it needs. That would give it access to those Tekiel canal routes through the eastern plains." "But it backfired," Millen said thoughtfully. "Tekiel discovered the ruse and killed Artis and Callens." "I danced with Artis a couple of times at the last ball," Vin said. "Now he's dead. His corpse left on the streets outside a skaa slum." "Oh," Millen asked. "Was he any good?" Vin shrugged. "Not very. That's all you can ask, Millen? A man is dead, and you just want to know if I liked him more than you?" "Well, now he's dancing with the worms," said Titan, the final man in the group. Millen gave the quip a pity laugh, which was more than it deserved. Titan's attempts at humor generally left something to be desired. He seemed like the type who would have been more at home with the ruffians of Common's crew than the noblemen of the dance hall. Of course, Doc says they're all like that underneath. Vin's conversation with Doxson still dominated her thoughts. When she'd started coming to the noblemen's balls back on that first night, the night she'd nearly been killed, she'd thought about how fake everything seemed. How had she forgotten that original impression? How had she let herself get taken in, to begin admiring their poise and their splendor? Now, every nobleman's arm around her waist made her cringe, as if she could feel the rot within their hearts. How many skaa had Millen killed? What about Titan? He seemed like the type who would enjoy a night with the whores. But still she played along. She had finally worn her black gown this evening, somehow feeling the need to set herself apart from the other women with their bright colors and often brighter smiles. However, she couldn't avoid the others' company. Vin had finally begun to gain the confidences her crew needed. Kelsier would be delighted to know that his plan for House Tekiel was working, and that wasn't the only thing she had been able to discover. She had dozens of little tidbits that would be of vital use to the crew's efforts. One such tidbit was about House Venture. The family was bunkering up for what it expected to be an extended house war. One evidence of this was the fact that Eland attended far fewer balls than he once had. Not that Vin minded. When he did come, he generally avoided her, and she didn't really want to talk to him anyway. Memories of what Doxson had said made her think that she might have trouble remaining civil toward Eland. "Millen," Lord Renee asked, "are you still planning on joining us for a game of Sheldry tomorrow?" "Of course, Renee," Millen said. "Didn't you promise that last time?" Titan asked. "I'll be there," Millen said. "Something came up last time." "And it won't come up again?" Titan asked. "You know we can't play unless we have a fourth man. If you're not going to be there, we could ask someone else." Millen sighed, then held up a hand, sharply gesturing to the side. The motion caught Vin's attention. She had only been half listening to the conversation. She looked to the side, and nearly jumped in shock as she saw an obligator approaching the group. So far she'd managed to avoid obligators at the balls. After her first run-in with a high prelon, some months ago, and the subsequent alerting of an inquisitor, she'd been apprehensive to even go near one. The obligator approached, smiling in a creepy sort of way. Perhaps it was the arms clasped before him, hands hidden inside the gray sleeves. Perhaps it was the tattoos around the eyes, wrinkled with the aging skin. Perhaps it was the way his eyes regarded her. It seemed like they could see through her guise. This wasn't just a nobleman. This was an obligator. Eyes of the Lord Ruler, enforcer of his law. The obligator stopped at the group. His tattoos marked him as a member of the Canton of Orthodoxy, the primary bureaucratic arm of the ministry. He eyed the group, speaking in a smooth voice. "Yes." Millen pulled out a few coins. "I promise to meet these two for Sheldry tomorrow," he said, handing the coins to the aging obligator. It seemed like such a silly reason to call over an obligator, or at least so Vin thought. The obligator, however, didn't laugh or point out the frivolity of the demand. He simply smiled, palming the coins as deftly as any thief. I witnessed this, Lord Millen, he said. Satisfied? Millen asked of the other two. They nodded. The obligator turned, not giving Vin a second glance, and strolled away. She released a quiet breath, watching his shuffling form. They must know everything that happens in court, she realized. If nobility call them over to witness things this simple. The more she knew about the ministry, the more she realized how clever the Lord Ruler had been in organizing them. They witnessed every mercantile contract. Dachshund and Renew had to deal with obligators nearly every day. Only they could authorize weddings, divorces, land purchases, or ratify inheritance of titles. If an obligator hadn't witnessed an event, it hadn't happened, and if one hadn't sealed a document, then it might as well not have been written. Vin shook her head as the conversation turned to other topics. It had been a long night, and her mind was full of information to scribble down on her way back to Felice. "Excuse me, Lord Millen," she said, laying a hand on his arm, though touching him, made her shiver slightly. "I think perhaps it is time for me to retire." "I'll walk you to your carriage," he said. "That won't be necessary," she said sweetly. "I want to refresh myself, and then I have to wait for my terraceman anyway. I'll just go sit down at our table." "Very well," he said, nodding respectfully. "Go if you must, Valette," Kliss said. "But you'll never know the news I have about the ministry." Vin paused. "What news?" Kliss's eyes twinkled, and she glanced at the disappearing obligator. "The Inquisitors are buzzing like insects. They've hit twice as many skaa thieving bands these last few months as usual. They don't even take prisoners for executions. They just leave them all dead." "How do you know this?" Millen asked skeptically. He seemed so straight-backed and noble. You would never know what he really was. "I have my sources," Kliss said with a smile. "Why, the Inquisitors found another band just this afternoon. One headquartered not far from here." Vin felt a chill. They weren't that far from Clubs's shop. No, it couldn't be them. Dachshund and the rest are too clever. Even without Kelsier in town, they'll be safe. "Cursed thieves," Titan spat. "Damn skaa don't know their place. Isn't the food and clothing we give enough of a theft from our pockets?" "It's amazing the creatures can even survive as thieves," said Carly, Titan's young wife, in her normal purring voice. "I can't imagine what kind of incompetent would let himself get robbed by skaa." Titan flushed, and Vin eyed him with curiosity. Carly rarely spoke except to make some jab against her husband. He must have been robbed himself. A scam, perhaps? Filing away the information for later investigation, Vin turned to go, a motion that put her face-to-face with a newcomer to the group, Sean Alariel. Elend's former betrothed was immaculate, as always. Her long auburn hair had an almost luminous sheen, and her beautiful figure only reminded Vin how scrawny she herself was. Self-important in a way that could make even a confident person uncertain, Sean was, as Vin was beginning to realize, exactly what most of the aristocracy thought was the perfect woman. The men in Vin's group nodded their heads in respect, and the women curtsied, honored to have their conversation joined by one so important. Vin glanced to the side, trying to escape, but Sean was standing right before her. Sean smiled. "Ah, Lord Millen," she said to Vin's companion. "It's a pity that your original date this evening took sick. It appears you were left with few other options." Millen flushed, Shan's comment expertly placing him in a difficult position. Did he defend Vin, possibly earning the ire of a very powerful woman? Or did he instead agree with Sean, thereby insulting his date? He took the coward's way out. He ignored the comment. "Lady Sean, it is a pleasure to have you join us." "Indeed," Sean said smoothly, eyes glittering with pleasure as she regarded Vin's discomfort. Cursed woman, Vin thought. It seemed that whenever Sean grew bored, she would seek out Vin and embarrass her for sport. "However," Sean said, "I am afraid I didn't come to chat. Unpleasant though it may be, I have business with the Renew child. Will you excuse us?" "Of course, my lady," Millen said, backing away. "Lady Valette, thank you for your company this evening." Vin nodded to him and the others, feeling a little like a wounded animal being abandoned by the herd. She really didn't want to deal with Sean this evening. Lady Sean, Vin said once they were alone, I think your interest in me is unfounded. I haven't really been spending much time with Eland lately. I know, Sean said. It appears I overestimated your competence. Child. One would think that once you'd gained favor with a man so much more important than yourself, you wouldn't have let him slip away so easily. Shouldn't she be jealous? Vin thought, suppressing a cringe as she felt the inevitable touch of Shan's allomancy on her emotions. Shouldn't she hate me for taking her place? But that wasn't the noble way. Vin was nothing, a momentary diversion. Sean wasn't interested in recapturing Eland's affection. She just wanted a way to strike back at the man who had slighted her. A wise girl would put herself in a position where she could make use of the only advantage she has, Sean said. If you think any other important nobleman will ever pay any attention to you, then you are mistaken. Eland likes to shock the court, and so, naturally, he chose to do so with the most homely and lumpish woman he could find. Take this opportunity. You shall not soon find another. Vin gritted her teeth against the insults and the allomancy. Sean had obviously made an art out of forcing people to take whatever abuse she sought fit to deliver. Now, Sean said, I require information regarding certain texts Eland has in his possession. You can read, can't you? Vin nodded curtly. Good, Sean said. All you need to do is memorize the titles of his books. Don't look on the outside covers. They can be misleading. Read the first few pages, then report back to me. And if I should instead tell Eland what you're planning? Sean laughed. My dear, you don't know what I'm planning. Besides, you seem to be making some headway in court. Surely you realize that betraying me is not something you want to even contemplate. With that, Sean walked off, immediately gathering a collection of hangers-on from the surrounding nobility. Shan's soothing weakened, and Vin felt her frustration and anger rise. There had been a time when she would have simply scampered away, ego already too beaten down to be bothered by Shan's insults. This night, however, she found herself wishing for a way to strike back. Calm yourself. This is a good thing. You've become a pawn in great house plans. Most lesser nobility probably dream of such an opportunity. She sighed, retreating toward the now empty table she had shared with Millen. The ball this evening was being held at the marvelous Keep Hastings. Its tall, round central keep was attended by 6 auxiliary towers, each set off from the main building a short distance and connected to it by wall-top walkways. All 7 towers were set with winding, curving patterns of stained glass. The ballroom was at the top of the wide central tower. Fortunately, a system of skaa-powered pulley platforms kept noble guests from having to walk all the way to the top. The ballroom itself wasn't as spectacular as some Vin had visited. Just a squarish chamber with vaulted ceilings and colored glass running around the perimeter. Funny how easily one can become jaded, Vin thought. Perhaps that's how the noblemen can do such terrible things. They've been killing for so long that it doesn't unsettle them anymore. She asked a servant to go fetch Sazed, then sat down to rest her feet. I wish Kelsier would hurry up and get back, she thought. The crew, Vin included, seemed less motivated without him around. It wasn't that she didn't want to work. Kelsier's snappy wit and optimism just helped keep her moving. Vin looked up idly, and her eyes caught sight of Eland Venture standing just a short distance away, chatting with a small group of young noblemen. She froze. Part of her, the Vin part, wanted to scurry away and hide. She'd fit beneath the table, dress and all. Oddly, however, she found her valet's side stronger. I have to talk to him, she thought. Not because of Sean, but because I have to find out the truth. Dachshund was exaggerating. He had to be. When had she grown so confrontational? Even as she stood, Vin was amazed at her firm resolve. She crossed the ballroom, checking her black dress briefly as she walked. One of Eland's companions tapped him on the shoulder, nodding toward Vin. Eland turned, and the other 2 men withdrew. Why, Valette? He said as she paused in front of him. I arrived late. I didn't even know you were here. Liar. Of course you knew. Valette wouldn't miss the Hastings ball. How to broach it. How to ask. You've been avoiding me, she said. Now, I wouldn't say that. I've just been busy. House issues, you know. Besides, I warned you that I was rude. And he trailed off. Valette? Is everything all right? Vin realized she was sniffling slightly, and she felt a tear on her cheek. Idiot, she thought, dabbing her eyes with Mistborn's handkerchief. You'll ruin your makeup. Valette, you're shaking, Elend said with concern. Here, let's go to the balcony and get you some fresh air. She let him lead her away from the sounds of music and chattering people, and they stepped into the quiet, dark air. The balcony, one of many jutting from the top of the central Hastings Tower, was empty. A single stone lantern stood as part of the railing, and some tastefully placed plants lined the corners. Mist floated in the air, prevalent as ever, though the balcony was close enough to the keep's warmth that the mist was weak. Elend didn't pay any attention to it. He, like most noblemen, considered fear of the mist to be a foolish skaa superstition, which Vin supposed was right. Now, what is this about? Elend asked. I'll admit, I have been ignoring you. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve it, well, it seemed like you were fitting in so well that you didn't need a troublemaker like me being. Have you ever slept with a skaa woman? Vin asked. Elend paused, taken aback. Is that what this is all about? Who told you this? Have you? Vin demanded. Elend paused. Lord Ruler. It's true. Sit down, Elend said, fetching her a chair. It's true, isn't it? Vin said, sitting. You've done it. He was right, you're all monsters. He laid a hand on Vin's arm, but she pulled it away, only to feel a teardrop drip down her face and stain her dress. She reached up, wiping her eyes, the handkerchief coming back colored with makeup. It happened when I was 13, Elend said quietly. My father thought it was time that I became a man. I didn't even know they were going to kill the girl afterward. Valette. Honestly, I didn't. And after that? She demanded, growing angry. How many girls have you murdered? Elend venture. None. Never again, Valette. Not after I found out what had happened that first time. You expect me to believe you? I don't know, Elend said. Look, I know that it's fashionable for the women of court to label all men brutes, but you have to believe me. We're not all like that. I was told that you are, Vin said. By whom? Country nobility? Valette, they don't know us. They're jealous because we control most of the canal systems, and they might just have a right to be. Their envy doesn't make us terrible people, however. What percentage? Vin asked. How many noblemen do these things? Maybe a third, Elend said. I'm not sure. They aren't the types I spend my time with. She wanted to believe him, and that desire should have made her more skeptical. But, looking into those eyes she had always found so honest, she found herself swayed. For the first time she could remember, she completely pushed aside Reen's whispers and simply believed. A third, she whispered. So many. But that's better than all of them. She reached up to dab her eyes, and Elend eyed her handkerchief. Who gave you that? He asked curiously. A suitor, Vin said. Is he the one who's been telling you these things about me? No, that was another, Vin said. He said that all noblemen, or rather all Luthadel noblemen, were terrible people. He said that court women don't even consider it cheating when their men sleep with skaa whores. Elend snorted. Your informant doesn't know women very well, then. I dare you to find me one lady who isn't bothered when her husband dallies with another skaa or noble. Vin nodded, taking a deep breath, calming herself. She felt ridiculous, but she also felt at peace. Elend knelt beside her chair, still obviously concerned. So, she said, your father is one of the third? Elend flushed in the wan light, looking down. He likes all kinds of mistresses. Skaa, noble, it doesn't matter to him. I still think about that night, Valette. I don't know. It wasn't your fault, Elend, she said. You were just a 13-year-old boy who was doing what his father told him. Elend looked away, but she had already seen the anger and guilt in his eyes. Someone needs to stop these kinds of things from happening, he said quietly, and Vin was struck by the intensity in his voice. This is a man who cares, she thought. A man like Kelsier or like Doxon. A good man. Why can't they see that? Finally, Elend sighed, standing and pulling over a chair for himself. He sat down, elbow resting against the railing, running his hand through his messy hair. Well, he noted, you probably aren't the first lady I've made cry at a ball, but you are the first one I've made cry that I sincerely care about. My gentlemanly prowess has reached new depths. Vin smiled. It's not you, she said, leaning back. It's just been a very draining few months. When I found out about these things, I just couldn't handle it all. The corruption in Luthadel needs to be dealt with, Elend said. The Lord Ruler doesn't even see it. He doesn't want to. Vin nodded. Then she eyed Elend. Why exactly have you been avoiding me lately, anyway? Elend flushed again. I just figured you had enough new friends to keep you occupied. What is that supposed to mean? I don't like a lot of the people you've been spending your time with, Valette, Elend said. You've managed to fit very well into Luthadel society, and I generally find that playing politics changes people. That's easy to say, Vin snapped, especially when you're at the very top of the political structure. You can afford to ignore politics. Some of us aren't so fortunate. I suppose. Besides, Vin said, you play politics just as well as the rest. Or, are you going to try and tell me that your initial interest in me wasn't sparked by a desire to spite your father? Elend held up his hands. All right, consider me suitably chastised. I was a fool and a twit. It runs in the family. Vin sighed, sitting back and feeling the cool whisper of the mists on her tear-wetted cheeks. Elend wasn't a monster. She believed him on that count. Perhaps she was a fool, but Kelsier was having an effect on her. She was beginning to trust those around her, and there was no one she wanted to let herself trust more than Elend Venture. And, when it wasn't connected directly to Elend, she found the horrors of the noble-skaa relationship easier to deal with. Even if a third of the noblemen were murdering skaa women, something was probably salvageable of the society. The nobility wouldn't have to be purged. That was their tactic. Vin would have to make certain that sort of thing didn't happen, no matter what bloodline one had. Lord Ruler, Vin thought, I'm starting to think like the others. It's almost like I think that we can change things. She glanced across at Elend, who sat with his back to the curling mists beyond. He looked morose. I brought out bad memories, Vin thought guiltily. No wonder he hates his father so much. She longed to do something to make him feel better. Elend, she said, drawing his attention. They're just like us. He paused. What? The plantation skaa, Vin said. You asked me about them once. I was afraid, so I acted like a proper noblewoman, but you seemed disappointed when I didn't have more to say. He leaned forward. So, you did spend time with the skaa? Vin nodded. A lot of time. Too much if you ask my family. That might be why they sent me out here. I knew some of the skaa very well, one older man in particular. He lost someone, a woman he loved, to a nobleman who wanted a pretty thing for the evening's entertainment. At your plantation? Vin shook her head quickly. He ran away and came to my father's lands. And you hid him? Elend asked with surprise. Runaway skaa are supposed to be executed. I kept his secret, Vin said. I didn't know him for very long, but, well, I can promise you this, Elend. His love was as strong as that of any nobleman. Stronger than most of them here in Luthadel, certainly. And intelligence? Elend asked eagerly. Did they seem slow? Of course not, Vin snapped. I should think, Elend Venture, that I knew several skaa more clever than yourself. They may not have education, but they're still intelligent. And they're angry. Angry? He asked. Some of them, Vin said. About the way they're treated. They know, then? About the disparities between us and them. How could they not? Vin said, reaching up to wipe her nose with the handkerchief. She paused, however, noting just how much makeup she had rubbed across it. Here, Elend said, handing her his own handkerchief. Tell me more. How do you know these things? They told me, Vin said. They trusted me. I know that they're angry because they would complain about their lives. I know they're intelligent because of the things they keep hidden from the nobility. Like what? Like the underground movement network, Vin said. Skaa help runaways travel the canals from plantation to plantation. The noblemen don't notice because they never pay attention to skaa faces. Interesting. Plus, Vin said, there are the thieving crews. I figure that those skaa must be fairly clever if they're able to hide from the obligators and the nobility, stealing from the great houses right beneath the Lord Ruler's nose. Yes, I know, Elend said. I wish I could meet one of them, to ask them how they hide so well. They must be fascinating people. Vin almost spoke further, but she held her tongue. I probably said too much already. Elend looked over at her. You're fascinating too, Valette. I should have known better than to assume you'd been corrupted by the rest of them. Perhaps you'll be able to corrupt them instead. Vin smiled. But, Elend said, rising, I need to be leaving. I actually came to the party tonight for a specific purpose. Some friends of mine are meeting together. That's right, Vin thought. One of the men Elend met with before, the ones that Kelsier and Sayes thought it was strange that he would associate with, was a Hasting. Vin stood as well, handing Elend back his handkerchief. He didn't take it. You might want to keep that. It wasn't intended to be simply functional. Vin looked down at the handkerchief. When a nobleman wants to court a lady seriously, he gives her a handkerchief. Oh, she said, pulling the handkerchief back. Thank you. Elend smiled, stepping close to her. That other man, whoever he is, might have a lead on me because of my foolishness. However, I am not so foolish that I would pass up the chance to give him a little competition. He winked, bowed slightly, and walked back toward the central ballroom. Vin waited a moment, then walked forward and slipped through the balcony doorway. Elend met up with the same two as before, a Legal and a Hasting, political enemies of the venture. They paused for a moment, then all three walked toward a stairwell at the side of the room. Those stairwells only lead one place, Vin thought, slipping back into the room. The auxiliary towers. Mistress Valette? Vin jumped, turning to find Sayes approaching. Are we ready to go? He asked. Vin moved over to him quickly. Lord Elend Venture just disappeared down that stairwell with his Hasting and Legal friends. Interesting, Sayes said. And why would... Mistress, what happened to your makeup? Never mind, Vin said. I think I should follow them. Is that another handkerchief, mistress? Sayes asked. You have been busy. Sayes, are you listening to me? Yes, mistress. I suppose you could follow them if you wish, but you would be fairly obvious. I don't know that it would be the best method of gaining information. I wouldn't follow them overtly, Vin said quietly. I'd use allomancy, but I need your permission for that. Sayes paused. I see. How is your side? It's been healed for ages, Vin said. I don't even notice it anymore. Sayes sighed. Very well. Master Kelsier intended to begin your training in earnest again when he returned. Anyway, just be careful. This is a ridiculous thing to say to a Mistborn, I think, but I ask anyway. I will, Vin said. I'll meet you on that balcony over there in an hour. Good luck, mistress, Sayes said. Vin was already rushing back toward the balcony. She stepped around the corner, then stood before the stone railing and the mists beyond. The beautiful, swirling void. It's been far too long, she thought, reaching into her sleeve and pulling out a vial of metals. She downed it eagerly and got out a small handful of coins. Then, blissfully, she hopped up onto the railing and threw herself out into the dark mists. Tin gave her sight as the wind flapped at her dress. Pewter gave her strength as she turned her eyes toward the buttress-like wall running between the tower and the main keep. Steel gave her power as she threw a coin downward, sending it into the darkness. She lurched in the air. The air resistance fluttered her dress, and she felt like she was trying to pull a bale of cloth behind her. But her allomancy was strong enough to deal with that. Elend's tower was the next one over. She needed to get onto the wall-top walkway that ran between it and the central tower. Vin flared steel, pushing herself up a bit higher, then flung another coin into the mists behind her. When it hit the wall, she used it to shoot herself forward. She slammed into her target wall just a bit too low, folds of cloth cushioning the blow. But she managed to grab the lip of the walkway above. An unenhanced Vin would have had trouble pulling herself up onto the wall, but Vin the Allomancer easily scrambled over the side. She crouched in her black dress, moving quietly across the wall-top pathway. There were no guards, but the tower ahead of her had a lit sentry post at its base. Can't go that way, she thought, glancing upward instead. The tower appeared to have several rooms, and a couple of them were lit. Vin dropped a coin and catapulted herself upward, then pulled against a window mounting and yanked herself over to land lightly on the stone window ledge. The shutters were closed against the night, and she had to lean close, flaring tin, to hear what was going on inside. Balls always last well into the night. We'll probably have to pull double duty. Guards, Vin thought, jumping and pushing against the top of the window. It rattled as she shot up the side of the tower. She caught the base of the next window ledge and pulled herself up. "Don't regret my tardiness," a familiar voice said from inside. "Eland. She happens to be far more attractive than you are, Telden." A masculine voice laughed. The mighty Eland venture, finally captured by a pretty face. "She's more than that, Jasts," Eland said. "She's kind-hearted. She helped skaa runaways on her plantation. I think we should bring her in to talk with us." "Not a chance," said a deep-voiced man. "Look, Eland, I don't mind if you want to talk philosophy. Hell, I'll even share a few drinks with you when you do. But I'm not going to let random people come join us." "I agree with Telden," Jas said. 5 people is enough." "See now," Eland's voice said. "I don't think you're being fair." "Eland," another voice said sufferingly. "All right," Eland said. "Telden, did you read the book I gave you?" "I tried," Telden said. "It's a bit thick. But it's good, right?" Eland said. "Good enough," Telden said. "I can see why the Lord Ruler hates it so much." "Read Alavin's works are better," Jast said. "More concise." "I don't mean to be contrary," said a 5th voice. "But is this all we're going to do? Read?" "What's wrong with reading?" Eland asked. "It's a bit boring," the 5th voice said. "Good man," Vin thought. "Boring?" Eland asked. "Gentlemen, these ideas, these words, they're everything. These men knew that they'd be executed for their words. Can you not sense their passion?" "Passion, yes," the 5th voice said. "Usefulness, no. We can change the world," Jast said. "2 of us are house heirs. The other 3 are second heirs. Someday we'll be the ones in charge," Eland said. "If we put these ideas into effect, fairness, diplomacy, moderation, we can exert pressure even on the Lord Ruler." The 5th voice snorted. "You might be heir to a powerful house, Eland, but the rest of us aren't as important. Telden and Jasts will probably never inherit, and Kavu, no offense, is hardly that influential. We can't change the world. We can change the way our houses work," Eland said. "If the houses would stop squabbling, we might be able to gain some real power in the government, rather than just bow to the whims of the Lord Ruler." "Every year, the nobility grows weaker," Jast said in agreement. "Our skaa belong to the Lord Ruler, as does our land. His obligators determine who we can marry and what we can believe. Our canals even are officially his property. Ministry assassins kill men who speak out too openly, or who are too successful. This is no way to live." "I agree with you there," Telden said. "Eland's prattling about class imbalance seems like silliness to me, but I can see the importance of presenting a unified front before the Lord Ruler." "Exactly," Eland said. "This is what we have to—" "Vin!" a voice whispered. Vin jumped, nearly falling off the window ledge in shock. She glanced around in alarm. "Above you," the voice whispered. She glanced up. Kelsier hung from another window ledge just above. He smiled, winked, then nodded down toward the wall walkway below. Vin glanced back at Eland's room as Kelsier dropped through the mists beside her. Finally, she pushed herself off and followed Kelsier down, using her same coin to slow her descent. "You're back," she said eagerly as she landed. "Got back this afternoon. What are you doing here?" "Checking up on our friend in there," Kelsier said. Doesn't seem like much has changed since the last time. Last time? Kelsier nodded. I've spied on that little group a couple of times since you told me about them. I shouldn't have bothered, they're not a threat. Just a bunch of noblings getting together to drink and debate. But they want to overthrow the Lord Ruler. Hardly, Kelsier said with a snort. They're just doing what noblemen do, planning alliances. It's not that unusual for the next generation to start organizing their house coalitions before they come to power. This is different, Vin said. Oh, Kelsier asked with amusement. You've been a noble so long that you can tell that already? She flushed, and he laughed, putting a friendly arm around her shoulders. Oh, don't get like that. They seem like nice enough lads, for noblemen. I promise not to kill any of them, all right? Vin nodded. Perhaps we can find a way to use them. They do seem more open-minded than most. I just don't want you to be disappointed, Vin. They're still noblemen. Perhaps they can't help what they are, but that doesn't change their nature. Just like Doxon, Vin thought. Kelsier assumes the worst about Eland. But did she really have any reason to expect otherwise? To fight a battle like Kelsier and Doxon were, it was probably more effective and better for the psyche to assume that all of their enemies were evil. What happened to your makeup, by the way? Kelsier asked. I don't want to talk about it, Vin said, thinking back to her conversation with Eland. Why did I have to cry? I'm such an idiot. And the way I blurted out that question about him sleeping with Skaa. Kelsier shrugged. Okay then, we should get going. I doubt young Venture and his comrades will discuss anything relevant. Vin paused. I've listened to them on 3 separate occasions, Vin, Kelsier said. I'll summarize for you if you want. All right, she said with a sigh. But I told Sazed I'd meet him back up at the party. Off you go then, Kelsier said. I promise not to tell him you were sneaking around and using allomancy. He told me I could, Vin said defensively. He did. Vin nodded. My mistake, Kelsier said. You should probably have Sazed fetch you a cloak before you leave the party. You've got ash all over the front of your dress. I'll meet you back at Club's shop, have the carriage drop you and Sazed off there, then continue on out of the city. That'll keep up appearances. Vin nodded again, and Kelsier winked and jumped off the wall into the mists. Chapter 24. In the end, I must trust in myself. I have seen men who have beaten from themselves the ability to recognize truth and goodness, and I do not think I am one of them. I can still see the tears in a young child's eyes and feel pain at his suffering. If I ever lose this, then I will know that I've passed beyond hope of redemption. Kelsier was already at the shop when Vin and Sazed arrived. He sat with Ham, Clubs, and Spook in the kitchen, enjoying a late-night drink. Ham, Vin said eagerly as she came in the back door. You're back. Yup, he said happily, raising his cup. It seems like you've been gone forever. You're telling me, Ham said, his voice earnest. Kelsier chuckled, rising to refill his drink. Ham's a bit tired of playing general. I had to wear a uniform, Ham complained, stretching. He now wore his customary vest and trousers. Even plantation skaa don't have to deal with that kind of torture. Try wearing a formal gown sometime, Vin said, seating herself. She'd brushed off the front of her dress, and it didn't look half as bad as she'd feared. The blackish-gray ash still showed up a bit against the dark fabric, and the fibers were rough where she'd rubbed against stone, but both were barely noticeable. Ham laughed. It seems that you've turned into a proper young lady while I was gone. Hardly, Vin said as Kelsier handed her a cup of wine. She paused briefly, then took a sip. Mistress Vin is being modest, Master Hammond, Sazed said, taking a seat. She's growing quite proficient at courtly arts, better than many actual nobles that I have known. Vin flushed, and Ham laughed again. Humility, Vin? Where'd you ever learn a bad habit like that? Not from me, certainly, Kelsier said, offering Sazed a cup of wine. The terraceman raised his hand in a respectful refusal. Of course she didn't get it from you, Kel, Ham said. Maybe Spook taught her. He seems to be the only one in this crew who knows how to keep his mouth shut. Kid. Spook flushed, obviously trying to avoid looking at Vin. I'll have to deal with him sometime, she thought. But not tonight. Kelsier's back and Elend's not a murderer. This is a night to relax. Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and a moment later Dachshund strolled into the room. A party? And no one sent for me. You seemed busy, Kelsier said. Besides, Hem added, we know you're too responsible to sit around and get drunk with a bunch of miscreants like us. Someone has to keep this crew running, Dachshund said lightheartedly, pouring himself a drink. He paused, frowning at Ham. That vest looks familiar. Ham smiled. I ripped the arms off of my uniform coat. You didn't, Vin said with a smile. Ham nodded, looking self-satisfied. Dachshund sighed, continuing to fill his cup. Ham, those things cost money. Everything costs money, Ham said. But what is money? A physical representation of the abstract concept of effort. Well, wearing that uniform for so long was a pretty mean effort. I'd say that this vest and I are even now. Dachshund just rolled his eyes. In the main room, the shop's front door opened and closed, and Vin heard Breeze bid hello to the apprentice on watch. By the way, Docs, Kelsier said, leaning with his back against a cupboard, I'm going to need a few physical representations of the concept of effort myself. I'd like to rent a small warehouse to conduct some of my informant meetings. That can probably be arranged, Dachshund said, assuming we keep Vin's wardrobe budget under control. He broke off, glancing at Vin. What did you do to that gown, young lady? Vin flushed, scrunching down in her chair. Perhaps it's a bit more noticeable than I thought. Kelsier chuckled. You may have to get used to dirted clothing, Docs. Vin's back on Mistborn duty as of this evening. Interesting, Breeze said, entering the kitchen. Might I suggest that she avoid fighting 3 steel inquisitors at once this time? I'll do my best, Vin said. Breeze strolled over to the table and chose a seat with his characteristic decorum. The portly man raised his dueling cane, pointing it at Ham. I see that my period of intellectual respite has come to an end. Ham smiled. I thought up a couple beastly questions while I was gone, and I've been saving them just for you, Breeze. I'm dying of anticipation, Breeze said. He turned his cane toward Lestiborn's. Spook, drink. Spook rushed over and fetched Breeze a cup of wine. He's such a fine lad, Breeze noted, accepting the drink. I barely even have to nudge him allomantically. If only the rest of you ruffians were so accommodating. Spook frowned, nicing the knot on the playing without. I have no idea what you just said, child, Breeze said. So I'm simply going to pretend it was coherent, then move on. Kelsier rolled his eyes. Losing the stress on the nip, he said, nodding without the needing of care. Riding the Ryle of the Rids to the right, Spook said with a nod. What are you two babbling about? Breeze said testily. Waising the was of brightness, Spook said. Nip the having of wishing of this. Ever waising the doing of this, Kelsier agreed. Ever waising the wish of having the have, Hem added with a smile. Brighting the wish of waising the not. Breeze turned to Dachshund with exasperation. I believe our companions have finally lost their minds, dear friend. Dachshund shrugged. Then, with a perfectly straight face, he said, Waising not of waising is. Breeze sat, dumbfounded, and the room burst into laughter. Breeze rolled his eyes indignantly, shaking his head and muttering about the crew's gross childishness. Vin nearly choked on her wine as she laughed. What did you even say? She asked of Dachshund as he sat down beside her. I'm not sure, he confessed. It just sounded right. I don't think you said anything, Docs, Kelsier said. Oh, he said something, Spook said. It just didn't mean anything. Kelsier laughed. That's true pretty much all the time. I found you can ignore half of what Docs tells you and not miss much, except for maybe the occasional complaint that you're spending too much. Hey, Dachshund said. Once again, must I point out that someone has to be responsible? Honestly, the way you people go through boxings. Vin smiled. Even Dachshund's complaints seemed good-natured. Club sat quietly by the side wall, looking as curmudgeonly as ever, but Vin caught sight of a slight smile on his lips. Kelsier rose and opened another bottle of wine, refilling cups as he told the crew about the Ska army's preparations. Vin felt contented. As she sipped at her wine, she caught sight of the open doorway leading into the darkened workshop. She imagined, just for a moment, that she could see a figure out in the shadows. A frightened wisp of a girl, untrusting, suspicious. The girl's hair was ragged and short, and she wore a simple, untucked dirty shirt and a pair of brown trousers. Vin remembered that second night in Clubs' shop, when she had stood out in the dark workroom, watching the others share late-night conversation. Had she really been that girl? One who would hide in the cold darkness, watching the laughter and friendship with a hidden envy, but never daring to join it? Kelsier made some particularly witty comment, drawing laughter from the entire room. "You're right, Kelsier," Vin thought with a smile. "This is better." She wasn't like them yet. Not completely. 6 months couldn't silence Reen's whispers, and she couldn't see herself ever being as trusting as Kelsier was. But she could finally understand at least a little bit why he worked the way he did. "All right," Kelsier said, pulling over a chair and sitting on it the wrong way. "It looks like the army will be ready on schedule, and Marsh is in place. We need to get this plan moving." Vin, news from the ball. "House Tekiel is vulnerable," she said. "Its allies are scattering, and the vultures are moving in. Some whisper that debts and lost business will force the Tekiel to sell off their keep by the end of the month. There's no way they can afford to continue paying the Lord Ruler's keep tax, which effectively eliminates one entire great house from the city," Doxson said. "Most of the Tekiel nobility, including Mistings and Mistborn, will have to move to outer plantations to try and recoup losses." "Nice," Hem noted. "Any noble houses they could frighten out of the city would make seizing it that much easier." "That still leaves 9 great houses in the city," Breeze noted. "But they've started killing each other at night," Kelsier said. "That's only one step away from open war. I suspect we'll see an exodus start here pretty soon. Anyone who isn't willing to risk assassination to maintain dominance in Luthadel will leave town for a couple of years." "The strong houses don't seem very afraid, though," Vin said. "They're still throwing balls, anyway." "Oh, they'll keep doing that right up until the end," Kelsier said. "Balls make great excuses to meet with allies and keep an eye on enemies. House wars are primarily political, and so they demand political battlefields." Vin nodded. "Ham," Kelsier said, "we need to keep an eye on the Luthadel garrison. You're still planning to visit your soldier contacts tomorrow?" Ham nodded. "I can't promise anything, but I should be able to re-establish some connections. Give me a bit of time, and I'll find out what the military is up to." "Good," Kelsier said. "I'd like to go with him," Vin said. Kelsier paused. "With Ham?" Vin nodded. "I haven't trained with a thug yet. Ham could probably show me a few things." "You already know how to burn pewter," Kelsier said. "We've practiced that." "I know," Vin said. How could she explain? Ham had practiced with pewter exclusively. He was bound to be better at it than Kelsier. "Oh, stop pestering the child," Breeze said. "She's probably just tired of balls and parties. Let her go be a normal street urchin again for a bit." "Fine," Kelsier said, rolling his eyes. He poured himself another drink. "Breeze, how well could your soothers manage if you were gone for a little while?" Breeze shrugged. "I am, of course, the most effective member of the team. But I did train the others. They'll recruit effectively without me, especially now that stories about the survivor are getting so popular." "We need to talk about that, by the way, Kel," Doxson said, frowning. "I'm not sure if I like all this mysticism about you and the 11th medal." "We can discuss it later," Kelsier said. "Why ask about my men?" Breeze said. "Have you finally grown so jealous of my impeccable fashion sense that you've decided to have me disposed of?" "You might say that," Kelsier said. "I was thinking of sending you to replace Yeadon in a few months." "Replace Yeadon?" Breeze asked with surprise. "You mean for me to lead the army?" "Why not?" Kelsier asked. "You're great at giving orders." "From the background, my dear man," Breeze said. "I don't stand out in front. Why, I'd be a general. Do you have any idea how ludicrous that sounds?" "Just consider it," Kelsier said. Our recruitment should be mostly done by then, so you might be most effective if you were to go to the caves and let Eden come back to prepare his contacts here. Breeze frowned. I suppose. Regardless, Kelsier said, rising. I don't think I've had nearly enough wine. Spook. Be a good lad and run down to the cellar for another bottle. The boy nodded, and the conversation turned back to lighter topics. Vin settled back in her chair, feeling the warmth of the coal stove at the side of the room, content for the moment to simply enjoy the peace of not having to worry, fight, or plan. If only Reen could have known something like this, she thought, idly fingering her earring. Perhaps then, things would have been different for him. For us, Ham and Vin left the next day to visit the Luthadel garrison. After so many months of playing a noblewoman, Vin had thought that it would feel strange to wear street clothing again. Yet it really didn't. True, it was a bit different. She didn't have to worry about sitting properly or walking so that her dress didn't brush against dirty walls or floors. Yet the mundane clothing still felt natural to her. She wore a simple pair of brown trousers and a loose white shirt, tucked in at the waist, then overlaid by a leather vest. Her still lengthening hair was pulled up under a cap. Casual passers might think her a boy, though Hem didn't seem to think it mattered. And it really didn't. Vin had grown accustomed to having people study and evaluate her, but no one on the street even bothered to give her a glance. Shuffling skaa workers, unconcerned low noblemen, even high-placed skaa-like clubs, they all ignored her. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to be invisible, Vin thought. Fortunately, the old attitudes, looking down when she walked, stepping out of people's way, slouching to make herself inconspicuous, returned to her easily. Becoming Vin the street skaa felt as simple as remembering an old, familiar melody she used to hum. This really is just another disguise, Vin thought as she walked beside Ham. My makeup is a light coat of ash, carefully rubbed on my cheeks. My gown is a pair of trousers, rubbed to make them seem old and well used. Who, then, was she really? Vin the urchin? Valette the lady? Neither? Did any of her friends really know her? Did she even really know herself? Ah, I've missed this place, Hem said, walking happily beside her. Hem always seemed happy. She couldn't imagine him dissatisfied, despite what he'd said about his time leading the army. It's kind of strange, he said, turning to Vin. He didn't walk with the same careful air of despondence that Vin had cultivated. He didn't even seem to care that he stood out from other skaa. I probably shouldn't miss this place. I mean, Luthadel is the dirtiest, most crowded city in the final empire. But there's also something about it. Is this where your family lives? Vin asked. Hem shook his head. They live in a smaller city outside of town. My wife is a seamstress there. She tells people I'm in the Luthadel garrison. Don't you miss them? Of course I do, Hem said. It's hard. I only get to spend a few months at a time with them, but it's better this way. If I were to get killed on a job, the Inquisitors would have a tough time tracking my family. I haven't even told Kel which city they live in. You think the ministry would go to that much trouble? Vin asked. I mean, you'd already be dead. I'm a misting, Vin. That means that all of my descendants will have some noble blood. My children might turn out to be Allomancers, as might their children. No, when the Inquisitors kill a misting, they make certain to wipe out his children too. The only way to keep my family safe is to stay away from them. You could just not use your allomancy, Vin said. Hem shook his head. I don't know if I could do that. Because of the power? No, because of the money, Hem said frankly. Thugs, or pewter arms, as the nobility prefer to call them, are the most sought-after mistings. A competent thug can stand against a half-dozen regular men, and he can lift more, endure more, and move faster than any other hired muscle. Those things mean a lot when you have to keep your crews small. Mix a couple of coin shots with 5 or so thugs, and you've got yourself a small, mobile army. Men will pay a lot for protection like that. Vin nodded. I can see how the money would be tempting. It's more than tempting, Vin. My family doesn't have to live in pack skaa tenements, nor do they have to worry about starving. My wife only works to keep up appearances. They have a good life, for skaa. Once I have enough, we'll move away from the central dominance. There are places in the final empire that a lot of people don't know about. Places where a man with enough money can live the life of a nobleman. Places where you can stop worrying and just live. That sounds appealing. Ham nodded, turning and leading them down a larger thoroughfare toward the main city gates. I got the dream from Kel, actually. That's what he always said he wanted to do. I just hope I have more luck than he did. Vin frowned. Everyone says he was rich. Why didn't he leave? I don't know, Ham said. There was always another job, each one bigger than the last. I guess when you're a crew leader like him, the game can get addicting. Soon, money didn't even seem to matter to him. Eventually, he heard that the Lord Ruler was storing some incalculable secret in that hidden sanctum of his. If he and Mare had walked away before that job, but, well, they didn't. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't have been happy living lives where they didn't have to worry. The concept seemed to intrigue him, and Vin could see another of his questions working within his mind. I guess when you're a crew leader like him, the game can get addicting. Her earlier apprehensions returned. What would happen if Kelsier seized the imperial throne for himself? He couldn't possibly be as bad as the Lord Ruler, but she was reading more and more of the logbook. The Lord Ruler hadn't always been a tyrant. He'd been a good man once. A good man whose life had gone wrong. Kelsier's different, Vin told herself forcefully. He'll do the right thing. Still, she wondered. Ham might not understand, but Vin could see the enticement. Despite noble depravity, there was something intoxicating about high society. Vin was captivated by the beauty, the music, and the dancing. Her fascination wasn't the same as Kelsier's. She wasn't as interested in political games or even scams, but she could understand why he would have been reluctant to leave Luthhuddle behind. That reluctance had destroyed the old Kelsier, but it had produced something better. A more determined, less self-serving Kelsier. Hopefully. Of course, his plans before also cost him the woman he loved. Is that why he hates the nobility so much? Ham? She asked. Has Kelsier always hated the nobility? Ham nodded. It's worse now, though. He frightens me sometimes. It seems like he wants to kill all of them, no matter who they are. I'm concerned about him too, Ham said. This 11th metal business. It's almost like he's making himself out to be some kind of holy man. He paused, then he looked toward her. Don't worry too much. Breeze, Dox, and I have already talked about this. We're going to confront Kel. See if we can rein him in a bit. He means well, but he has a tendency to go a little overboard sometimes. Vin nodded. Ahead, the customary crowded lines of people waited for permission to pass through the city gates. She and Ham walked quietly past the solemn group, workers being sent out to the docks, men off to work one of the outer mills alongside the river or lake, lesser noblemen wishing to travel. All had to have a good reason to leave the city. The Lord Ruler strictly controlled travel inside his realm. Poor things, Vin thought as she passed a ragged band of children carrying pails and brushes, probably on duty to climb the wall and scrub mist-grown lichen off the parapets. Ahead, up near the gates, an official cursed and shoved a man out of the line. The skaa worker fell hard, but eventually picked himself back up and shuffled to the end of the line. It was likely that if he wasn't let out of the city, he wouldn't be able to do his day's work, and no work meant no food tokens for his family. Vin followed him past the gates, heading down a street parallel to the city wall, at the end of which Vin could see a large building complex. Vin had never studied the garrison headquarters before. Most crew members tended to stay a good distance away from it. However, as they approached, she was impressed by its defensive appearance. Large spikes were mounted on the wall that ran around the entire complex. The buildings within were bulky and fortified. Soldiers stood at the gates, eyeing passers-by with hostility. Vin paused. Ham, how are we going to get in there? Don't worry, he said, stopping beside her. I'm known to the garrison. Besides, it's not as bad as it looks. The garrison members just put on an intimidating face. As you can imagine, they aren't very well liked. Most of the soldiers in there are skaa men who have, in exchange for a better life, sold out to the Lord Ruler. Whenever there are skaa riots in a city, the local garrison is usually hit pretty hard by malcontents. Hence the fortifications. So, you know these men? Ham nodded. I'm not like Breeze or Vin. I can't put on faces and pretend. I'm just who I am. Those soldiers don't know I'm a misting, but they know I work in the underground. I've known many of these guys for years. They've consistently tried to recruit me. They generally have better luck getting people like me, who are already outside mainstream society, to join their ranks. But you're going to betray them, Vin said quietly, pulling Ham to the side of the road. Betray? He asked. No, it won't be a betrayal. Those men are mercenaries, Vin. They've been hired to fight, and they'll attack friends, even relatives, in a riot or rebellion. Soldiers learn to understand these kinds of things. We may be friends, but when it comes to fighting, none of us would hesitate to kill the others. Vin nodded slowly. Seemed harsh, but that's what life is. Harsh. That part of Reen's teaching wasn't a lie. Poor lads, Hem said, looking at the garrison. We could have used men like them. Before I left for the caves, I managed to recruit the few that I thought would be receptive. The rest, well, they picked their path. Like me, they're just trying to give their kids a better life. The difference is they're willing to work for him in order to do it. Hem turned back to her. All right. You wanted some tips on burning pewter? Vin nodded eagerly. The soldiers usually let me spar with them, Hem said. You can watch me fight burn bronze to see when I'm using allomancy. The first, most important thing you'll learn about pewter arming is when to use your metal. I've noticed that young allomancers tend to always flare their pewter, thinking that the stronger they are, the better. However, you don't always want to hit as hard as you can with each blow. Strength is a big part of fighting, but it's not the only part. If you always hit your hardest, you'll tire faster and you'll give your opponent information about your limitations. A smart man hits his hardest at the end of a battle, when his opponent is weakest. And, in an extended battle, like a war, the smart soldier is the one who survives the longest. He'll be the man who paces himself. Vin nodded. But, don't you tire slower when you're using allomancy? Yes, Hem said. In fact, a man with enough pewter can keep fighting at near-peak efficiency for hours. But pewter dragging like that takes practice, and you'll run out of metals eventually. When you do, the fatigue could kill you. Anyway, what I'm trying to explain is that it's usually best to vary your pewter burning. If you use more strength than you need, you could knock yourself off balance. Also, I've seen thugs who rely on their pewter so much that they disregard training and practice. Pewter enhances your physical abilities, but not your innate skill. If you don't know how to use a weapon, or if you aren't practiced at thinking quickly in a fight, you'll lose no matter how strong you are. I'll have to be extra careful with the garrison, since I don't want them to know I'm an allomancer. You'll be surprised at how often that's important. Watch how I use pewter. I won't just flare it for strength. If I stumble, I'll burn it to give me an instant sense of balance. When I dodge, I might burn it to help me duck out of the way a little faster. There are dozens of little tricks you can do if you know when to give yourself a boost. Vin nodded. Okay, Hem said. Let's go then. I'll tell the garrisoners that you're the daughter of a relative. You look young enough for your age that they won't even think twice. Watch me fight and we'll talk afterward. Vin nodded again, and the two of them approached the garrison. Hem waved to one of the guards. Hey Bevedin, I've got the day off. Is Certs around? He's here, Hem, Bevedin said. But I don't know that this is the best day for sparring. Hem raised an eyebrow. Oh. Bevedin shared a glance with one of the other soldiers. Go fetch the captain, he said to the man. A few moments later, a busy-looking soldier approached from a side building, waving as soon as he saw him. His uniform bore a few extra stripes of color and a few gold-colored bits of metal on the shoulder. Ham, the newcomer said, stepping through the gate. Certs, Hem said with a smile, clasping hands with the man. Captain now, eh? Happened last month, Certs said with a nod. He paused, then eyed Vin. She's my niece, Hem said. Good lass. Certs nodded. Could we speak alone for a moment, Hem? Hem shrugged and let himself get pulled to a more secluded place beside the complex gates. Vin's allomancy let her make out what they were saying. What did I ever do without tin? Look, Ham, Certs said. You won't be able to come spar for a while. The garrison is going to be occupied. Occupied? Ham asked. How? I can't say, Surt said. But, well, we could really use a soldier like you right now. Fighting? Yeah. Must be something serious if it's taking the attention of the entire garrison. Surt's grew quiet for a moment, and then he spoke again in a hushed tone, so quiet that Vin had to strain to hear. A rebellion, Surt's whispered. Right here in the central dominance. We just got word. An army of skaa rebels appeared and attacked the Holstep garrison to the north. Vin felt a sudden chill. What? Ham said. They must have come from the caves up there, the soldier said. Last word was that the Holstep fortifications are holding, but Ham, they're only 1,000 men strong. They need reinforcements desperately, and the Colossus will never get there in time. The Valtru garrison sent 5,000 soldiers, but we're not going to leave it to them. This is apparently a very big force of rebels, and the Lord Ruler gave us permission to go help. Ham nodded. So, what about it? Surtz asked. Real fighting, Ham. Real battle pay. We could really use a man of your skill. I'll make you an officer right off, give you your own squad. I'll have to think about it, Ham said. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions, and his surprise sounded suspicious to Vin. Surtz, however, didn't appear to notice. Don't take too long, Surtz said. We plan to march out in 2 hours. I'll do it, Ham said, sounding stunned. Let me go drop off my niece and get some things. I'll be back before you leave. Good man, Surtz said, and Vin could see him clap Ham on the shoulder. Our army is exposed, Vin thought in horror. They're not ready. They were supposed to take Luthhuddle quietly, quickly, not face the garrison straight out. Those men are going to get massacred. What happened? Chapter 25. No man dies by my hand or command except that I wish there had been another way. Still, I kill them. Sometimes, I wish that I weren't such a cursed realist. Kelsier tossed another water jug into his pack. Breeze, make a list of all the hideouts where you and I recruited. Go warn them that the ministry might soon have prisoners who could give them away. Breeze nodded, for once refraining from making any witty remarks. Behind him, apprentices scrambled through Clubs' shop, gathering and preparing the supplies that Kelsier had ordered. Docs, this shop should be secure unless they capture Yeadon. Keep all 3 of Clubs' tinies on watch. If there's trouble, head for the bolt lair. Doxson nodded in acknowledgement as he hurriedly gave orders to the apprentices. One had already left, bearing a warning to Renew. Kelsier thought that the mansion would be safe, only that one group of barges had left from Felice, and its men had thought that Renew wasn't in on the plan. Renew wouldn't pull out unless absolutely necessary. His disappearance would require removing both himself and Valette from their carefully prepared positions. Kelsier stuffed a handful of rations into his pack, then swung it onto his back. What about me, Kel? Ham asked. You're going back to the garrison, like you promised. That was clever thinking. We need an informant in there. Ham frowned apprehensively. I don't have time to deal with your nerves right now, Ham, Kelsier said. You don't have to scam. Just be yourself and listen. I won't turn against the garrison if I go with them, he said. I'll listen. But I'm not going to attack men who think I'm their ally. Fine, Kelsier said curtly. But I sincerely hope you can find a way not to kill any of our soldiers, either. Sazed. Yes, Master Kelsier? How much speed do you have stored up? Sazed flushed slightly, glancing at the numerous people scurrying around. Perhaps 2-3 hours. It is a very difficult attribute to collect. Not long enough, Kelsier said. I'll go alone. Dox is in charge until I get back. Kelsier spun, then paused. Vin stood behind him in the same trousers, cap, and shirt she had worn to the garrison. She had a pack like his slung over her shoulder, and she looked up at him defiantly. This is going to be a difficult trip, Vin, he said. You've never done anything like this before. That's fine. Kelsier nodded. He pulled his trunk out from beneath the table, then opened it and poured Vin a small pouch of pewter beads. She accepted it without comment. Swallow 5 of those beads. 5. For now, Kelsier said. If you need to take some more, call to me so we can stop running. Running? the girl asked. We're not taking a canal boat? Kelsier frowned. Why would we need a boat? Vin glanced down at the pouch, then grabbed a cup of water and began to swallow beads. Make sure you have enough water in that pack, Kelsier said. Take as much as you can carry. He left her, walking over to lay a hand on Dockson's shoulder. It's about 3 hours before sunset. If we push hard, we can be there by noon tomorrow. Dockson nodded. That might be early enough. Maybe, Kelsier thought. The Veltru garrison is only 3 days' march from Holstep. Even riding all night, a messenger couldn't have gotten to Luthadel in under 2 days. By the time I get to the army, Dockson could obviously read the worry in Kelsier's eyes. Either way, the army is useless to us now, he said. I know, Kelsier said. This is just about saving those men's lives. I'll get word to you as soon as I can. Dockson nodded. Kelsier turned, flaring his pewter. His pack suddenly became as light as if it had been empty. Burn your pewter, Vin. We're leaving. She nodded, and Kelsier felt a pulsing come from her. Flare it, he ordered, pulling 2 mist cloaks from his trunk and tossing one to her. He put on the other, then walked forward, throwing open the back door to the kitchen. The red sun was bright overhead. Frantic crew members paused for a moment, turning to watch as Kelsier and Vin left the building. The girl hurried forward to walk at Kelsier's side. Ham told me that I should learn to use pewter only when I need it. He said it's better to be subtle. Kelsier turned to face the girl. This is not a time for subtlety. Stay close to me, try to keep up, and make absolutely certain you don't run out of pewter. Vin nodded, suddenly looking a bit apprehensive. All right, Kelsier said, taking a deep breath. Let's go. Kelsier took off down the alleyway in a superhuman dash. Vin jumped into motion, following him out of the alley and onto the street. Pewter was a blazing fire within her. Flared as it was, she would probably go through all 5 beads in barely an hour. The street was busy with skaa workers and noble carriages. Kelsier ignored the traffic, bolting out into the very center of the street, maintaining his ridiculous speed. Vin followed, growing increasingly worried about what she had gotten herself into. I can't let him go alone, she thought. Of course, the last time she'd forced Kelsier to take her with him, she'd ended up half dead in a sickbed for a month. Kelsier wove between carriages, brushing past pedestrians, charging down the street as if it were meant only for him. Vin followed as best as she could, the ground a blur beneath her feet, people passing too quickly to see their faces. Some of them called out after her, their voices annoyed. A couple of these, however, choked off immediately, falling silent. The cloaks, Vin thought. That's why we're wearing them, that's why we always wear them. Noblemen who see the mist cloaks will know to stay out of our way. Kelsier turned, running directly toward the northern city gates. Vin followed. Kelsier didn't slow as he approached the gates, and the lines of people began to point. Checkpoint guards turned with surprised faces. Kelsier jumped. One of the armored guards crumpled to the ground with a cry, smashed down by Kelsier's Allomantic weight as the crew leader passed overhead. Vin took a breath, dropped a coin to give herself a bit of lift, and jumped. She easily cleared a second guard, who looked up with surprise as his companion squirmed on the ground. Vin pushed against the soldier's armor, throwing herself higher into the air. The man staggered but stayed on his feet. Vin was nowhere near as heavy as Kelsier. She shot over the wall, hearing cries of surprise from the soldiers on top of it. She could only hope that nobody recognized her. It wasn't likely. Though her cap flew free as she soared through the air, those who were familiar with Valette the court-going lady would probably never connect her to a Mistborn in dirty trousers. Vin's cloak whipped angrily in the passing air. Kelsier completed his arc before her and began to descend, and Vin soon followed. Felt very strange to use allomancy in the sunlight. Unnatural, even. Vin made the mistake of looking down as she fell. Instead of comfortable swirling mists, she saw the ground far below. So high, Vin thought with horror. Fortunately, she wasn't too disoriented to push against the coin Kelsier had used to land. She slowed her descent to a manageable level before thumping against the ashen earth. Kelsier immediately took off down the highway. Vin followed him, ignoring merchants and travelers. Now that they were out of the city, she had thought Kelsier might slow down. He didn't. He sped up. And suddenly she understood. Kelsier didn't intend to walk or even jog to the caves. He planned to dash all the way there. It was a 2-week trip by canal. How long would it take them? They were moving fast, horribly fast. Slower than a galloping horse, certainly, but surely a horse couldn't maintain such a gallop for very long. Vin didn't feel fatigue as she ran. She relied on the pewter, only passing a little of the strain onto her body. She could barely feel her footsteps hitting the ground beneath her, and with such a large reserve of pewter, she felt that she could maintain the speed for a decent length of time. She caught up to Kelsier, falling into place beside him. "This is easier than I thought it would be." "Pewter enhances your balance," Kelsier said. "Otherwise you'd be tripping over yourself right now. What do you think we'll find? At the caves, I mean." Kelsier shook his head. "No use talking. Save your strength." "But I'm not feeling weary at all." "We'll see what you say in 16 hours, Kelsier said, speeding up even more as they turned off the highway, running onto the wide towpath beside the Luthdav Canal. 16 hours. Vin fell behind Kelsier slightly, giving herself plenty of space to run. Kelsier increased their speed until they were going at a maddening pace. He was right. In any other context, she would have quickly missed her step on the uneven road. Yet, with pewter and tin guiding her, she managed to stay on her feet, though doing so required increasing attention as the evening grew dark and the mists came out. Occasionally, Kelsier threw down a coin and launched himself from one hilltop to another. However, he mostly kept them running at an even pace, sticking to the canal. Hours passed, and Vin began to feel the fatigue that he had implied would come. She maintained her speed, but she could feel something underneath it, a resistance within, a longing to stop and rest. Despite pewter's power, her body was running out of strength. She made certain to never let her pewter run low. She feared that if it ever went out, the fatigue would come upon her so powerfully that she wouldn't be able to get started again. Kelsier also ordered her to drink a ridiculous amount of water, though she wasn't that thirsty. The night grew dark and silent, no travelers daring to brave the mists. They passed canal boats and barges tied up for the night, as well as the occasional camp of canalmen, their tents huddled closely against the mists. Twice they saw mistwraiths on the road, the first one giving Vin a terrible start. Kelsier just passed it by, completely ignoring the terrible, translucent remnants of the people and animals who had been ingested, their bones now forming the mistwraith's own skeleton. Still he kept running. Time became a blur, and the running came to dominate all that Vin was and did. Moving demanded so much attention that she could barely even focus on Kelsier ahead of her in the mists. She kept putting one foot ahead of the other, her body remaining strong, yet at the same time feeling terribly exhausted. Every step, quick though it was, became a chore. She began to yearn for rest. Kelsier didn't give it to her. He kept running, forcing her on, maintaining the incredible speed. Vin's world became a timeless thing of forced pain and burgeoning enervation. They slowed occasionally to drink water or swallow more pewter beads, but she never stopped running. It was like she couldn't stop. Vin let the exhaustion overwhelm her mind. Flared pewter was everything. She was nothing else. Light surprised her. The sun began to rise, the mists vanishing. But Kelsier didn't let the illumination stop them. How could he? They had to run. They had to keep running. "I'm going to die." It wasn't the first time the thought had occurred to Vin during the run. In fact, the idea kept circling in her mind, picking at her brain like a carrion bird. She kept moving, running. "I hate running," she thought. "That's why I've always lived in a city, not out on the countryside. So I wouldn't have to run." Something within her knew that the thought didn't make any kind of sense. However, lucidity was not currently one of her virtues. "I hate Kelsier too. He just keeps on going. How long has it been since the sun rose? Minutes? Hours? Weeks? Years? I swear I don't think." Kelsier slowed to a stop on the road ahead of her. Vin was so stunned that she nearly collided with him. She stumbled, slowing herself maladroitly, as if she had forgotten how to do anything other than run. She stopped, then stared down at her feet, dumbfounded. This is wrong, she thought. I can't just stand here. I have to be moving. She felt herself begin to move again, but Kelsier grabbed her. She struggled in his grip, resisting weakly. Rest, something within her said. Relax. You've forgotten what that is. But it's so nice. Vin, Kelsier said. Don't extinguish your pewter. Keep burning it or you'll fall unconscious. Vin shook her head, disoriented, trying to make out his words. Tin, he said. Flare it. Now. She did so. Her head blazed with a sudden headache that she had almost forgotten, and she had to close her eyes against the blinding sunlight. Her legs ached, and her feet felt even worse. The sudden wash of senses restored her sanity, however, and she blinked, looking up at Kelsier. Better? He asked. She nodded. You've just done something incredibly unfair to your body, Kelsier said. It should have shut down hours ago, but you have pewter to make it keep going. You'll recover, you'll even get better at pushing yourself like this, but right now you just have to keep burning the pewter and stay awake. We can sleep later. Vin nodded again. Why? Her voice croaked as she spoke. Why did we stop? Listen. She did. She heard voices, yelling. She looked up at him. A battle? Kelsier nodded. The city of Holstep is about an hour more to the north, but I think we've found what we came for. Come on. He released her, dropping a coin and jumping over the canal. Vin followed, following him as he rushed up a nearby hill. Kelsier crested it, peeking over the top. Then he stood up, staring at something to the east. Vin crested the hill and easily saw the battle, such as it was, in the distance. A shift in the wind brought scents to her nose. Blood. The valley beyond was speckled with corpses. Men still fought on the far side of the valley. A small, ragged group in unmatched clothing was surrounded by a much larger, uniformed army. We're too late, Kelsier said. Our men must have finished off the Holstep garrison, then tried to march back to the caves. But Valtru City is only a few days away, and its garrison is 5,000 strong. Those soldiers got here before we did. Squinting, using tin despite the light, Vin could see that he was right. The larger army wore imperial uniforms, and if the line of corpses was any indication, it had ambushed the skaa soldiers as it passed. Their army didn't have a chance. As she watched, the skaa began to throw up their hands, but the soldiers just kept on killing them. Some of the remaining peasants fought desperately, but they were falling almost as quickly. It's a slaughter, Kelsier said angrily. The Valtru garrison must have orders to wipe out the entire group. He stepped forward. Kelsier, Vin said, grabbing his arm. What are you doing? He turned back to her. There are still men down there. My men. What are you going to do? Attack an entire army by yourself. For what purpose? Your rebels don't have allomancy. They won't be able to run away on swift feet and escape. You can't stop an entire army, Kelsier. He shook himself free of her grip. She didn't have the strength to hold on. She stumbled, falling to the rough black dirt, throwing up a puff of ash. Kelsier began to stalk down the hill toward the battlefield. Vin climbed to her knees. Kelsier, she said, shaking quietly with fatigue. We aren't invincible, remember? He paused. You're not invincible, she whispered. You can't stop them all. You can't save those men. Kelsier stood quietly, his fists clenched. Then slowly he bowed his head. In the distance, the massacre continued, though there weren't many rebels left. The caves, Vin whispered. Our force would have left men behind, right? Maybe they can tell us why the army exposed itself. Maybe you can save the ones who stayed behind. The Lord Ruler's men will certainly search out the army's headquarters, if they aren't trying already. Kelsier nodded. All right, let's go. Kelsier dropped down into the cavern. He had to flare tin to see anything in the deep darkness, lit only by a bit of reflected sunlight from far above. Vin's scraping in the crack above sounded thunderous to his over-enhanced ears. In the cavern itself, nothing. No sound, no light. So she was wrong, Kelsier thought. No one stayed behind. Kelsier breathed out slowly, trying to find an outlet for his frustration and anger. He'd abandoned the men on the battlefield. He shook his head, ignoring what logic told him at the moment. His anger was still too fresh. Vin dropped to the ground beside him, her figure no more than a shadow to his straining eyes. "Empty," he declared, his voice echoing hollowly in the cavern. "You were wrong." "No," Vin whispered. "There." Suddenly, she was off, scrambling across the floor with a cat-like litheness. Kelsier called after her in the darkness, gritted his teeth, then followed her by sound down one of the corridors. "Vin, get back here." "There's nothing." Kelsier paused. He could just barely make out a flicker of light ahead of him in the corridor. Bloody hell! How did she see it from so far away? He could still hear Vin ahead of him. Kelsier made his way more carefully, checking his metal reserves, worried about a trap left by Ministry agents. As he drew nearer to the light, a voice called out ahead. "Who's there? Say the password." Kelsier continued walking, the light growing bright enough for him to see a spear, holding figure backlit in the corridor ahead. Vin waited in the darkness, crouching. She looked up questioningly as Kelsier passed. She seemed to have gotten over the drain of the pewter drag, for the moment. When they finally stopped to rest, however, she'd feel it. "I can hear you," the guard said anxiously. His voice sounded slightly familiar. "Identify yourself." "Captain Demu," Kelsier realized. "One of ours. It's not a trap." "Say the password," Demu commanded. "I need no password," Kelsier said, stepping into the light. Demu lowered his spear. "Lord Kelsier, you've come. Does that mean the army succeeded?" Kelsier ignored the question. "Why aren't you guarding the entrance back there?" "We thought it would be more defensible to retreat to the inner complex, my lord. There aren't a lot of us left." Kelsier glanced back toward the entrance corridor. "How long until the Lord Ruler's men find a captive willing to talk?" Vin was right after all. "We need to get these men to safety." Vin stood and approached, studying the young soldier with those quiet eyes of hers. "How many of you are there?" "About 2,000, Demu said. "We were wrong, my lord." "I'm sorry." Kelsier looked back at him. "Wrong. We thought that General Yeadon was acting rashly," Demu said, blushing in shame. "We stayed behind. We thought we were being loyal to you rather than him. But we should have gone with the rest of the army." "The army is dead," Kelsier said curtly. "Gather your men, Demu. We need to leave now." That night, sitting on a tree stump with the mists gathering around him, Kelsier finally forced himself to confront the day's events. He sat with his hands clasped before him, listening to the last, faint sounds of the army's men bedding down. Fortunately, someone had thought to prepare the group for quick departure. Each man had a bedroll, a weapon, and enough food for 2 weeks. As soon as Kelsier discovered who had been so foresight, he intended to give the man a hefty promotion. Not that there was much to command anymore. The remaining 2,000 men included a depressingly large number of soldiers who were past or before their prime, men wise enough to see that Yeadon's plan had been insane, or men young enough to be frightened. Kelsier shook his head. So many dead. They'd gathered nearly 7,000 troops before this fiasco, but now most of them lay dead. Yeadon had apparently decided to test the army by striking at night against the Holstep garrison. What had led him to such a foolish decision? Me, Kelsier thought. This is my fault. He'd promised them supernatural aid. He'd set himself up, had made Yeadon a part of the crew, and had talked so casually about doing the impossible. Was it any wonder that Yeadon had thought he could attack the final empire head-on, considering the confidence Kelsier had given him? Was it any wonder the soldiers would go with the man, considering the promises Kelsier had made? Now men were dead, and Kelsier was responsible. Death wasn't new to him. Neither was failure, not anymore. But he couldn't get over the twisting in his gut. True, the men had died fighting the final empire, which was as good a death as any skaa could hope for. However, the fact that they'd likely died expecting some sort of divine protection from Kelsier, that was disturbing. You knew this would be hard, he told himself. You understood the burden you were taking upon yourself. But what right had he? Even members of his own crew, Ham, Breeze, and the others, assumed that the final empire was invincible. They followed because of their faith in Kelsier, and because he had couched his plans in the form of a thieving job. Well, now that Job's patron was dead, a scout sent to check the battlefield had, for better or worse, been able to confirm Yeadon's death. The soldiers had put his head on a spear beside the road, along with several of Ham's officers. The job was dead. They had failed. The army was gone. There would be no rebellion, no seizing of the city. Footsteps approached. Kelsier looked up, wondering if he even had the strength to stand. Vin lay curled up beside his stump, asleep on the hard ground, only her mist cloak for a cushion. Their extended pewter drag had taken a lot out of the girl, and she had collapsed virtually the moment Kelsier had called a halt for the night. He wished he could do the same. However, he was far more experienced with pewter dragging than she was. His body would give out eventually, but he could keep going for a bit longer. A figure appeared from the mists, hobbling in Kelsier's direction. The man was old, older than any that Kelsier had recruited. He must have been part of the rebellion from earlier, one of the skaa who had been living in the caves before Kelsier hijacked them. The man chose a large stone beside Kelsier's stump, sitting with a sigh. It was amazing that one so old had even been able to keep up. Kelsier had moved the group at a fast pace, seeking to distance them as much as possible from the cave complex. "The men will sleep fitfully," the old man said. "They aren't accustomed to being out in the mists." "They don't have much choice," Kelsier said. The old man shook his head. "I suppose they don't." He sat for a moment, aged eyes unreadable. "You don't recognize me, do you?" Kelsier paused, then shook his head. "I'm sorry. Did I recruit you?" "After a fashion. I was one of the skaa at Lord Tresting's plantation." Kelsier opened his mouth slightly in surprise, finally recognizing a slight familiarity to the man's bald head and tired, yet somehow strong posture. "The old man I sat with that night. Your name was Menace. After you killed Tresting, we retreated up to the caves, where the rebels there took us in. A lot of the others left eventually, off to find other plantations to join. Some of us stayed." Kelsier nodded. "You're behind this, aren't you?" he said, gesturing toward the camp. "The preparations?" Menace shrugged. "Some of us can't fight, so we do other things." Kelsier leaned forward. "What happened, Menace? Why did Yeadon do this?" Menace just shook his head. "Though most expect young men to be fools, I've noticed that just a little bit of age can make a man far more foolish than he was as a child. Yeadon, well, he was the type who was too easily impressed, both by you and by the reputation you left for him. Some of his generals thought it might be a good idea to give the men some practical battle experience, and they figured a night raid on the Holstep garrison would be a clever move. Apparently, it was more difficult than they assumed." Kelsier shook his head. "Even if they'd been successful, exposing the army would have made it useless to us." "They believed in you," Menace said quietly. "They thought that they couldn't fail." Kelsier sighed, resting his head back, staring up into the shifting mists. He slowly let his breath exhale, its air mingling with the currents overhead. "So what becomes of us?" Menace asked. "We'll split you up," Kelsier said. "Get you back into Luthedel in small groups. Lose you among the skaa population." Menace nodded. He seemed tired, exhausted, yet he didn't retire. Kelsier could understand that feeling. "Do you remember our conversation back on Tresting's plantation?" Menace asked. "A bit," Kelsier said. "You tried to dissuade me from making trouble. But it didn't stop you. Troublemaking is just about the only thing I'm good at, Menace. Do you resent what I did there, what I forced you to become?" Menace paused, then nodded. "But, in a way, I'm thankful for that resentment. I believed that my life was over. I awoke each day expecting that I wouldn't have the strength to rise. But, well, I found purpose again in the caves. For that, I'm grateful. Even after what I did to the army?" Menace snorted. "Don't think quite so highly of yourself, young man. Those soldiers got themselves killed. You might have been their motivation, but you didn't make the choice for them. Regardless, This isn't the first skaa rebellion to get slaughtered. Not by far. In a way, you've accomplished a lot. You gathered an army of considerable size, and then you armed and trained it beyond what anyone had a right to expect. Things went a little more quickly than you anticipated, but you should be proud of yourself. Proud? Kelsier asked, standing to work off some of his agitation. This army was supposed to help overthrow the final empire, not get itself killed fighting a meaningless battle in a valley weeks outside of Luthadel. Overthrow the... Menace looked up, frowning. You really expected to do something like that? Of course, Kelsier said. Why else would I gather an army like this? To resist, Menace said. To fight. That's why those lads came to the caves. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. It was a matter of doing something, anything, to struggle against the Lord Ruler. Kelsier turned, frowning. You expected the army to lose from the beginning? What other end was there? Menace asked. He stood, shaking his head. Some may have begun to dream otherwise, lad, but the Lord Ruler can't be defeated. Once I gave you some advice. I told you to be careful which battles you chose to fight. Well, I've realized that this battle was worth fighting. Now, let me give you another piece of advice. Kelsier, survivor of Hathsin. Know when to quit. You've done well, better than any would have expected. Those skaa of yours killed an entire garrison's worth of soldiers before they were caught and destroyed. This is the greatest victory the skaa have known in decades, perhaps centuries. Now it's time to walk away. With that, the old man nodded his head in respect, then began to shuffle back toward the center of the camp. Kelsier stood, dumbfounded. The greatest victory the skaa have known in decades. That was what he fought against. Not just the Lord Ruler, not just the nobility. He fought against 1,000 years of conditioning, 1,000 years of life in a society that would label the deaths of 5,000 men as a great victory. Life was so hopeless for the skaa that they'd been reduced to finding comfort in expected defeats. That wasn't a victory, Menace, Kelsier whispered. I'll show you a victory. He forced himself to smile, not out of pleasure and not out of satisfaction. He smiled despite the grief he felt at the deaths of his men. He smiled because that was what he did. That was how he proved to the Lord Ruler and to himself that he wasn't beaten. No, he wasn't going to walk away. He wasn't finished yet. Not by far. The end of Part 3. Part 4. Dancers in a Sea of Mist. Chapter 26. I am growing so very tired. Vin lay in her bed at Clubs's shop, feeling her head throb. Fortunately, the headache was growing weaker. She could still remember walking up on that first horrible morning. The pain had been so strong she'd barely been able to think, let alone move. She didn't know how Kelsier had kept going, leading the remnants of their army to a safe location. That had been over 2 weeks ago. 15 full days, and her head still hurt. Kelsier said it was good for her. He claimed that she needed to practice pewter dragging, training her body to function beyond what it thought possible. Despite what he said, however, she doubted something that hurt so much could possibly be good for her. Of course, it might well be a useful skill to have. She could acknowledge this, now that her head wasn't pounding quite so much. She and Kelsier had been able to run to the battlefield in under a single day. The return trip had taken 2 weeks. Vin rose, stretching tiredly. They'd been back for less than a day, in fact. Kelsier had probably stayed up half the night explaining events to the other crew members. Vin, however, had been happy to go straight to bed. The nights spent sleeping on the hard earth had reminded her that a comfortable bed was a luxury she'd started to take for granted. She yawned, rubbed her temples again, then threw on a robe and made her way to the bathroom. She was pleased to see that Clubs's apprentices had remembered to draw her a bath. She locked the door, disrobed, and settled into the warm, lightly scented bathwater. Had she ever really found those scents obnoxious? The smell would make her less inconspicuous, true, but that seemed a slim price for ridding herself of the dirt and grime she'd picked up while traveling. She still found longer hair an annoyance, however. She washed it, combing out the tangles and knots, wondering how the court women could stand hair that went all the way down their backs. How long must they spend combing and primping beneath a servant's care? Vin's hair hadn't even reached her shoulders yet, and she was already loath to let it get longer. It would fly about and whip her face when she jumped, not to mention provide her foes with something to grab onto. Once finished bathing, she returned to her room, dressed in something practical, and made her way downstairs. Apprentices bustled in the workroom and housekeepers worked upstairs, but the kitchen was quiet. Clubs, Dachshund, Ham, and Breeze sat at the morning meal. They looked up as Vin entered. "What?" Vin asked grumpily, pausing in the doorway. The bath had soothed her headache somewhat, but it still pulsed slightly in the back of her head. The four men exchanged glances. Ham spoke first. "We were just discussing the status of the plan, now that both our employer and our army are gone." Breeze raised an eyebrow. "Status? That's an interesting way of putting it, Hammond. I would have said unfeasibility instead." Clubs grunted his assent, and the four turned to her, apparently waiting to see her reaction. "Why do they care so much what I think?" she thought, walking into the room and taking a chair. "You want something to eat?" Dachshund said, rising. "Clubs's housekeepers fixed some bay wraps for us too." "Ale," Vin said. Dachshund paused. "It's not even noon." "Ale. Now, please." She leaned forward, folding her arms on the table and resting her head on them. Ham had the nerve to chuckle. "Pewter drag." Vin nodded. "It'll pass," he said. "If I don't die first," Vin grumbled. Ham chuckled again, but the levity seemed forced. Dox handed her a mug, then sat, glancing at the others. "So, Vin, what do you think?" "I don't know," she said with a sigh. The army was pretty much the center of everything, right? Breeze, Ham, and Yeadon spent all their time recruiting. Dachshund and Renew worked on supplies. Now that the soldiers are gone, well, that only leaves Marsh's work with the ministry and Kel's attacks on the nobility, and neither are things he needs us for. The crew is redundant. The room fell silent. "She has a depressingly blunt way of putting it," Dachshund said. "Pewter drag will do that to you," Ham noted. "When did you get back, anyway?" Vin asked. "Last night after you were asleep," Ham said. "The garrison sent us part-time soldiers back early, so they wouldn't have to pay us." "They're still out there, then?" Dachshund asked. Ham nodded. "Hunting down the rest of our army." The Luthhuddle garrison relieved the Valtru troops, who were actually pretty beat up from the fighting. The majority of the Luthhuddle troops should be out for a long while yet, searching for rebels. Apparently, several very large groups broke off of our main army and fled before the battle started. The conversation lulled into another period of silence. Vin sipped at her ale, drinking it more out of spite than any belief that it would make her feel better. A few minutes later, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Kelsier swept into the kitchen. "Good morning, all," he said with customary cheerfulness. "Bay wraps again, I see. Clubs, you really need to hire more imaginative housemaids." Despite the comment, he grabbed a cylindrical bay wrap and took a large bite, then smiled pleasantly as he poured himself something to drink. The crew remained quiet. The men exchanged glances. Kelsier remained standing, leaning back against the cupboard as he ate. "Kel, we need to talk," Dachshund finally said. "The army is gone." "Yes," Kelsier said between bites. "I noticed." "The job is dead, Kelsier," Breeze said. "It was a good try, but we failed." Kelsier paused. He frowned, lowering his bay wrap. "Failed? What makes you say that?" "The army is gone, Kel," Hem said. "The army was only one piece of our plans. We've had a setback, true, but we're hardly finished." "Oh, for the Lord's sake, man," Breeze said. "How can you stand there so cheerfully? Our men are dead. Don't you even care?" "I care, Breeze," Kelsier said in a solemn voice. "But what is done is done. We need to move on." "Exactly," Breeze said. "Move on from this insane job of yours. It's time to quit. I know you don't like that, but it's the simple truth." Kelsier set his plate on the counter. "Don't soothe me, Breeze. Never soothe me." Breeze paused, mouth open slightly. "Fine," he finally said. "I won't use allomancy. I'll just use truth." Do you know what I think? I think you never intended to grab that Asham. You've been using us. You promised us wealth so we join you, but you never had any intention of making us rich. This is all about your ego. It's about becoming the most famous crew leader that ever lived. That's why you're spreading all these rumors, doing all this recruitment. You've known wealth, now you want to become a legend. Breeze fell quiet, eyes hard. Kelsier stood with his arms folded, regarding the crew. Several glanced aside, shamed eyes proving that they had considered what Breeze was saying. Vin was one of those. The silence persisted, all of them waiting for a rebuttal. Footsteps sounded on the stairs again, and Spook burst into the kitchen. Willing the care and upping to see. A gathering in the Fountain Square. Kelsier didn't look surprised by the boy's announcement. A gathering in the Fountain Square? Ham said slowly. That means? Come on, Kelsier said, standing up straight. We're going to watch. I'd rather not do this, Kel, Ham said. I avoid these things for a reason. Kelsier ignored him. He walked at the head of the crew, who all, even Breeze, wore mundane skaa clothing and cloaks. A light ashfall had begun, and careless flakes floated down from the sky, like leaves dropped from some unseen tree. Large clusters of skaa clogged the street, most of them workers from factories or mills. Vin knew of only one reason why the workers would be released and sent to gather in the city's central square. Executions. She'd never gone to them before. Supposedly, all the men in the city, skaa or noble, were required to attend execution ceremonies, but thieving crews knew how to remain hidden. Bells rang in the distance, announcing the event, and obligators watched at the sides of the streets. They would go into mills, forges, and random houses searching for those who disobeyed the call, meting out death as a punishment. Gathering this many people was an enormous undertaking, but, in a way, doing things like this simply worked to prove how powerful the Lord Ruler was. The streets grew even more crowded as Vin's crew approached the Fountain Square. Building roofs were packed, and people filled the streets, pressing forward. There's no way they'll all fit. Luthadel wasn't like most other cities. Its population was enormous. Even with only the men in attendance, there was no way everyone would have a view of the executions. Yet they came anyway, partially because they were required, partially because they wouldn't have to work while they watched, and partially, Vin suspected, because they had the same morbid curiosity that all men possessed. As the crowds grew thicker, Kelsier, Dachshund, and Ham began to shove the crew a path through the onlookers. Some of the skaa gave the crew looks of resentment, though many were just dull-eyed and compliant. Some appeared surprised, even excited, when they saw Kelsier, though his scars were not showing. These people moved aside eagerly. Eventually, the crew reached the outer row of buildings surrounding the square. Kelsier picked one, nodding toward it, and Dachshund moved forward. A man at the doorway tried to bar his entrance, but Dox pointed toward the roof, then hefted his coin pouch suggestively. A few minutes later, the crew had the entire rooftop to themselves. "Smoke us please, clubs," Kelsier said quietly. The gnarled craftsman nodded, making the crew invisible to Allomantic bronze senses. Vin walked over and crouched beside the roof's lip, hands on the short stone railing as she scanned the square down below. "So many people. You've lived in cities all your life, Vin," Hem said, standing next to her. "Surely you've seen crowds before." Yes, but how could she explain? The shifting, overpacked mass was unlike anything she'd seen. It was expansive, almost endless, its trails filling every street leading away from the central square. The skaa were packed so closely, she wondered how they even had room to breathe. The noblemen were at the center of the square, separated from the skaa by soldiers. They were close to the central fountain patio, which stood about 5 feet above the rest of the square. Someone had constructed seating for the nobility, and they lounged, as if they were visiting some show or horse race. Many had servants holding up parasols against the ash, but it was falling lightly enough that some just ignored it. Standing beside the noblemen were the obligators, regular ones in gray, inquisitors in black. Vin shivered. There were 8 inquisitors, their lanky forms standing ahead above the obligators. But It wasn't just height that separated the dark creatures from their cousins. There was an air, a distinctive posture about the Steel Inquisitors. Vin turned, studying the regular obligators instead. Most of them held themselves proudly in their administrative robes. The higher their position, the finer the robes. Vin squinted, burning tin, and recognized a moderately familiar face. "There," she said, pointing. "That one's my father." Kelsier perked up. "Where?" "At the front of the obligators," Vin said. "The shorter one with the golden robe scarf." Kelsier fell silent. "That's your father?" he finally asked. "Who?" Doxson asked, squinting. "I can't make out their faces." "Tavidian," Kelsier said. "The Lord Prelon?" Doxson asked with shock. "What?" Vin asked. "Who's that?" Breeze chuckled. "The Lord Prelon is the leader of the ministry, my dear. He's the most important of the Lord Ruler's obligators. Technically, he's even higher ranked than the Inquisitors." Vin sat, dumbfounded. "The Lord Prelon," Doxson mumbled, shaking his head. "This just keeps getting better." "Look," Spook suddenly said, pointing. The crowd of skaa began to shuffle. Vin had assumed that they were too packed to move, but apparently she was wrong. The people began to pull back, making a large corridor leading to the central platform. What could make them? Then she felt it. The oppressive numbness, like a massive blanket pressing down, choking away her air, stealing her will. She immediately burned copper. Yet, like before, she swore that she could feel the Lord Ruler's soothing despite the metal. She sensed him coming closer, trying to make her lose all will, all desire, all strength of emotion. "He's coming?" Spook whispered, crouching down beside her. A black carriage drawn by a pair of massive white stallions appeared down a side street. It rolled down the corridor of skaa, moving with a sense of inevitability. Vin saw several people get clipped by its passing, and suspected that if a man were to fall into the carriage's path, the vehicle wouldn't even slow as it crushed him to death. The skaa sagged a bit more as the Lord Ruler arrived, a visible ripple washing across the crowd, their postures drooping as they felt his powerful soothing. The background roar of whispers and chatting dampened, an unreal silence falling over the enormous square. "He's so powerful," Breeze said. "Even at my best, I can only soothe a couple hundred men. There have to be tens of thousands of people here." Spook looked over the rim of the rooftop. "It makes me want to fall, to just let go." Then he paused. He shook his head, as if walking up. Vin frowned. Something felt different. Tentatively, she extinguished her copper, and realized that she could no longer feel the Lord Ruler's soothing. The feeling of awful depression, of soullessness and emptiness, had strangely disappeared. Spook looked up, and the rest of the crew members stood just a little straighter. Vin glanced around. The skaa below looked unchanged. Yet her friends, her eyes found Kelsier. The crew leader stood straight-backed, staring resolutely at the approaching carriage, a look of concentration on his face. "He's rioting our emotions," Vin realized. "He's counteracting the Lord Ruler's power." It was obviously a struggle for Kelsier to protect even their small group. Breeze is right, Vin thought. How can we fight something like this? The Lord Ruler is soothing 100,000 people at once. But Kelsier fought on. Just in case, Vin turned on her copper. Then she burned zinc and reached out to help Kelsier, rioting the emotions of those around her. It felt like she was pulling against some massive, immobile wall. Yet, it must have helped, for Kelsier relaxed slightly, shooting her a grateful look. "Look," Doxson said, probably unaware of the unseen battle that occurred around him. "The prisoner carts." He pointed toward a set of 10 large, bar-lined carts traveling down the corridor behind the Lord Ruler. "Do you recognize anyone in them?" Hem said, leaning forward. "I'm not of the seeing," Spook said, looking uncomfortable. "Uncle, you really the burn, right?" "Yes, my copper is on," Clubs said testily. "You're safe. We're far enough away from the Lord Ruler that it wouldn't matter anyway. That plaza is enormous." Spook nodded, then obviously began burning tin. A moment later he shook his head, nodding of the recognizing anyone. You weren't there for a lot of the recruiting, though, Spook, Hem said, squinting. True, Spook replied. Though his accent remained, he was obviously making an effort to speak normally. Kelsier stepped up to the ledge, holding a hand up to shade his eyes. I can see the prisoners. No, I don't recognize any of the faces. They aren't captive soldiers. Who then? Hem asked. Mostly women and children, it appears, Kelsier said. The families of the soldiers? Hem asked, horrified. Kelsier shook his head. I doubt it. They wouldn't have taken the time to identify dead skaa. Hem frowned, looking confused. Random people, Hammond, Breeze said with a quiet sigh. Examples: casual executions made in order to punish the skaa for harboring rebels. No, not even that, Kelsier said. I doubt the Lord Ruler even knows or cares that most of those men were recruited from Luthhuddle. He probably just assumes that it was another countryside rebellion. This is just a way of reminding everyone who is in control. The Lord Ruler's carriage rolled up a platform onto the central patio. The ominous vehicle pulled to a stop in the exact center of the square, but the Lord Ruler himself remained inside. The prisoner carts pulled to a stop, and a group of obligators and soldiers began to unload them. Black ash continued to fall as the first group of prisoners, most struggling only weakly, were dragged up onto the raised central platform. An inquisitor directed the work, gesturing for prisoners to be gathered beside each of the platforms for bowl-like fountains. For prisoners were forced to their knees, one beside each running fountain, and 4 inquisitors raised obsidian axes. 4 axes fell and 4 heads were sheared free. The bodies, still held by soldiers, were allowed to spurt their last lifeblood into the fountain basins. The fountains began to glisten red as they sprayed into the air. The soldiers tossed the bodies aside, then brought 4 more people forward. Spook looked away sickly. Why doesn't Kelsier do something? To saving them, I mean, don't be foolish, Vin said. There are 8 inquisitors down there, not to mention the Lord Ruler himself. Kelsier would be an idiot to try something. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he considered it, she thought, remembering when Kelsier had been ready to rush down and take on an entire army by himself. She glanced to the side. Kelsier looked like he was forcibly holding himself back, white-knuckled hands gripping the chimney beside him, to keep himself from rushing down to stop the executions. Spook stumbled over to another part of the rooftop where he could retch without spilling bile onto the people below. Hem groaned slightly, and even Clubs looked saddened. Doxson watched solemnly, as if witnessing the deaths were some sort of vigil. Breeze just shook his head. Kelsier was angry, his face red, his muscles tense, his eyes ablaze. For more deaths, one of them a child. This, Kelsier said, angrily waving his hand toward the central square. This is our enemy. There is no quarter here, no walking away. This is no simple job, to be thrown aside when we encounter a few unexpected twists. For more deaths. Look at them, Kelsier demanded, pointing at the bleachers full of nobility. Most of them appeared bored, and a few even seemed to be enjoying themselves, turning and joking with one another as the beheadings continued. I know you question me, Kelsier said, turning to the crew. You think that I've been too hard on the nobility, think that I relish killing them too much. But can you honestly see those men laughing and tell me that they don't deserve to die by my blade? I only bring them justice. For more deaths. Vin searched the bleachers with urgent, tin-enhanced eyes. She found Elend sitting amid a group of younger men. None of them were laughing, and they weren't the only ones. True, many of the nobility made light of the experience, but there were some small minority who looked horrified. Kelsier continued. Breeze, you asked about the Asham. I'll be honest. It was never my main goal. I gathered this crew because I wanted to change things. We'll grab the Asham, we'll need it to support a new government. But this job isn't about making me or any of you wealthy. Eden is dead. He was our excuse, a way that we could do something good while still pretending to just be thieves. Now that he's gone, you can give up if you want. Quit. But that won't change anything. The struggle will go on. Men will still die. You'll just be ignoring it. For more deaths. It's time to stop the charade, Kelsier said, staring at them each in turn. If we're going to do this now, we have to be upfront and honest with ourselves. We have to admit that it isn't about money. It's about stopping that. He pointed at the courtyard with its red fountains, a visible sign of death for the thousands of skaa too far away to even tell what was happening. I intend to continue my fight, Kelsier said quietly. I realize that some of you question my leadership. You think I've been building myself up too much with the skaa. You whisper that I'm making myself into another Lord Ruler. You think that my ego is more important to me than overthrowing the Empire. He paused, and Vin saw guilt in the eyes of Doxson and the others. Spook rejoined the group, still looking a bit sick. For more deaths. You're wrong, Kelsier said quietly. You have to trust me. You gave me your confidence when we began this plan, despite how dangerous things seemed. I still need that confidence. No matter how things appear, no matter how terrible the odds, we have to keep fighting. For more deaths. The crew slowly turned toward Kelsier. Resisting the Lord Rulers pushing on their emotions didn't seem like half as much a struggle for Kelsier anymore, though Vin had let her zinc lapse. Maybe he can do it, Vin thought despite herself. If there was ever a man who could defeat the Lord Ruler, it would be Kelsier. I didn't choose you men because of your competence, Kelsier said. Though you are certainly skilled, I chose each of you specifically because I knew you to be men of conscience. Ham, Breeze, Dox, Clubs. You are men with reputations for honesty, even charity. I knew that if I were going to succeed at this plan, I would need men who actually cared. No, Breeze, this isn't about boxings or about glory. This is about war. A war we have been fighting for 1,000 years. A war I intend to end. You may go if you wish. You know I'll let any of you out, no questions asked, no repercussions exacted if you wish to go. However, he said, eyes growing hard. If you stay, you have to promise to stop questioning my authority. You can voice concerns about the job itself, but there will be no more whispered conferences about my leadership. If you stay, you follow me. Understood. One by one, he locked eyes with the crew members. Each one gave him a nod. I don't think we ever really questioned you, Kel, Doxson said. We just were worried, and I think rightly so. The army was a big part of our plans. Kelsier nodded to the north, toward the main city gates. What do you see up in the distance, Dox? The city gates? And what is different about them recently? Doxson shrugged. Nothing unusual. They're a bit understaffed. But why? Kelsier interjected. Why are they understaffed? Doxson paused. Because the garrison is gone? Exactly, Kelsier said. Ham says that the garrison could be out chasing remnants of our army for months, and only about 10% of its men stayed behind. That makes sense. Stopping rebels is the sort of thing the garrison was created to do. Luthhuddle might be exposed, but no one ever attacks Luthhuddle. No one ever has. A quiet understanding passed between the members of the crew. Part 1 of our plan to take the city has been accomplished, Kelsier said. We got the garrison out of Luthhuddle. Cost us far more than we expected. Far more than it should have. I wish to the forgotten gods that those boys hadn't died. Unfortunately, we can't change that now. We can only use the opening they gave us. The plan is still in motion. The main peacekeeping force in the city is gone. If a house war starts in earnest, the Lord Ruler will have a difficult time stopping it. Assuming he wants to. For some reason, he tends to step back and let the nobility fight each other every 100 years or so. Perhaps he finds that letting them at each other's throats keeps them away from his own. But what if the garrison comes back? Ham asked. If I'm right, Kelsier said, the Lord Ruler will let them chase stragglers from our army for several months, giving the nobility a chance to blow off a little steam. Except he's going to get a lot more than he expected. When that house war starts, we're going to use the chaos to seize the palace. With what army, my dear man? Breeze said. We still have some troops left, Kelsier said. Plus, we have time to recruit more. We'll have to be careful. We can't use the caves, so we'll have to hide our troops in the city. That will probably mean smaller numbers. However, that won't be an issue. You see, that garrison is going to return eventually. The members of the group shared a look as the executions proceeded below. Vin sat quietly, trying to decide what Kelsier meant by that statement. Exactly, Kel, Hem said slowly. The garrison will return, and we won't have a big enough army to fight them. But we will have the Lord Ruler's treasury, Kelsier said, smiling. What is it you always say about those garrisoners, Hem? The thug paused, then smiled too. That they're mercenaries. We seize the Lord Ruler's money, Kelsier said. And it means we get his army too. This can still work, gentlemen. We can make it work. The crew seemed to grow more confident. Vin, however, turned her eyes back toward the square. The fountains ran so red that they seemed completely filled with blood. Over it all, the Lord Ruler watched from within his jet-black carriage. The windows were open, and, with tin, Vin could just barely see a silhouetted figure sitting within. That's our real foe, she thought. Not the missing garrison, not the inquisitors with their axes. That man, the one from the logbook. We'll have to find a way to defeat him, otherwise everything else we do will be pointless. Chapter 27. I think I've finally discovered why Rashek resents me so very much. He does not believe that an outsider such as myself, a foreigner, could possibly be the hero of ages. He believes that I have somehow tricked the philosophers, that I wear the piercings of the hero unjustly. According to Rashek, only a terraceman of pure blood should have been chosen as the hero. Oddly, I find myself even more determined because of his hatred. I must prove to him that I can perform this task. It was a subdued group that returned to Clubs's shop that evening. The executions had stretched for hours. There had been no denunciations, no explanations by the ministry or the Lord Ruler, just execution after execution after execution. Once the captives were gone, the Lord Ruler and his obligators had ridden away, leaving a pile of corpses on the platform and bloodied water running in the fountains. As Kelsier's crew returned to the kitchen, Vin realized that her headache no longer bothered her. Her pain now seemed insignificant. The bay wraps remained on the table, thoughtfully covered by one of the housemaids. No one reached for them. All right, Kelsier said, taking his customary place leaning against the cupboard. Let's plan this out. How should we proceed? Dachshund recovered a stack of papers from the side of the room as he walked over to seat himself. With the garrison gone, our main focus becomes the nobility. Indeed, Breeze said. If we truly intend to seize the treasury with only a few thousand soldiers, then we're certainly going to need something to distract the palace guard and keep the nobility from taking the city away from us. The house war, therefore, becomes of paramount importance. Kelsier nodded. My thoughts exactly. But what happens when the house war is over? Vin said. Some houses will come out on top, and then we'll have to deal with them. Kelsier shook his head. I don't intend for the house war to ever end, Vin, or at least not for a long while. The Lord Ruler makes dictates, and the ministry polices his followers, but the nobility are the ones who actually force the skaa to work. So, if we bring down enough noble houses, the government may just collapse on its own. We can't fight the entire final empire as a whole. It's too big. But we might be able to shatter it, then make the pieces fight each other. We need to put financial strain on the great houses, Dachshund said, flipping through his papers. The aristocracy is primarily a financial institution, and lack of funds will bring any house down. Breeze, we might need to use some of your aliases, Kelsier said. So far, I've really been the only one in the crew working on the house war. But if we're going to make this city snap before the garrison returns, we'll need to step up our efforts. Breeze sighed. Very well. We'll just have to be very careful to make certain no one accidentally recognizes me as someone I shouldn't be. I can't go to parties or functions, but I can probably do solitary house visits. Same for you, Docs, Kelsier said. I figured as much, Dachshund said. It will be dangerous for both of you, Kelsier said, but speed will be essential. Vin will remain our main spy, and we'll probably want her to start spreading some bad information. Anything to make the nobility uncertain. Ham nodded. We should probably focus our attentions on the top, then. Indeed, Breeze said. If we can make the most powerful houses look vulnerable, then their enemies will be quick to strike. Only after the powerful houses are gone will people realize that they were the ones really supporting the economy. The room fell quiet for a second, then several heads turned toward Vin. What? She asked. They're talking about House Venture, Vin, Doxson said. It's the most powerful of the great houses. Breeze nodded. If Venture falls, the entire final empire would feel the tremors. Vin sat quietly for a moment. They're not all bad people, she finally said. Perhaps, Kelsier said. But Lord Straff Venture certainly is, and his family sits at the very head of the final empire. House Venture needs to go, and you already have an in with one of its most important members. I thought you wanted me to stay away from Eland, she thought with annoyance. Just keep your ears open, child, Breeze said. See if you can get the lad to talk about his house's finances. Find us a bit of leverage and we'll do the rest. Just like the games Eland hates so much. However, the executions were still fresh in her mind. That sort of thing had to be stopped. Besides, even Eland said he didn't like his father or his house very much. Maybe she could find something. I'll see what I can do, she said. A knock came at the front door, answered by one of the apprentices. A few moments later, Sayzed, clad in a skaa cloak to hide his features, entered the kitchen. Kelsier checked the clock. You're early, Sayzed. I try to make it a habit, Master Kelsier, the terraceman replied. Doxson raised an eyebrow. That's a habit someone else could afford to pick up. Kelsier snorted. If you're always on time, it implies that you never have anything better you should be doing. Sayzed, how are the men? As good as can be expected, Master Kelsier, Sayzed replied. But they can't hide in the Renew warehouses forever. I know, Kelsier said. Doxham, I'll need you to work on this problem. There are 2,000 men left from our army. I want you to get them into Luthhuddle. Doxson nodded thoughtfully. We'll find a way. You want us to keep training them? Ham asked. Kelsier nodded. Then we'll have to hide them in squads, he said. We don't have the resources to train men individually. Say, a couple hundred men per team, hidden in slums near one another. Make sure none of the teams know about the others, Doxson said. Or even that we still intend to strike at the palace. With that many men in town, there's a chance some of them will eventually get taken by the obligators for one reason or another. Kelsier nodded. Tell each group that it's the only one that didn't get disbanded, and that it's being retained just in case it's needed at some point in the future. You also said that recruitment needed to be continued, Hem said. Kelsier nodded. I'd like at least twice as many troops before we try and pull this off. That's going to be tough, Hem said, considering our army's failure. What failure? Kelsier asked. Tell them the truth, that our army successfully neutralized the garrison. Though most of them died doing it, Hem said. We can gloss over that part, Breeze said. The people will be angry at the executions. That should make them more willing to listen to us. Gathering more troops is going to be your main task over the next few months. Ham, Kelsier said. That's not much time, Hem said. But I'll see what I can do. Good, Kelsier said. Sayzed, did the note come? It did, Master Kelsier, Sayzed said, pulling a letter from beneath his cloak and handing it to Kelsier. And what would that be? Breeze asked curiously. A message from Marsh, Kelsier said, opening the letter and scanning its contents. He's in the city, and he has news. What news? Ham asked. He doesn't say, Kelsier said, grabbing a bay wrap. But he gave instructions on where to meet him tonight. He walked over, picking up a regular skaa cloak. I'm going to go scout the location before it gets dark. Coming, Vin? She nodded, standing. The rest of you keep working on the plan, Kelsier said. In 2 months' time, I want this city to be so tense that when it finally breaks, even the Lord Ruler won't be able to hold it together. There's something you're not telling us, isn't there? Vin said, looking away from the window, turning toward Kelsier. A part of the plan. Kelsier glanced over at her in the darkness. Marsh's chosen meeting place was an abandoned building within the Twists, one of the most impoverished skaa slums. Kelsier had located a second abandoned building across from the one they would meet in, and he and Vin waited on the top floor, watching the street for signs of marsh. "Why do you ask me that?" Kelsier finally said. "Because of the Lord Ruler," Vin said, picking at the rotting wood of her windowsill. "I felt his power today. I don't think the others could sense it, not like a Mistborn can. But I know you must have." She looked up again, meeting Kelsier's eyes. "You're still planning to get him out of the city before we try to take the palace, right?" "Don't worry about the Lord Ruler," Kelsier said. "The 11th metal will take care of him." Vin frowned. Outside, the sun was setting in a fiery blaze of frustration. The mists would come soon, and supposedly Marsh would arrive a short time later. The 11th metal, she thought, remembering the skepticism with which the other crew members regarded it. "Is it real?" Vin asked. "The 11th metal? Of course it is. I showed it to you, remember?" "That's not what I mean," she said. "Are the legends real? Are you lying?" Kelsier turned toward her, frowning slightly. Then he smirked. "You're a very blunt girl, Vin." "I know." Kelsier's smile deepened. "The answer is no. I'm not lying. The legends are real, though it took some time for me to find them." "And that bit of metal you showed us really is the 11th metal?" "I think so," Kelsier said. "But you don't know how to use it." Kelsier paused, then shook his head. "No, I don't." "That's not very comforting." Kelsier shrugged, turning to look out the window. "Even if I don't discover the secret in time, I doubt the Lord Ruler will be as big a problem as you think. He's a powerful Allomancer, but he doesn't know everything. If he did, we'd be dead right now. He's not omnipotent either. If he were, he wouldn't have needed to execute all of those skaa to try and frighten the city into submission. I don't know what he is, but I think he's more like a man than he is a god. The words in that logbook, they're the words of a regular person. His real power comes from his armies and his wealth. If we remove them, he won't be able to do anything to stop his empire from collapsing." Vin frowned. "He might not be a god, but he's something, Kelsier, something different. Today, when he was in the square, I could feel his touch on my emotions even when I was burning copper." "That's not possible, Vin," Kelsier said with a shake of his head. "If it were, Inquisitors would be able to sense allomancy even when there was a smoker nearby. If that were the case, don't you think they'd hunt down all of the skaa mistings and kill them?" Vin shrugged. "You know the Lord Ruler is strong," Kelsier said, "and you feel like you should still be able to sense him. So you do." Maybe he's right, she thought, picking off another bit of the windowsill. He's been an Allomancer for far longer than I have, after all. But I felt something, didn't I? And the Inquisitor that nearly killed me. Somehow he found me in the darkness and rain. He must have sensed something. She let the matter drop, however. The 11th metal. Couldn't we just try it and see what it does? "It's not that simple," Kelsier said. "You remember how I told you never to burn a metal that wasn't one of the 10? Vin nodded. "Burning another metal can be deadly," Kelsier said. "Even getting the wrong mixture in an alloy metal can make you sick. If I'm wrong about the 11th metal, it will kill you," Vin said quietly. Kelsier nodded. "So you're not quite as certain as you pretend," she decided. "Otherwise, you'd have tried it by now." "That's what you want to find in the logbook," Vin said. "A clue about how to use the 11th metal." Kelsier nodded. "I'm afraid we weren't very lucky in that respect. So far, the logbook hasn't even mentioned allomancy. Though it does talk about Feruchimi," Vin said. Kelsier eyed her as he stood by his window, one shoulder leaning against the wall. "So Say's told you about that?" Vin glanced down. "I kind of forced him to." Kelsier chuckled. "I wonder what I've unleashed upon the world by teaching you allomancy. Of course, my trainer said the same thing about me. He was right to worry." "Of course he was." Vin smiled. Outside, the sunlight was nearly gone, and diaphanous patches of mist were beginning to form in the air. They hung like ghosts, slowly growing larger, extending their influence as night approached. "Say's didn't have time to tell me much about Feruchimi," Vin said carefully. "What kind of things can it do?" She waited in trepidation, assuming that Kelsier would see through her lie. Feruchemy is completely internal, Kelsier said in an offhand voice. It can provide some of the same things we get from pewter and tin, strength, endurance, eyesight, but each attribute has to be stored separately. Can enhance a lot of other things too, things that allomancy can't do. Memory, physical speed, clarity of thought, even some strange things like physical weight or physical age can be altered by Feruchemy. So, it's more powerful than allomancy? Vin said. Kelsier shrugged. Feruchemy doesn't have any external powers. It can't push and pull emotions, nor can it steel push or iron pull. And the biggest limitation to Feruchemy is that you have to store up all of its abilities by drawing them from your own body. Want to be twice as strong for a time? Well, you have to spend several hours being weak to store up the strength. If you want to store up the ability to heal quickly, you have to spend a great deal of time feeling sick. In allomancy, the metals themselves are our fuel. We can generally keep going as long as we have enough metal to burn. In Feruchemy, the metals are just storage devices. Your own body is the real fuel. So, you just steal someone else's storage metals, right? Vin said. Kelsier shook his head. Doesn't work. Feruchemists can only access metal stores they themselves created. Oh, Kelsier nodded. So no, I wouldn't say that Feruchemy is more powerful than allomancy. They both have advantages and limitations. For instance, an allomancer can only flare a metal so high, and so his maximum strength is bounded. Feruchemists don't have that kind of limitation. If a Feruchemist had enough strength stored up to be twice as strong as normal for an hour, he could choose instead to be 3 times as strong for a shorter period of time, or even for 5 or 6 times as strong for even shorter periods. Vin frowned. That sounds like a pretty big advantage. True, Kelsier said, reaching inside of his cloak and pulling out a vial containing several beads of asham. But we have this. It doesn't matter if a Feruchemist is as strong as 5 men or as strong as 50 men. If I know what he's going to do next, I'll beat him. Vin nodded. Here, Kelsier said, unstopping the vial and pulling out one of the beads. He took out another vial, this one filled with the normal alcohol solution, and dropped the bead in it. Take one of these. You might need it. Tonight? Vin asked, accepting the vial. Kelsier nodded. But it's just marsh. It might be, he said. Then again, maybe the obligators caught him and forced him to write that letter. Maybe they're following him, or maybe they've since captured him and have tortured him to find out about the meeting. Marsh is in a very dangerous place. Think about trying to do the same thing you're doing at those balls, except exchange all the noblemen for obligators and inquisitors. Vin shivered. I guess you have a point, she said, tucking away the bead of asham. You know, something must be wrong with me. I barely even stop to think how much this stuff is worth anymore. Kelsier didn't respond immediately. I have trouble forgetting how much it's worth, he said quietly. Vin trailed off, glancing down at his hands. He usually wore long-sleeved shirts and gloves now. His reputation was making it dangerous for his identifying scars to be visible in public. Vin knew they were there, however, like thousands of tiny white scratches, layered one over the other. Anyway, Kelsier said, you're right about the logbook. I had hoped that it would mention the 11th metal, but allomancy isn't even mentioned in reference to Feruchemy. The two powers are similar in many respects. You'd think that he would compare them. Maybe he worried that someone would read the book and didn't want to give away that he was an allomancer. Kelsier nodded. Maybe. It's also possible that he hadn't snapped yet. Whatever happened in those terrace mountains changed him from hero to tyrant. Maybe it also awakened his powers. We won't know, I guess, until Sayce finishes his translation. Is he close? Kelsier nodded. Just a bit left. The important bit, hopefully. I feel a little frustrated with the text so far. The Lord Ruler hasn't even told us what he is supposed to accomplish in those mountains. He claims that he's doing something to protect the entire world, but that might just be his ego coming through. He didn't seem very egotistical in the text to me, Vin thought. Kind of the opposite, actually. Regardless, Kelsier said, we'll know more once the last few sections are translated. It was growing dark outside, and Vin had to turn up her tin to see properly. The street outside her window grew visible, adopting the strange mixture of shadow and luminance that was the result of tin-enhanced vision. She knew it was dark logically, yet she could still see. Not as she did in regular light, everything was muted, but it was sight nonetheless. Kelsier checked his pocket watch. "How long?" Vin asked. "Another half hour," Kelsier said. "Assuming he's on time, and I doubt he will be. He is my brother, after all." Vin nodded, shifting so that she leaned with arms crossed across the broken windowsill. Though it was a very small thing, she felt a comfort in having the Asham Kelsier had given her. She paused. Thinking of Asham reminded her of something important. Something she'd been bothered by on several occasions. "You never taught me the 9th metal," she accused, turning. Kelsier shrugged. "I told you that it wasn't very important." "Still, what is it? Some alloy of Asham, I assume?" Kelsier shook his head. "No, the last 2 metals don't follow the same pattern as the basic 8. The 9th metal is gold." "Gold?" Vin asked. "That's it? I could have tried it a long time ago on my own." Kelsier chuckled. "Assuming you wanted to. Burning gold is a somewhat uncomfortable experience." Vin narrowed her eyes, then turned to look back out the window. "We'll see," she thought. "You're going to try it anyway, aren't you?" Kelsier said, smiling. Vin didn't respond. Kelsier sighed, reaching into his sash and pulling out a golden boxing and a file. "You should probably get one of these," he said, holding up the file. "However, if you collect a metal yourself, burn just a tiny bit first to make certain that it's pure or alloyed correctly." "If it isn't?" Vin asked. "You'll know," Kelsier promised, beginning to file away at the coin. "Remember that headache you had from pewter dragging?" "Yes. Bad metal is worse," Kelsier said. "Far worse. Buy your metals when you can. In every city you'll find a small group of merchants who provide powdered metals to allomancers. Those merchants have a vested interest in making certain that all of their metals are pure. A grumpy Mistborn with a headache isn't exactly the kind of slighted customer one wants to deal with." Kelsier finished filing, then collected a few flakes of gold on a small square of cloth. He stuck one on his finger, then swallowed it. "This is good," he said, handing her the cloth. "Go ahead. Just remember, burning the 9th metal is a strange experience." Vin nodded, suddenly feeling a bit apprehensive. "You'll never know if you don't try it for yourself," she thought, then dumped the dust-like flakes into her mouth. She washed them down with a bit of water from her flask. A new metal reserve appeared within her, unfamiliar and different from the 9 she knew. She looked up at Kelsier, took a breath, and burned gold. She was in 2 places at once. She could see herself and she could see herself. One of her was a strange woman, changed and transformed from the girl she had always been. That girl had been careful and cautious, a girl who would never burn an unfamiliar metal based solely on the word of one man. This woman was foolish. She had forgotten many of the things that had let her survive so long. She drank from cups prepared by others. She fraternized with strangers. She didn't keep track of the people around her. She was still far more careful than most people, but she had lost so much. The other her was something she had always secretly loathed. A child, really. Thin to the point of scrawniness. She was lonely, hateful, and untrusting. She loved no one, and no one loved her. She always told herself, quietly, that she didn't care. Was there something worth living for? There had to be. Life couldn't be as pathetic as it seemed. Yet it had to be. There wasn't anything else. Vin was both. She stood in 2 places, moving both bodies, being both girl and woman. She reached out with hesitant, uncertain hands, one each, and touched herself on the faces, one each. Vin gasped, and it was gone. She felt a sudden rush of emotions, a sense of worthlessness and confusion. There were no chairs in the room, so she simply squatted to the ground, sitting with her back to the wall, knees pulled up, arms wrapped around them. Kelsier walked over, squatting down to lay a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right." "What was that?" she whispered. "Gold and Asham are complements, like the other metal pairs," Kelsier said. "Asham lets you see, marginally, into the future. Gold works in a similar way, but it lets you see into the past." Or, at least, it gives you a glimpse of another version of yourself had things been different in the past. Vin shivered. The experience of being both people at once, of seeing herself twice over, had been disturbingly eerie. Her body still shook, and her mind didn't feel right anymore. Fortunately, the sensation seemed to be fading. "Remind me to listen to you in the future," she said. "Or, at least, when you talk about allomancy." Kelsier chuckled. "I tried to put it out of your mind for as long as possible. But you had to try it sometime. You'll get over it." Vin nodded. "It's almost gone already. But it wasn't just a vision, Kelsier. It was real. I could touch her, the other me." "It may feel that way," Kelsier said. "But she wasn't here. I couldn't see her, at least. It's a hallucination." "Asham visions aren't just hallucinations," Vin said. "The shadows really do show what people will do." "True," Kelsier said. "I don't know. Gold is strange, Vin. I don't think anybody understands it. My trainer, Gemmel, said that a gold shadow was a person who didn't exist, but could have. A person you might have become had you not made certain choices. Of course, Gemmel was a bit screwy, so I'm not sure how much I'd believe of what he said." Vin nodded. However, it was unlikely that she'd find out more about gold anytime soon. She didn't intend to ever burn it again, if she could help it. She continued to sit, letting her emotions recover for a while, and Kelsier moved back over by the window. Eventually, he perked up. "He's here?" Vin asked, crawling to her feet. Kelsier nodded. "You want to stay here and rest some more?" Vin shook her head. "All right, then," he said, placing his pocket watch, file, and other metals on the windowsill. "Let's go." They didn't go out the window. Kelsier wanted to maintain a low profile, though this section of the twists was so deserted that Vin wasn't sure why he bothered. They left the building via a set of untrustworthy stairs, then crossed the street in silence. The building Marsh had chosen was even more run down than the one Vin and Kelsier had been sitting in. The front door was gone, though Vin could see remnants of it in the splintered refuse on the floor. The room inside smelled of dust and soot, and she had to stifle a sneeze. A figure standing on the far side of the room spun at the sound. "Kel? It's me," Kelsier said. "And Vin." As Vin drew closer, she could see Marsh squinting in the darkness. It was odd to watch him, feeling like she was in plain sight, yet knowing that to him she and Kelsier were nothing more than shadows. The far wall of the building had collapsed, and mist floated freely in the room, nearly as dense as it was outside. "You have ministry tattoos," Vin said, staring at Marsh. "Of course," Marsh said, his voice as stern as ever. "I had them put on before I met up with the caravan. I had to have them to play the part of an acolyte. They weren't extensive. He was playing a low-ranked obligator, but the pattern was unmistakable. Dark lines, rimming the eyes, running outward like crawling cracks of lightning. There was one single line, much thicker, and in bright red, running down the side of his face. Vin recognized the pattern. These were the lines of an obligator who belonged to the Canton of Inquisition. Marsh hadn't just infiltrated the ministry. He'd chosen the most dangerous section of it to infiltrate. "But you'll always have them," Vin said. "They're so distinctive everywhere you go. You'll be known as either an obligator or a fraud." "That was part of the price he paid to infiltrate the ministry, Vin," Kelsier said quietly. "It doesn't matter," Marsh said. "I didn't have much of a life before this anyway. Look, can we hurry? I'm expected to be somewhere soon. Obligators lead busy lives, and I only have a few minutes leeway." "All right," Kelsier said. "I assume your infiltration went well then?" "It went fine," Marsh said tersely. "Too well, actually. I think I might have distinguished myself from the group. I assumed that I would be at a disadvantage, since I didn't have the same 5 years of training that the other acolytes did. I made certain to answer questions as thoroughly as possible, and to perform my duties with precision. However, I apparently know more about the ministry than even some of its members do. I'm certainly more competent than this batch of newcomers, and the Prelans have noticed that." Kelsier chuckled. "You always were an overachiever." Marsh snorted quietly. Anyway, my knowledge, not to mention my skill as a seeker, has already earned me an outstanding reputation. I'm not sure how closely I want the Prelans paying attention to me. That background we devised begins to sound a bit flimsy when an inquisitor is grilling you. Vin frowned. You told them that you're a misting? Of course I did, Marsh said. The ministry, particularly the Canton of Inquisition, recruits nobleman seekers diligently. The fact that I'm one is enough to keep them from asking too many questions about my background. They're happy enough to have me, despite the fact that I'm a fair bit older than most acolytes. Besides, Kelsier said, he needed to tell them he was a misting so that he could get into the more secretive ministry sections. Most of the higher-ranking obligators are mistings of one sort or another. They tend to favor their own kind. With good reason, Marsh said, speaking quickly. Kel, the ministry is far more competent than we assumed. What do you mean? They make use of their mistings, Marsh said. Good use of them. They have bases throughout the city, soothing stations, as they call them. Each one contains a couple of ministry soothers whose only duty is to extend a dampening influence around them, calming and depressing the emotions of everyone in the area. Kelsier hissed quietly. How many? Dozens, Marsh said. Concentrated in skaa sections of the city. They know that the skaa are beaten, but they want to make sure things stay that way. Bloody hell, Kelsier said. I always thought that the skaa inside Luthhuddle seemed more beaten down than others. No wonder we had so much trouble recruiting. The people's emotions are under a constant soothing. Marsh nodded. The ministry soothers are good, Kel, very good. Even better than Breeze. All they do is soothe all day, every day. And, since they're not trying to get you to do anything specific, instead just keeping you from extreme emotional ranges, they're very hard to notice. Each team has a smoker to keep them hidden, as well as a seeker to watch for passing Allomancers. I'll bet this is where the Inquisitors get a lot of their leads. Most of our people are smart enough not to burn when they know that there's an obligator in the area, but they're more lax in the slums. Can you get us a list of the stations? Kelsier asked. We need to know where those seekers are, Marsh. Marsh nodded. I'll try. I'm on my way to a station right now. They always do personnel changes at night to maintain their secret. The upper ranks have taken an interest in me, and they're letting me visit some stations to become familiar with their work. I'll see if I can get a list for you. Kelsier nodded in the darkness. Just don't be stupid with the information, all right? Marsh said. We have to be careful, Kel. The ministry has kept these stations secret for quite some time. Now that we know about them, we have a serious advantage. Don't waste it. I won't, Kelsier promised. What about the Inquisitors? Did you find anything out about them? Marsh stood quietly for a moment. They're strange, Kel. I don't know. They seem to have all of the Allomantic powers, so I assume that they were once Mistborn. I can't find out much else about them, though I do know that they age. Really? Kelsier said with interest. So, they're not immortal? No, Marsh said. The obligators say that Inquisitors change occasionally. The creatures are very long-lived, but they do eventually die of old age. New ones must be recruited from nobleman ranks. They're people, Kel. They've just been changed. Kelsier nodded. If they can die of old age, then there's probably other ways to kill them too. That's what I think, Marsh said. I'll see what I can find, but don't get your hopes up. The Inquisitors don't have many dealings with normal obligators. There's political tension between the two groups. The Lord Prelon leads the church, but the Inquisitors think that they should be in charge. Interesting, Kelsier said slowly. Vin could practically hear his mind working on the new information. Anyway, I should go, Marsh said. I had to jog all the way here, and I'm going to be late getting to my appointment anyway. Kelsier nodded, and Marsh began to move away, picking his way over the rubble in his dark obligator's robe. Marsh, Kelsier said as Marsh reached the doorway. Marsh turned. Thank you, Kelsier said. I can only guess how dangerous this is. I'm not doing this for you, Kel, Marsh said. But I appreciate the sentiment. I'll try and send you another missive once I have more information. Be careful, Kelsier said. Marsh vanished out into the misty night. Kelsier stood in the fallen room for a few minutes, staring after his brother. He wasn't lying about that either, Vin thought. He really does care for Marsh. "Let's go," Kelsier said. "We should get you back to Mansion Renew. House Legal is throwing another party in a few days, and you'll need to be there." Chapter 28. Sometimes my companions claim that I worry and question too much. However, while I may wonder about my stature as the hero, there is one thing that I have never questioned: the ultimate good of our quest. The deepness must be destroyed. I have seen it and I have felt it. This name we give it is too weak a word, I think. Yes, it is deep and unfathomable, but it is also terrible. Many do not realize that it is sentient, but I have sensed its mind, such that it is, the few times I have confronted it directly. It is a thing of destruction, madness, and corruption. It would destroy this world not out of spite or out of animosity, but simply because that is what it does. Keep Legal's ballroom was shaped like the inside of a pyramid. The dance floor was set on a waist-high platform at the very center of the room, and the dining table sat on 4 similar platforms surrounding it. Servants scuttled through the trenches running between the platforms, delivering food to the dining aristocrats. 4 tiers of balconies ran along the inside perimeter of the pyramidal room, each one a little closer to the point at the top, each one extending just a little bit more over the dance floor. Though the main room was well lit, the balconies themselves were shadowed by their overhangs. The design was intended to allow proper viewing of the keep's most distinctive artistic feature: the small stained glass windows that lined each balcony. Legal noblemen bragged that while other keeps had larger windows, Keep Legal had the most detailed ones. Vin had to admit that they were impressive. She'd seen so many stained glass windows over the last few months that she was beginning to take them for granted. Keep Legal's windows, however, put most of them to shame. Each of these was an extravagant, detailed marvel of resplendent color. Exotic animals pranced, distant landscapes enticed, and portraits of famous noblemen sat proudly. There were also, of course, the requisite pictures dedicated to the Ascension. Vin could recognize these more easily now, and she was surprised to see references to things she had read in the logbook. The hills of emerald green, the steep mountains with faint wave-like lines coming from the tips, a deep, dark lake, and blackness, the deepness, a chaotic thing of destruction. He defeated it, Vin thought. But what was it? Perhaps the end of the logbook would reveal more. Vin shook her head, leaving the alcove and its black window behind. She strolled along the second balcony, wearing a pure white gown, an outfit she would never have been able to even imagine during her life as a skaa. Ash and soot had been too much a part of her life, and she didn't think she'd even had a concept of what a pristine white looked like. That knowledge made the dress even more wondrous to her. She hoped she would never lose that, the sense within herself of how life had been before. It made her appreciate what she had so much more than the real nobility seemed to. She continued along the balcony, seeking her prey. Glittering colors shone from backlit windows, sparkling light across the floor. Most of the windows glowed inside small viewing alcoves along the balcony, and so the balcony before her was interspersed with pockets of dark and color. Vin didn't stop to study any more of the windows. She'd done quite a bit of that during her first balls at Keep Legal. This night she had business to attend to. She found her quarry halfway down the east balcony walkway. Lady Kliss was speaking with a group of people, so Vin paused, pretending to study a window. Kliss's group soon broke up. One could generally only take so much of Kliss at a time. The short woman began to walk along the balcony toward Vin. When she drew close, Vin turned, as if in surprise. "Why, Lady Kliss, I haven't seen you all evening." Kliss turned eagerly, obviously excited by the prospect of another person with whom to gossip. "Lady Valette," she said, waddling forward. "You missed Lord Cabe's ball last week. Not due to a relapse of your earlier malady, I hope." "No," Vin said. "I spent that evening dining with my uncle." "Oh," Kliss said, disappointed. A relapse would have made a better story. "Well, that's good. I hear you have some interesting news about Lady Trenpedry de Laus," Vin said carefully. I myself have heard some interesting things lately. She eyed Kliss, implying that she'd be willing to trade tidbits. Oh, that, Kliss said eagerly. Well, I heard that Trenpedri isn't at all interested in a union with House Am, though her father is implying that there will be a wedding soon. You know how the Am sons are, though. Why, Fedrin is an absolute buffoon. Inwardly, Vin rolled her eyes. Kliss just kept on talking, not even noticing that Vin had something she herself wanted to share. Using subtlety on this woman is about as effective as trying to sell bathwater perfumes to a plantation skaa. That is interesting, Vin said, interrupting Kliss. Perhaps Trenpedri's hesitance comes because of House Amay's connection to House Hastings. Kliss paused. Why would that be? Well, we all know what House Hastings is planning. We do, Kliss asked. Vin pretended to look embarrassed. Oh, perhaps that isn't known yet. Please, Lady Kliss, forget that I said anything. Forget, Kliss said. Why, it's already forgotten. But, come now, you can't just stop. What do you mean? I shouldn't say, Vin said. It's just something I overheard my uncle talking about. Your uncle? Kliss asked, growing more eager. What did he say? You know that. You can trust me. Well, Vin said. He said that House Hastings was relocating a lot of resources back to its plantations in the southern dominance. My uncle was quite happy. Hastings has withdrawn from some of its contracts, and my uncle was hoping to get them instead. Relocating, Kliss said. Why, they wouldn't do that unless they were planning to withdraw from the city. Could you blame them? Vin asked quietly. I mean, who wants to risk what happened to House Tekiel? Who indeed? Kliss said. She was practically shaking with eagerness to go share the news. Anyway, please, this is obviously only hearsay, Vin said. You probably shouldn't tell anyone about it. Of course, Kliss said. Excuse me. I need to go refresh myself. Of course, Vin said, watching the woman zip away toward the balcony stairs. Vin smiled. House Hastings was making no such preparations, of course. Hastings was one of the strongest families in the city, and wouldn't likely withdraw. However, Doxson was back at the shop forging documents which, when delivered to the right places, would imply that Hastings was planning to do what Vin had said. If all went well, the entire city would soon expect a Hastings withdrawal. Their allies would plan for it and might even begin to withdraw themselves. People seeking to buy weapons would instead look other places, fearing that Hastings wouldn't be able to make good on contracts once it left. When Hastings didn't withdraw, it would make them look indecisive. Their allies gone, their income weakened, they could very well be the next house to fall. House Hastings, however, was one of the easy ones to work against. It had a reputation for extreme subterfuge, and people would believe that it was planning a secret retreat. In addition, Hastings was a strong mercantile house, meaning it depended a great deal upon its contracts to survive. A house with such an obvious, dominating source of income also had an obvious weakness. Lord Hastings had worked hard to increase his house's influence over the last few decades, and in doing so he had extended his house's resources to their limits. Other houses were far more stable. Vin sighed, turning and strolling down the walkway, eyeing the massive clock set between the balconies on the other side of the chamber. Venture would not fall easily. It remained powerful through the sheer force of fortune. Though it participated in some contracts, it didn't rely on them like other houses. Venture was rich enough and powerful enough that even mercantile disaster would only jostle it. In a way, Venture stability was a good thing for Vin, at least. The house had no obvious weaknesses, so maybe the crew wouldn't be too disappointed when she couldn't discover any way to bring it down. After all, they didn't absolutely need to destroy House Venture. Doing so would simply make the plan go more smoothly. Whatever happened, Vin had to make sure that Venture didn't suffer the same fate as House Tekiel. Their reputation destroyed, their finances unhinged. The Tekiel had tried to pull out of the city, and this final show of weakness had been too much. Some of Tekiel's nobility had been assassinated before they left. The rest had been found in the burned-out ruins of their canal boats, apparently hit by bandits. Vin, however, knew of no thieving band who would dare slaughter so many noblemen. Kelsier still hadn't been able to discover which house was behind the murders, But the Luthadel nobility didn't seem to care who the culprit was. House Tekiel had allowed itself to grow weak, and nothing was more embarrassing to the aristocracy than a great house that couldn't maintain itself. Kelsier had been right. Though polite groups met at balls, the nobility were more than willing to stab each other square in the chest if it benefited them. Kind of like thieving crews, she thought. The nobility really aren't that different from the people I grew up around. The atmosphere was only made more dangerous by its polite niceties. Underneath that front were plots, assassinations, and, perhaps most importantly, Mistborn. It was no accident that all of the balls she had attended recently had displayed great numbers of guards, both wearing armor and not. The parties now served the additional purpose of warning and showing strength. Eland is safe, she told herself. Despite what he thinks of his family, they've done a good job of maintaining their place in the Luthadel hierarchy. He's the heir, they'll protect him from assassins. She wished those assertions sounded just a bit more convincing. She knew that Sean Alariel was planning something. House Venture might be safe, but Eland himself was a little bit oblivious sometimes. If Sean did something against him personally, it might or might not be a major blow against House Venture, but it would certainly be a major blow against Vin. Lady Valette Renew, a voice said. I do believe that you're late. Vin turned to see Eland lounging in an alcove to her left. She smiled, glancing down at the clock, noticing that it was indeed a few minutes past the time when she had promised to meet him. I must be picking up bad habits from some friends of mine, she said, stepping into the alcove. Now, see, I didn't say it was a bad thing, Eland said, smiling. Why, I'd say that it is a lady's courtly duty to be a bit dilatory. It does gentlemen good to be forced to wait upon a woman's whims, or so my mother was always fond of telling me. It sounds like she was a wise woman, Vin said. The alcove was just large enough for two people standing sideways. She stood across from him, the balcony overhang a short distance to her left, a marvelous lavender window to her right, their feet nearly touching. Oh, I don't know about that, Eland said. She married my father, after all, thereby joining the most powerful house in the final empire. You can't do much better than that, though I suppose she could have tried to marry the Lord Ruler. Last I knew, though, he wasn't in the market for a wife. Pity, Eland said. Maybe he'd look a little less depressed if there were a woman in his life. I guess that would depend on the woman. Vin glanced to the side as a small group of courtgoers strolled past. You know, this isn't exactly the most private location. People are giving us odd looks. You're the one who stepped in here with me, Eland pointed out. Yes, well, I wasn't thinking about the gossip we might start. Let it start, Eland said, standing up straight. Because it will make your father angry? Eland shook his head. I don't care about that anymore, Valette. Eland took a step forward, bringing them even closer together. Vin could feel his breath. He stood there for a moment before speaking. I think I'm going to kiss you. Vin shivered slightly. I don't think you want to do that, Eland. Why? How much do you really know about me? Not as much as I'd like to, he said. Not as much as you need to either, Vin said, looking up into his eyes. So tell me, he said. I can't. Not right now. Eland stood for a moment, then nodded slightly and pulled away. He walked out onto the balcony walkway. So, shall we go for a stroll then? Yes, Vin said, relieved, yet just a bit disappointed as well. It's for the best, Eland said. That alcove has absolutely terrible reading light. Don't you dare, Vin said, eyeing the book in his pocket as she joined him on the walkway. Read when you're with someone else, not me. But that's how our relationship began. And that's how it could end too, Vin said, taking his arm. Eland smiled. They weren't the only couple walking the balcony, and down below, other pairs spun slowly to the faint music. Seemed so peaceful. Yet, just a few days ago, many of these people stood and watched idly as women and children were beheaded. She felt Eland's arm, his warmth beside her. Kelsier said that he smiled so much because he felt he needed to take what joy he could in the world, to relish the moments of happiness that seemed so infrequent in the final empire. Strolling for a time beside Eland, Vin thought she was beginning to understand how Kelsier felt. Valette, Eland said slowly. What? I want you to leave Luthhuddle, he said. What? He paused, turning to look at her. I've thought about this a lot. You may not realize it, but the city is becoming dangerous. Very dangerous. I know. Then you know that a small house without allies has no place in the central dominance right now, Elend said. Your uncle was brave to come here and try to establish himself, but he chose the wrong time. I think things are going to get out of hand here very soon. When that happens, I can't guarantee your safety. My uncle knows what he's doing, Elend. This is different, Valette, Elend said. Entire houses are falling. The Tekiel family wasn't slaughtered by bandits. That was the work of House Hastings. Those won't be the last deaths we see before this is through. Vin paused, thinking of Sean again. But you're safe, right? House Venture, it's not like the others. It's stable. Elend shook his head. We're even more vulnerable than the rest, Valette. But your fortune is large, Vin said. You don't depend on contracts. They may not be visible, Elend said quietly. But they're there, Valette. We put on a good show, and the others assume that we have more than we do. However, with the Lord Ruler's house taxings, well, the only way we maintain so much power in this city is through income. Secret income. Vin frowned, and Elend leaned closer, speaking almost in a whisper. My family mines the Lord Ruler's Asham, Valette, he said. That's where our wealth comes from. In a way, our stability depends almost completely on the Lord Ruler's whims. He doesn't like to bother collecting the Asham himself, but he gets very perturbed if the delivery schedule is disrupted. Find out more, instinct told her. This is the secret. This is what Kelsier needs. Oh, Elend, Vin whispered. You shouldn't be telling me this. Why not? He said. I trust you. Look, you need to understand how dangerous things are. The Asham supply has been having some troubles lately. Ever since, well, something happened a few years ago. Ever since then, things have been different. My father can't meet the Lord Ruler's quotas, and last time that happened. What? Well, Elend said, looking troubled. Let's just say that things could soon grow very bad for the Ventures. The Lord Ruler depends on that Asham, Valette. It's one of the prime ways he controls the nobility. A house without Asham is a house that can't defend itself from Mistborn. By keeping a large reserve, the Lord Ruler controls the market, making himself extremely wealthy. He funds his armies by making Asham scarce, then selling extra bits for lavish amounts. If you knew more about the economics of Allomancy, this would probably make a lot more sense to you. Oh, trust me. I understand more than you think. And now I know far more than I should. Elend paused, smiling pleasantly as an obligator strolled along the balcony walkway beside them. The obligator looked them over as he passed, eyes thoughtful within their web of tattoos. Elend turned back to her as soon as the obligator had passed. I want you to leave, he repeated. People know that I've paid attention to you. Hopefully they'll assume it was just to spite my father, but they could still try to use you. The great houses wouldn't have any qualms about crushing your entire family just to get at me and my father. You have to go. I'll think about it, Vin said. There isn't much time left for thinking, Elend warned. I want you to leave before you get too involved with what is going on in this city. I'm already involved so much more than you think. I said I'd think about it, she said. Look, Elend, I think you should be more worried about yourself. I think Sean Alariel is going to try something to strike against you. Sean, Elend said with amusement. She's harmless. I don't think she is, Elend. You need to be more careful. He laughed. Look at us. Each one trying to convince the other how dreadfully dire the situation is. Each one bull-headedly refusing to listen to the other. Vin paused, then smiled. Elend sighed. You're not going to listen to me, are you? Is there anything I can do to make you leave? Not right now, she said quietly. Look, Elend, can't we just enjoy the time we have together? If things continue as they are, we might not have many more opportunities like this for a while. He paused, then finally nodded. She could see he was still troubled, but he did turn back to their walk, letting her gently take his arm again as they strolled. They walked together for a time, silent until something drew Vin's attention. She removed her hands from his arm, instead reaching down to take his hand in her own. He glanced at her, frowning in confusion as she tapped the ring on his finger. "It really is metal," she said, a bit surprised, despite what she'd been told. Elend nodded. "Pure gold. Don't you worry about allomancers?" Elend asked. He shrugged. "I don't know. They're not the sort of thing that I've ever had to deal with. You don't wear metal out on the plantations." Vin shook her head, tapping one of the barrettes in her hair. "Painted wood," she said. Elend nodded. "Probably wise," he said. "But, well, the longer you stay in Luthhuddle, the more you'll realize that little we do here is done in the name of wisdom. The Lord Ruler wears metal rings, and so, therefore, does the nobility. Some philosophers think that's all part of his plan. The Lord Ruler wears metal because he knows that the nobility will mimic him, and therefore give his inquisitors power over them." "Do you agree?" Vin asked, taking his arm again as they walked. "With the philosophers, I mean?" Elend shook his head. "No," he said in a quieter voice. "The Lord Ruler, he's just arrogant. I've read of warriors, long ago, who would run into battle without armor on, supposedly to prove how brave and strong they were. That's how this is, I think, though admittedly on a far more subtle level. He wears metal to flaunt his power, to show how unfrightened, how unthreatened he is by anything we could do to him. Well, Vin thought, he's willing to call the Lord Ruler arrogant. Perhaps I can get him to admit a little more." Elend paused, glancing over at the clock. "I'm afraid I don't have a whole lot of time tonight, Valette." "That's right," Vin said. "You'll need to go off and meet with your friends." She glanced at him, trying to gauge his reaction. He didn't seem very surprised. He simply raised an eyebrow in her direction. "Indeed I will. You're very observant." "It doesn't take much observing," Vin said. "Any time where it keeps hasting, venture, legal or ilarial, you run off with the same people." "My drinking friends," Elend said with a smile. "An unlikely group in today's political climate, but one that helps annoy my father." "What do you do at these meetings?" Vin asked. "We talk philosophy mostly," Elend said. "We're kind of a stuffy lot, which isn't too surprising, I guess, if you know any of us. We talk about the government, about politics, about the Lord Ruler." "What about him?" "Well, we don't like some of the things he's done with the final empire." "So you do want to overthrow him?" Vin said. Elend gave her a strange look. "Overthrow him? What gave you that idea, Valette? He's the Lord Ruler, he's God. We can't do anything about him being in charge." He looked away as they continued to walk. "No, my friends and I, we just wish the final empire could be a little different. We can't change things now, but maybe someday, assuming we all survive the next year or so, we'll be in positions to influence the Lord Ruler." "To do what?" "Well, take those executions a few days ago," Elend said. "I don't see that they did any good." The skaa rebelled. In reprisal, the ministry executed a few hundred random people. What is that going to do besides make the populace even more angry? So, next time the rebellion will be bigger. Does that mean that the Lord Ruler will order more people beheaded? How long can that continue before there just aren't any skaa left? Vin walked thoughtfully. "And what would you do, Elend Venture?" she finally said. "If you were in charge?" "I don't know," Elend confessed. "I've read a lot of books, some that I'm not supposed to, and I haven't found any easy answers. I'm pretty certain, however, that beheading people won't solve anything. The Lord Ruler has been around for a long time. You'd think that he'd have found a better way. But, anyway, we'll have to continue this later." He slowed, turning to look at her. "Time already?" she asked. Elend nodded. "I promised I'd meet them, and they kind of looked to me. I suppose I could tell them I'll be late." Vin shook her head. "Go drink with your friends. I'll be fine. I have a few more people I need to talk to anyway." She did need to get back to work. Breeze and Dachshund had spent hours planning and preparing the lies that she was supposed to spread, and they would be waiting for her report back at Clubs's shop after the party. Elend smiled. "Maybe I shouldn't worry about you so much. Who knows? Considering all of your political maneuvering, Maybe House Renew will soon be the power in town, and I'll just be a lowly beggar. Vin smiled and he bowed, winking at her, then was off toward the stairs. Vin walked slowly over to the balcony railing, looking down at the people dancing and dining below. So he's not a revolutionary, she thought. Kelsier was right again. I wonder if he ever gets tired of that. But still, she couldn't feel too disappointed with Eland. Not everyone was so insane that they'd think to overthrow their god-emperor. The mere fact that Eland was willing to think for himself set him apart from the rest. He was a good man, one who deserved a woman who was worthy of his trust. Unfortunately, he had Vin. So House Venture secretly mines the Lord Ruler's Asham, she thought. They must be the ones who administer the pits of Hathsin. It was a frighteningly precarious position for a house to be in. Their finances depended directly on pleasing the Lord Ruler. Eland thought that he was being careful, but Vin was worried. He wasn't taking Sean Alariel seriously enough. Of that, Vin was certain. She turned, walking intently from the balcony and down to the main floor. She found Shan's table easily. The woman always sat with a large group of attendant noblewomen, presiding like a lord over his plantation. Vin paused. She'd never approached Sean directly. Someone, however, needed to protect Eland. He was obviously too foolish to do it himself. Vin strode forward. Shan's terraceman studied Vin as she approached. He was so different from Sazed, he didn't have the same spirit. This man maintained a flat expression, like some creature carved of stone. A few of the ladies shot disapproving glances toward Vin, but most of them, Sean included, ignored her. Vin stood awkwardly beside the table, waiting for a lull in the conversation. There was none. Finally, she just took a few steps closer to Sean. "Lady Sean?" she asked. Sean turned with an icy glare. "I didn't send for you, country girl." "Yes, but I found some books like you. I no longer require your services," Sean said, turning away. "I can deal with Eland Venture on my own. Now, be a good little twit and stop bothering me." Vin stood, stunned. "But your plan? I said that you are no longer needed. You think I was harsh on you before? Girl, that was when you were on my good side. Try annoying me now." Vin wilted reflexively before the woman's demeaning gaze. She seemed disgusted, angry even, jealous? She must have figured it out, Vin thought. She finally realized out that I'm not just playing with Eland. She knows that I care for him, and doesn't trust me to keep her secrets. Vin backed away from the table. Apparently, she would have to use other methods to discover Shan's plans. Despite what he often said, Eland Venture did not consider himself to be a rude man. He was more of a verbal philosopher. He liked to test and turn conversation to see how people would react. Like the great thinkers of old, he pushed boundaries and experimented with unconventional methods. Of course, he thought, holding his cup of brandy up before his eyes, inspecting it musingly, most of those old philosophers were eventually executed for treason. Not exactly the most successful role models. His evening political conversation with his group was finished, and he had retired with several friends to keep Lekel's Gentleman's Lounge, a small chamber adjacent to the ballroom. It was furnished in deep green colors, and the chairs were comfortable. It would have been a nice place to read, had he been in a slightly better mood. Jast sat across from him, puffing contentedly on his pipe. It was good to see the young Lekel looking so calm. These last few weeks had been difficult for him. House war, Eland thought. What terrible timing. Why now? Things were going so well. Telden returned with a refilled drink a few moments later. "You know," Jast said, gesturing with his pipe, "any one of the servants in here would have brought you a new drink." "I felt like stretching my legs," Telden said, settling into the third chair. "And you flirted with no less than 3 women on your way back," Jast said. "I counted." Telden smiled, sipping his drink. The large man never just sat. He lounged. Telden could look relaxed and comfortable no matter what the situation. His sharp suits and well-styled hair enviably handsome. Maybe I should pay just a little more attention to things like that, Eland thought to himself. Valette suffers my hair the way it is, but would she like it better if I had it styled? Eland often intended to make his way to a stylist or tailor, but other things tended to steal his attention. He'd get lost in his studies or spend too long reading, then find himself late for his appointments. Again. Eland is quiet this evening, Telden noticed. Though other groups of gentlemen sat in the dim lounge, the chairs were spread out enough to allow for private conversations. He's been like that a lot lately, Jas said. Ah, yes, Telden said, frowning slightly. Eland knew them well enough to take the hint. Now, see, why must people be like this? If you have something to say, why not simply say it? Politics, my friend, Jas said. We are, if you haven't noticed, noblemen. Eland rolled his eyes. All right, I'll say it, Jas replied, running his hand through his hair. A nervous habit that Eland was sure contributed somewhat to the young man's growing baldness. You've been spending a lot of time with that Renew girl, Eland. There is a simple explanation for that, Eland said. You see, I happen to like her. Not good, Eland, Telden said with a shake of his head. Not good. Why? Eland asked. You seem pleased enough to ignore class variances yourself, Telden. I've seen you flirt with half the serving girls in the room. I'm not heir to my house, Telden said. And, Jas said, these girls are trustworthy. My family hired these women. We know their houses, their backgrounds, and their allegiances. Eland frowned. What are you implying? Something strange about that girl, Eland, Jas said. He'd gone back to his normal nervous self, his pipe sitting unnoticed in its holder on the table. Telden nodded. She got too close to you too quickly, Eland. She wants something. Like what? Eland asked, growing annoyed. Eland, Jas said. You can't just avoid the game by saying you don't want to play. It'll find you. Renew moved into town just as house tensions began to rise, and he brought with him an unknown scion. A girl who immediately began to woo the most important and available young man in Luthuddle. Doesn't that seem odd to you? Actually, Eland noted, I approached her first, if only because she had stolen my reading spot. But you have to admit that it's suspicious how quickly she latched on to you, Telden said. If you're going to dabble with romance, Eland, you need to learn one thing. You can play with women if you want, but don't let yourself get too close to them. That's where the trouble starts. Eland shook his head. Valette is different. The other two shared a look, then Telden shrugged, turning back to his drink. Jas, however, sighed, then stood and stretched. Anyway, I should probably be going. One more drink, Telden said. Jas shook his head, running a hand through his hair. You know how my parents are on ball nights. If I don't go out and bid farewell to at least some of the guests, I'll be nagged about it for weeks. The younger man wished them good night, walking back toward the main ballroom. Telden sipped his drink, eyeing Eland. I'm not thinking about her, Eland said testily. What then? The meeting tonight, Eland said. I'm not sure if I like how it went. Bah, the large man said with a wave of his hand. You're getting as bad as Jas. What happened to the man who attended these meetings just to relax and enjoy time with his friends? He's worried, Eland said. Some of his friends might end up in charge of their houses sooner than he expected, and he's worried that none of us are ready. Telden snorted. Don't be so melodramatic, he said, smiling and winking to the serving girl who came to clear away his empty cups. I have a feeling that this is all just going to blow over. In a few months, we'll look back and wonder what all the fretting was about. Kelsier won't look back, Eland thought. The conversation waned, however, and Telden eventually excused himself. Eland sat for a while longer, opening the dictates of society for another read, but he had trouble concentrating. He turned the cup of brandy in his fingers, but didn't drink much. I wonder if Valette's out yet. He tried to find her once his meeting was over, but apparently she'd been in a private gathering of her own. That girl, he thought lazily, is far too interested in politics for her own good. Perhaps he was just jealous. Only a few months in court and she already seemed to be more competent than he was. She was so fearless, so bold, so interesting. She didn't fit any of the courtly stereotypes he'd been taught to expect. Could Jas be right? He wondered. She certainly is different from other women, and she did imply there were things about her I didn't know. Eland pushed the thought out of his mind. Valette was different, true, But she was also innocent, in a way. Eager, full of wonder and spunk. He worried about her. She obviously didn't know how dangerous Luthadel could be. There was so much more to politics in the city than simple parties and petty intrigues. What would happen if someone decided to send a Mistborn to deal with her and her uncle? Renew was poorly connected, and none of the court's members would blink twice at a few assassinations in Felice. Did Valet's uncle know how to take the proper precautions? Did he even worry about allomancers? Elend sighed. He'd just have to make certain that Valet left the area. That was the only option. By the time his carriage reached Keep Venture, Elend had decided that he'd drunk too much. He made his way up to his rooms, looking forward to his bed and pillows. The hallway to his bedroom, however, passed by his father's study. The door was open, and light still spilled out despite the late hour. Elend tried to walk quietly on the carpeted floor, but he'd never really been all that stealthy. Elend? His father's voice called from the study. Come in here. Elend sighed quietly. Lord Straff Venture didn't miss much. He was a tin eye. His senses were so keen that he'd probably heard Elend's carriage approaching outside. If I don't deal with him now, he'll just send the servants to pester me until I come down to speak with him. Elend turned and walked into the study. His father sat in his chair, speaking quietly with Tensoon, the Venture Kandra. Elend still wasn't used to the creature's most recent body, which had once belonged to a servant in the Hastings household. Elend shivered as it noticed him. It bowed, then quietly retreated from the room. Elend leaned against the doorframe. Straff's chair sat in front of several shelves of books, not a single one of which, Elend was confident, his father had ever read. The room was lit by 2 lamps, their hoods mostly closed to allow out only a bit of light. You attended the ball tonight, Straff said. What did you learn? Elend reached up, rubbing his forehead. That I have a tendency to drink far too much brandy. Straff was not amused by the comment. He was the perfect imperial nobleman. Tall, firm-shouldered, always dressed in a tailored vest and suit. You met with that woman again? He asked. Valette? Yes. Not for as long as I would have liked, though. I forbade you from spending time with her. Yes, Elend said. I remember. Straff's expression darkened. He stood, walking over to the desk. Oh, Elend, he said. When are you going to get over this childish temperament you have? Do you think I don't realize that you act foolishly simply to spite me? Actually, I got over my childish temperament some time ago, father. It just seems that my natural inclinations work even better to annoy you. I wish I had known that earlier. I could have saved a great deal of effort in my younger years. His father snorted, then held up a letter. I dictated this to Staxels a short time ago. It is an acceptance of a lunch appointment with Lord Tegas tomorrow afternoon. If a house war does come, I want to make certain we are in a position to destroy the Hastings as quickly as possible, and Tegas could be a strong ally. He has a daughter. I'd like you to dine with her at the luncheon. I'll consider it, Elend said, tapping his head. I'm not sure what kind of state I'll be in tomorrow morning. Too much brandy, remember? You'll be there, Elend. This is not a request. Elend paused. A part of him wanted to snap back at his father to make a stand, not because he cared about where he dined, but because of something far more important. Hastings is the second most powerful house in the city. If we made an allegiance with them, together we could keep Luthadel from chaos. We could stop the house war, not inflame it. That's what his books had done to him. They had changed him from rebellious fop into would-be philosopher. Unfortunately, he'd been a fool for so long. Was it any wonder that Straff hadn't noticed the change in his son? Elend himself was only starting to realize it. Straff continued to glare at him, and Elend looked away. I'll think about it, he said. Straff waved his hand dismissively, turning. Trying to salvage something of his pride, Elend continued. You probably don't even have to worry about the Hastings. It seems that they're making preparations to bolt the city. What? Straff asked. Where did you hear that? At the ball, Elend said lightly. I thought you said you didn't learn anything important. Now, see, I never said anything of the sort. I just didn't feel like sharing with you. Lord Venture frowned. I don't know why I even care. Anything you learn is bound to be worthless. I tried to train you in politics, boy. I really did. But now, well, I hope I live to see you dead. Because this house is in for dire times if you ever take control. I know more than you think, father. Straff laughed, walking back to sit in his chair. I doubt that, boy. Why, you can't even bed a woman properly. The last and only time I know about you trying it, I had to take you to the brothel myself. Eland flushed. Careful, he told himself. He's bringing that up on purpose. He knows how much it bothers you. Get to bed, boy, Straff said with a wave of his hand. You look terrible. Eland stood for a moment, then finally ducked out into the hallway, sighing quietly to himself. That's the difference between you and them, Eland, he thought. Those philosophers you read, they were revolutionaries. They were willing to risk execution. You can't even stand up to your father. He walked tiredly up to his rooms, where, oddly, he found a servant waiting for him. Eland frowned. Yes, Lord Eland, you have a guest, the man said. At this hour? It's Lord Jast's Leekle, my lord. Eland cocked his head slightly. What in the Lord Ruler's name? He's waiting in the sitting room, I assume? Yes, my lord, the servant said. Eland turned regretfully away from his chambers, walking back down the hallway. He found Jasts waiting impatiently. Jasts? Eland said tiredly, walking into the sitting room. I hope you have something very important to tell me. Jasts shuffled uncomfortably for a moment, looking even more nervous than normal. What? Eland demanded, his patience waning. It's about the girl. Valette, Eland asked. You came here to discuss Valette? Now, you should trust your friends more, Jast said. Eland snorted. Trust your knowledge of women? No offense, Jasts, but I think not. I had her followed, Eland, Jasts blurted out. Eland paused. What? I had her carriage followed. Or, at least, I had someone watch for it at the city gates. She wasn't in it when it left the city. What do you mean? Eland asked, his frown deepening. She wasn't in the carriage, Eland, Jasts repeated. While her terraceman was producing papers for the guards, my man snuck up and peeked through the carriage window, and there was nobody inside. The carriage must have dropped her off somewhere in town. She's a spy from one of the other houses. They're trying to get at your father through you. They created the perfect woman to attract you. Dark-haired, a bit mysterious, and outside of the regular political structure. They made her low-born enough that it would be a scandal for you to be interested in her. Then set her on you. Jasts, this is ridicule. Eland, Jasts interrupted. Tell me one more time. How did you meet her the first time? Eland paused. She was standing on the balcony. In your reading spot, Jast said. Everyone knows that's where you usually go. Coincidence? Eland closed his eyes. Not Valette. She can't be part of all this. But, immediately another thought occurred to him. I told her about the Asham. How could I be so stupid? Couldn't be true. He wouldn't believe that he had been duped so easily. But, could he risk it? He was a bad son, true, but he was no traitor to the house. He didn't want to see Venture fall. He wanted to lead it someday so that perhaps he'd be able to change things. He bid Jas farewell, then walked back to his rooms with a distracted step. He felt too tired to think about house politics. However, when he finally got into bed, he found that he couldn't sleep. Eventually, he rose, sending for a servant. Tell my father I want to make a trade, Eland explained to the man. I'll go to his luncheon tomorrow, just as he wants. Eland paused, standing in his evening robe by his bedroom door. In exchange, he finally said, tell him I want to borrow a couple of spies so that they can follow someone for me. Chapter 29. The others all think I should have had Quan executed for betraying me. To tell the truth, I'd probably kill him this moment if I knew where he'd gone. At the time, however, I just couldn't do it. The man had become like a father to me. To this day, I don't know why he suddenly decided that I wasn't the hero. Why did he turn against me, denouncing me to the entire conclave of Worldbringers? Would he rather that the deepness win? Surely, even if I'm not the right one, as Quan now claims, my presence at the Well of Ascension couldn't possibly be worse than what will happen if the deepness continues to destroy the land. It's almost over, Vin read. We can see the cavern from our camp. It will take a few more hours of hiking to reach it, but I know that it is the right place. I can feel it somehow, feel it up there, pulsing in my mind. It's so cold. I swear that the rocks themselves are made of ice, and the snow is deep enough in places that we have to dig our way through. The wind blows all the time. I fear for Fedek. He hasn't been quite the same since the creature made of mist attacked him, and I worry that he will wander off a cliffside or slip through one of the many icy rifts in the ground. The terracemen, however, are a wonder. It is fortunate that we brought them, for no regular packmen would have survived the trip. The terracemen don't seem to mind the cold. Something about their strange metabolisms gives them a supernatural ability to resist the elements. Perhaps they have saved up heat from their bodies for later use? They won't talk about their powers, however, and I am sure that Rashek is to blame. The other packmen look to him for leadership, though I don't think he has complete control over them. Before he was stabbed, Fedek feared that the terracemen would abandon us up here in the ice. I don't think that will happen, however. I am here by providence of Terrace prophecies. These men will not disobey their own religion simply because one of their number has taken a dislike to me. I did finally confront Rashek. He did not want to speak to me, of course, but I forced him. Unleashed, he spoke at great length regarding his hatred of Klenium and my people. He thinks that we have turned his people into little more than slaves. He thinks that terracemen deserve far more. He keeps saying that his people should be dominant because of their supernatural powers. I fear his words, for I see some truth in them. Yesterday, one of the packmen lifted a boulder of enormous size, then tossed it out of our way with an almost casual throw. I have not seen such a feat of strength in all my days. These terracemen could be very dangerous, I think. Perhaps we have treated them unfairly. However, men like Rashek must be contained. He irrationally believes that all people outside of Terrace have oppressed him. He is such a young man to be so angry. It is so cold. When this is finished, I think I should like to live where it is warm all year. Bratches has told of such places, islands to the south where great mountains create fire. What will it be like when this is all over? I will be just a regular man again, an unimportant man. It sounds nice, more desirable, even, than a warm sun and a windless sky. I am so tired of being the hero of ages, tired of entering cities to find either armed hostility or fanatic adoration. I am tired of being loved and hated for what a bunch of old men say I will eventually do. I want to be forgotten. Obscurity. Yes, that would be nice. If men read these words, let them know that power is a heavy burden. Seek not to be bound by its chains. The Terrace prophecies say that I will have the power to save the world. They hint, however, that I will have the power to destroy it as well. I will have the ability to fulfill any wish of my heart. He will take upon himself authority that no mortal should hold. Yet, the philosophers warned me that if I am self-serving with the power, my selfishness will taint it. Is this a burden that any man should bear? Is this a temptation any man could resist? I feel strong now, but what will happen when I touch that power? I will save the world, certainly, but will I try to take it as well? Such are my fears as I scribble with an ice-crusted pen on the eve before the world is reborn. Rashek watches. Hating me, the cavern lies above, pulsing. My fingers quiver. Not from the cold. Tomorrow it will end. Vin eagerly turned the page. The back page of the booklet, however, was empty. She turned it over, rereading the last few lines. Where was the next entry? Sazed must not have finished the last part yet. She stood, sighing as she stretched. She'd finished the entire newest portion of the logbook in one sitting, a feat that surprised even her. The gardens of Mansion Renew extended before her, the cultured pathways, broad-limbed trees, and quiet stream creating her favorite reading spot. The sun was low in the sky, and it was beginning to get chilly. She wound her way up the path toward the mansion. Despite the chill evening, she could barely imagine a place like the one the Lord Ruler described. She had seen snow on some distant peaks, but she had rarely seen it fall, and even then it was usually just an icy slush. to experience that much snow day after day, to be in danger of having it fall upon you in great crushing avalanches. A part of her wished that she could visit such places no matter how dangerous. Though the logbook didn't describe the Lord Ruler's entire journey, some of the marvels it did include the ice fields to the north, the Great Black Lake, and the terrace waterfalls. Sounded amazing. If only he'd put in more detail about what things look like, she thought with annoyance. The Lord Ruler spent far too much time worrying. Though admittedly she was beginning to feel an odd sort of familiarity with him through his words. She found it hard to associate the person in her mind with the dark creature that had caused so much death. What had occurred at the Well of Ascension? What could have changed him so drastically? She had to know. She reached the mansion and went searching for Sazed. She was back to wearing dresses. It felt odd to be seen in trousers by anyone but the crew members. She smiled at Lord Renua's interior steward as she passed, eagerly climbing the main entryway stairs and seeking out the library. Sazed wasn't inside. His small desk sat empty, the lamp extinguished, the inkwell empty. Vin frowned in annoyance. Wherever he is, he'd better be working on the translation. She went back down the stairs, asking after Sazed, and a maid directed her to the main kitchen. Vin frowned, making her way down the back hallway. Getting himself a snack, perhaps? She found Sazed standing amongst a small group of servants, pointing toward a list on the table and speaking in a low voice. He didn't notice Vin as she entered. "Sazed?" Vin asked, interrupting him. He turned. "Yes, Mistress Villette?" he asked, bowing slightly. "What are you doing?" "I am seeing to Lord Renua's food stores, mistress. Though I have been assigned to assist you, I am still his steward, and have duties to attend to when I am not otherwise occupied." "Are you going to get back to the translation soon?" Sazed cocked his head. "Translation, mistress? It is finished." "Where's the last part, then?" "I gave it to you," Sazed said. "No, you didn't," she said. "This part ends the night before they go into the cavern." "That is the end, mistress. That is as far as the logbook went." "What?" she said. "But," Sazed glanced at the other servants. "We should speak of these things in private, I think." He gave them a few more instructions, pointing at the list, then nodded for Vin to join him as he made his way out the back kitchen exit and into the side gardens. Vin stood dumbfounded for a moment, then hurried out to join him. "It can't end like that, Sazed. We don't know what happened." "We can surmise, I think," Sazed said, walking down the garden path. The eastern gardens weren't as lavish as the ones Vin frequented, and were instead made up of smooth brown grass and the occasional shrub. "Surmise what?" Vin asked. "Well, the Lord Ruler must have done what was necessary to save the world, for we are still here." "I suppose," Vin said. "But then he took the power for himself. That must have been what happened. He couldn't resist the temptation to use the power selfishly. But why isn't there another entry? Why wouldn't he speak further of his accomplishments?" "Perhaps the power changed him too much," Sazed said. "Or maybe he simply didn't feel a need to record anymore. He had accomplished his goal and had become immortal as a side benefit. Keeping a journal for one's posterity becomes somewhat redundant when one is going to live forever, I think. That's just..." Vin ground her teeth in frustration. "It's a very unsatisfying end to a story, Sazed." He smiled in amusement. "Be careful, mistress. Become too fond of reading, and you may just turn into a scholar." Vin shook her head. "Not if all the books I read are going to end like this one." "If it is of any comfort," Sazed said, "you are not the only one who is disappointed by the logbook's contents. It didn't contain much that Master Kelsier could use. Certainly, there was nothing about the 11th metal. I feel somewhat guilty, since I am the one who benefited most from the book. But there wasn't very much about the terrace religion either." "Not much," Sazed agreed. "But truly and regretfully, not much is far more than we knew previously. I am only worried that I will not have an opportunity to pass this information on. I have sent a translated copy of the logbook to a location where my brethren and sister keepers will know to check. It would be a pity if this new knowledge were to die with me." "It won't," Vin said. "Oh?" Has my lady suddenly become an optimist? Has my terraceman suddenly become a smartmouth? Vin retorted. He always has been, I think, Sazed said with a slight smile. It is one of the things that made him a poor steward, at least, in the eyes of most of his masters. Then they must have been fools, Vin said honestly. So I was inclined to think, mistress, Sazed replied. We should return to the mansion. We should not be seen out in the gardens when the mists arrive, I think. I'm just going to go back out into them. There are many of the ground staff that do not know you are Mistborn, mistress, Sazed said. It would be a good secret to keep, I think. I know, Vin said, turning. Let's go back then. A wise plan. They walked for a few moments, enjoying the eastern garden's subtle beauty. The grasses were kept carefully trimmed, and they had been arranged in pleasant tiers, the occasional shrubbery giving accent. The southern garden was far more spectacular, with its brook, trees, and exotic plants. But the eastern garden had its own peace, the serenity of simplicity. Sazed, Vin said in a quiet voice. Yes, mistress. It's all going to change, isn't it? What specifically do you mean? Everything, Vin said. Even if we aren't all dead in a year, the crew members will be off working on other projects. Ham will probably be back with his family. Dox and Kelsier will be planning some new escapade. Clubs will be renting his shop to another crew. Even these gardens that we've spent so much money on, they'll belong to someone else. Sazed nodded. What you say is likely. Though, if things go well, perhaps the Skaa rebellion will be ruling Luthadel by this time next year. Maybe, Vin said. But even still, things will change. That is the nature of all life, mistress, Sazed said. The world must change. I know, Vin said with a sigh. I just wish. Well, I actually like my life now, Sazed. I like spending time with the crew, and I like training with Kelsier. I love going to balls with Eland on the weekends. Love walking in these gardens with you. I don't want these things to change. I don't want my life to go back to the way it was a year ago. It doesn't have to, mistress, Sazed said. It could change for the better. It won't, Vin said quietly. It's starting already. Kelsier has hinted that my training is almost finished. When I practice in the future, I'll have to do it alone. As for Eland, he doesn't even know that I'm skaa, and it's my job to try and destroy his family. Even if House Venture doesn't fall by my hand, others will bring it down. I know Shauna Lariel is planning something, and I haven't been able to discover anything about her schemes. That's only the beginning, though. We face the final empire. We'll probably fail. To be honest, I don't see how things could possibly turn out otherwise. We'll fight, we'll do some good, but we won't change much. And those of us who survive will spend the rest of our lives running from the Inquisitors. Everything's going to change, Sazed, and I can't stop it. Sazed smiled fondly. Then, mistress, he said quietly, simply enjoy what you have. The future will surprise you, I think. Maybe, Vin said, unconvinced. Ah, you just need to have hope, mistress. Perhaps you've earned a little bit of good fortune. There were a group of people before the Ascension known as the Astalsi. They claimed that each person was born with a certain finite amount of ill luck. And so, when an unfortunate event happened, they thought themselves blessed. Thereafter, their lives could only get better. Vin raised an eyebrow. Sounds a bit simple-minded to me. I do not believe so, Sazed said. Why, the Astalsi were rather advanced. They mixed religion with science quite profoundly. They thought that different colors were indications of different kinds of fortune, and were quite detailed in their descriptions of light and color. Why, it's from them that we get some of our best ideas as to what things might have looked like before the Ascension. They had a scale of colors, and used it to describe the sky of the deepest blue and various plants in their shades of green. Regardless, I find their philosophies regarding luck and fortune enlightened. To them, a poor life was only a sign of fortune to come. It might be a good fit for you, mistress. You could benefit from the knowledge that your luck cannot always be bad. I don't know, Vin said skeptically. I mean, if your bad luck were limited, wouldn't your good luck be limited too? Every time something good happened, I'd be worried about using it all up. Sazed said. I suppose that depends on your viewpoint, mistress. How can you be so optimistic? Vin asked. You and Kelsier both. I don't know, mistress, Sazed said. Perhaps our lives have been easier than yours. Or perhaps we are simply more foolish. Vin fell silent. They walked for a short time longer, weaving their way back toward the building, but not rushing the walk. Sazed, she finally said. When you saved me, that night in the rain, you used Furuchimi, didn't you? Sazed nodded. Indeed, the Inquisitor was very focused on you, and I was able to sneak up behind him, then hit him with a stone. I had grown many times stronger than a regular man, and my blow threw him into the wall, breaking several of his bones, I suspect. Is that it? Vin asked. You sound disappointed, mistress, Sazed noted, smiling. You expected something more spectacular, I suppose? Vin nodded. It's just, you've been so quiet about Furuchimi. That makes it seem more mystical, I guess. Sazed sighed. There is really little to hide from you, mistress. The truly unique power of Furuchimi, the ability to store and recover memories, you must surely have already guessed. The rest of the powers are not different, really, from the powers granted to you by Pewter and Tin. A few of them are a little more odd, making a Furuchimist heavier or changing his age, but they offer little martial application. Age? Vin said, perking up. You could make yourself younger? Not really, mistress, Sazed said. Remember, a Furuchimist must draw his powers from his own body. He could, for instance, spend a few weeks with his body aged to the point that it felt and looked 10 years older than he really was. Then, he could withdraw that age to make himself seem 10 years younger for an equal amount of time. However, in Furuchimi, there must be a balance. Vin thought about that for a moment. Does the metal you use matter? She asked. Like in Allomancy? Most certainly, Sazed said. The metal determines what can be stored. Vin nodded and continued to walk, thinking over what he'd said. Sazed, can I have a bit of your metal? She finally asked. My metal, mistress? Something you've used as a ferrochemical store, Vin said. I want to try burning it. Maybe that will let me use some of its power. Sazed frowned curiously. Has anyone ever tried it before? I'm sure someone must have, Sazed said. But I honestly can't think of a specific example. Perhaps if I were to go search my memory copper mines. Why not just let me try it now? Vin asked. Do you have something made from one of the basic metals? Something you haven't stored anything too valuable in? Sazed paused, then reached up to one of his oversized earlobes and undid an earring much like the one Vin wore. He handed the earring's tiny backing, used to hold the earring in place, to Vin. It is pure pewter, mistress. I have stored a moderate amount of strength in it. Vin nodded, swallowing the tiny stud. She felt at her Allomantic reserve, but the stud's metal didn't seem to do anything different. She tentatively burned pewter. Anything? Sazed asked. Vin shook her head. No, I don't. She trailed off. There was something there, something different. What is it, mistress? Sazed asked, uncharacteristic eagerness sounding in his voice. I can feel the power, Sazed. It's faint, far beyond my grasp, but I swear that there's another reserve within me, one that only appears when I'm burning your metal. Sazed frowned. It's faint, you say? Like, you can see a shadow of the reserve, but can't access the power itself. Vin nodded. How do you know? That's what it feels like when you try to use another Furuchimist's metals, mistress, Sazed said, sighing. I should have suspected this would be the result. You cannot access the power because it does not belong to you. Oh, Vin said. Do not be too disappointed, mistress. If Allomancers could steal strength from my people, it would already be known. It was a clever thought, however. He turned, pointing toward the mansion. The carriage has already arrived. We are late for the meeting, I think. Vin nodded, and they hurried their pace toward the mansion. Funny, Kelsier thought to himself as he slipped across the darkened courtyard before Mansion Renew. I have to sneak into my own house, as if I were attacking some nobleman's keep. There was no avoiding it, however, not with his reputation. Kelsier the thief had been distinctive enough. Kelsier, the rebellion instigator and skaa spiritual leader, was even more infamous. That didn't, of course, keep him from spreading his nightly chaos. He just had to be more careful. More and more families were pulling out of the city, and the powerful houses were growing increasingly paranoid. In a way that made manipulating them easier, but sneaking around their keeps was getting very dangerous. In comparison, Mansion Renew was virtually unprotected. There were guards, of course, but no mistings. Renew had to keep a low profile. Too many Allomancers would make him stand out. Kelsier kept to the shadows, carefully making his way around to the east side of the building. Then he pushed off a coin and guided himself up onto Renew's own balcony. Kelsier landed lightly, then peeked through the glass balcony doors. The drapes were shut, but he could pick out Doxson, Vin, Sazed, Ham, and Breeze standing around Renew's desk. Renew himself sat in the far corner of the room, staying out of the proceedings. His contract included playing the part of Lord Renew, but he didn't wish to be involved in the plan any more than he had to. Kelsier shook his head. It would be far too easy for an assassin to get in here. I'll have to make sure that Vin continues to sleep at Club's shop. He wasn't worried about Renew. The Kandra's nature was such that he didn't need to fear an assassin's blade. Kelsier tapped lightly on the door, and Doxson strolled over, pulling it open. "And he makes his stunning entry," Kelsier announced, sweeping into the room, throwing back his mist cloak. Doxson snorted, shutting the doors. "You're truly a wonder to behold, Kel, particularly the soot stains on your knees." "I had to do some crawling tonight," Kelsier said, waving an indifferent hand. "There's an unused drainage ditch that passes right under Keep Leakel's defensive wall. You'd think they'd get that patched up." "I doubt they need worry," Breeze said from beside the desk. "Most of you Mistborn are probably too proud to crawl. I'm surprised you were willing to do so yourself." "Too proud to crawl?" Kelsier said. "Nonsense. Why, I'd say that we Mistborn are too proud not to be humble enough to go crawling about, in a dignified manner, of course." Doxson frowned, approaching the desk. "Kel, that didn't make any sense." "We Mistborn need not make sense," Kelsier said haughtily. "What's this?" "From your brother," Doxson said, pointing at a large map laid across the desk. "It arrived this afternoon in the hollow of a broken table leg that the Canton of Orthodoxy hired clubs to repair." "Interesting," Kelsier said, scanning the map. "It's a list of the soothing stations, I assume?" "Indeed," Breeze said. "It's quite the discovery. I've never seen such a detailed, carefully drawn map of the city. Why, it not only shows every one of the 34 soothing stations, but also locations of Inquisitor activity, as well as places that the different cantons are concerned about. I haven't had the opportunity to associate much with your brother, but I must say that the man is obviously a genius. It's almost hard to believe he's related to Kel." "Eh?" Doxson said with a smile. He had a notepad before him, and was in the process of making a list of all the soothing stations. Kelsier snorted. "Marsh might be the genius, but I'm the handsome one. What are these numbers?" "Inquisitor raids and dates," Hem said. "You'll notice that Vin's crewhouse is listed." Kelsier nodded. "How in the world did Marsh manage to steal a map like this?" "He didn't," Doxson said as he wrote. "There was a note with the map. Apparently, High Prelans gave it to him. They've been very impressed with Marsh and wanted him to look over the city and recommend locations for new soothing stations. Seems that the Ministry is a bit worried about the House War, and they want to send out some extra soothers to try and keep things under control. We're supposed to send the map back inside the repaired table leg," Sazed said. "Once we are done this evening, I shall endeavor to copy it in as short a time as possible, and memorize it as well, thereby making it part of every keeper's record," Kelsier thought. "The day when you'll stop memorizing and start teaching is coming soon." Says, "I hope your people are ready." Kelsier turned, studying the map. It was as impressive as Breeze had said. Indeed, Marsh must have taken an extremely great risk in sending it away. Perhaps a foolhardy risk, even, but the information it contained. "We'll have to get this back quickly," Kelsier thought. "Tomorrow morning, if possible." "What is this?" Vin asked quietly, leaning across the large map and pointing. She wore a noblewoman's dress, a pretty one-piece garment that was only slightly less ornate than a ball gown. Kelsier smiled. He could remember a time when Vin had looked frighteningly awkward in a dress, but she seemed to have taken an increasing liking to them. She still didn't move quite like a noble-born lady. She was graceful, but it was the dexterous grace of a predator, not the deliberate grace of a courtly lady. Still, the gowns seemed to fit Vin now in a way that had nothing at all to do with tailoring. Ah, mère, Kelsier thought. You always wanted a daughter you could teach to walk the line between noblewoman and thief. They would have liked each other. They both had a hidden streak of unconventionality. Perhaps if his wife were still alive, she could have taught Vin things about pretending to be a noblewoman that even Says didn't know. Of course, if Mare were still alive, I wouldn't be doing any of this. I wouldn't dare. Look, Vin said. One of these Inquisitor dates is new. It's marked as yesterday. Dachshund shot a glance at Kelsier. We would have had to tell her eventually anyway. That was Theron's crew, Kelsier said. An Inquisitor hit them yesterday evening. Vin paled. Should I recognize that name? Ham asked. Theron's crew was part of the team that was trying to dupe the Ministry with Common, Vin said. This means they probably still have my trail. The Inquisitor recognized her that night when we infiltrated the palace. He wanted to know who her father was. It's fortunate that those inhuman things make the nobility uncomfortable. Otherwise, we'd have to worry about sending her to balls. Theron's crew, Vin said. Was it like last time? Dachshund nodded. No survivors. There was an uncomfortable silence, and Vin looked visibly sick. Poor kid, Kelsier thought. There was little they could do but move on, though. All right, how are we going to use this map? It has some ministry notes on house defenses, Hem said. Those will be useful. There doesn't appear to be any pattern in the Inquisitor hits, however, Breeze said. They probably just go where the information leads them. We'll want to refrain from being too active near soothing stations, Doc said, lowering his pen. Fortunately, Clubs' shop isn't close to any specific station. Most of them are in the slums. We need to do more than just avoid the stations, Kelsier said. We need to be ready to take them out. Breeze frowned. If we do, we risk playing our hand recklessly. But think of the damage it would do, Kelsier said. Marsh said there were at least 3 soothers and a seeker at every one of these stations. That's 130 ministry mistings. They must have recruited across the entire central dominance to gather those kinds of numbers. If we were to take them all out at once, we'd never be able to kill that many ourselves, Dachshund said. We could if we used the rest of our army, Hem said. We've got them stashed throughout the slums. I have a better idea, Kelsier said. We can hire other thieving crews. If we had 10 crews, each assigned to take out 3 stations, we could clear the city of ministry soothers and seekers in barely a few hours. We'd have to discuss timing, though, Dachshund said. Breeze is right. Killing that many obligators in one evening means making a major commitment. It won't take the Inquisitors long to retaliate. Kelsier nodded. You're right, Dox. Timing will be vital. Would you look into it? Find some appropriate crews. But wait until we decide on a time before giving them the locations of the soothing stations. Dachshund nodded. Good, Kelsier said. Speaking of our soldiers, Ham, how are things going with them? Better than I expected, actually, Hem said. They went through training in the caves, and so they're fairly competent. And they consider themselves the more faithful segment of the army, since they didn't follow Yeden to battle against your will. Breeze snorted. That's a convenient way of looking past the fact that they lost 3/4 of their army in a tactical blunder. They're good men, Breeze, Hem said firmly. And so were those who died. Don't speak ill of them. Regardless, I worry about hiding the army as we are. It won't be too long before one of the teams gets discovered. That's why none of them know where to find the others, Kelsier said. I do want to mention something about the men, Breeze said, seating himself in one of Renua's desk chairs. I see the importance of sending Hammond to train the soldiers. But honestly, what is the reason for forcing Dachshund and myself to go and visit them? The men need to know who their leaders are, Kelsier said. If Ham were to become indisposed, someone else will need to take command. Why not you? Breeze asked. Just bear with me, Kelsier said, smiling. It's for the best. Breeze rolled his eyes. Bear with you? We seem to do an awful lot of that. Anyway, Kelsier said. Vin, what news from the nobility? Have you discovered anything useful about House Venture? She paused. No. But the ball next week will be at Keep Venture, right? Doxson asked. Vin nodded. Kelsier eyed the girl. Would she even tell us if she knew? She met his eyes, and he couldn't read a thing in them. Blasted girl's far too experienced a liar. All right, he said to her. Keep looking. I will, she said. Despite his fatigue, Kelsier found sleep elusive that night. Unfortunately, he couldn't go out and roam the hallways. Only certain servants knew he was at the mansion, and he needed to keep a low profile now that his reputation was building. His reputation. He sighed as he leaned against the balcony railing, watching the mists. In a way, the things he did worried even him. The others didn't question him out loud as per his request, but he could tell that they were still bothered by his growing fame. It's the best way. I may not need all of this, but if I do, I'm going to be glad I went to the trouble. A soft knock came at his door. He turned, curious, as Sazed peeked his head into the room. I apologize, Master Kelsier, Sazed said, but a guard came to me and said he could see you up on your balcony. He was worried that you'd give yourself away. Kelsier sighed, but backed away from the balcony, pulling the doors closed and shutting the drapes. I'm not meant for anonymity, Sazed. For a thief, I'm really not all that good at hiding. Sazed smiled and began to withdraw. Sazed, Kelsier asked, causing the terraceman to pause. I can't sleep. Do you have a new proposal for me? Sazed smiled deeply, walking into the room. Of course, Master Kelsier. Lately, I've been thinking that you should hear about the truths of the Bennett. They fit you quite well, I think. The Bennett were a highly developed people who lived on the southern islands. They were brave seafarers and brilliant cartographers. Some of the maps the final empire still uses were developed by Bennett explorers. Their religion was designed to be practiced aboard ships that were away at sea for months at a time. The captain was also their minister, and no man was allowed to command unless he had received theological training. Probably weren't very many mutinies. Sazed smiled. It was a good religion, Master Kelsier. It focused on discovery and knowledge. To these people, the making of maps was a reverent duty. They believed that once all of the world was known, understood, and catalogued, men would finally find peace and harmony. Many religions teach such ideals, but few actually manage to practice them as well as the Bennett. Kelsier frowned, leaning back against the wall beside the balcony drapes. Peace and harmony, he said slowly. I'm not really looking for either right now, Sazed. Ah, Sazed said. Kelsier looked up, staring at the ceiling. Could you tell me about the Vala again? Of course, Sazed said, pulling a chair over from beside Kelsier's desk and seating himself. What specifically would you like to know? Kelsier shook his head. I'm not sure, he said. I'm sorry, Sazed. I'm in a strange mood tonight. You are always in a strange mood, I think, Sazed said with a slight smile. However, you choose an interesting sect to ask after. The Vala lasted longer into the Lord Ruler's dominion than any other religion. That's why I ask, Kelsier said. I need to understand what kept them going for so long, Sazed. What made them keep fighting? They were the most determined, I think. But they didn't have any leaders, Kelsier said. The Lord Ruler had slaughtered the entire Valon religious council as part of his first conquest. Oh, they had leaders, Master Kelsier, Sazed said. Dead ones, true, but leaders nonetheless. Some men would say that their devotion didn't make sense, Kelsier said. The loss of the Valon leaders should have broken the people, not made them more determined to keep going. Sazed shook his head. Men are more resilient than that, I think. Our belief is often strongest when it should be weakest. That is the nature of hope. Kelsier nodded. Did you want further instruction on the Vala? No. Thanks, Sazed. I just needed to be reminded that there were people who fought even when things looked hopeless. Sazed nodded, rising. I think I understand, Master Kelsier. Good evening, then. Kelsier nodded distractedly, letting the terraceman withdraw. Chapter 30. Most of the terracemen are not as bad as Rashek. However, I can see that they believe him to an extent. These are simple men, not philosophers or scholars, and they don't understand that their own prophecies say the hero of ages will be an outsider. They only see what Rashek points out, that they are an ostensibly superior people and should be dominant rather than subservient. Before such passion and hatred, even good men can be deceived. It took returning to the Venture ballroom to remind Vin what true majesty was. She'd visited so many keeps that she had begun to grow desensitized to the splendor. There was something special about Keep Venture, however, something that the other keeps strived for, but never quite achieved. It was as if Venture were the parent, and the others were well-taught children. All of the keeps were beautiful, but there was no denying which one was the finest. The enormous Venture Hall, lined by a row of massive pillars on each side, seemed even more grand than usual. Vin couldn't quite decide why. She thought about it as she waited for a servant to take her shawl. The normal limelights shone outside the stained glass windows, spraying the room with shards of light. The tables were immaculate beneath their pillared overhang. The Lord's table, set on the small balcony at the very end of the hallway, looked as regal as ever. It's almost too perfect, Vin thought, frowning to herself. Everything seemed slightly exaggerated. The tablecloths were even whiter, and pressed even flatter than usual. The servants' uniforms seemed particularly sharp. Instead of regular soldiers at the doors, haze killers stood looking intentionally impressive, distinguished by their wooden shields and lack of armor. Altogether, the room made it seem as if even the regular Venture perfection had been heightened. Something's wrong, Sazed, she whispered as a servant moved off to prepare her table. What do you mean, mistress? The tall steward asked, standing behind her and to the side. There are too many people here, Vin said, realizing one of the things that was bothering her. Ball attendance had been tapering off during the last few months. Yet it seemed like everyone had returned for the Venture event, and they all wore their finest. Something's going on, Vin said quietly. Something we don't know about. Yes, Sazed said quietly. I sense it too. Perhaps I should go to the steward's. Dinner early. Good idea, Vin said. I think I might just skip the meal this evening. We're a bit late, and it looks like people have already started chatting. Sazed smiled. What? I remember a time when you would never skip a meal, mistress. Vin snorted. Just be glad I never tried to stuff my pockets with food from one of these balls. Trust me, I was tempted. Now, get going. Sazed nodded and moved off toward the steward's dinner. Vin scanned the chatting groups. No sign of Sean, thankfully, she thought. Unfortunately, Kliss was nowhere to be seen either, so Vin had to choose someone else to go to for gossip. She strolled forward, smiling at Lord Idran Ceres, a cousin to House Ilarial and a man she had danced with on several occasions. He acknowledged her with a stiff nod, and she joined his group. Vin smiled at the other members of the group, 3 women and 1 other lord. She knew them all at least passingly, and had danced with Lord Yestel. However, this evening all 4 of them gave her cold looks. I haven't been to Keep Venture in a while, Vin said, falling into her persona as a country girl. I'd forgotten how majestic it is. Indeed, said one of the ladies. Excuse me. I'm going to go get something to drink. I'll go with you, one of the other ladies added, both of them leaving the group. Vin watched them go, frowning. Ah, Yestel said. Our meal has arrived. Coming, Triss. Of course, the final lady said, joining Yestel as they walked away. Idran adjusted his spectacles, shooting Vin a half-hearted look of apology, then withdrew. Vin stood, dumbfounded. She hadn't received such an obviously cold reception since her first few balls. What's going on? She thought with increasing trepidation. Is this Shan's work? Could she turn an entire room full of people against me? No, that didn't feel right. It would have required too much effort. In addition, the oddity wasn't just around her. All of the groups of noblemen were different this evening. Vin tried a second group with an even worse result. As soon as she joined, the members pointedly ignored her. Vin felt so out of place that she withdrew, fleeing to get herself a cup of wine. As she walked, she noticed that the first group, the one with Yestal and Idrin, had reformed with exactly the same members. Vin paused, standing just inside the shade of the eastern overhang and scanning the crowd. There were very few people dancing, and she recognized them all as established couples. There also seemed to be very little mingling between groups or tables. While the ballroom was filled, it seemed most of the attendees were distinctly trying to ignore everyone else. I need to get a better view of this, she thought, walking to the stairwell. A short climb later, she came out on the long, corridor-like balcony set into the wall above the dance floor, its familiar blue lanterns giving the stonework a soft, melancholy hue. Vin paused. Elan's cubbyhole sat between the rightmost column and the wall, well lit by a single lantern. He almost always spent venture balls reading there. He didn't like the pomp and ceremony that came from hosting a party. The cubbyhole was empty. She approached the railing, then craned out to look toward the far end of the grand hallway. The host's table sat on an overhang at the same level as the balconies, and she was shocked to see Elan sitting there dining with his father. What? She thought incredulously. Never once, during the half-dozen balls she'd attended at Keep Venture, had she seen Elan sit with his family. Down below, she caught sight of a familiar, colorful-robed figure moving through the crowd. She waved toward Sazed, but he had obviously already seen her. As she waited for him, Vin thought she faintly heard a familiar voice coming from the other end of the balcony. She turned and checked, noticing a short figure she'd missed before. Kliss was speaking with a small group of minor lords. So that's where Kliss went, Vin thought. Maybe she'll talk to me. Vin stood, waiting for either Kliss to finish her conversation or Sazed to arrive. Sazed came first, leaving the stairwell breathing heavily. Mistress, he said in a low voice, joining her by the railing. Tell me you discovered something, Sazed. This ball feels creepy. Everyone's so solemn and cold. It's almost like we're at a funeral, not a party. It is an apt metaphor, my lady, Sazed said quietly. We have missed an important announcement. House Hastings said it is not going to hold its regular ball this week. Vin frowned. So? Houses have cancelled balls before. House Ilarial cancelled as well. Normally, Tikil would come next, but that house is defunct. House Shuna has already announced that it won't be holding any more balls. What are you saying? It appears, mistress, that this will be the last ball for a time. Perhaps a very long time. Vin glanced down at the hall's magnificent windows, which stood above the independent, almost hostile groups of people. That's what's going on, she said. They're finalizing alliances. Everyone is standing with their strongest friends and supporters. They know this is the last ball, and so they all came to put in an appearance, but they know they've no time left for politicking. It seems that way, mistress. They're all going on the defensive, Vin said. Retreating behind their walls, so to speak. That's why no one wants to talk to me. We made Renew too neutral a force. I don't have a faction, and it's a bad time to be gambling on random political elements. Master Kelsier needs to know this information, mistress, Sazed said. He planned on pretending to be an informant again tonight. If he's ignorant of this situation, it could seriously damage his credibility. We should leave. No, Vin said, turning toward Sazed. I can't go. Not when everyone else is staying. They all thought it was important to come and be seen at this last ball, and so I shouldn't leave until they start to. Sazed nodded. Very well. You go, Sazed. Hire a carriage and go tell Kel what we've learned. I'll stay for a little longer, then leave when it won't make House Renew look weak. Sazed paused. I don't know, mistress. Vin rolled her eyes. I appreciate the help you've given me, but you don't need to keep holding my hand. Plenty of people come to these balls without their stewards to watch after them. Sazed sighed. Very well, mistress. I shall return, however, after I have located Master Kelsier. Vin nodded, bidding him farewell, and he retreated down the stone stairwell. Vin leaned against the balcony in Eland's spot, watching until Sazed appeared below and disappeared toward the front gates. Now what? Even if I can find someone to talk to, there's really no point in spreading rumors now. She felt a feeling of dread. Who would have thought that she would come to enjoy noble frivolity so much? The experience was tainted by her knowledge of what many noblemen were capable of, but even still, there had been a dreamlike joy to the entire experience. Would she ever attend balls like these again? What would happen to Valette the noblewoman? Would she have to put away her dresses and makeup and return to simply being Vin the street thief? There probably wouldn't be room for things like grand balls in Kelsier's new kingdom, and that might not be a bad thing. What right did she have to dance while other skaa starved? Yet, it seemed like the world would be missing something beautiful without the keeps and dancers, the dresses and the festivities. She sighed, leaning back from the railing, glancing down at her own dress. It was of a deep shimmering blue, with white circular designs sewn around the base of the skirt. It was sleeveless, but the blue silk gloves she wore ran all the way past her elbows. Once she would have found the outfit frustratingly bulky. Now, however, she found it beautifying. She liked how it was designed to make her look full through the chest, yet accentuated her thin upper torso. She liked how it flared at the waist, slowly fanning out into a wide bell that rustled as she walked. She'd miss it. She'd miss it all. But Sazed was right. She couldn't stop the progression of time. She could only enjoy the moment. I'm not going to let him sit up there at the high table all evening and ignore me, she decided. Vin turned and walked along the balcony, nodding to Kliss as she passed. The balcony ended in a corridor that turned, and, as Vin had correctly guessed, led out onto the ledge that held the host's table. She stood inside the corridor for a moment, looking out. Lords and ladies sat in regal outfits, basking in the privilege of being invited up to sit with Lord Strathventure. Vin waited, trying to get Eland's attention, and finally one of the guests noticed her, then nudged Eland. He turned with surprise, saw Vin, then flushed slightly. She waved briefly, and he stood, excusing himself. Vin ducked back into the stone corridor a bit so they could speak more privately. "Eland," she said as he walked into the corridor. "You're sitting with your father." He nodded. "This ball has turned into something of a special event, Valette, and my father was fairly insistent that I obey protocol. When are we going to have time to talk?" Eland paused. "I'm not sure that we will." Vin frowned. He seemed reserved. His usual, slightly worn and wrinkled suit had been replaced by a sharp, well-fitted one. His hair was even combed. "Eland," she said, stepping forward. He raised a hand, warding her back. "Things have changed, Valette." No, she thought. This can't change. Not yet. Things? What things? "Eland, what are you talking about?" "I am heir to House Venture," he said. "And dangerous times are coming. House Hastings lost an entire convoy this afternoon, and that's only the beginning. Within the month, the keeps will openly be at war. These aren't things I can ignore, Valette. It's time I stopped being a liability to my family." "That's fine," Vin said. "That doesn't mean—" "Valette," Eland interrupted. "You are a liability too, a very big one. I won't lie and claim that I never cared for you. I did, and I still do. However, I knew from the start, as you did, that this could never be anything more than a passing dalliance. The truth is, my house needs me, and it's more important than you are." Vin paled. "But—" He turned to go back to dinner. "Eland," she said quietly, "please don't turn away from me." He paused, then looked back at her. "I know the truth, Valette. I know how you've lied about who you are. I don't care. Really. I'm not angry, or even disappointed. The truth is, I expected it. You're just playing the game, like we all are." He paused, then shook his head and turned away from her. "Like I am." "Eland," she said, reaching for him. "Don't make me embarrass you in public, Valette." Vin paused, feeling numb. And then, she was too angry to be numb. Too angry, too frustrated, and too terrified. "Don't leave," she whispered. "Don't you leave me too." "I'm sorry," he said. But I have to go meet with my friends. It was fun. And he left. Vin stood in the darkened corridor. She felt herself shiver quietly, and she turned to stumble back out onto the main balcony. To the side, she could see Eland bid good evening to his family, then head through a back corridor toward the keep's living section. He can't do this to me. Not Eland. Not now. However, a voice from within, a voice she had nearly forgotten, began to speak. Of course he left you, Reen whispered. Of course he abandoned you. Everyone will betray you, Vin. What did I teach you? No, she thought. It's just the political tension. Once this is over, I'll be able to convince him to come back. I never came back for you, Reen whispered. He won't either. The voice felt so real. It was almost like she could hear him beside her. Vin leaned up against the balcony railing, using the iron grating for strength, holding herself up. She wouldn't let him destroy her. A life on the streets hadn't been able to break her. She wouldn't let a self-important nobleman do so. She just kept telling herself that. But why did this hurt so much more than starvation, so much more than one of Common's beatings? Well, Valette renew, a voice said from behind. Kliss, Vin said. I'm not in the mood to talk right now. Ah, Kliss said. So Elend Venture finally spurned you. Don't worry, child. He'll get what he deserves shortly. Vin turned, frowning at the odd tone in Kliss's voice. The woman didn't seem like herself. She seemed too controlled. Deliver a message to your uncle for me? Will you, dear? Kliss asked lightly. Tell him that a man such as himself, without house alliances, might have a difficult time gathering intelligence in the upcoming months. If he needs a good source of information, tell him to send for me. I know lots of interesting things. You're an informant, Vin said, pushing aside her pain for the moment. But you're a foolish gossip? The short woman asked. Why, yes I am. It's fascinating, the kinds of things you can learn when you're known as the court gossip. People come to you to spread obvious lies, such as the things you told me about House Hastings last week. Why would you want me to spread such untruths? Could House Renew be making a bid for the weapons market during the House War? Indeed. Could Renew be behind the recent attack on the Hastings barges? Kliss's eyes twinkled. Tell your uncle that I can be made to keep quiet about what I know, for a small fee. You've been duping me all along, Vin said numbly. Of course, dear, Kliss said, patting Vin's arm. That's what we do here at court. You'll learn eventually if you survive. Now, be a good child and deliver my message. All right? Kliss turned, her squat, gaudy dress suddenly seeming a brilliant costume to Vin. Wait, Vin said. What was that you said about Elend earlier? He's going to get what he deserves. Kliss said, turning. Why, that's right. You've been asking after Sean Alariel's plans? Haven't you, Sean? Vin thought with rising concern. What is she planning? Now that, my dear, is an expensive secret indeed. I could tell you, but then what would I have in return? A woman of an unimportant house like myself needs to find sustenance somewhere. Vin pulled off her sapphire necklace, the only piece of jewelry she was wearing. Here, take it. Kliss accepted the necklace with a thoughtful expression. Yes, very nice indeed. What do you know? Vin snapped. Young Elend is going to be one of the first venture casualties in the House War. I'm afraid, Kliss said, stuffing the necklace into a sleeve pocket. It's unfortunate. He really does seem like a nice boy. Too nice, probably. When? Vin demanded. Where? How? So many questions, but only one necklace, Kliss said idly. It's all I have right now, Vin said truthfully. Her coin pouch contained only bronze clips for steel pushing. But it's a very valuable secret, as I've said, Kliss continued. By telling you, my own life would be. That's it, Vin thought furiously. Stupid aristocratic games. Vin burned zinc and brass, hitting Kliss with a powerful blast of emotional allomancy. She soothed away all of the woman's feelings but fear, then took hold of that fear and yanked on it with a firm tug. Tell me, Vin growled. Kliss gasped, wobbling and nearly falling to the ground. An Allomancer. No wonder Renew brought such a distant cousin with him to Luthuddle. Speak, Vin said, taking a step forward. You're too late to help him, Klis said. I'd never sell a secret like this if it had a chance of turning on me. Tell me. He'll be assassinated by Illyrial Allomancers this evening, Klis whispered. He might be dead already. It was supposed to happen as soon as he withdrew from the Lord's table. But if you want revenge, you'll have to look toward Lord Strathventure too. Elin's father? Vin asked with surprise. Of course, foolish child, Klis said. Lord Venture would love nothing more than an excuse to give the house title to his nephew instead. All Venture had to do was withdraw a few of his soldiers from the rooftop around young Elin's room to let in the Illyrial assassins. And, since the assassination will occur during one of Elin's little philosophy meetings, Lord Venture will be able to rid himself of a Hasting and a Leekle too. Vin spun. I have to do something. Of course, Klis said with a chuckle, standing up. Lord Venture is in for a surprise himself. I've heard that your Eland has some very choice books in his possession. Young Venture should be much more careful about the things he tells his women, I think. Vin turned back to the smiling Klis. The woman winked at her. I'll keep your allomancy a secret, child. Just make certain I get payment by tomorrow afternoon. A lady must buy food, and as you can see, I need a lot of it. As for House Venture, well, I'd distance myself from them if I were you. Shan's assassins are going to make quite the disturbance tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if half the court ended up in the boys' room to see what the ruckus was about. When the court sees those books Eland has, well, let's just say that the obligators are going to become very interested in House Venture for a time. Too bad Eland will already be dead. We haven't had an open execution of a nobleman in quite some time. Eland's room, Vin thought desperately. That's where they must be. She turned, holding the sides of her dress and rustling frantically down the balcony walkway toward the corridor she had left moments before. Where are you going? Klis asked with surprise. I have to stop this, Vin said. Klis laughed. I already told you that you're too late. Venture is a very old keep, and the back passages leading to the Lord's quarters are quite the maze. If you don't know your way, you'll end up lost for hours. Vin glanced around, feeling helpless. Besides, child, Klis added, turning to walk away. Didn't the boy just spurn you? What do you owe him? Vin paused. She's right. What do I owe him? The answer came immediately. I love him. With that thought came strength. Vin rushed forward despite Klis's laughter. She had to try. She entered the corridor and moved into the back passageways. However, Klis's words soon proved true. The dark stone passageways were narrow and unadorned. She'd never find her way in time. The roof, she thought. Elin's rooms will have an outside balcony. I need a window. She dashed down a passage, kicking off her shoes and pulling off her stockings, then running as best she could in the dress. She searched frantically for a window big enough to fit through. She burst out into a larger corridor, empty save for flickering torches. A massive lavender rose window stood on the far side of the room. Good enough, Vin thought. With a flare of steel, she threw herself into the air, pushing against a massive iron door behind her. She flew forward for a moment, then pushed powerfully against the rose window's iron bindings. She lurched to a stop in the air, pushing both backward and forward at the same time. She strained, hanging in the empty corridor, flaring her pewter to keep from being crushed. The rose window was enormous, but it was mostly glass. How strong could it be? Very strong. Vin groaned beneath the strain. She heard a snap behind her, and the door began to twist in its mountings. You must give, she thought angrily, flaring her steel. Chips of stone fell around the window. Then, with a crack of sound, the rose window burst free from the stone wall. It fell backward into the dark night, and Vin shot out behind it. Cool mist enveloped her. She pulled slightly against the door inside the room, keeping herself from going out too far, then pushed mightily against the falling window. The enormous dark-glassed window tumbled beneath her, churning the mists as Vin shot away from it, straight up, toward the roof. The window crashed to the ground just as Vin flew up over the edge of the rooftop, her dress fluttering madly in the wind. She landed on the bronze-plated roof with a thump, falling to a crouch. The metal was cool beneath her toes and fingers. Tin flared, illuminating the night. She could see nothing out of the ordinary. She burned bronze, using it as Marsh had taught her, searching for signs of allomancy. There weren't any. The assassins had a smoker with them. I can't search the entire building, Vin thought, desperately, flaring her bronze. Where are they? Then, oddly, she thought she sensed something. An allomantic pulse in the night. Faint, hidden, but enough. Vin rose to dash across the rooftop, trusting her instincts. As she ran, she flared pewter and grabbed her dress near the neck, then ripped the garment down the front with a single yank. She pulled her coin pouch and metal vials from a hidden pocket, and then, still running, she ripped the dress, petticoats, and attached leggings free, tossing it all aside. Her corset and gloves went next. Underneath, she wore a thin, sleeveless white shift and a pair of white shorts. She dashed frantically. I can't be too late, she thought. Please, I can't. Figures resolved in the mists ahead. They stood beside an angled rooftop skylight. Vin had passed several similar ones as she ran. One of the figures pointed toward the skylight, a weapon glittering in its hand. Vin cried out, pushing herself off the bronze roof in an arcing jump. She landed in the very center of the surprised group of people, then thrust her coin pouch upward, ripping it in two. Coins sprayed into the air, reflecting light from the window below. As the glistening shower of metal fell around Vin, she pushed. Coins zipped away from her like a swarm of insects, each one leaving a trail in the mist. Figures cried out as coins hit flesh, and several of the dark forms dropped. Several did not. Some of the coins snapped away, pushed aside by invisible allomantic hands. For people remained standing. Two of them wore mist cloaks. One of them was familiar. Shauna Lariel. Vin didn't need to see the cloak to understand. There was only one reason a woman as important as Shaun would come on an assassination like this. She was a Mistborn. You? Shaun asked in shock. She wore a black outfit of trousers and shirt, her dark hair pulled back, her mist cloak worn almost stylishly. Two Mistborn, Vin thought. Not good. She scrambled away, ducking as one of the assassins swung a dueling cane at her. Vin slid across the rooftop, then pulled herself to a brief halt, spinning with one hand resting against the cold bronze. She reached out and pulled against the few coins that hadn't escaped out into the night, yanking them back into her hand. Kill her, Shaun snapped. The two men Vin had felled lay groaning on the rooftop. They weren't dead. In fact, one was climbing unsteadily to his feet. Thugs, Vin thought. The other two are probably coin shots. As if to prove her right, one of the men tried to push away Vin's vial of metals. Fortunately, there weren't enough metals in the vial to give him a very good anchor, and she kept hold of it easily. Shaun turned her attention back to the skylight. No, you don't, Vin thought, dashing forward again. The coin shot cried out as she approached. Vin flipped a coin and shot it at him. He, of course, pushed back, but Vin anchored herself against the bronze roof and flared steel, pushing with a firm effort. The man's own steel push, transmitted from the coin to Vin to the roof, launched him out into the air. He cried out, shooting off into the darkness. He was only a misting, and couldn't pull himself back to the rooftop. The other coin shot tried to spray Vin with coins, but she deflected them with ease. Unfortunately, he wasn't as foolish as his companion, and he released the coins soon after pushing them. However, it was obvious that he couldn't hit her. Why did he keep the other Mistborn? Vin thought, ducking to a roll as a figure leaped from the dark mists, glass knives flashing in the air. Vin just barely got out of the way, flaring pewter to give herself balance. She came to her feet beside the wounded thug, who stood on obviously weak legs. With another flare of pewter, Vin slammed her shoulder into the man's chest, shoving him to the side. The man stumbled maladroitly, still holding his bleeding side. Then he tripped and fell right into the skylight. The fine, tinted glass shattered as he fell, and Vin's tin-enhanced ears could hear cries of surprise from below, followed by a crash as the thug hit the ground. Vin looked up, smiling evilly at the stunned Sean. Behind her, the second Mistborn. A man swore quietly. You? Sean sputtered, her eyes flaring dangerously with anger in the night. Take the warning, Eland, Vin thought, and escape. It's time for me to go. She couldn't face two Mistborn at once. She couldn't even beat Kelsier most nights. Flaring steel, Vin launched herself backward. Sean took a step forward and, looking determined, pushed herself after Vin. The second Mistborn joined her. Bloody hell, Vin thought, spinning in the air and pulling herself to the rooftop's edge near where she had broken the rose window. Below, figures scrambled about, lanterns brightening the mists. Lord Venture probably thought that the fuss meant his son was dead. He was in for a surprise. Vin launched herself into the air again, jumping out into the misty void. She could hear the two Mistborn land behind her, then push off as well. This isn't good, Vin thought with trepidation as she hurled through the misty air currents. She didn't have any coins left, nor did she have daggers, and she faced two trained Mistborn. She burned iron, searching frantically for an anchor in the night. A line of blue, moving slowly, appeared beneath her to the right. Vin yanked on the line, changing her trajectory. She shot downward, the Venture grounds wall appearing as a dark shadow beneath her. Her anchor was the breastplate of an unfortunate guard, who lay atop the wall, holding frantically to a tooth in the battlements to keep himself from being pulled up toward Vin. Vin slammed feet first into the man, then spun in the misty air, flipping to land on the cool stone. The guard collapsed to the stone, then cried out, desperately grabbing his stone anchor as another Allomantic force pulled against him. Sorry, friend, Vin thought, kicking the man's hand free from the battlement tooth. He immediately snapped upward, yanked into the air as if pulled by a powerful tether. The sound of bodies colliding sounded from the darkness above, and Vin saw a pair of forms drop limply to the Venture courtyard. Vin smiled, dashing along the wall. I sure hope that was Sean. Vin jumped up, landing atop the gatehouse. Near the keep, people were scattering, climbing in carriages to flee. And so the house war starts, Vin thought. Didn't think I'd be the one to officially begin it. A figure plummeted toward her from the mists above. Vin cried out, flaring pewter and jumping to the side. Sean landed dexterously, mist cloak tassels billowing, atop the gatehouse. She had both daggers out, and her eyes burned with anger. Vin jumped to the side, rolling off the gatehouse and landing on the wall-top below. A pair of guards jumped back in alarm, surprised to see a half-naked girl fall into their midst. Sean dropped to the wall behind them, then pushed, throwing one of the guards in Vin's direction. The man cried out as Vin pushed against his breastplate as well. But he was far heavier than she, and she was thrown backward. She pulled on the guard to slow herself, and the man crashed down to the wall-top. Vin landed lithely beside him, then grabbed his staff as it rolled free from his hand. Sean attacked in a flash of spinning daggers, and Vin was forced to jump backward again. She's so good, Vin thought with anxiety. Vin herself had barely trained with daggers. Now she wished she'd asked Kelsier for a little more practice. She swung the staff, but she'd never used one of the weapons before, and her attack was laughable. Sean slashed, and Vin felt a flare of pain in her cheek as she dodged. She dropped the staff in shock, reaching up to her face and feeling blood. She stumbled back, seeing the smile on Shan's face. And then Vin remembered the vial. The one she still carried, the one Kelsier had given her. Asham. She didn't bother to grab it from the place she had tucked it at her waist. She burned steel, pushing it out into the air in front of her. Then, she immediately burned iron and yanked on the bead of Asham. The vial shattered, the bead heading back toward Vin. She caught it in her mouth, swallowing the lump and forcing it down. Sean paused. Then, before Vin could do anything, she downed a vial of her own. Of course she has Asham, but how much did she have? Kelsier hadn't given Vin much, only enough for about 30 seconds. Sean jumped forward, smiling, her long black hair flaring in the air. Vin gritted her teeth. She didn't have much choice. She burned Asham. Immediately, Shan's form shot forth dozens of phantom Asham shadows. It was a Mistborn standoff. The first one who ran out of Asham would be vulnerable. You couldn't escape an opponent who knew exactly what you were going to do. Vin scrambled backward, keeping an eye on Shan. The noblewoman stalked forward, her phantoms forming an insane bubble of translucent motion around her. She seemed calm, secure. She has plenty of Asham, Vin thought, feeling her own storage burn away. I need to get away. A shadowy length of wood suddenly shot through Vin's chest. She ducked to the side just as the real arrow, apparently made with no arrowhead, passed through the air where she had been standing. She glanced toward the gatehouse, where several soldiers were raising bows. She cursed, glancing to the side, into the mists. As she did so, she caught a smile from Shan. She's just waiting for my Asham to burn out. She wants me to run. She knows she can chase me down. There was only one other option: attack. Shan frowned in surprise as Vin dashed forward, phantom arrows snapping against the stones just before their real counterparts arrived. Vin dodged between two arrows, her Asham-enhanced mind knowing exactly how to move, passing so close that she could feel the missiles in the air to either side of her. Shan swung her daggers, and Vin twisted to the side, dodging one slice and blocking the other with her forearm, earning a deep gash. Her own blood flew in the air as she spun, each droplet tossing out a translucent Asham image, and flared pewter punching Shan square in the stomach. Shan grunted in pain, bending slightly, but she didn't fall. Asham's almost gone, Vin thought desperately. Only a few seconds left. So, she extinguished her Asham early, exposing herself. Shan smiled wickedly, coming up from her crouch, right-hand dagger swinging confidently. She assumed that Vin had run out of Asham, and therefore assumed that she was exposed. Vulnerable. At that moment, Vin burned her last bit of Asham. Shan paused just briefly in confusion, giving Vin an opening as a phantom arrow streaked through the mists overhead. Vin caught the real arrow as it followed, the grainy wood burning her fingers, then rammed it down into Shan's chest. The shaft snapped in Vin's hand, leaving about an inch protruding from Shan's body. The woman stumbled backward, staying on her feet. Damn pewter, Vin thought, ripping a sword from a sheath beside the unconscious soldier at her feet. She jumped forward, gritting her teeth in determination, and Shan, still dazed, raised a hand to push against the sword. Vin let the weapon go. It was just a distraction. As she slammed the second half of the broken arrow into Shan's chest just beside its counterpart. This time Shan dropped. She tried to rise, but one of the shafts must have done some serious damage to her heart, for her face paled. She struggled for a moment, then fell lifeless to the stones. Vin stood, breathing deeply as she wiped the blood from her cheek, only to realize that her bloody arm was just making her face worse. Behind her, the soldiers called out, knocking more arrows. Vin glanced back toward the keep, bidding farewell to Eland, then pushed herself out into the night. Chapter 31. Other men worry whether or not they will be remembered. I have no such fears. Even disregarding the terrorist prophecies, I have brought such chaos, conflict, and hope to this world that there is little chance that I will be forgotten. I worry about what they will say of me. Historians can make what they wish of the past. In 1,000 years' time, will I be remembered as the man who protected mankind from a powerful evil? Or will I be remembered as a tyrant who arrogantly tried to make himself a legend? I don't know, Kelsier said, smiling as he shrugged. Breeze would make a pretty good minister of sanitation. The group chuckled, though Breeze just rolled his eyes. Honestly, I don't see why I consistently prove to be the target of you people's humor. Why must you choose the only dignified person in this crew as the butt of your mockery? Because, my dear man, Hem said, imitating Breeze's accent, you are by far the best but we have. Oh, please, Breeze said as Spook nearly collapsed to the floor with laughter. This is just getting juvenile. The teenage boy was the only one who found that comment amusing, Hammond. I'm a soldier, Hem said, raising his cup. Your witty verbal attacks have no effect on me, for I'm far too dense to understand them. Kelsier chuckled, leaning back against the cupboard. One problem with working at night was that he missed the evening gatherings in Clubs's kitchen. Breeze and Ham continued their general banter. Doc sat at the end of the table, going over ledgers and reports, while Spook sat by him eagerly, trying his best to take part in the conversation. Clubs sat in his corner, overseeing, occasionally smiling, and generally enjoying his ability to give the best scowls in the room. I should be leaving, Master Kelsier, Sayes said, checking the wall clock. Mistress Vin should be about ready to leave. Kelsier nodded. I should get going myself. I still have to. The outside kitchen door slammed open. Vin stood silhouetted by the dark mist, wearing nothing but her dressing undergarments, a flimsy white shirt and shorts. Both were sprayed with blood. Vin! Ham exclaimed, standing. Her cheek bore a long, thin gash, and she had a bandage tied on one forearm. I'm fine, she said wearily. What happened to your dress? Dachshund immediately demanded. You mean this? Vin asked apologetically, holding up a ripped, soot-stained blue mass of cloth. It got in the way. Sorry, Dox. Lord Ruler, girl, Breeze said. Forget the dress. What happened to you? Vin shook her head, shutting the door. Spook blushed furiously at her outfit, and Sayes immediately moved over, checking the wound on her cheek. I think I did something bad, Vin said. I kind of killed Sean Alariel. You did what? Kelsier asked as Sayes tisked quietly, leaving the small cheek cut alone as he undid the bandage on her arm. Vin flinched slightly at Sayes' ministrations. She was Mistborn. We fought. I won. You killed a fully trained Mistborn? Kelsier thought with shock. You've practiced for barely 8 months. Master Hammond? Sayes requested. Would you fetch my healer's bag? Ham nodded, rising. You might want to grab her something to wear too, Kelsier suggested. I think poor Spook's about to have a heart attack. What's wrong with this? Vin asked, nodding toward her clothing. It's not that much more revealing than some of the thief's clothing I've worn. Those are undergarments, Vin, Dachshund said. So? It's the principle of the matter, Dachshund said. Young ladies do not run around in their undergarments, no matter how much those undergarments may resemble regular clothing. Vin shrugged, sitting as Sayes held a bandage to her arm. She seemed exhausted, and not just from the fighting. What else happened at that party? Where did you fight the Alariel woman? Kelsier asked. Outside Keep Venture, Vin said, looking down. I think some of the guards spotted me. Some of the nobles might have too. I'm not certain. That's going to be trouble, Dachshund said, sighing. Of course, that cheek wound is going to be pretty obvious, even with makeup. Honestly, you Allomancers, don't you ever worry about what you're going to look like the day after you get into one of these fights? I was kind of focused on staying alive, Dox, Vin said. He's just complaining because he's worried about you, Kelsier said as Hem returned with the bag. That's what he does. Both wounds will require immediate stitching, mistress, Sayes said. The one on your arm hit the bone, I think. Vin nodded, and Sayes rubbed her arm with a numbing agent, then began to work. She bore it without much visible discomfort, though she obviously had her pewter flared. She looked so exhausted, Kelsier thought. She was such a frail-looking thing, mostly just arms and legs. Hammond put a cloak around her shoulders, but she appeared too tired to care. And I brought her into this. Of course, she should know better than to get herself into this kind of trouble. Eventually, Sayes finished his efficient sewing, then tied a new bandage around the arm wound. He moved onto the cheek. Why would you fight a Mistborn? Kelsier asked sternly. You should have run. Didn't you learn anything from your battle with the Inquisitors? I couldn't get away without turning my back on her, Vin said. Besides, she had more Asham than me. If I hadn't attacked, she would have chased me down. I had to strike while we were equally matched. But how did you get into this in the first place? Kelsier demanded. Did she attack you? Vin glanced down at her feet. I attacked first. Why? Kelsier asked. Vin sat for a moment, Sazed, working on her cheek. She was going to kill Eland, she finally said. Kelsier exhaled in exasperation. Eland Venture? You risked your life. Risked the plan, and our lives, for that fool of a boy. Vin looked up, glaring at him. Yes. What is wrong with you, girl? Kelsier asked. Eland Venture isn't worth this. She stood angrily, Sazed, backing away, the cloak falling the floor. He's a good man. He's a nobleman. So are you. Vin snapped. She waved a frustrated arm toward the kitchen and the crew. What do you think this is, Kelsier? The life of a skaa? What do any of you know about skaa? Aristocratic suits, stalking your enemies in the night, full meals and nightcaps around the table with your friends? That's not the life of a skaa. She took a step forward, glaring at Kelsier. He blinked in surprise at the outburst. What do you know about them, Kelsier? She asked. When's the last time you slept in an alley, shivering in the cold rain, listening to the beggar next to you cough with a sickness you knew would kill him? When's the last time you had to lay awake at night, terrified that one of the men in your crew would try to rape you? Have you ever knelt, starving, wishing you had the courage to knife the crew member beside you just so you could take his crust of bread? Have you ever cowered before your brother as he beat you, all the time feeling thankful because at least you had someone who paid attention to you? She fell silent, puffing slightly, the crew members staring at her. Don't talk to me about noblemen, Vin said. And don't say things about people you don't know. You're no skaa, you're just noblemen without titles. She turned, stalking from the room. Kelsier watched her go, shocked, hearing her footsteps on the stairs. He stood, dumbfounded, feeling a surprising flush of ashamed guilt, and, for once, found himself without anything to say. Vin didn't go to her room. She climbed to the roof, where the mists curled in the quiet, unlit night. She sat down in the corner, the rough stone lip of the flat rooftop against her nearly bare back, wood beneath her. She was cold, but she didn't care. Her arm hurt a bit, but it was mostly numb. She didn't feel nearly numb enough herself. She crossed her arms, huddling down, watching the mists. She didn't know what to think, let alone what to feel. She shouldn't have exploded at Kelsier, but everything that had happened, the fight, Eland's betrayal, it just left her feeling frustrated. She needed to be angry at someone. You should just be angry at yourself, Reen's voice whispered. You're the one who let them get close. Now they're all just going to leave you. She couldn't make it stop hurting. She could only sit and shiver as the tears fell, wondering how everything had collapsed so quickly. The trap door to the rooftop opened with a quiet creak, and Kelsier's head appeared. Oh, Lord Ruler, I don't want to face him now. She tried to wipe away her tears, but she only succeeded in aggravating the freshly stitched wound on her cheek. Kelsier closed the trap door behind him, then stood, so tall and proud, staring up at the mists. He didn't deserve the things I said. None of them did. Watching the mists is comforting, isn't it? Kelsier asked. Vin nodded. What is it I once told you? The mists protect you. They give you power. They hide you. He looked down. Then he walked over and crouched before her, holding out a cloak. There are some things you can't hide from, Vin. I know, I've tried. She accepted the cloak, then wrapped it around her shoulders. What happened tonight? He asked. What really happened? Eland told me that he didn't want to be with me anymore. Ah, Kelsier said, moving over to sit beside her. Was this before or after you killed his former fiancée? Before, Vin said. And you still protected him? Vin nodded, sniffling quietly. I know. I'm an idiot. No more than the rest of us, Kelsier said with a sigh. He looked up into the mists. I loved Mare too, even after she betrayed me. Nothing could change how I felt. And that's why it hurt so much, Vin said, remembering what Kelsier had said before. I think I finally understand. You don't stop loving someone just because they hurt you, he said. It would certainly make things easier if you did. She started to sniffle again, and he put a fatherly arm around her. She pulled close, trying to use his warmth to push away the pain. I loved him, Kelsier, she whispered. Eland? I know. No, not Eland, Vin said. Reen. He beat me over and over and over. He swore at me, he yelled at me, he told me he'd betray me. Every day, I thought about how much I hated him. And I loved him. I still do. It hurts so much to think that he's gone. Even though he always told me he would leave. Oh, child, Kelsier said, pulling her close. I'm sorry. Everyone leaves me, she whispered. I can barely remember my mother. She tried to kill me, you know. She heard voices in her head, and they made her kill my baby sister. She was probably going to kill me next, but Reen stopped her. Either way, she left me. After that, I clung to Reen. He left too. I love Eland, but he doesn't want me anymore. She looked up at Kelsier. When are you going to go? When will you leave me? Kelsier looked sorrowful. Vin, I don't know. This job, the plan. She searched his eyes, looking for the secrets therein. What are you hiding from me, Kelsier? Something that dangerous? She wiped her eyes again, pulling away from him, feeling foolish. He looked down, shaking his head. Look, now you got blood all over my nice, dirty, pretend informant's clothing. Vin smiled. At least some of it is noble blood. I got shone pretty good. Kelsier chuckled. You're probably right about me, you know. I don't give the nobility much of a chance, do I? Vin flushed. Kelsier, I shouldn't have said those things. You're good people, and this plan of yours... Well, I realize what you're trying to do for the skaa. No, Vin, Kelsier said, shaking his head. What you said was true. We're not really skaa. But that's good, Vin said. If you were regular skaa, you wouldn't have the experience or courage to plan something like this. They might lack experience, Kelsier said, but not courage. Our army lost, true, but they were willing, with minimal training, to charge a superior force. No, the skaa don't lack courage. Just opportunity. Then it's your position as half skaa, half nobleman that has given you opportunity, Kelsier. And you've chosen to use that opportunity to help your skaa half. That makes you worthy of being a skaa if anything does. Kelsier smiled. Worthy to be a skaa. I like the sound of that. Regardless, perhaps I need to spend a little less time worrying about which nobleman to kill, and a little more time worrying about which peasants to help. Vin nodded, pulling the cloak close as she stared up into the mists. They protect us. Give us power. Hide us. She hadn't felt like she needed to hide in a long time. But now, after the things she'd said below, she almost wished that she could just blow away like a wisp of mist. I need to tell him. Could mean the plan's success or failure. She took a deep breath. House Venture has a weakness, Kelsier. He perked up. It does. Vin nodded. Asham. They make certain the metal is harvested and delivered. It's the source of their wealth. Kelsier paused for a moment. Of course. That's how they can pay the taxes. That's why they're so powerful. He would need someone to handle things for him. Kelsier, Vin asked. He looked back at her. Don't do anything unless you have to, all right? Kelsier frowned. I don't know that I can promise anything, Vin. I'll try and think of another way, but as things stand now, Venture has to fall. I understand. I'm glad you told me, though. She nodded. And now I've betrayed him too. There was a peace in knowing, however, that she hadn't done it out of spite. Kelsier was right. House Venture was a power that needed to be toppled. Oddly, her mention of the house seemed to bother Kelsier more than it did her. He sat, staring into the mists, strangely melancholy. He reached down, absently scratching his arm. The scars, Vin thought. It isn't House Venture he's thinking about. It's the pits. Her. Kelsier, she said. Yes. His eyes still looking a bit absent as he watched the mists. I don't think that mare betrayed you. He smiled. I'm glad you think that way. No, I really mean it, Vin said. The Inquisitors were waiting for you when you got to the center of the palace, right? Kelsier nodded. They were waiting for us too. Kelsier shook his head. You and I fought some guards, made some noise. When Mare and I went in, we were quiet. We'd planned for a year, we were stealthy, secretive, and very careful. Someone set a trap for us. Mare was an allomancer, right? Vin asked. They could have just sensed you coming. Kelsier shook his head. We had a smoker with us. Red was his name. The Inquisitors killed him straight off. I've wondered if he was the traitor, but that just doesn't work. Red didn't even know about the infiltration until that night, when we went and got him. Only Mare knew enough, dates, times, objectives, to have betrayed us. Besides, there's the Lord Ruler's comment. You didn't see him, Vin, smiling as he thanked Mare. There was honesty in his eyes. They say the Lord Ruler doesn't lie. Why would he need to? Vin sat quietly for a moment, considering what he'd said. Kelsier, she said slowly, I think that Inquisitors can sense our allomancy even when we're burning copper. Impossible. I did it tonight. I punctured Shan's copper cloud to locate her and the other assassins. That's how I got to Eland in time. Kelsier frowned. You've got to be mistaken. It happened before too, Vin said. I can feel the Lord Ruler's touch on my emotions, even when I'm burning copper. And I swear that when I was hiding from that Inquisitor who was hunting me, he found me when he shouldn't have been able to. Kelsier, what if it's possible? What if hiding yourself by smoking isn't just a simple matter of whether or not your copper is on? What if it just depends on how strong you are? Kelsier sat thoughtfully. It could be possible, I suppose. Then Mare wouldn't have had to betray you. Vin said eagerly. Inquisitors are extremely powerful. The ones who were waiting for you, maybe they just felt you burning metals. They knew that an Allomancer was trying to sneak into the palace. Then the Lord Ruler thanked her because she was the one who gave you away. She was the Allomancer, burning tin, that led them to you. Kelsier's face took on a troubled expression. He turned, sitting himself so he was directly in front of her. Do it now, then. Tell me what metal I'm burning. Vin closed her eyes, flaring bronze, listening, feeling, as Marsh had taught her. She remembered her solitary trainings. Time spent focusing on the wave's breeze, ham, or spook gave off for her. She tried to pick out the fuzzing rhythm of allomancy. For a moment, she thought she felt something. Something very strange. A slow pulsing, like a distant drum, unlike any allomantic rhythm she'd felt before. But it wasn't coming from Kelsier. It was distant, far away. She focused harder, trying to pick out the direction it was coming from. But suddenly, as she focused harder, something else drew her attention. A more familiar rhythm, coming from Kelsier. It was faint, difficult to feel over the pulsing of her own heartbeat. It was a bold beat and quick. She opened her eyes. Pewter. You're burning pewter. Kelsier blinked in surprise. Impossible, he whispered. Again. She closed her eyes. Tin, she said after a moment. Now steel. You changed as soon as I spoke. Bloody hell. I was right, Vin said eagerly. You can feel allomantic pulses through copper. They're quiet, but I guess you just have to focus hard enough to. Vin, Kelsier interrupted. Don't you think allomancers have tried this before? You don't think that after 1,000 years' time, someone would have noticed that you could pierce a copper cloud? I've even tried it. I focused for hours on my master, trying to sense something through his copper cloud. But, Vin said, but why? It must have to do with strength, like you said. Inquisitors can push and pull harder than any regular Mistborn. Perhaps they're so strong that they can overwhelm someone else's metal. But Kelsier, Vin said quietly, I'm not an Inquisitor. But you're strong, he said. Stronger than you have any right to be. You killed a full Mistborn tonight. By luck, Vin said, face flushing. I just tricked her. Allomancy is nothing but tricks, Vin. No, there's something special about you. I noticed it on that first day, when you shrugged off my attempts to push and pull your emotions. She flushed. It can't be that, Kelsier. Maybe I've just practiced with bronze more than you. I don't know, Vin, Kelsier said. You're still too self-effacing. You're good at this, that much is obvious. If that's why you can see through copper clouds. Well, I don't know. But learn to take a little pride in yourself. Kid, if there's anything I can teach you, it's how to be self-confident. Vin smiled. Come on, he said, standing and holding out a hand to help her up. Sazed is going to fret all night if you don't let him finish stitching that cheek wound, and Ham's dying to hear about your battle. Good job leaving Shan's body back at Keep Venture, by the way. When House Ilarial hears that she was found dead on Venture property, Vin allowed him to pull her up, but she glanced toward the trapdoor apprehensively. I don't know if I want to go down yet, Kelsier. How can I face them? Kelsier laughed. Oh, don't worry. If you didn't say some stupid things every once in a while, you certainly wouldn't fit in with this group. Come on. Vin hesitated, then let him lead her back down to the warmth of the kitchen. Eland, how can you read at times like this? Jas asked. Eland looked up from his book. It calms me. Jas raised an eyebrow. The young Leekle sat impatiently in the coach, tapping his fingers on the armrest. The window shades were drawn, partially to hide the light of Eland's reading lantern, partially to keep out the mists. Though Eland would never admit it, the swirling fog made him just a bit nervous. Noblemen weren't supposed to be afraid of such things, but that didn't change the fact that the deep, colliginous mist was just plain creepy. Your father is going to be livid when you get back, Jas noted, still tapping the armrest. Eland shrugged, though this comment did make him a little bit nervous. Not because of his father, but because of what had happened this night. Some Allomancers had, apparently, been spying on Eland's meeting with his friends. What information had they gathered? Did they know about the books he'd read? Fortunately, one of them had tripped, falling through Eland's skylight. After that, it had been confusion and chaos, soldiers and ballgoers running about in a semi-panic. Eland's first thought had been for the books, the dangerous ones, the ones that if the obligators found he possessed, could get him into serious trouble. So, in the confusion, he dumped them all in a bag and followed Jas down to the palisade exit. Grabbing a carriage and sneaking out of the palace grounds had been an extreme move, perhaps, but it had been ridiculously easy. With the number of carriages fleeing the Venture grounds, not a single person had paused to notice that Eland himself was in the carriage with Jas. It's probably all died down by now, Eland told himself. People will realize that House Venture wasn't trying to attack them, and that there wasn't really any danger. Just some spies who got careless. He should have returned by now. However, his convenient absence from the palace gave him a perfect excuse to check on another group of spies. And this time, Eland himself had sent them. A sudden knock on the door made Jas jump, and Eland closed his book, then opened the carriage door. Felt, one of the House Venture chief spies, climbed into the carriage, nodding his hawkish, mustached face respectfully to Eland, then Jas. Well? Jas asked. Felt sat down with the keen litheness of his kind. The building is ostensibly a woodcrafter's shop, Lord. One of my men has heard of the place. It's run by one Master Cladent, a skaa carpenter of no small skill. Eland frowned. Why did Valet's steward come here? We think that the shop is a front, Lord, Felt said. We've been observing it ever since the steward led us here, as you ordered. However, we've had to be very careful. There are several watchnists hidden on its roof and top floors. Eland frowned. An odd precaution for a simple craftsman's shop, I should think. Felt nodded. That's not the half of it, Lord. We managed to sneak one of our best men up to the building itself. We don't think he was spotted, but he had a remarkably difficult time hearing what's going on inside. The windows are sealed and stuffed to keep in sound. Another odd precaution, Eland thought. What do you think it means? He asked Felt. It's got to be an underground hideout, Lord, Felt said. And a good one. If we hadn't been watching carefully, and been certain what to look for, we would never have noticed the signs. My guess is that the men inside, even the terracemen, are members of a skaa thieving crew. A very well-funded and skilled one. A skaa thieving crew? Jas asked. And Lady Valette too? Likely, Lord, Felt said. Eland paused. A skaa thieving crew, he said, stunned. Why would they send one of their members to balls? To perform a scam of some sort, perhaps? Lord, Felt asked. Do you want us to break in? I've got enough men to take their entire crew. No, Eland said. Call your men back, and tell no one of what you've seen this night. Yes, Lord, Felt said, climbing out of the coach. Lord Ruler, Jas said as the carriage door closed. No wonder she didn't seem like a regular noblewoman. It wasn't her rural upbringing. She's just a thief. Elin nodded, thoughtful, not certain what to think. You owe me an apology, Jas said. I was right about her. Perhaps, Elin said. But, in a way, you were wrong about her too. She wasn't trying to spy on me. She was just trying to rob me. So, I need to think about this, Elin said, reaching out and knocking for the carriage to start moving. He sat back as the coach began to roll back toward Keep Venture. Valette wasn't the person that she'd said she was. However, he'd already prepared himself for that news. Not only had Jas's words about her made him suspicious, Valette herself hadn't denied Elin's accusations earlier in the night. It was obvious. She had been lying to him, playing a part. He should have been furious. He realized this logically, and a piece of him did ache of betrayal. But, oddly, the primary emotion he felt was one of relief. What? Jas asked, studying Elin with a frown. Elin shook his head. You've had me worrying over this for days, Jas. I felt so sick that I could barely function. All because I thought that Valette was a traitor. But she is. Elin, she's probably trying to scam you. Yes, Elin said. But at least she probably isn't a spy for another house. In the face of all the intrigue, politics, and backbiting that has been going on lately, something as simple as a robbery feels slightly refreshing. But it's only money, Jas. Money is kind of important to some of us, Elin. Not as important as Valette. That poor girl. All this time, she must have been worrying about the scam she would have to pull on me. Jas sat for a moment. Then he finally shook his head. Elin, only you would be relieved to find out that someone was trying to steal from you. Need I remind you that the girl has been lying this entire time? You might have grown attached to her, but I doubt her own feelings are genuine. You may be right, Elin admitted. But, I don't know, Jas. I feel like I know. This girl. Her emotions. They just seem too real, too honest to be false. Doubtful, Jas said. Elin shook his head. We don't have enough information to judge her yet. Felt thinks she's a thief, but there have to be other reasons a group like that would send someone to balls. Maybe she's just an informant. Or maybe she is a thief, but not one who ever intended to rob me. She spent an awful lot of time mixing with the other nobility. Why would she do that if I was her target? In fact, she spent relatively little time with me, and she never plied me for gifts. He paused, imagining his meeting Valette as a pleasant accident, an event that had thrown a terrible twist into both of their lives. He smiled, then shook his head. No, Jas. There's more here than we're seeing. Something about her still doesn't make sense. I suppose Jas said, frowning. Elin sat upright, a sudden thought occurring to him, a thought that made his speculations about Valette's motivation seem far less important. Jas, he said. She's skaa. And she fooled me. Fooled us both. She acted the part of an aristocrat almost perfectly. An inexperienced aristocrat, perhaps. I had a real skaa thief with me, Elin said. Think of the questions I could have asked her. Questions? What kind of questions? Questions about being skaa, Elin said. That's not the point. Jas, she fooled us. If we can't tell the difference between a skaa and a noblewoman, that means that the skaa can't be very different from us. And, if they're not that different from us, what right do we have treating them as we do? Jas shrugged. Elin, I don't think you're looking at this in perspective. We're in the middle of a house war. Elin nodded distractedly. I was so hard on her this evening. Too hard? He had wanted her to believe totally and completely that he didn't want anything more to do with her. Part of that had been genuine, for his own worries had convinced him that she couldn't be trusted. And she couldn't be, not at the moment. Either way, he'd wanted her to leave the city. He'd thought that the best thing to do was break off the relationship until the house war was through. But, assuming she's really not a noblewoman, then there's no reason for her to leave. Elin, Jas asked, are you even paying attention to me? Elin looked up. I think I did something wrong tonight, I wanted to get Valette out of Luthuddle. But now I think I hurt her for no reason. Bloody hell, Eland, Jas said. Allomancers were listening to our conference this night. Do you realize what could have happened? What if they decided to kill us, rather than just spy on us? Ah, yes, you're right, Eland said with a distracted nod. It's best if Valette leaves anyway. Anyone close to me will be in danger during the days to come. Jas paused, his annoyance deepening. Then he finally laughed. You're hopeless. I try my best, Eland said. But seriously, there's no use worrying. The spies gave themselves away and likely got chased off or even captured in the chaos. We now know some of the secrets that Valette is hiding, so we're ahead there too. It's been a very productive night. That's an optimistic way of looking at it, I guess. Once again, I try my best. Even still, he would feel more comfortable when they got back to Keep Venture. Perhaps it had been foolhardy to sneak away from the palace before hearing the details of what had happened. But Eland hadn't exactly been thinking carefully at the time. Besides, he'd had the previously arranged meeting with Felt to attend, and the chaos had made a perfect opportunity to slip away. The carriage slowly pulled up to the Venture gates. You should go, Eland said, slipping out of the carriage door. Take the books. Jas nodded, grabbing the sack, then bidding Eland farewell as he shut the carriage door. Eland waited as the carriage rolled back away from the gates. Then he turned and walked the rest of the way to the keep, the surprised gate guards letting him pass with ease. The grounds were still ablaze with light. Guards were already waiting for him at the front of the keep, and a group of them rushed out into the mists to meet him and surround him. My lord, your father. Yes, Eland interrupted, sighing. I assume I'm to be taken to him immediately? Yes, my lord. Lead on then, Captain. They entered through the Lord's entrance on the side of the building. Lord Straffventure stood in his study, speaking with a group of guard officers. Eland could tell from the pale faces that they had received a firm scolding, perhaps even threats of beatings. They were noblemen, so Venture couldn't execute them, but he was very fond of the more brutal disciplinary forms. Lord Venture dismissed the soldiers with a sharp gesture, then turned to Eland with hostile eyes. Eland frowned, watching the soldiers go. Everything all seemed a little too tense. Well? Lord Venture demanded. Well, what? Where have you been? Oh, I left, Eland said offhandedly. Lord Venture sighed. Fine. Endanger yourself if you wish, boy. In a way, it's too bad that Mistborn didn't catch you. They could have saved me a great deal of frustration. Mistborn? Eland asked, frowning. What Mistborn? The one that was planning to assassinate you, Lord Venture snapped. Eland blinked in startlement. So, it wasn't just a spying team? Oh no, Venture said, smiling somewhat wickedly. An entire assassination team, sent here after you and your friends. Lord Ruler, Eland thought, realizing how foolish he had been to go out alone. I didn't expect the house war to get so dangerous so quickly. At least not for me. How do we know it was a Mistborn? Eland asked, gathering his wits. Our guards managed to kill her, Straff said. As she was fleeing, Eland frowned. A full Mistborn? Killed by common soldiers. Archers, Lord Venture said. Apparently, they took her by surprise. And the man who fell through my skylight? Eland asked. Dead, Lord Venture said. Broken neck. Eland frowned. That man was still alive when we fled. What are you hiding, father? The Mistborn. Anyone I know? I'd say so, Lord Venture said, settling into his desk chair, not looking up. It was Sean Ilariel. Eland froze in shock. Sean? He thought, dumbfounded. They'd been engaged, and she'd never even mentioned that she was an Allomancer. That probably meant she'd been a plant all along. Perhaps House Ilariel had planned to have Eland killed once an Ilariel grandson was born to the house title. You're right, Jas. I can't avoid politics by ignoring it. I've been a part of it all for much longer than I assumed. His father was obviously pleased with himself. A high-profile member of House Ilariel was dead on Venture grounds after trying to assassinate Eland. With such a triumph, Lord Venture would be insufferable for days. Eland sighed. Did we capture any of the assassins alive, then? Straff shook his head. One fell to the courtyard as he was trying to flee. He got away. He might have been Mistborn too. We found one man dead on the roof, but we aren't sure if there were others in the team or not. He paused. What? Eland asked, reading the slight confusion in his father's eyes. Nothing, Straff said, waving a dismissive hand. Some of the guards claim there was a third Mistborn, fighting the other two, but I doubt the reports. It wasn't one of ours. Eland paused. A third Mistborn fighting the other two. Maybe someone found out about the assassination and tried to stop it. Lord Venture snorted. Why would someone else's Mistborn try to protect you? Maybe they just wanted to stop an innocent man from being murdered. Lord Venture shook his head, laughing. You are an idiot, boy. You understand that, right? Eland flushed, then turned away. It didn't appear that Lord Venture wanted anything more, so Eland left. He couldn't go back to his rooms, not with the broken window and the guards, so he made his way to a guest bedroom, calling for a set of haze killers to watch outside his door and balcony, just in case. He prepared for bed, thinking about the conversation. His father was probably right about the third Mistborn. That just wasn't the way things worked. But that's the way it should be. The way it could be, maybe. There were so many things Eland wished he could do. But his father was healthy and young for a lord of his power. It would be decades before Eland assumed the house title, assuming he even survived that long. He wished he could go to Valette, talk to her, explain his frustrations. She'd understand what he was thinking. For some reason, she always seemed to understand him better than others. And she's skaa. He couldn't get over the thought. He had so many questions, so many things he wanted to find out from her. Later, he thought as he climbed into bed. For now, focus on keeping the house together. His words to Valette in that area hadn't been false. He needed to make certain his family survived the house war. After that, well, perhaps they could find a way to work around the lies and the scams. Chapter 32. Though many terracemen express a resentment of Clenium, there is also envy. I have heard the packmen speak in wonder of the Clenny cathedrals, with their amazing stained-glass windows and broad halls. They also seem very fond of our fashion. Back in the cities, I saw that many young terracemen had traded in their furs and skins for well-tailored gentlemen's suits. 2 streets over from Clubs's shop, there was a building of unusual height compared with those surrounding it. It was some kind of tenement, Vin thought, a place to pack skaa families. She'd never been inside of it, however. She dropped a coin, then shot herself up along the side of the 6-story building. She landed lightly on the rooftop, causing a figure crouching in the darkness to jump in surprise. It's just me, Vin whispered, sneaking quietly across the sloped roof. Spook smiled at her in the night. As the crew's best Tenai, he usually got the most important watches. Recently, those were the ones during the early evening. That was the time when conflict among the great houses was most likely to turn to outright fighting. Are they still going at it? Vin asked quietly, flaring her tin, scanning the city. A bright haze shone in the distance, giving the mists a strange luminescence. Spook nodded, pointing toward the light. Keep hasting. Illyrial soldiers with the attacking tonight. Vin nodded. Keep Hastings' destruction had been expected for some time. It had suffered a half-dozen raids from different houses during the last week. Allies withdrawing, finances wrecked. It was only a matter of time before it fell. Oddly, none of the houses attacked during the daytime. There was a feigned air of secrecy about the war, as if the aristocracy acknowledged the Lord Ruler's dominance, and didn't want to upset him by resorting to daylight warfare. It was all handled at night, beneath a cloak of mists. Waising the want of this, Spook said. Vin paused. Spook, could you try to speak normal? Spook nodded toward a distant, dark structure in the distance. The Lord Ruler. Liking he wants the fighting. Vin nodded. Kelsier was right. There hasn't been much of an outcry from the ministry or the palace regarding the house war, and the garrison is taking its time getting back to Luthhuddle. The Lord Ruler expected the house war, and intends to let it run its course, like a wildfire left to blaze and renew a field. Except this time, as one fire died, another would start, Kelsier's attack on the city. Assuming Marsh can find out how to stop the Steel Inquisitors. Assuming we can take the palace. And, of course, assuming Kelsier can find a way to deal with the Lord Ruler. Vin shook her head. She didn't want to think poorly of Kelsier, but she just didn't see how it was all going to happen. The garrison wasn't back yet, but reports said it was close, perhaps only a week or two out. Some noble houses were falling, but there didn't seem to be the air of general chaos that Kelsier had wanted. The final empire was strained, but she doubted that it would crack. However, maybe that wasn't the point. The crew had done an amazing job of instigating a house war. 3 entire great houses were no more, and the rest were seriously weakened. It would take decades for the aristocracy to recover from their own squabbling. We've done an amazing job, Vin decided. Even if we don't attack the palace, or if that attack fails, we'll have accomplished something wonderful. With Marsh's intelligence about the ministry and Say's translation of the logbook, the rebellion would have new and useful information for future resistance. It wasn't what Kelsier had hoped for. It wasn't a complete toppling of the final empire. However, it was a major victory, one that the skaa could look to for years as a source of courage. And, with a start of surprise, Vin realized that she felt proud to have been part of it. Perhaps, in the future, she could help start a real rebellion, one in a place where the skaa weren't quite so beaten down. If such a place exists, Vin was beginning to understand that it wasn't just Luthhuddle and its soothing stations that made skaa subservient. It was everything, the obligators, the constant work in field and mill, the mindset encouraged by 1,000 years of oppression. There was a reason why skaa rebellions were always so small. The people knew, or thought they knew, that there was no fighting against the final empire. Even Vin, who'd assumed herself a liberated thief, had believed the same. It had taken Kelsier's insane, over-the-top plan to convince her otherwise. Perhaps that was why he'd set such lofty goals for the crew. He'd known that only something this challenging would make them realize, in a strange way, that they could resist. Spook glanced at her. Her presence still made him uncomfortable. "Spook," Vin said. "You know that Eland broke off his relationship with me." Spook nodded, perking up slightly. "But," Vin said regretfully, "I still love him. I'm sorry, Spook, but it's true." He looked down, deflating. "It's not you," Vin said. "Really, it isn't. It's just that, well, you can't help who you love. Trust me, there are some people I really would rather not have loved. They didn't deserve it." Spook nodded. "I understand. Can I still keep the handkerchief?" He shrugged. "Thank you," she said. "It does mean a lot to me." He looked up, staring out into the mists. "I'm nodding a fool. I knew it wazing not to happen. I see things, Vin. I see lots of things." She laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I see things," an appropriate statement for a tin eye like him. "You've been an Allomancer for a long time?" she asked. Spook nodded. "Wazing the snap when I was 5. Barely even remember it. And since then you've been practicing with tin?" "Mostly," he said. "Wazing a good thing for me. Letting me see. Letting me hear. Letting me feel. Any tips you can pass on?" Vin asked hopefully. He paused thoughtfully, sitting by the edge of the slanted rooftop, one foot dangling over the side. Tin burning, nodding about the seeing, wazing about the not seeing. Vin frowned. "What do you mean?" "When burning," he said, "everything comes. Lots of everything. Distractions here, there. Ifing the power of wants, ignoring the distractions of both. If you want to be good at burning tin," she thought, translating as best she could, "learn to deal with distraction. It isn't about what you see. It's about what you can ignore." "Interesting," Vin said thoughtfully. Spook nodded. "When looking, seeing the mist and seeing the houses and feeling the wood and hearing the rats below. Choose one, and don't get distracted." "Good advice," Vin said. Spook nodded as a sound thumped behind them. They both jumped and ducked down, and Kelsier chuckled as he walked across the rooftop. "We really have to find a better way of warning people that we're coming up. Every time I visit a spy nest, I worry that I'm going to startle someone off the rooftop. Vin stood, dusting off her clothing. She wore mist cloak, shirt, and trousers. It had been days since she'd worn a dress. She only put in token appearances at Mansion Renew. Kelsier was too worried about assassins to let her stay there for long. At least we bought Kliss's silence, Vin thought, annoyed at the expense. It's time? She asked. Kelsier nodded. Nearly so, at least. I want to stop somewhere on the way. Vin nodded. For their second meeting, Marsh had chosen a location that he was supposedly scouting for the ministry. It was a perfect opportunity to meet since Marsh had an excuse to be in the building all night, ostensibly seeking for any Allomantic activity nearby. He would have a soother with him for a good deal of the time, but there would be an opening near the middle of the night when Marsh figured he would have a good hour alone. Not much time if he had to sneak out and back, but plenty of time for a pair of stealthy Mistborn to pay him a quick visit. They bid farewell to Spook and pushed off into the night. However, they didn't travel the rooftops for long before Kelsier led them down onto the street, landing and walking to conserve strength and metals. It's kind of odd, Vin thought, remembering her first night practicing allomancy with Kelsier. I don't even think of the empty streets as creepy anymore. The cobblestones were slick from mist water, and the deserted street eventually disappeared into the distant haze. It was dark, silent, and lonely. Even the war hadn't changed very much. Soldier groups, when they attacked, went in clumps, striking quickly and trying to overrun the defenses of an enemy house. Yet, despite the emptiness of the nighttime city, Vin felt comfortable in it. The mists were with her. Vin, Kelsier said as they walked. I want to thank you. She turned to him, a tall, proud figure in a majestic mist cloak. Thank me? Why? For the things you said about Mare. I've been thinking a lot about that day, about her. I don't know if your ability to see through copper clouds explains everything, but, well, given the choice, I'd rather believe that Mare didn't betray me. Vin nodded, smiling. He shook his head ruefully. It sounds foolish, doesn't it? As if, all these years, I've just been waiting for a reason to give in to self-delusion. I don't know, Vin said. Once, maybe I would have thought you a fool, but, well, that's kind of what trust is, isn't it? A willful self-delusion. You have to shut out that voice that whispers about betrayal, and just hope that your friends aren't going to hurt you. Kelsier chuckled. I don't think you're helping the argument any, Vin. She shrugged. Makes sense to me. Distrust is really the same thing, only on the other side. I can see how a person, given the choice between two assumptions, would choose to trust. But not you, Kelsier asked. Vin shrugged again. I don't know anymore. Kelsier hesitated. This, Eland of yours. There's a chance that he was just trying to scare you into leaving the city, right? Perhaps he said those things for your own good. Maybe, Vin said. But there was something different about him, about the way he looked at me. He knew I was lying to him, but I don't think he realized that I was skaa. He probably thought I was a spy from one of the other houses. Either way, he seemed honest in his desire to be rid of me. Maybe you thought that because you were already convinced that he was going to leave you. Vin trailed off, glancing down at the slick, ashen street as they walked. I don't know, and it's your fault, you know. I used to understand everything. Now it's all confused. Yes, we've messed you up right properly, Kelsier said with a smile. You don't seem bothered by the fact. Nope, Kelsier said. Not a bit. Here we are. He stopped beside a large, wide building, probably another skaa tenement. It was dark inside. Skaa couldn't afford lamp oil, and they would have put out the building's central hearth after preparing the evening meal. This? Vin asked uncertainly. Kelsier nodded, walking up to tap lightly on the door. To Vin's surprise, it opened hesitantly, a wiry skaa face peeking out into the mists. Lord Kelsier, the man said quietly. I told you I'd visit, Kelsier said, smiling. Tonight seemed like a good time. Come in, the man said, pulling the door open. He stepped back, careful, not to let any of the mist touch him as Kelsier and Vin entered. Vin had been in skaa tenements before, but never before had they seemed so depressing. The smell of smoke and unwashed bodies was almost overpowering, and she had to extinguish her tin to keep from gagging. The wan light of a small coal stove showed a crowd of people packed together, sleeping on the floor. They kept the room swept of ash, but there was only so much they could do. Black stains still covered clothing, walls, and faces. There were few furnishings, not to mention far too few blankets to go around. I used to live like this, Vin thought with horror. The crew lairs were just as packed. Sometimes more so. This was my life. People roused as they saw that they had a visitor. Kelsier had his sleeves rolled up, Vin noticed, and the scars on his arms were visible even by emberlight. They stood out starkly, running lengthwise up from his wrist past his elbows, crisscrossing and overlapping. The whispers began immediately. The survivor! He's here! Kelsier! The Lord of the Mists! That's a new one, Vin thought with a raised eyebrow. She stayed back as Kelsier smiled, stepping forward to meet the skaa. The people gathered around him with quiet excitement, reaching out to touch his arms and cloak. Others just stood and stared, watching him with reverence. I come to spread hope, Kelsier said to them quietly. House Hastings fell tonight. There were murmurs of surprise and awe. I know many of you worked in the Hastings smithies and steel mills, Kelsier said. And honestly, I cannot say what this means for you, but it is a victory for all of us. For a time, at least, your men won't die before the forges or beneath the whips of Hastings taskmasters. There were murmurs through the small crowd, and one voice finally spoke the concern loud enough for Vin to hear. House Hastings is gone? Who will feed us? So frightened, Vin thought. I was never like that. Was I? I'll send you another shipment of food, Kelsier promised. Enough to last you for a while, at least. You've done so much for us, another man said. Nonsense, Kelsier said. If you wish to repay me, then stand up just a little straighter. Be a little less afraid. They can be beaten. By men like you, Lord Kelsier, a woman whispered. But not by us. You'd be surprised, Kelsier said as the crowd began to make way for parents bringing their children forward. It seemed like everyone in the room wanted their sons to meet Kelsier personally. Vin watched with mixed feelings. The crew still had reservations regarding Kelsier's rising fame with the skaa, though they kept their word and remained silent. He really does seem to care for them, Vin thought, watching Kelsier pick up a small child. I don't think it's just a show. This is how he is. He loves people, loves the skaa. But it's more like the love of a parent for a child than it is like the love of a man for his equals. Was that so wrong? He was, after all, a kind of father to the skaa. He was the noble lord they always should have had. Still, Vin couldn't help feeling uncomfortable as she watched the faintly illuminated, dirty faces of those skaa families, their eyes worshipful and reverent. Kelsier eventually bid the group farewell, telling them he had an appointment. Vin and he left the cramped room, stepping out into blessedly fresh air. Kelsier remained quiet as they traveled toward Marsh's new soothing station, though he did walk with a bit more of a spring in his step. Eventually, Vin had to say something. You visit them often? Kelsier nodded. At least a couple of houses a night. It breaks up the monotony of my other work. Killing noblemen and spreading false rumors, Vin thought. Yes, visiting the skaa would be a nice break. The meeting place was only a few streets away. Kelsier paused in a doorway as they approached, squinting in the dark night. Finally, he pointed at a window just faintly lit. Marsh said he'd leave a light burning if the other obligators were gone. Window or stairs? Vin asked. Stairs, Kelsier said. The door should be unlocked, and the ministry owns the entire building. It will be empty. Kelsier was right on both counts. The building didn't smell musty enough to be abandoned, but the bottom few floors were obviously unused. Vin and he quickly climbed up the stairwell. Marsh should be able to tell us the ministry reaction to the house war, Kelsier said as they reached the top floor. Lantern light flickered through the door at the top, and he pushed it open, still speaking. Hopefully that garrison won't get back too quickly. The damage is mostly done, but I'd like the war to go on for. He froze in the doorway, blocking Vin's view. She flared pewter and tin immediately, falling to a crouch, listening for attackers. There was nothing, just silence. "No," Kelsier whispered. Then Vin saw the trickle of dark red liquid seeping around the side of Kelsier's foot. Pooled slightly, then began to drip down the first step. "O Lord Ruler," Kelsier stumbled into the room. Vin followed, but she knew what she'd see. The corpse lay near the center of the chamber, flayed and dismembered, the head completely crushed. It was barely recognizable as human. The walls were sprayed red. Could one body really produce this much blood? It was just like before, in the basement of Common's lair, only with a single victim. "Inquisitor," Vin whispered. Kelsier, heedless of the gore, stumbled to his knees beside Marsh's corpse. He raised a hand as if to touch the skinless body, but remained frozen there, stunned. "Kelsier," Vin said urgently. This was recent. The Inquisitor could still be near. He didn't move. "Kelsier," Vin snapped. Kelsier shook, looking around. His eyes met hers, and lucidity returned. He stumbled to his feet. "Window," Vin said, rushing across the room. She paused, however, when she saw something sitting on a small desk beside the wall. A wooden table leg, tucked half, hidden beneath a blank sheet of paper. Vin snatched it as Kelsier reached the window. He turned back, looking over the room one last time, then jumped out into the night. "Farewell, Marsh," Vin thought regretfully, following. "I think that the Inquisitors suspect me," Doxson read. The paper, a single sheet recovered from inside the table leg, was clean and white, free from the blood that stained Kelsier's knees and the bottom of Vin's cloak. Doxson continued, reading as he sat at Clubs's kitchen table. "I've been asking too many questions, and I know they sent at least one message to the corrupt obligator who supposedly trained me as an acolyte. I thought to seek out the secrets that the rebellion has always needed to know. How does the ministry recruit Mistborn to be inquisitors? Why are inquisitors more powerful than regular allomancers? What, if any, are their weaknesses? Unfortunately, I've learned next to nothing about the inquisitors, though the politicking within the regular ministry ranks continues to amaze me. It's like the regular obligators don't even care about the world outside, except for the prestige they earn by being the most clever or successful in applying the Lord Ruler's dictates. The Inquisitors, however, are different. They are far more loyal to the Lord Ruler than the regular obligators, and this is, perhaps, part of the dissension between the two groups. Regardless, I feel that I am close. They do have a secret, Kelsier. A weakness. I'm sure of it. The other obligators whisper of it, though none of them know it. I fear that I've prodded too much. The Inquisitors tail me, watch me, ask after me. So I prepare this note. Perhaps my caution is unnecessary. Perhaps not. Doxson looked up. That's all it says. Kelsier stood at the far side of the kitchen, back to the cupboard, reclining in his usual position. But there was no levity in his posture this time. He stood with arms folded, head slightly bowed. His disbelieving grief appeared to have vanished, replaced with another emotion. One Vin had sometimes seen smoldering darkly behind his eyes. Usually when he spoke of the nobility, she shivered despite herself. Standing as he was, she was suddenly aware of his clothing: dark gray mist cloak, long-sleeved black shirt, charcoal trousers. In the night, the clothing was simply camouflage. In the lit room, however, the black colors made him look menacing. He stood up straight, and the room grew tense. "Tell Renew to pull out," Kelsier said softly, his voice like iron. "He can use the planned exit story, that of a retreat back to his family lands because of the house war. But I want him gone by tomorrow. Send a thug and a tin eye with him as protection, but tell him to abandon his canal boats one day out of the city, then return to us." Doxson paused, then glanced at Vin and the others. "Okay." "Marsh knew everything, Dox," Kelsier said. "They broke him before they killed him. That's how Inquisitors work." He let the words hang. Vin felt a chill. The lair was compromised. "To the backup lair, then?" Doxson asked. "Only you and I knew its location." Kelsier nodded firmly. "I want everyone out of this shop, apprentices included, in 15 minutes. I'll meet you at the backup lair in 2 days. Dachshund looked up at Kelsier, frowning. 2 days? Kel, what are you planning? Kelsier strode over to the door. He threw it open, letting in the mist, then glanced back at the crew with eyes as hard as any inquisitor's spikes. They hit me where it couldn't have hurt worse. I'm going to do likewise. Wallen pushed himself in the darkness, feeling his way through the cramped caverns, forcing his body through cracks nearly too small. He continued downward, searching with his fingers, ignoring his numerous scrapes and cuts. Must keep going, must keep going. His remaining sanity told him that this was his last day. It had been 6 days since his last success. If he failed a 7th time, he would die. Must keep going. He couldn't see. He was too far beneath the surface to catch even a reflected glimpse of sunlight. But, even without light, he could find his way. There were only 2 directions, up and down. Movements to the side were unimportant, easily disregarded. He couldn't get lost as long as he kept moving down. All the while, he quested with his fingers, seeking the telltale roughness of budding crystal. He couldn't return this time, not until he'd been successful, not until... Must keep going. His hands brushed something soft and cold as he moved. A corpse, stuck rotting between 2 rocks. Wallen moved on. Bodies weren't uncommon in the tight caverns. Some of the corpses were fresh, most were simply bones. Often, Wallen wondered if the dead ones weren't really the lucky ones. Must keep going. There wasn't really time in the caverns. Usually, he returned above to sleep. Though the surface held taskmasters with whips, they also had food. It was meager, barely enough to keep him alive, but it was better than the starvation that would come from staying below too long. Must keep. He froze. He lay with his torso pinched in a tight rift in the rock, and had been in the process of wiggling his way through. However, his fingers, always searching, even when he was barely conscious, had been feeling the walls, and they'd found something. His hand quivered with anticipation as he felt the crystal buds. Yes, that was them. They grew in a wide, circular pattern on the wall. They were small at the edges, but got gradually bigger near the center. At the direct middle of the circular pattern, the crystals curved inward, following a pocket-like hollow in the wall. Here, the crystals grew long, each one having a jagged, sharp edge, like teeth lining the maw of a stone beast. Taking a breath, praying to the Lord Ruler, Wallen rammed his hand into the fist-sized, circular opening. The crystals ripped his arm, tearing long, shallow gashes in his skin. He ignored the pain, forcing his arm in further, up to his elbow, searching with his fingers for there. His fingers found a small rock at the center of the pocket, a rock formed by the mysterious drippings of the crystals. A Hathsin geode. He grasped it eagerly, pulling it out, ripping his arm again as he withdrew it from the crystal-lined hole. He cradled the small rock sphere, breathing heavily with joy. Another 7 days. He would live another 7 days. Before hunger and fatigue could weaken him further, Wallen began the laborious climb back upward. He squeezed through crevasses, climbed up juttings in walls. Sometimes he had to move to the right or left until the ceiling opened up, but it always did. There were really only 2 directions, up and down. He kept a wary ear out for others. He had seen climbers killed before, slain by younger, stronger men who hoped to steal a geode. Fortunately, he met nobody. It was good. He was an older man, old enough to know that he never should have tried to steal food from his plantation lord. Perhaps he had earned his punishment. Perhaps he deserved to die in the pits of Hathsin. But I won't die today, he thought, finally smelling sweet, fresh air. It was night above. He didn't care. The mists didn't bother him anymore. Even beatings didn't bother him much anymore. He was just too tired to care. Wallen began to climb out of the crack, one of dozens in the small, flat valley known as the pits of Hathsin. Then he froze. A man stood above him in the night. He was dressed in a large cloak that appeared to have been shredded to strips. The man looked at Wallen, quiet and powerful in his black clothing. Then he reached down. Wallen cringed. The man, however, grabbed Wallen's hand and pulled him out of the crack. Go! the man said quietly in the swirling mists. Most of the guards are dead. Gather as many prisoners as you can, and escape this place. You have a geode. Wallen cringed again, pulling his hand toward his chest. Good, the stranger said. Break it open. You'll find a nugget of metal inside. It is very valuable. Sell it to the underground in whatever city you eventually find yourself. You should earn enough to live on for years. Go quickly. I don't know how long you have until an alarm is raised. Wallen stumbled back, confused. Who are you? I am what you will soon be, the stranger said, stepping up to the rift. The ribbons of his enveloping black cloak billowed around him, mixing with the mists as he turned toward Wallen. I am a survivor. Kelsier looked down, studying the dark scar in the rock, listening as the prisoner scrambled away in the distance. And so I return, Kelsier whispered. His scars burned, and memories returned. Memories of months spent squeezing through cracks, of ripping his arms on crystalline knives, of seeking each day to find a geode, just one, so that he could live on. Could he really go back down into those cramped, quiet depths? Could he enter the darkness again? Kelsier held up his arms, looking at the scars, still white and stark on his arms. Yes, for her dreams he could. He stepped over to the rift and forced himself to climb down inside of it. Then he burned tin. Immediately, he heard a cracking sound from below. Tin illuminated the rift beneath him. Though the crack widened, it also branched, sending out twisting rifts in all directions. Part cavern, part crack, part tunnel. He could already see his first crystalline aeschum hole, or what was left of it. The long, silvery crystals were fractured and broken. Using allomancy near aeschum crystals caused them to shatter. That was why the Lord Ruler had to use slaves, and not allomancers, to collect his aeschum for him. Now the real test, Kelsier thought, squeezing down further into the crack. He burned iron, and immediately he saw several blue lines pointing downward, toward aeschum holes. Though the holes themselves probably didn't have an aeschum geode in them, the crystals themselves gave off faint blue lines. They contained residual amounts of aeschum. Kelsier focused on one of the blue lines and pulled lightly. His tin-enhanced ears heard something shatter in the crack beneath him. Kelsier smiled. Nearly 3 years before, standing over the bloody corpses of the taskmasters who had beaten Mare to death, he had first noticed that he could use iron to sense where crystal pockets were. He'd barely understood his allomantic powers at the time, but even then, a plan had begun to form in his mind. Plan for vengeance. That plan had evolved, growing to encompass so much more than he'd originally intended. However, one of its key parts had remained sequestered away in a corner of his mind. He could find the crystal pockets. He could shatter them using allomancy, and they were the only means of producing aeschum in the entire final empire. You tried to destroy me, pits of Hathsin, he thought, climbing down further into the rift. It's time to return the favor. Chapter 33. We are close now. Oddly, this high in the mountains, we seem to finally be free from the oppressive touch of the deepness. It has been quite a while since I knew what that was like. The lake that Fedek discovered is below us now. I can see it from the ledge. It looks even more eerie from up here with its glassy, almost metallic sheen. I almost wish I had let him take a sample of its waters. Perhaps his interest was what angered the mist creature that follows us. Perhaps that was why it decided to attack him, stabbing him with its invisible knife. Strangely, the attack comforted me. At least I know that since another has seen it. That means I'm not mad. So, that's it? Vin asked. For the plan, I mean. Hem shrugged. If the Inquisitors broke Marsh, that means they know everything. Or at least they know enough. They'll know that we plan to strike the palace, and that we're going to use the house war as a cover. We'll never get the Lord Ruler out of the city now, and we'll certainly never get him to send the palace guard into the city. It doesn't look good, Vin. Vin sat quietly, digesting the information. Hem sat cross-legged on the dirty floor, leaning against the bricks of the far wall. The backup lair was a dank cellar with only 3 rooms, and the air smelled of dirt and ash. Clubs's apprentices took up one room to themselves, though Dachshund had sent away all of the other servants before coming to the safe house. Breeze stood by the far wall. He occasionally shot uncomfortable looks at the dirty floor and dusty stools, but then decided to remain standing. Vin didn't see why he bothered. It was going to be impossible to keep his suits clean while living in what was, essentially, a pit in the ground. Breeze wasn't the only one taking their self-imposed captivity resentfully. Vin had heard several of the apprentices grumble that they'd almost rather have been taken by the ministry. Yet, during their 2 days in the cellar, everyone had stayed in the safe house except when absolutely necessary. They understood the danger. Marsh could have given the Inquisitors descriptions and aliases for each crew member. Breeze shook his head. Perhaps, gentlemen, it is time to pack up this operation. We tried hard, and considering the fact that our original plan, gathering the army, ended up so dreadfully, I'd say that we've done quite a marvelous job. Dachshund sighed. Well, we certainly can't live off of saved funds for much longer, especially if Kel keeps giving our money away to the skaa. He sat beside the table that was the room's only piece of furniture, his most important ledgers, notes, and contracts organized into neat piles before him. He had been remarkably efficient at gathering every bit of paper that could have incriminated the crew or given further information about their plan. Breeze nodded. I, for one, am looking forward to a change. This has all been fun, delightful, and all of those other fulfilling emotions, but working with Kelsier can be a bit draining. Vin frowned. You're not going to stay on his crew? It depends on his next job, Breeze said. We aren't like other crews you've known. We work as we please, not because we are told to. It pays for us to be very discerning in the jobs we take. The rewards are great, but so are the risks. Hem smiled, resting with his arms behind his head, completely unconcerned about the dirt. It kind of makes you wonder how we ended up on this particular job. Very high risk, very little reward. None, actually, Breeze noted. We'll never get that Asham now. Kelsier's words about altruism and working to help the skaa were all well and good, but I was always hoping that we'd still get to take a swipe at that treasury. True, Dachshund said, looking up from his notes. But, was it worth it anyway? The work we did, the things we accomplished. Breeze and Ham paused. Then they both nodded. And that's why we stayed, Dachshund said. Kel said it himself. He picked us because he knew we would try something a little different to accomplish a worthwhile goal. You're good men, even you, Breeze. Stop scowling at me. Vin smiled at the familiar banter. There was a sense of mourning regarding Marsh, but these were men who knew how to move on despite their losses. In that way, they really were like skaa after all. A house war, Hem said idly, smiling to himself. How many noblemen dead, do you think? Hundreds at least, Dachshund said without looking up. All killed by their own greedy noble hands. I'll admit that I had my doubts about this entire fiasco, Breeze said. But the interruption in trade this will cause, not to mention the disorder in the government. Well, you're right, Dachshund. It was worth it. Indeed, Hem said, mimicking Breeze's stuffy voice. I'm going to miss them, Vin thought regretfully. Maybe Kelsier will take me with him on his next job. The stairs rattled, and Vin moved reflexively back into the shadows. The splintery door opened, and a familiar, black-clothed form strode in. He carried his mist cloak over his arm, and his face looked incredibly wearied. Kelsier, Vin said, stepping forward. Hello, all, he said in a tired voice. I know that tiredness, Vin thought. Pewter drag. Where has he been? You're late, Kel, Dachshund said, still not looking up from his ledgers. I strive for nothing if not consistency, Kelsier said, dropping his mist cloak on the floor, stretching, then sitting down. Where are Clubs and Spook? Clubs is sleeping in the back room, Dachshund said. Spook went with Renew. We figured you'd want him to have our best eye to keep a watch. Good idea, Kelsier said, letting out a deep sigh and closing his eyes as he leaned against the wall. My dear man, Breeze said. You look terrible. It's not as bad as it looks. I took it easy coming back, even stopped to sleep for a few hours on the way. Yes, but where were you? Ham asked pointedly. We've been worried sick that you were out doing something, well, stupid. Actually, Breeze noted. We took it for granted that you were doing something stupid. We've just been wondering how stupid this particular event would turn out to be. So what is it? Did you assassinate the Lord Prelon? Slaughter dozens of noblemen? Steal the cloak off the Lord Ruler's own back? I destroyed the pits of Hath-Sin, Kelsier said quietly. The room fell into a stunned silence. You know, Breeze finally said, you'd think that by now we'd have learned not to underestimate him. Destroyed them? Ham asked. How do you destroy the pits of Hath-Sin? They're just a bunch of cracks in the ground. Well, I didn't actually destroy the pits themselves, Kelsier explained. I just shattered the crystals that produce Asham geodes. All of them? Doxson asked, dumbstruck. All of them that I could find, Kelsier said. And that was several hundred pockets worth. It was actually a lot easier to get around down there, now that I have allomancy. Crystals? Vin asked, confused. Asham crystals, Vin, Doxson said. They produce the geodes. I don't think anyone actually knows how, that have Asham beads at the center. Kelsier nodded. The crystals are why the Lord Ruler can't just send down allomancers to pull out the Asham geodes. Using allomancy near the crystals makes them shatter, and it takes centuries for them to grow back. Centuries during which they won't produce Asham, Doxson added. And so you... Vin trailed off. I pretty much ended Asham production in the final empire for the next 300 years or so. Eland, House Venture. They're in charge of the pits. How will the Lord Ruler react when he finds out about this? You madman, Breeze said quietly, eyes open wide. Asham is the foundation of the imperial economy. Controlling it is one of the main ways that the Lord Ruler maintains his hold over the nobility. We may not get to his reserves, but this will eventually have the same effect. You blessed lunatic. You blessed genius. Kelsier smiled wryly. I appreciate both compliments. Have the Inquisitors moved against Clubs's shop yet? Not that our watchmen have seen, Doxson said. Good, Kelsier said. Maybe they didn't get Marsh to break. At the very least, maybe they don't realize that their soothing stations were compromised. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to sleep. We have a lot of planning to do tomorrow. The group paused. Planning? Dox finally asked. Kel, we were kind of thinking that we should pull out. We caused a house war and you just took out the imperial economy. With our cover and our plan compromised, well, you can't honestly expect us to do anything more, right? Kelsier smiled, staggering to his feet and moving into the back room. We'll talk tomorrow. What do you think he's planning, Sazed? Vin asked, sitting on a stool beside the cellar's hearth as the terraceman prepared the afternoon meal. Kelsier had slept through the night and had yet to rise this afternoon. I really have no idea, mistress, Sazed replied, sipping the stew. Though this moment, with the city so unbalanced, does seem like the perfect opportunity to move against the final empire. Vin sat thoughtfully. I suppose we could still seize the palace. That's what Kel always wanted to do. But if the Lord Ruler has been warned, the others don't see that happening. Plus, it doesn't seem like we have enough soldiers to do much in the city. Ham and Breeze never finished their recruiting. Sazed shrugged. Maybe Kelsier plans to do something about the Lord Ruler, Vin mused. Perhaps. Sazed, Vin said slowly. You collect legends, right? As a keeper I collect many things, Sazed said. Stories, legends, religions. When I was young, another keeper recited all of his knowledge to me so that I could store it, and then add to it. Have you ever heard about this 11th metal legend that Kelsier talks about? Sazed paused. No, mistress. That legend was new to me when I heard of it from Master Kelsier. But he swears that it's true, Vin said. And I believe him for some reason. It is very possible that there are legends I haven't heard of, Sazed said. If the keepers knew everything, then why would we need to keep searching? Vin nodded, still a bit uncertain. Sazed continued to stir the soup. He seemed so dignified, even while performing such a menial task. He stood in his steward's robes, unconcerned with how simple a service he was performing, easily taking over for the servants the crew had dismissed. Quick footsteps sounded on the stairs, and Vin perked up, sliding off her stool. "Mistress," Sazed asked. "Someone on the stairs," Vin said, moving to the doorway. One of the apprentices, Vin thought his name was Tace, burst into the main room. Now that Mistborn's was gone, Tace had become the crew's main lookout. "People are gathering in the square," Tace said, gesturing toward the stairs. "What's this?" Dockson said, entering from the other room. "People in the fountain square, Master Dockson," the boy said. "Word on the street is that the obligators are planning more executions. Retribution for the pits," Vin thought. That didn't take long. Dockson's expression darkened. "Go wake Kel. I intend to watch them," Kelsier said, walking through the room, dressed in simple skaa clothing and cloak. Vin's stomach twisted. Again, "You all may do as you wish," Kelsier said. He looked much better after his extended rest. His exhaustion was gone, replaced with the characteristic strength Vin had come to expect from him. "The executions are probably a reaction to what I did at the pits," Kelsier continued. "I'm going to watch those people's deaths because indirectly, I caused them." "It's not your fault, Kel," Dockson said. "It's all of our faults," Kelsier said bluntly. "That doesn't make what we do wrong. However, if it weren't for us, these people wouldn't have to die. I, for one, think that the least we can do for these people is bear witness to their passing." He pulled open the door, climbing the steps. Slowly, the rest of the crew followed him, though clubs, Sazed, and the apprentices remained with the safe house. Vin climbed the musty-aired steps, eventually joining the others on a grimy street in the middle of a skaa slum. Ash fell from the sky, floating in lazily flakes. Kelsier was already walking down the street, and the rest of them, Breeze, Ham, Dockson, and Vin, quickly moved to catch up with him. The safe house wasn't far from the fountain square. Kelsier, however, paused a few streets away from their destination. Dull-eyed Skaa continued walking around them, jostling the crew. Bells rang in the distance. "Kel?" Dockson asked. Kelsier cocked his head. "Vin, you hear that?" She closed her eyes, then flared her tin. "Focus," she thought. Like Spook said, cut through the shuffling feet and murmuring voices. Hear over the doors shutting and the people breathing. "Listen. Horses," she said, dampening her tin and opening her eyes. "And carriages." "Carts," Kelsier said, turning toward the side of the street. "The prisoner carts. They're coming this way." He looked up at the buildings around him, then grabbed hold of a rain gutter and began to shimmy up a wall. Breeze rolled his eyes, nudging Dockson and nodding toward the front of the building, but Vin and Ham, with Pewter, easily followed Kelsier up to the roof. "There," Kel said, pointing at a street a short ways away. Vin could just barely make out a row of barred prison carts rolling toward the square. Dockson and Breeze entered the slanted rooftop through a window. Kelsier remained where he was, standing by the roof's lip, staring out at the prison carts. "Kel," Hem said warily, "what are you thinking?" "We're still a short distance from the square," he said slowly. "And the Inquisitors aren't riding with the prisoners. They'll come down from the palace, like last time. There can't be more than 100 soldiers guarding those people." "100 men are plenty, Kel," Hem said. Kelsier didn't seem to hear the words. He took another step forward, approaching up onto the roof's edge. "I can stop this. I can save them." Vin stepped up beside him. "Kel, there might not be many guards with the prisoners, but the fountain square is only a few blocks away. It's packed with soldiers, not to mention the Inquisitors." Ham, unexpectedly, didn't back her up. He turned, glancing at Dockson and Breeze. Dox paused, then shrugged. "Are you all crazy?" Vin demanded. "Wait a moment," Breeze said, squinting. "I'm no tin eye, but don't some of those prisoners look a bit too well dressed?" Kelsier froze, then he cursed. Without warning, he jumped off the rooftop, dropping to the street below. "Kel," Vin said. "What?" Then she paused, looking up in the red sunlight, watching the slowly approaching procession of carts. Through tin-enhanced eyes, She thought that she recognized someone sitting near the front of one of the carts. Spook. Kelsier, what's going on? Vin demanded, dashing down the street behind him. He slowed just a bit. I saw Renew and Spook in that first cart. The ministry must have hit Renew's canal procession. The people in those cages are the servants, staff, and guards we hired to work at the mansion. The canal procession, Vin thought. The ministry must know that Renew was a fake. Marsh broke after all. Behind them, Ham appeared out of the building and onto the street. Breeze and Dachshund were slower in coming. We have to work quickly, Kelsier said, picking up his pace again. Kel, Vin said, grabbing his arm. Kelsier, you can't save them. They're too well guarded, and it's daylight in the middle of the city. You'll just get yourself killed. He paused, halting in the street, turning in Vin's grasp. He looked into her eyes, disappointed. You don't understand what this is all about, do you, Vin? You never did. I let you stop me once before on the hillside by the battlefield. Not this time. This time I can do something. But, he shook his arm free. You still have some things to learn about friendship, Vin. I hope someday you realize what they are. Then he took off, charging in the direction of the carts. Ham barreled past Vin, heading in a different direction, pushing his way through skaa on their way to the square. Vin stood stupidly for a few moments, standing in the falling ash as Dachshund caught up to her. It's insanity, she mumbled. We can't do this, Dox. We're not invincible. Dachshund snorted. We're not helpless either. Breeze puffed up behind them, pointing toward a side street. There. We need to get me to a place where I can see the soldiers. Vin let them tow her along, suddenly feeling shame mix with her worry. Kelsier tossed away a pair of empty vials, their contents ingested. The vials sparkled in the air beside him, falling to shatter against the cobblestones. He ducked through one final alleyway, bursting out onto an eerily empty thoroughfare. The prisoner carts rolled toward him, entering a small courtyard square formed by the intersection of two streets. Each rectangular vehicle was lined with bars. Each one was packed with people who were now distinctly familiar. Servants, soldiers, housekeepers, some were rebels, many were just regular people. None of them deserved death. Too many skaa have died already, he thought, flaring his metals. Hundreds, thousands, hundreds of thousands. Not today. No more. He dropped a coin and jumped, pushing himself through the air in a wide arc. Soldiers looked up, pointing. Kelsier landed directly in their center. There was a quiet moment as the soldiers turned in surprise. Kelsier crouched amid them, bits of ash falling from the sky. Then he pushed. He flared steel with a yell, standing and pushing outward. The burst of Allomantic power hurled soldiers away by their breastplates, tossing a dozen men into the air, sending them crashing into companions and walls. Men screamed. Kelsier spun, pushing against a group of soldiers and sending himself flying toward a prison cart. He smashed into it, flaring his steel and grabbing the metal door with his hands. Prisoners huddled back in surprise. Kelsier ripped the door free with a burst of pewter-enhanced power, then tossed it toward a group of approaching soldiers. Go! He told the prisoners. Jumping down and landing lightly in the street, he spun, and came face to face with a tall figure wearing a brown robe. Kelsier paused, stepping back as the tall form reached up, lowering his hood, revealing a pair of eyes, impaled by spikes. The Inquisitor smiled, and Kelsier heard footsteps approaching down side alleyways. Dozens. Hundreds. Damnation! Breeze swore as soldiers flooded the square. Dachshund pulled Breeze into an alley. Vin followed them in, crouching in the shadows, listening to soldiers yelling in the crossroads outside. What? She demanded. Inquisitor, Breeze said, pointing toward a robed figure standing before Kelsier. What? Dachshund said, standing. It's a trap, Vin realized with horror. Soldiers began to pile into the square, appearing from hidden side streets. Kelsier, get out of there. Kelsier pushed off a fallen guard, throwing himself backward in a flip over one of the prison carts. He landed in a crouch, eyeing the new squads of soldiers. Many of them carried staves and wore no armor. Haze killers. The Inquisitor pushed himself through the ash-filled air, landing with a thump in front of Kelsier. The creature smiled. It's the same man, the Inquisitor from before. "Where's the girl?" the creature said quietly. Kelsier ignored the question. "Why only one of you?" he demanded. The creature's smile deepened. "I won the draw." Kelsier flared pewter, dashing to the side as the Inquisitor pulled out a pair of obsidian axes. The square was quickly becoming clogged with soldiers. From inside the carts he could hear people crying out, "Kelsier! Lord Kelsier! Please!" Kelsier cursed quietly as the Inquisitor bore down on him. He reached out, pulling against one of the still full carts and yanking himself into the air over a group of soldiers. He landed, then dashed to the cart, intending to free its occupants. As he arrived, however, the cart shook. Kelsier glanced up just in time to see a steel-eyed monster grinning down at him from atop the vehicle. Kelsier pushed himself backward, feeling the wind of an axe-head swing beside his head. He landed smoothly, but immediately had to jump to the side as a group of soldiers attacked. As he landed, he reached out, pulling against one of the carts to anchor himself, and pulled against the fallen iron door he had thrown before. The barred door lurched into the air and crashed through the squad of soldiers. The Inquisitor attacked from behind, but Kelsier jumped away. The still tumbling door careened across the cobblestones in front of him, and as he passed over it, Kelsier pushed, sending himself streaking into the air. Vin was right, Kelsier thought with frustration. Below, the Inquisitor watched him, trailing him with unnatural eyes. "I shouldn't have done this." Below, a group of soldiers rounded up the skaa that he had freed. "I should run, try to lose the Inquisitor. I've done it before." But he couldn't. He wouldn't, not this time. He had compromised too many times before. Even if it cost him everything else, he had to free those prisoners. And then, as he began to fall, he saw a group of men charging the crossroads. They bore weapons but no uniforms. At their head ran a familiar form. "Ham, so that's where you went. What is it?" Vin asked anxiously, craning to see into the square. Above, Kelsier's form plunged back toward the fight, dark cloak trailing behind him. "It's one of our soldier units," Doxson said. "Ham must have fetched them." "How many?" "We kept them in patches of a couple hundred. So they'll be outnumbered." Doxson nodded. Vin stood. "I'm going out." "No, you're not," Doxson said firmly, grabbing her cloak and pulling her back. "I don't want a repeat of what happened to you last time you faced one of those monsters." "But Kel will be just fine," Doxson said. "He'll just try to stall long enough for Ham to free the prisoners. Then he'll run. Watch." Vin stepped back. To her side, Breeze was mumbling to himself. "Yes, you're afraid. Let's focus on that. Soothe everything else away. Leave you terrified. That's an Inquisitor and a Mistborn fighting. You don't want to interfere with that." Vin glanced back toward the square, where she saw a soldier drop his staff and flee. There are other ways to fight, she realized, kneeling beside Breeze. "How can I help?" Kelsier ducked back from the Inquisitor again as Ham's unit crashed into the Imperial soldiers and began cutting its way toward the prisoner carts. The attack diverted the attention of the regular soldiers, who appeared all too happy to leave Kelsier and the Inquisitor to their solitary battle. To the side, Kelsier could see skaa beginning to clog the streets around the small courtyard, the fighting drawing the attention of those waiting up above at the fountain square. Kelsier could see other squads of Imperial soldiers trying to push their way toward the fight, but the thousands of skaa crowding the streets seriously slowed their progress. The Inquisitor swung, and Kelsier dodged. The creature was obviously growing frustrated. To the side, a small group of Ham's men reached one of the prisoner carts and broke open its lock, freeing the prisoners. The rest of Ham's men kept the Imperial soldiers busy as the prisoners fled. Kelsier smiled, eyeing the annoyed Inquisitor. The creature growled quietly. "Valette!" a voice screamed. Kelsier turned in shock. A well-dressed nobleman was pushing his way through the soldiers toward the center of the fighting. He carried a dueling cane and was protected by two beleaguered bodyguards, but he mostly avoided harm by virtue of neither side being certain of wanting to strike down a man of obvious noble blood. "Valette!" Eland Venture yelled again. He turned to one of the soldiers. "Who told you to raid House Renua's convoy? Who authorized this?" Great, Kelsier thought, keeping a wary eye on the Inquisitor. The creature regarded Kelsier with a twisted, hateful expression. "You just go right on hating me," Kelsier thought. "I only have to hang on long enough for Ham to free the prisoners. Then I can lead you away." The Inquisitor reached out and casually beheaded a fleeing servant as she ran by. "No!" Kelsier yelled as the corpse fell at the Inquisitor's feet. The creature grabbed another victim and raised its axe. "All right," Kelsier said, striding forward, pulling a pair of vials from his sash. "All right, you want to fight me? Come on." The creature smiled, pushing the captured woman aside and striding toward Kelsier. Kelsier flicked the corks off and downed both vials at once, then tossed them aside. Metals flared in his chest, burning alongside his rage. His brother, dead. His wife, dead. Family, friends, and heroes, all dead. "You push me to seek revenge?" he thought. "Well, you shall have it." Kelsier paused a few feet in front of the Inquisitor. Fists clenched, he flared his steel in a massive push. Around him, people were thrown back by their metal as they were hit by the awesome, invisible wave of power. The square, packed with Imperial soldiers, prisoners, and rebels, opened up in a small pocket around Kelsier and the Inquisitor. "Let's do it, then," Kelsier said. Chapter 34. I never wanted to be feared. If I regret one thing, it is the fear I have caused. Fear is the tool of tyrants. Unfortunately, when the fate of the world is in question, you use whatever tools are available. Dead and dying men collapsed to the cobblestones. Skaa crowded the roads. Prisoners cried out, calling his name. Heat from a smoky sun burned the streets. An ash fell from the sky. Kelsier dashed forward, flaring pewter and whipping out his daggers. He burned Asham, as did the Inquisitor, and they both probably had enough to last for an extended fight. Kelsier slashed twice in the hot air, striking at the Inquisitor, his arms a blur. The creature dodged amid an insane vortex of Asham shadows, then swung an axe. Kelsier jumped, pewter lending his leap in human height, and passed just over the swinging weapon. He reached out and pushed against a group of fighting soldiers behind him, throwing himself forward. He planted both feet in the Inquisitor's face and kicked off, flipping backward in the air. The Inquisitor stumbled. As Kelsier fell, he pulled on a soldier, yanking himself backward. The soldier was pulled off his feet by the force of the iron pull, and he began to streak toward Kelsier. Both men flew in the air. Kelsier flared iron, pulling against a patch of soldiers to his right while still pulling against the single soldier. The result was a pivot. Kelsier flew to the side, and the soldier, held as if by tether to Kelsier's body, swung in a wide arc like a ball on a chain. The unfortunate soldier crashed into the stumbling Inquisitor, smashing them both into the bars of an empty prison cart. The soldier toppled, unconscious, to the ground. The Inquisitor bounced off the iron cage, falling to its hands and knees. A line of blood ran down the creature's face, across its eye tattoos, but it looked up, smiling. It didn't seem the least bit dizzy as it stood. Kelsier landed, cursing quietly to himself. With an incredible burst of speed, the Inquisitor grabbed the empty, box-like prison cell by a pair of bars, then ripped the entire thing free of the cart wheels. Bloody hell! The creature spun and hurled the massive iron cage at Kelsier, who stood only a few feet away. There was no time to dodge. A building stood right behind him. If he pushed himself back, he'd be crushed. The cage crashed toward him, and he jumped, using a steel push to guide his body through the open doorway of the spinning cage. He twisted within the cell, pushing outward in all directions, holding himself in the metal cage's exact center as it smashed into the wall, then bounced free. The cage rolled, then began to skid across the ground. Kelsier let himself drop, landing on the underside of the roof as the cage slowly slid to a halt. Through the bars, he could see the Inquisitor watching him amid a sea of fighting soldiers, its body surrounded by a twisting, dashing, moving cloud of Asham images. The Inquisitor nodded its head to Kelsier in a slight sign of respect. Kelsier pushed out with a yell, flaring pewter to keep from crushing himself. The cage exploded, the metal top flipping into the air, the bars ripping free and bursting outward. Kelsier pulled the bars behind him and pushed the ones in front of him, sending a stream of metal shooting toward the Inquisitor. The creature raised a hand, expertly dividing the large missiles. Kelsier, however, followed the bars with his own body, shooting himself toward the Inquisitor with a steel push. The Inquisitor pulled himself to the side, using an unfortunate soldier as an anchor. The man cried out as he was wrenched away from his duel, but he choked off as the Inquisitor jumped, pushing against the soldier and crushing the man to the ground. The Inquisitor shot into the air. Kelsier slowed himself with a push against a group of soldiers, tracking the Inquisitor. Behind him, the top of the cage crashed back to the ground, throwing up chips of stone. Kelsier blasted against it and hurled himself upward, after the Inquisitor. Flakes of ash streaked past him. Ahead, the Inquisitor turned, pulling against something below. The creature switched directions immediately, instead hurling toward Kelsier. Head-on collision. Bad idea for the guy without spikes in his head. Kelsier frantically pulled against a soldier, lurching downward as the Inquisitor passed diagonally overhead. Kelsier flared pewter, then crashed into the soldier he had pulled up toward him. The two of them spun in midair. Fortunately, the soldier wasn't one of Ham's. "Sorry, friend," Kelsier said conversationally, pushing himself to the side. The soldier shot away, eventually smashing into the side of a building as Kelsier used him to soar over the battlefield. Below, Ham's main squad had finally reached the last prison cart. Unfortunately, several more groups of Imperial soldiers had pushed their way through the gawking skaa crowds. One of them was a large team of archers, armed with obsidian-tipped arrows. Kelsier cursed, letting himself fall. The archers set up, obviously preparing to fire straight into the fighting crowd. They would kill some of their own soldiers, but the brunt of their attack would be borne by the fleeing prisoners. Kelsier dropped to the cobblestones. He reached to the side, pulling against some discarded bars from the cage he had destroyed. They flew toward him. The archers drew, but he could see their Asham shadows. Kelsier released the bars and pushed himself to the side just slightly, allowing the bars to fly between the archers and the fleeing prisoners. The archers fired. Kelsier grabbed the bars, flaring both steel and iron, pushing against one tip of each bar and pulling against the opposite tip. The bars lurched in the air, immediately beginning to spin like furious, lunatic windmills. Most of the flying arrows were sprayed to the side by the spinning rods of iron. The bars clanged to the ground amid the scattered, discarded arrows. The archers stood, stupefied, as Kelsier jumped to the side again, then pulled lightly on the bars, flipping them up into the air in front of him. He pushed, sending the bars crashing toward the archers. He turned away as men screamed and died, his eyes seeking his true foe. Where is that creature hiding? He looked into a scene of chaos. Men fought, ran, fled, and died, each one bearing a prophetic Asham shadow to Kelsier's eyes. In this case, however, the shadows effectively doubled the number of people moving on the battlefield and only served to increase the sense of confusion. More and more soldiers were arriving. Many of Ham's men were down, most of the rest were retreating. Fortunately, they could simply discard their armor and blend into the skaa crowds. Kelsier was more worried about that last prisoner cart, the one with Renew and Spook in it. The trajectory at which Ham's group had entered the battle had required them to move up the line of carts, back to front. Trying to get to Renew first would have required passing by the 5 other carts, leaving their people still trapped. Ham obviously didn't intend to leave until Spook and Renew were free, and, where Ham fought, the rebel soldiers held. There was a reason pewter arms were also called thugs. There was no subtlety to their fighting, no clever iron pulls or steel pushes. Ham simply attacked with raw strength and speed, throwing enemy soldiers out of his way, laying waste to their ranks, leading his squad of 50 men toward the final prison cart. As they reached it, Ham stepped back to fight off a group of enemy soldiers as one of his men broke the cart's lock. Kelsier smiled with pride, eyes still searching for the Inquisitor. His men were few, but the enemy soldiers seemed visibly unsettled by the skaa rebels' determination. Kelsier's men fought with passion. Despite their other numerous hindrances, they still had this one advantage. This is what happens when you finally convince them to fight. This is what hides within them all. It's just so hard to release. Renew exited the cart, then stepped to the side, watching as his servants rushed free from their cage. Suddenly, a well-dressed figure burst from the melee, grabbing Renew by the front of his suit. "Where's Valette?" Eland Venture demanded, his desperate voice carrying to Kelsier's tin-enhanced ears. "Which cage was she in?" "Kid, you're really starting to annoy me," Kelsier thought, pushing himself a path through the soldiers as he ran toward the cart. The Inquisitor appeared, leaping out from behind a pile of soldiers. It landed on top of the cage, shaking the entire structure, an obsidian axe grasped in each claw-like hand. The creature met Kelsier's eyes and smiled, then dropped from the top of the cage and buried an axe in Renua's back. The Kandra jerked, eyes opening wide. The Inquisitor turned toward Eland next. Kelsier wasn't certain if the creature recognized the boy. Perhaps the Inquisitor thought Eland to be a member of Renua's family. Perhaps it didn't care. Kelsier paused for just a moment. The Inquisitor raised his axe to strike. "She loves him." Kelsier flared steel within, stoking it, raging it until his chest burned like the ashmounts themselves. He blasted against the soldiers behind him, throwing dozens of them backward, and streaked toward the Inquisitor. He crashed into the creature as it began to swing. The discarded axe clicked against the stones a few feet away. Kelsier gripped the Inquisitor by its neck as the two hit the ground. Then he began to squeeze with pewter-enhanced muscles. The Inquisitor reached up, grabbing Kelsier's hands, desperately trying to force them apart. Marsh was right, Kelsier thought through the chaos. It fears for its life, can be killed. The Inquisitor gasped raggedly, the metal spike-heads protruding from its eyes just inches from Kelsier's face. To his side, Kelsier saw Eland Venture stumble back. "The girl is fine," Kelsier said through gritted teeth. "She wasn't on the Renew barges." "Go!" Eland paused uncertainly. Then one of his bodyguards finally appeared. The boy let himself get dragged away. "Can't believe I just saved a nobleman," Kelsier thought, struggling to choke the Inquisitor. "You'd better appreciate this, girl." Slowly, with straining muscles, the Inquisitor forced Kelsier's hands apart. The creature began to smile again. "They're so strong." The Inquisitor pushed Kelsier back, then pulled against a soldier, yanking itself in a skidding motion across the cobblestones. The Inquisitor hit a corpse and flipped backward, up to its feet. Its neck was red from Kelsier's grip, bits of flesh torn by his fingernails, but it smiled still. Kelsier pushed against a soldier, flipping himself up as well. To his side, he saw Renew leaning against the cart. Kelsier caught the Kandra's eyes and nodded slightly. Renew dropped to the ground with a sigh, axe in his back. "Kelsier!" Ham yelled over the crowd. "Go!" Kelsier told him. "Renew is dead." Ham glanced at Renua's body, then nodded. He turned to his men, calling orders. "Survivor," a rasping voice said. Kelsier spun. The Inquisitor strode forward, stepping with pewter's lithe power, surrounded by a haze of Asham shadows. "Survivor of Hathsin," it said. "You promised me a fight. Must I kill more skaa?" Kelsier flared his metals. "I never said we were done." Then he smiled. He was worried, he was pained, but he was also exhilarated. All of his life, there had been a piece of him that had wished to stand and fight. He'd always wanted to see if he could take an Inquisitor. Vin stood, trying desperately to see over the crowd. "What?" Doxson asked. "I thought I saw Eland." "Here? That sounds a bit ridiculous. Don't you think?" Vin flushed. "Probably. Regardless, I'm going to try and get a better view." She grabbed the side of the alleyway. "Be careful," Doc said. "If that Inquisitor sees you." Vin nodded, scrambling up the bricks. Once she got high enough, she scanned the intersection for familiar figures. Doxson was right. Eland was nowhere to be seen. One of the carts, the one off of which the Inquisitor had ripped the cage, lay on its side. Horses stomped about, hedged in by the fighting and the skaa crowds. "What do you see?" Dox called up. "Renew is down," Vin said, squinting and burning tin. "Looks like an axe in his back. That may or may not be fatal for him," Doxson said cryptically. "I don't know a lot about Kandra." "Kandra? What about the prisoners?" Dox called. "They're all free," Vin said. "The cages are empty." "Dox, there are a lot of skaa out there." It looked like the entire population from the Fountain Square had crowded down to the small intersection. The area was in a small depression, and Vin could see thousands of skaa packing the streets, sloping upward in all directions. "Ham's free," Vin said. "I don't see him, alive or dead, anywhere." "Spook's gone too." "And Kel?" Doxson asked urgently. Vin paused. "He's still fighting the Inquisitor." Kelsier flared his pewter, punching the Inquisitor, careful to avoid the flat discs of metal sticking out the front of its eyes. The creature stumbled, and Kelsier buried his fist in its stomach. The Inquisitor growled and slapped Kelsier across the face, throwing him down with one blow. Kelsier shook his head. "What does it take to kill this thing?" he thought, pushing himself up to his feet, backing away. The Inquisitor strode forward. Some of the soldiers were trying to search the crowd for Ham and his men, but many just stood still. A fight between two powerful Allomancers was something whispered about, but never seen. Soldier and peasant stood dumbfounded, watching the battle with awe. "He's stronger than I am," Kelsier acknowledged, watching the Inquisitor warily. "But strength isn't everything." Kelsier reached out, grabbing smaller metal sources and pulling them away from their owners. Metal caps, fine steel swords, coin pouches, daggers. He threw them at the Inquisitor, carefully manipulating steel pushes and iron pulls, and kept his Asham burning so that each item he controlled would have a fanning multitude of Asham images in the Inquisitor's eyes. The Inquisitor cursed quietly as it deflected the swarming bits of metal. Kelsier, however, just used the Inquisitor's own pushes against it, pulling each item back, whipping them around at the creature. The Inquisitor blasted outward, pushing against all the items at once, and Kelsier let them go. As soon as the Inquisitor stopped pushing, however, Kelsier pulled his weapons back. The Imperial soldiers formed a ring, watching warily. Kelsier used them, pushing against breastplates, lurching himself back and forth in the air. The quick changes in position let him move constantly, disorienting the Inquisitor, allowing him to push his different flying pieces of metal where he wanted them. "Keep an eye on my belt buckle?" Doxson asked, wobbling slightly as he clung to the bricks beside Vin. "If I fall off, give me a pull to slow the fall, eh?" Vin nodded, but she wasn't paying much attention to Dox. She was watching Kelsier. "He's incredible." Kelsier lurched back and forth in the air, his feet never touching the ground. Bits of metal buzzed around him, responding to his pushes and pulls. He controlled them with such skill, one would have thought they were living things. The Inquisitor slapped them away with a fury, but was obviously having trouble keeping track of them all. "I underestimated Kelsier," Vin thought. "I assumed that he was less skilled than the Mistings because he'd spread himself too thin. But that wasn't it at all. This is his specialty, pushing and pulling with expert control. And iron and steel are the metals he personally trained me in. Maybe he understood all along." Kelsier spun and flew amid a maelstrom of metal. Every time something hit the ground, he flicked it back up. The items always flew in straight lines, but he kept moving, pushing himself around, keeping them in the air, periodically shooting them at the Inquisitor. The creature spun, confused. It tried to push itself upward, but Kelsier shot several larger pieces of metal over the creature's head, and it had to push against them, throwing off its jump. An iron bar hit the Inquisitor in the face. The creature stumbled, blood marring the tattoos on the side of its face. A steel helmet struck it in the side, tossing it backward. Kelsier began to shoot pieces of metal quickly, feeling his rage and anger mount. "Were you the one who killed Marsh?" he yelled, not bothering to listen for an answer. "Were you there when I was condemned years ago?" The Inquisitor raised a warding hand, pushing away the next swarm of metals. It limped backward, putting its back against the overturned wooden cart. Kelsier heard the creature growl, and a sudden push of strength washed through the crowd, toppling soldiers, causing Kelsier's metal weapons to shoot away. Kelsier let them go. He dashed forward, rushing the disoriented Inquisitor, scooping up a loose cobblestone. The creature turned toward him, and Kelsier yelled, swinging the cobblestone. His strength fueled almost more by rage than by pewter. He hit the Inquisitor square in the eyes. The creature's head snapped back, smacking against the bottom of the overturned cart. Kelsier struck again, yelling, repeatedly smashing his cobblestone into the creature's face. The Inquisitor howled in pain, reaching claw-like hands for Kelsier, moving as if to jump forward. Then it suddenly jerked to a stop, its head stuck against the cart's wood. The spike tips that jutted from the back of its skull had been pounded into the wood by Kelsier's attack. Kelsier smiled as the creature screamed in rage, struggling to pull its head free from the wood. Kelsier turned to the side, seeking an item he had seen on the ground a few moments before. He kicked over a corpse, snatching the obsidian axe off the ground, its rough-chipped blade glittering in the red sunlight. "I'm glad you talked me into this," he said quietly. Then he swung with a two-handed blow, slamming the axe head through the Inquisitor's neck and into the wood behind. The Inquisitor's body slumped to the cobblestones. The head remained where it was, staring out with its eerie, tattooed, unnatural gaze, pinned to the wood by its own spikes. Kelsier turned to face the crowd, suddenly feeling incredibly wearied. His body ached from dozens of bruises and cuts, and he didn't even know when his cloak had ripped free. He faced the soldiers defiantly, however, his scarred arms plainly visible. "The survivor of Hathsin," one whispered. "He killed an Inquisitor," said another. And then the chanting began. The skaa in the surrounding streets began to scream his name. The soldiers looked around, realizing with horror that they were surrounded. The peasants began to press in, and Kelsier could feel their anger and hope. "Maybe this doesn't have to go the way I assumed," Kelsier thought triumphantly. "Maybe I don't have." Then it hit, like a cloud moving before the sun, like a sudden storm on a quiet night, like a pair of fingers snuffing a candle. An oppressive hand stifled the budding skaa emotions. The people cringed, and their cries died out. The fire Kelsier had built within them was too new. So close, he thought. Up ahead, a single, black carriage crested the hill and began to move down from the fountain square. The Lord Ruler had arrived. Vin nearly lost her grip as the wave of depression hit her. She flared her copper, but, as always, she could still slightly feel the Lord Ruler's oppressive hand. "Lord Ruler," Doxson said, though Vin couldn't tell if it was a curse or an observation. Skaa that had been packed in to view the fight somehow managed to make room for the dark carriage. It rolled down a corridor of people toward the corpse-littered square. Soldiers pulled back, and Kelsier stepped away from the fallen cart, moving out to face the oncoming carriage. "What is he doing?" Vin asked, turning toward Doxson, who had propped himself up on a small outcropping. "Why doesn't he run? This is no Inquisitor. This isn't something to fight." "This is it, Vin," Doxson said, awed. "This is what he's been waiting for. A chance to face the Lord Ruler. A chance to prove those legends of his." Vin turned back toward the square. The carriage rolled to a stop. "But," she said quietly, "the 11th medal. Did he bring it?" "He must have." Kelsier always said that the Lord Ruler was his task, Vin thought. He let the rest of us work on the nobility, the garrison, and the ministry. But this, Kelsier always planned to do this himself. The Lord Ruler stepped from his carriage, and Vin leaned forward, burning tin. He looked like a man. He was dressed in a black and white uniform somewhat like a nobleman's suit, but far more exaggerated. The coat reached all the way to his feet and trailed behind him as he walked. His vest wasn't colored, but a pure black, though it was accented with brilliant white markings. As Vin had heard, his fingers glittered with rings, the symbol of his power. "I'm so much stronger than you," the rings proclaimed, that it doesn't matter if I wear metal. Handsome, with jet black hair and pale skin, the Lord Ruler was tall, thin, and confident. And he was young, younger than Vin would have expected, even younger than Kelsier. He strode across the square, avoiding corpses, his soldiers pulling back and forcing the skaa away. Suddenly, a small group of figures burst through the line of soldiers. They wore the mismatched armor of rebels, and the man leading them looked just a bit familiar. He was one of Ham's thugs. "For my wife," the thug said, holding up a spear and charging. "For Lord Kelsier," yelled the other four. "No," Vin thought. The Lord Ruler, however, ignored the men. The lead rebel bellowed in defiance, then rammed his spear through the Lord Ruler's chest. The Lord Ruler just continued to walk, passing the solitaire, spear sticking all the way through his body. The rebel paused, then grabbed a spear from one of his friends and drove this one through the Lord Ruler's back. Again, the Lord Ruler ignored the men, as if they, and their weapons, were completely beneath his contempt. The lead rebel stumbled back, then spun as his friends began to scream under an Inquisitor's axe. He joined them shortly, and the Inquisitor stood above the corpses for a moment, hacking gleefully. The Lord Ruler continued forward, two spears sticking, as if unnoticed, from his body. Kelsier stood waiting. He looked ragged in his ripped skaa clothing. Yet he was proud. He didn't bend or bow beneath the weight of the Lord Ruler's soothing. The Lord Ruler stopped a few feet away, one of the spears nearly touching Kelsier's chest. Black ash fell lightly around the two men, bits of it curling and blowing in the faint wind. The square fell horribly silent. Even the Inquisitor stopped his gruesome work. Vin leaned forward, clinging precariously to the rough brickwork. "Do something, Kelsier. Use the metal." The Lord Ruler glanced at the Inquisitor that Kelsier had killed. "Those are very hard to replace." His accented voice carried easily to Vin's tin-enhanced ears. Even from a distance, she could see Kelsier smile. "I killed you once," the Lord Ruler said, turning back to Kelsier. "You tried," Kelsier replied, his voice loud and firm, carrying across the square. "But you can't kill me, Lord Tyrant. I represent that thing you've never been able to kill, no matter how hard you try. I am hope." The Lord Ruler snorted in disdain. He raised a casual arm, then backhanded Kelsier with a blow so powerful that Vin could hear the crack resound through the square. Kelsier lurched and spun, spraying blood as he fell. "No!" Vin screamed. The Lord Ruler ripped one of the spears from his own body, then slammed it down through Kelsier's chest. "Let the executions begin," he said, turning toward his carriage and ripping out the second spear, then tossing it aside. Chaos followed. Prompted by the Inquisitor, the soldiers turned and attacked the crowd. Other Inquisitors appeared from the square above, riding black horses, ebony axes glistening in the afternoon light. Vin ignored it all. "Kelsier!" she screamed. His body lay where it had fallen, spear jutting from his chest, scarlet blood pooling around him. "No, no, no!" She jumped from the building, pushing against some people and throwing herself over the massacre. She landed in the center of the oddly empty square. Lord Ruler gone, Inquisitors busy killing skaa. She scrambled to Kelsier's side. There was almost nothing remaining of the left side of his face. The right side, however, it still smiled faintly, single dead eye staring up into the red-black sky. Bits of ash fell lightly on his face. "Kelsier, no," Vin said, tears streaming down her face. She prodded his body, feeling for a pulse. There was none. "You said you couldn't be killed," she cried. "What of your plans? What of the 11th medal? What of me?" He didn't move. Vin had trouble seeing through the tears. "It's impossible. He always said we aren't invincible. But that meant me. Not him. Not Kelsier. He was invincible. He should have been." Someone grabbed her, and she squirmed, crying out. "Time to go, kid," Hem said. He paused, looking at Kelsier, assuring for himself that the crew leader was dead. Then he towed her away. Vin continued to struggle weakly, but she was growing numb. In the back of her mind, she heard Reen's voice. "See, I told you he would leave you. I warned you. I promised you. The end of Part 4. Part 5. Believers in a Forgotten World. Chapter 35. I know what will happen if I make the wrong choice. I must be strong. I must not take the power for myself, for I have seen what will happen if I do. Tio, work with me, Kelsier had said. I only ask that you promise one thing, to trust me. Vin hung in the mist, immobile. It flowed around her like a quiet stream. Above, ahead, to the sides, and beneath. Mist all around her. Trust me, Vin, he'd said. You trusted me enough to jump off the wall, and I caught you. You're going to have to trust me this time too. I'll catch you. I'll catch you. It was as if she were nowhere. Among and of the mist. How she envied it. It didn't think. Didn't worry. Didn't hurt. I trusted you, Kelsier, she thought. I actually did, but you let me fall. You promised that your crews had no betrayals. What of this? What of your betrayal? She hung, her tin extinguished to let her better see the mists. They were slightly wet, cool upon her skin, like the tears of a dead man. Why does it matter, anymore? She thought, staring upward. Why does anything matter? What was it you said to me, Kelsier? That I never really understood? That I still needed to learn about friendship? What about you? You didn't even fight him. He stood there again in her mind. The Lord Ruler struck him down with a disdainful blow. The survivor had died like any other man. Is this why you were so hesitant to promise that you wouldn't abandon me? She wished she could just go. Float away. Become mist. She'd once wished for freedom, and then had assumed she'd found it. She'd been wrong. This wasn't freedom. This grief. This hole within her. It was the same as before, when Reen had abandoned her. What was the difference? At least Reen had been honest. He'd always promised that he would leave. Kelsier had led her along, telling her to trust and to love. But Reen had always been the truthful one. I don't want to do this anymore, she whispered to the mists. Can't you just take me? The mists gave no answer. They continued to spin playfully, uncaring. Always changing, yet somehow always the same. Mistress? Called an uncertain voice from below. Mistress, is that you up there? Vin sighed, burning tin, then extinguishing steel and letting herself drop. Her mist cloak fluttered as she fell through the mists. She landed quietly on the rooftop above their safe house. Sazed stood a short distance away, beside the steel ladder that the lookouts had been using to get atop the building. Yes, Saze? She asked tiredly, reaching out to pull up the 3 coins she'd been using as anchors to stabilize her like the legs of a tripod. One of them was twisted and bent, the same coin she and Kelsier had gotten into a pushing match over so many months ago. I'm sorry, mistress, Saze said. I simply wondered where you had gone. She shrugged. It is a strangely quiet night, I think, Saze said. A mournful night. Hundreds of skaa had been massacred following Kelsier's death, and hundreds more had been trampled during the rush to escape. I wonder if his death even meant anything, she said quietly. We probably saved a lot fewer than were killed. Slain by evil men, mistress. Ham often asks if there even is such a thing as evil. Master Hammond likes to ask questions, Saze said. But even he doesn't question the answers. There are evil men, just as there are good men. Vin shook her head. I was wrong about Kelsier. He wasn't a good man, he was just a liar. He never had a plan for defeating the Lord Ruler. Perhaps, Saze said. Or perhaps he never had an opportunity to fulfill that plan. Perhaps we just don't understand the plan. You sound like you still believe in him. Vin turned and walked to the edge of the flat-topped roof, staring out over the quiet, shadowy city. I do, mistress, Saze said. How? How can you? Saze shook his head, walking over to stand beside her. Belief isn't simply a thing for fair times and bright days, I think. What is belief, what is faith, if you don't continue in it after failure? Vin frowned. Anyone can believe in someone or something that always succeeds, mistress. But failure, now that is hard to believe in, certainly and truly. Difficult enough to have value, I think. Vin shook her head. Kelsier doesn't deserve it. You don't mean that, mistress, Sazed said calmly. You're angry because of what happened. You hurt. Oh, I mean it, Vin said, feeling a tear on her cheek. He doesn't deserve our belief. He never did. The skaa think differently. Their legends about him are growing quickly. I shall have to return here soon and collect them. Vin frowned. You would gather stories about Kelsier? Of course, Sazed said. I collect all religions. Vin snorted. This is no religion we're talking about, Sazed. This is Kelsier. I disagree. He is certainly a religious figure to the skaa. But we knew him, Vin said. He was no prophet or god. He was just a man. So many of them are, I think, Sazed said quietly. Vin just shook her head. They stood there for a moment watching the night. What of the others? She finally asked. They are discussing what to do next, Sazed said. I believe it has been decided that they will leave Luthadel separately and seek refuge in other towns. And you? I must travel north to my homeland, to the place of the keepers, so that I can share the knowledge that I possess. I must tell my brethren and sisters of the logbook, especially the words regarding our ancestor, the man named Rashek. There is much to learn in this story, I think. He paused, then glanced at her. This is not a journey I can take with another, mistress. The places of the keepers must remain secret, even from you. Of course, Vin thought. Of course he'd go too. I will return, he promised. Sure you will, just like all of the others have. The crew had made her feel needed for a time, but she'd always known it would end. It was time to go back to the streets. Time to be alone again. Mistress, Sazed said slowly. Do you hear that? She shrugged. But there was something. Voices. Vin frowned, walking to the other side of the building. They grew louder, becoming easily distinct even without tin. She peered over the side of the rooftop. A group of skaa men, perhaps 10 in number, stood in the street below. A thieving crew? Vin wondered as Sazed joined her. The group's numbers were swelling as more skaa timidly left their dwellings. Come, said a skaa man who stood at the front of the group. Fear not the mist. Didn't the survivor name himself Lord of the Mists? Did he not say that we have nothing to fear from them? Indeed, they will protect us, give us safety, give us power, even. As more and more skaa left their homes without obvious repercussion, the group began to swell even further. Go get the others, Vin said. Good idea, Sazed said, moving quickly to the ladder. Your friends, your children, your fathers, your mothers, wives, and lovers, the skaa man said, lighting a lantern and holding it up. They lie dead in the street not a half hour from here. The Lord Ruler doesn't even have the decency to clean up his slaughter. The crowd began to mutter in agreement. Even when the cleaning occurs, the man said, will it be the Lord Ruler's hands that dig the graves? No, it will be our hands. Lord Kelsier spoke of this. Lord Kelsier, several men agreed. The group was getting large now, being joined by women and youths. Clanking on the ladder announced Ham's arrival. He was joined shortly by Sazed, then Breeze, Dachshund, Spook, and even Clubs. Lord Kelsier, proclaimed the man below. Others lit torches, brightening the mists. Lord Kelsier fought for us today. He slew an immortal inquisitor. The crowd grumbled in assent. But then he died, someone yelled. Silence. And what did we do to help him? The leader asked. Many of us were there, thousands of us. Did we help? No. We waited and watched, even as he fought for us. We stood dumbly and let him fall. We watched him die. Or did we? What did the survivor say? That the Lord Ruler could never really kill him. Kelsier is the Lord of the Mists. Is he not with us now? Vin turned to the others. Ham was watching carefully, but Breeze just shrugged. The man's obviously insane. A religious nut. I tell you, friends, screamed the man below. The crowd was still growing, more and more torches being lit. I tell you the truth. Lord Kelsier appeared to me this very night. He said that he would always be with us. Will we let him down again? No, came the reply. Breeze shook his head. I didn't think they had it in them. Too bad it's such a small. What's that? Dox asked. Vin turned, frowning. There was a pocket of light in the distance, like torches lit. In the mists, another one appeared to the east, near a skaa slum. The third appeared, then a fourth. In a matter of moments, it seemed like the entire city was glowing. You insane genius, Doxon whispered. What? Clubs asked, frowning. We missed it, Dox said. The Asham, the army, the nobility. That wasn't the job Kelsier was planning. This was his job. Our crew was never supposed to topple the final empire. We were too small. An entire city's population, however. You're saying he did this on purpose? Breeze asked. He always asked me the same question, Sazed said from behind. He always asked what gave religions so much power. Each time, I answered him the same. Sazed looked at them, cocking his head. I told him that it was because their believers had something they felt passionate about. Something, or someone. But why not tell us? Breeze asked. Because he knew, Dox said quietly. He knew something we would never agree to. He knew that he would have to die. Breeze shook his head. I don't buy it. Why even bother with us, then? He could have done this on his own. Why even bother? Dox, Vin said, turning. Where's that warehouse Kelsier rented? The one where he held his informant meetings? Doxon paused. Not far away, actually. 2 streets down. He said he wanted it to be near the bolt lair. Show me, Vin said, scrambling over the side of the building. The gathered skaa continued to yell, each cry louder than the one before. The entire street blazed with light, flickering torches turning the mist into a brilliant haze. Doxon led her down the street, the rest of the crew trailing behind. The warehouse was a large, run-down structure squatting disconsolately in the slum's industrial section. Vin walked up to it, then flared pewter and smashed off the lock. The door slowly swung open. Doxon held up a lantern, and its light revealed sparkling piles of metal, weapons, swords, axes, staves, and helmets glittered in the light. An incredible silvery hoard. The crew stared at the room in wonder. This is the reason, Vin said quietly. He needed the Renew front to buy weapons in such numbers. He knew his rebellion would need these if they were going to succeed in taking the city. Why gather an army then? Ham said. Was it just a front too? I guess, Vin said. Wrong, a voice said, echoing through the cavernous warehouse. There was so much more to it than that. The crew jumped, and Vin flared her metals, until she recognized the voice. Renew. Doxon held his lantern higher. Show yourself, creature. A figure moved in the far back of the warehouse, staying to shadow. However, when it spoke, its voice was unmistakable. He needed the army to provide a corps of trained men for the rebellion. That part of his plan was hampered by events. That was only one bit of why he needed you, however. The noble houses needed to fall to leave a void in the political structure. The garrison needed to leave the town so that the skaa wouldn't be slaughtered. He planned this all from the start, Hem said with wonder. Kelsier knew that the skaa wouldn't rise up. They'd been beaten down for so long, trained to think that the Lord Ruler owned both their bodies and their souls. He understood that they would never rebel, not unless he gave them a new god. Yes, Renew said, stepping forward. The light glittered off his face, and Vin gasped in surprise. Kelsier, she screamed. Hem grabbed her shoulder. Careful, child. It's not him. The creature looked at her. It wore Kelsier's face, but the eyes, they were different. The face didn't bear Kelsier's characteristic smile. It seemed hollow, dead. I apologize, it said. This was to be my part in the plan, and is the reason Kelsier originally contracted with me. I was to take his bones once he was dead, then appear to his followers to give them faith and strength. What are you? Vin asked with horror. Renew Kelsier looked at her, and then his face shimmered, becoming transparent. She could see his bones through the gelatinous skin. It reminded her of a Mistwraith, a Kandra, the creature said. its skin losing its transparency. A mistwraith that has grown up, you might say. Vin turned away in revulsion, remembering the creatures she had seen in the mist. Scavengers, Kelsier had said, creatures that digested the bodies of the dead, stealing their skeletons and images. The legends are even more true than I thought. You were part of this plan too, the Kandra said. All of you. You ask why he needed a crew? He needed men of virtue, men who could learn to worry more for the people than for coin. He put you before armies and crowds, letting you practice leadership. He was using you, but he was also training you. The creature looked to Doxan, Breeze, then Ham. Bureaucrat, politician, general. For a new nation to be born, it will need men of your individual talents. The Kandra nodded to a large sheet of paper affixed to a table a short distance away. That is for you to follow. I have other business to be about. It turned as if to leave, then paused beside Vin, turning toward her with its disturbingly Kelsier-like face. Yet, the creature itself wasn't like Renew or Kelsier. It seemed passionless. The Kandra held up a small pouch. He asked me to give you this. It dropped the pouch into her hand, then continued on, the crew giving it a wide berth as it left the warehouse. Breeze started toward the table first, but Ham and Doxan beat him to it. Vin looked down at the bag. She was afraid to see what it contained. She hurried forward, joining the crew. The sheet was a map of the city, apparently copied from the one Marsh had sent. Written at the top were some words. My friends, you have a lot of work to do, and you must do it quickly. You must organize and distribute the weapons in this warehouse, then you must do the same in 2 others like it located in the other slums. There are horses in a side room for ease of travel. Once you distribute the weapons, you must secure the city gates and subdue the remaining members of the garrison. Breeze, your team will do this march on the garrison first so that you can take the gates in peace. There are 4 great houses that retain a strong military presence in the city. I have marked them on the map. Ham, your team will deal with these. We don't want an armed force other than our own inside the city. Doxan, remain behind while the initial strikes happen. More and more skaa will come to the warehouses once word gets out. Breeze and Ham's armies will include the troops we have trained, as well as augmentations, I hope, from the skaa gathering in the streets. You will need to make certain that the regular skaa get their weapons so that clubs can lead the assault on the palace itself. The soothing stations should already be gone. Renew delivered the proper order to our assassin teams before he came to get you to bring you here. If you have time, send some of Ham's thugs to check out those stations. Breeze, your own soothers will be needed amongst the skaa to encourage them to bravery. I think that's everything. It was a fun job, wasn't it? When you remember me, please remember that. Remember to smile. Now move quickly. May you rule in wisdom. The map had the city divided, with the various divisions labeled with various crew members' names. Vin noticed that she, along with Sazed, were left out. I'll go back to that group we left by our house, Club said in a grumbling voice. Bring them here to get weapons. He began to hobble away. Clubs? Ham said, turning. No offense, but why did he include you as an army leader? What do you know of warfare? Club snorted, then lifted up his trouser leg, showing the long, twisting scar that ran up the side of his calf and thigh, obviously the source of his limp. Where do you think I got this? He said, then began to move away. Ham turned back with wonder. I don't believe this is happening. Breeze shook his head. And I assumed that I knew something about manipulating people. This is amazing. The economy is on the verge of collapsing, and the nobility that survive will soon be at open warfare on the countryside. Kel showed us how to kill inquisitors. We'll just need to pull down the others and behead them. As for the Lord Ruler, eyes turned on Vin. She looked down at the pouch in her hand and pulled it open. A smaller sack, obviously filled with Asham beads, fell into her hand. It was followed by a small bar of metal wrapped in a sheet of paper. The 11th metal. Vin unwrapped the paper. Vin, it read. Your original duty tonight was going to be to assassinate the high noblemen remaining in the city. But, well, you convinced me that maybe they should live. I could never figure out how this blasted metal was supposed to work. It's safe to burn, it won't kill you, but it doesn't appear to do anything useful. If you're reading this, then I failed to figure out how to use it when I faced the Lord Ruler. I don't think it matters. The people needed something to believe in, and this was the only way to give it to them. Please don't be angry at me for abandoning you. I was given an extension on life. I should have died in Mare's place years ago. I was ready for this. The others will need you. You're their Mistborn now, you'll have to protect them in the months to come. The nobility will send assassins against our fledgling kingdom's rulers. Farewell. I'll tell Mare about you. She always wanted a daughter. What does it say, Vin? Ham asked. It says that he doesn't know how the 11th metal works. He's sorry. He wasn't certain how to defeat the Lord Ruler. We've got an entire city full of people to fight him, Doc said. I seriously doubt he can kill us all. If we can't destroy him, we'll just tie him up and toss him in a dungeon. The others nodded. All right, Doxson said. Breeze and Ham, you need to get to those other warehouses and begin giving out weapons. Spook, go fetch the apprentices, we'll need them to run messages. Let's go. Everyone scattered. Soon, the skaa they had seen earlier burst into the warehouse, holding their torches high, looking in awe at the wealth of weaponry. Doxson worked efficiently, ordering some of the newcomers to be distributors, sending others to go gather their friends and family. Men began to gear up, gathering weapons. Everyone was busy except for Vin. She looked up at Sazed, who smiled at her. Sometimes we just have to wait long enough, mistress, he said. Then we find out why exactly it was that we kept believing. There is a saying that Master Kelsier was fond of. There's always another secret, Vin whispered. But says everyone has something to do except me. I was originally supposed to go assassinate noblemen, but Kel doesn't want me to do that anymore. They have to be neutralized, Sazed said, but not necessarily murdered. Perhaps your place was simply to show Kelsier that fact. Vin shook her head. No, I have to do more, Sazed. She gripped the empty pouch, frustrated. Something crinkled inside of it. She looked down, opening the pouch and noticing a piece of paper that she hadn't seen before. She pulled it out and unfolded it delicately. It was the drawing that Kelsier had shown her, the picture of a flower. Mare had always kept it with her, dreaming of a future where the sun wasn't red, where plants were green. Vin looked up. Bureaucrat, politician, soldier. There's something else that every kingdom needs. A good assassin. She turned, pulling out a vial of metal and drinking its contents, using the liquid to wash down a couple beads of asham. She walked over to the pile of weapons, picking up a small bundle of arrows. They had stone heads. She began breaking the heads off, leaving about a half-inch of wood attached to them, discarding the fletched shafts. Mistress, Sazed asked with concern. Vin walked past him, searching through the armaments. She found what she wanted in a shirt-like piece of armor, constructed from large rings of interlocking metal. She pried a handful of these free with a dagger and pewter-enhanced fingers. Mistress, what are you doing? Vin walked over to a trunk beside the table, within which she had seen a large collection of powdered metals. She filled her pouch with several handfuls of pewter dust. I'm worried about the Lord Ruler, she said, taking a file from the box and scraping off a few flakes of the 11th metal. She paused, eyeing the unfamiliar silvery metal, then swallowed the flakes with a gulp from her flask. She put a couple more flakes in one of her backup metal vials. Surely the rebellion can deal with him, Sazed said. He is not so strong without all of his servants, I think. You're wrong, Vin said, rising and walking toward the door. He's strong, Sazed. Kelsier couldn't feel him. Not like I can. He didn't know. Where are you going? Sazed asked behind her. Vin paused in the doorway, turning, mist curling around her. Inside the palace complex, there is a chamber protected by soldiers and inquisitors. Kelsier tried to get into it twice. She turned back toward the dark mists. Tonight, I'm going to find out what's inside of it. Chapter 36. I have decided that I am thankful for Rashek's hatred. It does me well to remember that there are those who abhor me. My place is not to seek popularity or love. My place is to ensure mankind's survival. Vin walked quietly toward Credit Shaw. The sky behind her burned, the mists reflecting and diffusing the light of 1,000 torches. It was like a radiant dome over the city. The light was yellow, the color Kelsier had always said the sun should be. For nervous guards waited at the same palace doorway that she and Kelsier had attacked before. They watched her approach. Vin stepped slowly, quietly, on the mist-wetted stones, her mist cloak rustling solemnly. One of the guards lowered a spear at her, and Vin stopped right in front of him. "I know you," she said quietly. "You endured the mills, the mines, and the forges. You knew that someday they would kill you and leave your families to starve. So you went to the Lord Ruler, guilty but determined, and joined his guards." The four men glanced at each other, confused. "The light behind me comes from a massive skaa rebellion," she said. "The entire city is rising up against the Lord Ruler. I don't blame you men for your choices, but a time of change is coming. Those rebels could use your training and your knowledge. Go to them. They gather in the Square of the Survivor." "The Square of the Survivor?" a soldier asked. "The place where the survivor of Hathsin was killed earlier today." The four men exchanged looks, uncertain. Vin rioted their emotions slightly. "You don't have to live with the guilt anymore." Finally, one of the men stepped forward and ripped the symbol off his uniform, then strode determinedly into the night. The other three paused, then followed, leaving Vin with an open entrance to the palace. Vin walked down the corridor, eventually passing the same guard chamber as before. She strode inside, stepping past a group of chatting guards without hurting any of them, and entered the hallway beyond. Behind her, the guards shook off their surprise and called out in alarm. They burst into the corridor, but Vin jumped and pushed against the lantern brackets, hurling herself down the hallway. The men's voices grew distant. Even running, they wouldn't be able to keep up with her. She reached the end of the corridor, then let herself drop lightly to the ground, enveloping cloak falling around her body. She continued her resolute, unhurried pace. There was no reason to run. They'd be waiting for her anyway. She passed through the archway, stepping into the dome-roofed central chamber. Silver murals lined the walls, braziers burned in the corners. The floor was an ebony marble, and two inquisitors stood blocking her path. Vin strode quietly through the room, approaching the building within a building that was her goal. "We search all this time," said an inquisitor in his grinding voice, "and you come to us a second time." Vin stopped, standing about 20 feet in front of the pair. They loomed, each of them nearly 2 feet taller than she, smiling and confident. Vin burned Asham, then whipped her hands from beneath her cloak, tossing a double handful of arrowheads into the air. She flared steel, pushing powerfully against the rings of metal wrapped loosely around the arrowhead's broken halves. The missiles shot forward, ripping across the room. The lead inquisitor chuckled, raising a hand and pushing disdainfully against the missiles. His push ripped the unattached rings free from the hafts, shooting the bits of metal backward. The arrowheads themselves, however, continued forward, no longer pushed from behind, but still carried by a deadly momentum. The inquisitor opened his mouth in surprise as 24 arrowheads struck him. Several punched completely through his flesh, continuing on to snap against the stone wall behind him. Several others struck his companion in the legs. The lead inquisitor jerked, spasming as he collapsed. The other growled, staying on his feet, but wobbling a bit on the weakened leg. Vin dashed forward, flaring her pewter. The remaining inquisitor moved to block her, but she reached inside her cloak and threw out a large handful of pewter dust. The inquisitor stopped, confused. To his eyes, he would see nothing but a mess of blue lines, each one leading to a speck of metal. With so many sources of metal concentrated in one place, the lines would be virtually blinding. The inquisitor spun, angry, as Vin dashed past him. He pushed against the dust, blowing it away, but as he did so, Vin whipped out a glass dagger and flipped it toward him. In the confusing mess of blue lines and Asham shadows, he missed noticing the dagger, and it took him square in the thigh. He fell, cursing in a crackly voice. Good thing that worked, Vin thought, leaping over the groaning body of the first Inquisitor. Wasn't sure about those eyes of theirs. She threw her weight against the door, flaring pewter and tossing up another handful of dust to keep the remaining Inquisitor from targeting any metals on her body. She didn't turn back to fight the two further, not with the trouble one of the creatures had given Kelsier. Her goal this infiltration wasn't to kill, but to gather information, then run. Vin burst into the building within a building, nearly tripping on a rug made from some exotic fur. She frowned, scanning the chamber urgently, searching for whatever the Lord Ruler hid inside of it. It has to be here, she thought desperately. The clue to defeating him, the way to win this battle. She was counting on the Inquisitors being distracted by their wounds long enough for her to search out the Lord Ruler's secret and escape. The room had only one exit, the entrance she'd come through, and a hearth burned in the center of the chamber. The walls were decorated with odd trappings. Furs hung from most places, the pelts dyed in strange patterns. There were a few old paintings, their colors faded, their canvases yellowed. Vin searched quickly, urgently, looking for anything that could prove to be a weapon against the Lord Ruler. Unfortunately, she saw nothing useful. The room felt foreign, but unremarkable. In fact, it had a comfortable hominess like a study or den. It was packed full of strange objects and decorations, like the horns of some foreign beast and a strange pair of shoes with very wide, flat bottoms. It was the room of a pack rat, a place to keep memories of the past. She jumped as something moved near the center of the room. A pivoting chair stood by the hearth, and it spun slowly, revealing the wizened old man who sat in it. Bald, with liver-spotted skin, he appeared to be in his 70s. He wore rich, dark clothing, and he frowned angrily at Vin. That's it, Vin thought. I failed, there's nothing here. Time to get out. Just as she was spinning to dash away, however, rough hands grabbed her from behind. She cursed, struggling as she glanced down at the Inquisitor's bloodied leg. Even with pewter, he shouldn't have been able to walk on it. She tried to twist away, but the Inquisitor had her in a powerful grasp. What is this? The old man demanded, standing. I'm sorry, Lord Ruler, the Inquisitor said deferentially. Lord Ruler. But I saw him. He was a young man. Kill her? The old man said, waving his hand. My lord, the Inquisitor said. This child is of special interest. Might I keep her for a time? What special interest? The Lord Ruler said, sighing as he sat again. We wish to petition you, Lord Ruler, said the Inquisitor, regarding the canton of orthodoxy. This again? The Lord Ruler said wearily. Please, my lord, said the Inquisitor. Vin continued to struggle, flaring her pewter. The Inquisitor pinned her arms to her sides, however, and her backward kicking did very little good. He's so strong, she thought with frustration. And then, she remembered it. The 11th metal, its power sitting within her, forming an unfamiliar reserve. She looked up, glaring at the old man. This had better work. She burned the 11th metal. Nothing happened. Vin struggled in frustration, her heart sinking. And then she saw him, another man standing right beside the Lord Ruler. Where had he come from? She hadn't seen him enter. He had a full beard and wore a thick, woolen outfit with a fur-lined cloak. It wasn't rich clothing, but it was well constructed. He stood quietly, seeming content. He smiled happily. Vin cocked her head. There was something familiar about the man. His features looked very similar to those of the man who had killed Kelsier. However, this man was older and more alive. Vin turned to the side. There was another unfamiliar man beside her, a young nobleman. He was a merchant from the looks of his suit, and a very wealthy one at that. What is going on? The 11th metal burned out. Both newcomers vanished like ghosts. Very well, said the elderly Lord Ruler, sighing. I agree to your request. We will meet in several hours' time. Tavidian has already requested a gathering to discuss matters outside the palace. Ah, said the second Inquisitor. Yes, it will be good for him to be there. Good indeed. Vin continued to squirm as the Inquisitor pushed her to the ground, then lifted his hand, gripping something she couldn't see. He swung, and pain flashed through her head. Despite her pewter, all went black. Eland found his father in the north entryway, a smaller, less daunting entrance to Keep Venture, though only when compared with the majestic Grand Hall. "What's going on?" Eland demanded, pulling on his suit coat, his hair disheveled from sleep. Lord Venture stood with his guard captains and canal masters. Soldiers and servants scattered through the white and brown hallway, rushing about with an air of apprehensive fright. Lord Venture ignored Eland's question, calling for a messenger to ride for the East River docks. "Father, what's happening?" Eland repeated. "Skaa rebellion," Lord Venture snapped. "What?" Eland thought as Lord Venture waved for another group of soldiers to approach. Impossible. A skaa rebellion in Luthadel itself. It was unthinkable. They didn't have the disposition to try such a bold move. They were just... "The lead is skaa," he thought. "You have to stop thinking like other noblemen, Eland. You have to open your eyes." The garrison was gone, off to slaughter a different group of rebels. The skaa had been forced to watch those gruesome executions weeks ago, not to mention the slaughter that had come this day. They had been stressed to the point of breaking. Tamadra predicted this, Eland realized. So did half a dozen other political theorists. They said that the final empire couldn't last forever. God at its head or not, the people would someday rise up. It's finally happening. I'm living through it. And I'm on the wrong side. "Why the canal masters?" Eland asked. "We're leaving the city," Lord Venture said tersely. "Abandon the keep?" Eland asked. "Where's the honor in that?" Lord Venture snorted. "This isn't about bravery, boy. It's about survival. Those skaa are attacking the main gates, slaughtering the remnants of the garrison. I have no intention of waiting until they come for noble heads." "But," Lord Venture shook his head. "We were leaving anyway. Something happened at the pits a few days ago. The Lord Ruler isn't going to be happy when he discovers it." He stepped back, waving over his lead narrowboat captain. Skaa rebellion, Eland thought, still a little numb. What was it that Tamadra warned in his writings? That, when a real rebellion finally came, the skaa would slaughter wantonly. That every nobleman's life would be forfeit. He predicted that the rebellion would die out quickly, but that it would leave piles of corpses in its wake. Thousands of deaths. Tens of thousands. "Well, boy," Lord Venture demanded. "Go and organize your things." "I'm not going," Eland surprised himself by saying. Lord Venture frowned. "What?" Eland looked up. "I'm not going, father." "Oh, you're going," Lord Venture said, eyeing Eland with one of his glares. Eland looked into those eyes. Eyes that were angry not because they cared for Eland's safety, but because Eland dared defy them. And strangely, Eland didn't feel the least bit cowed. Someone has to stop this. The rebellion could do some good, but only if the skaa don't insist on slaughtering their allies. And that's what the nobility should be, their allies against the Lord Ruler. He's our enemy too. "Father, I'm serious," Eland said. "I'm going to stay." "Bloody hell, boy. Must you insist on mocking me? This isn't about balls or luncheons, father. It's about something more important." Lord Venture paused. "No flippant comments? No buffoonery?" Eland shook his head. Suddenly, Lord Venture smiled. "Stay then, boy. That's a good idea. Someone should maintain our presence here while I go rally our forces." "Yes. A very good idea." Eland paused, frowning slightly at the smile in his father's eyes. "The Asham. Father is setting me up to fall in his place. And, even if the Lord Ruler doesn't kill me, Father assumes I'll die in the rebellion. Either way, he's rid of me. I'm really not very good at this, am I?" Lord Venture laughed to himself, turning. "At least leave me some soldiers," Eland said. "You can have most of them," Lord Venture said. "It will be hard enough to get one boat out in this mess. Good luck, boy. Say hello to the Lord Ruler in my absence." He laughed again, moving toward his stallion, which was saddled and readied outside. Eland stood in the hall, and suddenly he was the focus of attention. Nervous guards and servants, realizing that they'd been abandoned, turned to Eland with desperate eyes. "I'm in charge," Eland thought with shock. "Now what?" Outside, he could see the mists flaring with the light of burning fires. Several of the guards were yelling about an approaching mob of skaa. Eland walked to the open doorway, staring out into the chaos. The hall grew quiet behind him, terrified people realizing the extent of their danger. Eland stood for a long moment. Then he spun. "Captain," he said, "gather your forces and the remaining servants. Don't leave anyone behind. Then march to Keep Legal." "Keep Legal, my lord. It's more defensible," Eland said. "Plus, both of us have too few soldiers. Separated, we'll be destroyed. Together, we might be able to stand. We'll offer our men to the Legal in exchange for protecting our people." "But, my lord," the soldier said, "the Legal are your enemies." Eland nodded. "Yes, but someone needs to make the first overture. Now, get moving." The man saluted, then rushed into motion. "Oh, and Captain?" Eland said. The soldier paused. "Pick out 5 of your best soldiers to be my honor guard. I'll be leaving you in charge. Those 5 and I have another mission." "My lord?" the captain asked with confusion. "What mission?" Eland turned back toward the mists. "We're going to go turn ourselves in." Vin awoke to wetness. She coughed, then groaned, feeling a sharp pain in the back of her skull. She opened dizzy eyes, blinking away the water that had been thrown on her, and immediately burned pewter and tin, bringing herself completely awake. A pair of rough hands hoisted her into the air. She coughed as the Inquisitor shoved something into her mouth. "Swallow," he ordered, twisting her arm. Vin cried out, trying without success to resist the pain. Eventually, she gave in and swallowed the bit of metal. "Now burn it," the Inquisitor ordered, twisting harder. Vin resisted nonetheless, sensing the unfamiliar metal reserve within her. The Inquisitor could be trying to get her to burn a useless metal, one that would make her sick or, worse, kill her. But there are easier ways to kill a captive, she thought in agony. Her arm hurt so much that it felt like it would twist free. Finally, Vin relented, burning the metal. Immediately, all of her other metal reserves vanished. "Good," the Inquisitor said, dropping her to the ground. The stones were wet, pooled with a bucket full of water. The Inquisitor turned, leaving the cell and slamming its barred door. Then he disappeared through a doorway on the other side of the room. Vin crawled to her knees, massaging her arm, trying to sort out what was going on. "My medals." She searched desperately inside, but she found nothing. She couldn't feel any metals, not even the one she had ingested moments before. What was it? A 12th metal? Perhaps Allomancy wasn't as limited as Kelsier and the others had always assured her. She took a few deep breaths, climbing to her knees, calming herself. There was something pushing against her. The Lord Ruler's presence. She could feel it, though it wasn't as powerful as it had been earlier, when he had killed Kelsier. Still, she didn't have copper to burn. She had no way to hide from the Lord Ruler's powerful, almost omnipotent, hand. She felt depression twisting her, telling her to just lie down, to give up. "No," she thought. "I have to get out. I have to stay strong." She forced herself to stand and inspect her surroundings. Her prison was more like a cage than a cell. It had bars running along 3 of the 4 sides, and it contained no furniture, not even a sleeping mat. There were 2 other cell cages in the room, one to either side of her. She had been stripped. They had only left her with her undergarments. The move was probably to make certain that she didn't have any hidden metals. She glanced around the room. It was long and thin, and had stark stone walls. A stool sat in one corner, but the room was otherwise empty. If I could find just a bit of metal, she began to search. Instinctively, she tried to burn iron, expecting the blue lines to appear. But, of course, she had no iron to burn. She shook her head at the foolish move, but it was simply a sign of how much she'd come to rely on her allomancy. She felt blinded. She couldn't burn tin to listen for voices. She couldn't burn pewter to strengthen her against the pain of her hurting arm and head. She couldn't burn bronze to search for nearby allomancers. Nothing. She had nothing. You functioned without allomancy before, she told herself sternly. You can do it now. Even so, she searched the bare floor of her cell, hoping for the chance existence of a discarded pin or nail. She found nothing, so she turned her attention to the bars. However, she couldn't think of a way to get off even a flake of the iron. So much metal here, she thought with frustration. And I can't use any of it. She sat back on the ground, huddling up against the stone wall, shivering quietly in her damp clothing. It was still dark outside. The room's window casually allowed in a few trails of mist. What had happened with the rebellion? What about her friends? She thought that the mists outside looked a bit brighter than usual. Torchlight in the night? Without tin, her senses were too weak to tell. What was I thinking? She thought with despair. Did I presume to succeed where Kelsier had failed? He knew that the 11th metal was useless. It had done something true, but it certainly hadn't killed the Lord Ruler. She sat, thinking, trying to figure out what had happened. There had been an odd familiarity about the things the 11th metal had shown her. Not because of the way the visions had appeared, but because of the way Vin had felt when burning the metal. Gold. The moment when I burned the 11th metal felt like that time when Kelsier had me burn gold. Could it be that the 11th metal wasn't really 11th at all? Gold and Asham had always seemed oddly paired to Vin. All of the other metals came in pairs that were similar, a base metal, then its alloy, each doing opposite things. Iron pulled, steel pushed. Zinc pulled, brass pushed. It made sense. All except for Asham and gold. What if the 11th metal was really an alloy of Asham or of gold? It would mean that gold and Asham aren't paired. They do two different things. Similar but different. They're like the other metals, which were grouped into larger bases of 4. There were the physical metals. Iron, steel, tin, and pewter. The mental metals. Bronze, copper, zinc, and brass. And there were the time-affecting metals. Gold and its alloy and Asham and its alloy. That means there's another metal. One that hasn't been discovered. Probably because Asham and gold are too valuable to forge into different alloys. But what good was the knowledge? Her 11th metal was probably just a paired opposite of gold. The metal Kelsier had told her was the most useless of them all. Gold had shown Vin herself, or at least a different version of her that had felt real enough to touch. But it had simply been a vision of what she could have become had the past been different. The 11th metal had done something similar. Instead of showing Vin's own past, it had shown her similar images from other people, and that told her nothing. What difference did it make what the Lord Ruler could have been? It was the current man, the tyrant that ruled the final empire, that she had to defeat. A figure appeared in the doorway, an inquisitor dressed in a black robe, the hood up. His face was shadowed, but his spike heads jutted from the front of the cowl. "It is time," he said. Another inquisitor waited in the doorway as the first creature pulled out a set of keys and moved to open Vin's door. Vin tensed. The door clicked, and she sprang to her feet, scrambling forward. Have I always been this slow without pewter? She thought with horror. The inquisitor snatched her arm as she passed, his motions unconcerned, almost casual, and she could see why. His hands moved supernaturally quickly, making her seem even more sluggish by comparison. The inquisitor pulled her up, twisting her and easily holding her. He smiled with an evil grin, his face pocked with scars. Scars that looked like arrowhead wounds, she thought with shock. But healed already? How can it be? She struggled, but her weak, pewterless body was no match for the inquisitor's strength. The creature carried her toward the doorway, and the second inquisitor stepped back, regarding her with spikes that peeked out from beneath its cowl. Though the inquisitor who carried her was smiling, this second one had a flat line of a mouth. Vin spat at the second inquisitor as she passed, her spittle smacking it right on one of its spikeheads. Her captor carried her out of the chamber and through a narrow hallway. She cried out for help, knowing that her screams, in the middle of Kredik Shaw itself, would be useless. At least she succeeded in annoying the inquisitor, for he twisted her arm. "Quiet," he said as she grunted in pain. Vin fell silent, instead focusing on their location. They were probably in one of the lower sections of the palace. The hallways were too long to be in a tower or spire. The decorations were lavish, but the rooms looked unused. The carpets were pristine, the furniture unmarked by scuff or scratch. She had the feeling that the murals were rarely seen, even by those who often passed through the chambers. Eventually, the inquisitors entered a stairwell and began to climb. One of the spires, she thought. With each climbing step, Vin could feel the Lord Ruler getting closer. His mere presence dampened her emotions, stealing her willpower, making her numb to everything but lonely depression. She sagged in the Inquisitor's grip, no longer struggling. It took all of her energy to simply resist the Lord Ruler's pressure on her soul. After a short time in the tunnel-like stairwell, the Inquisitors carried her out into a large circular room. And, despite the power of the Lord Ruler's soothing, despite her visits to noble keeps, Vin took just a brief moment to stare at her surroundings. They were majestic like none she'd ever seen. The room was shaped like a massive, stocky cylinder. The wall, there was only one, running in a wide circle, was made entirely of glass. Lit by fires from behind, the room glowed with spectral light. The glass was colored, though it didn't depict any specific scene. Instead, it seemed crafted from a single sheet, the colors blown and melded together in long, thin trails. Like mist, she thought with wonder. Colorful streams of mist, running in a circle around the entire room. The Lord Ruler sat in an elevated throne in the very center of the room. He wasn't the old Lord Ruler. This was the younger version, the handsome man who had killed Kelsier. Some kind of imposter? No, I can feel him just as I could feel the one before. They're the same man. Can he change how he looks, then? Appearing young when he wishes to put forth a pretty face? A small group of gray-robed, attitude obligators stood conversing on the far side of the room. 7 inquisitors stood waiting, like a row of shadows with iron eyes. That made 9 of them in all, counting the 2 that had escorted Vin. Her scar-faced captor delivered her to one of the others, who held her with a similarly inescapable grip. "Let us be on with this," said the Lord Ruler. A regular obligator stepped forward, bowing. With a chill, she realized that she recognized him. Lord Prelon Tavidian, she thought, eyeing the thin, balding man. "My father." "My lord," Tavidian said. "Forgive me, but I do not understand. We have already discussed this matter. The Inquisitors say they have more to add," the Lord Ruler said in a tired voice. Tavidian eyed Vin, frowning in confusion. "He doesn't know who I am," she thought. "He never knew he was a father." "My lord," Tavidian said, turning away from her. "Look outside your window. Do we not have better things to discuss? The entire city is in rebellion. Skaa torches light up the night, and they dare go out into the mists. They blaspheme in riots, attacking the keeps of the nobility. Let them," the Lord Ruler said in an uncaring voice. He seemed so worn. He sat strongly on his throne, but there was still a weariness to his posture and his voice. "But my lord," Tavidian said, "the great houses are falling." The Lord Ruler waved a dismissive hand. "It is good for them to get purged every century or so. It fosters instability, keeps the aristocracy from growing too confident. Usually, I let them kill each other in one of their foolish wars, but these riots will work. And, if the skaa come to the palace, then I will deal with them," the Lord Ruler said softly. "You will not question this further." "Yes, my lord," Tavidian said, bowing and backing away. "Now," the Lord Ruler said, turning to the Inquisitors, "what is it you wish to present?" The scarred Inquisitor stepped forward. "Lord Ruler, we wish to petition that leadership of your ministry be taken from these men and granted to the Inquisitors instead." "We have discussed this," the Lord Ruler said. "You and your brothers are needed for more important tasks. You are too valuable to waste on simple administration." "But," the Inquisitor said, "by allowing common men to rule your ministry, you have unwittingly allowed corruption and vice to enter the very heart of your holy palace." "Idle claims," Tavidian spat. "You say such things often, Carr, but you never offer any proof. Carr turned slowly, his eerie smile lit by the twisting, colored window light. Vin shivered. That smile was nearly as unsettling as the Lord Ruler's soothing. Proof? Carr asked. Why, tell me, Lord Prelon, do you recognize that girl? Bah, of course not, Tavidian said with a wave of his hand. What does a skaa girl have to do with the government of the ministry? Everything, Carr said, turning to Vin. Oh yes, everything. Tell the Lord Ruler who your father is, child. Vin tried to squirm, but the Lord Ruler's allomancy was so oppressive. The Inquisitor's hands were so strong. I don't know, she managed to say through gritted teeth. The Lord Ruler perked up slightly, turning toward her, leaning forward. You cannot lie to the Lord Ruler, child, Carr said in a quiet, rasping voice. He has lived for centuries, and has learned to use allomancy like no mortal man. He can see things in the way your heart beats, and can read your emotions in your eyes. He can sense the moment when you lie. He knows. Oh yes, he knows. I never knew my father, Vin said stubbornly. If the Inquisitor wanted to know something, then keeping it a secret seemed like a good idea. I'm just a street urchin. A Mistborn street urchin? Carr asked. Why, that's interesting. Isn't it, Tavidian? The Lord Prelon paused, his frown deepening. The Lord Ruler stood slowly, walking down the steps of his dais toward Vin. Yes, my lord, Carr said. You felt her allomancy earlier. You know that she is a full Mistborn, an amazingly powerful one. Yet, she claims to have grown up on the street. What noble house would have abandoned such a child? Why, for her to have such strength, she must be of an extremely pure line. At least, one of her parents must have been from a very pure line. What are you implying? Tavidian demanded, paling. The Lord Ruler ignored them both. He strode through the streaming colors of the reflective floor, then stopped right in front of Vin. So close, she thought. His soothing was so strong that she couldn't even feel terror. All she felt was the deep, overpowering, horrible sorrow. The Lord Ruler reached out with delicate hands, taking her by the cheeks, tilting her face up to look into his eyes. Who is your father, girl? He asked quietly. Despair twisted inside of her. Grief, pain, a desire to die. The Lord Ruler held her face close to his own, looking into her eyes. In that moment, she knew the truth. She could see a piece of him. She could sense his power, his godlike power. He wasn't worried about the skaa rebellion. Why would he have to worry? If he wished, he could slaughter every person in the city by himself. Vin knew it to be the truth. It might take him time, but he could kill forever, tirelessly. He need fear no rebellion. He'd never needed to. Kelsier had made a terrible, terrible mistake. Your father, child? The Lord Ruler prompted, his demand like a physical weight upon her soul. Vin spoke despite herself. My brother told me that my father was that man over there. The Lord Prelon. Tears rolled down her cheeks, though when the Lord Ruler turned from her, she couldn't quite remember why she had been crying. It's a lie, my lord, Tavidian said, backing away. What does she know? She's just a silly child. Tell me truthfully, Tavidian, the Lord Ruler said, walking slowly toward the obligator. Have you ever bedded a skaa woman? The obligator paused. I followed the law. Each time, I had them slain afterward. You lie, the Lord Ruler said, as if surprised. You're uncertain. Tavidian was visibly shaking. I think I got them all, my lord. There was one I may have been too lax with. I didn't know she was skaa at first. The soldier I sent to kill her was too lenient, and he let her go. But I found her eventually. Tell me, the Lord Ruler said, did this woman bear any children? The room fell silent. Yes, my lord, the High Prelon said. The Lord Ruler closed his eyes, sighing. He turned back toward his throne. He is yours, he said to the Inquisitors. Immediately, 6 Inquisitors dashed across the room, howling in joy, pulling obsidian knives from sheaths beneath their robes. Tavidian raised his arms, crying out as the Inquisitors fell on him, exulting in their brutality. Blood flew as they plunged their daggers over and over again into the dying man. The other obligators backed away, looking on in horror. Carr remained behind, smiling as he watched the massacre, as did the Inquisitor who was Vin's captor. One other Inquisitor remained back as well, though Vin didn't know why. "Your point is proven, Carr," the Lord Ruler said, sitting wearily on his throne. "It seems that I have trusted too much in the obedience of mankind. I did not make a mistake. I have never made a mistake. However, it is time for a change. Gather the High Prelans and bring them here. Rouse them from their beds, if need be. They will witness as I grant the Canton of Inquisition command and authority over the ministry." Carr's smile deepened. "The half-breed child will be destroyed." "Of course, my lord," Carr said. "Though, there are some questions I wish to ask her first. She was part of a team of skaa mistings. If she can help us locate the others." "Very well," the Lord Ruler said. "That is your duty after all." Chapter 37. Is there anything more beautiful than the sun? I often watch it rise, for my restless sleep usually awakens me before dawn. Each time I see its calm yellow light peeking above the horizon, I grow a little more determined, a little more hopeful. In a way, it is the thing that has kept me going all this time. "Kelsier, you cursed lunatic," Dockson thought, scribbling notes on the table map. "Why do you always just saunter away, leaving me to handle your messes?" However, he knew his frustration wasn't real. It was simply a way of keeping himself from focusing on Kel's death. It worked. Kelsier's part in the plan, the vision, the charismatic leadership was finished. Now it was Dockson's turn. He took Kelsier's original strategy and modified it. He was careful to keep the chaos at a manageable level, rationing the best equipment to the men who seemed the most stable. He sent contingents to capture points of interest, food and water deposits, before general rioting could steal them. In short, he did what he always did. He made Kelsier's dreams become reality. A disturbance came from the front of the room, and Dockson looked up as a messenger rushed in. The man immediately sought out Dockson at the center of the warehouse. "What news?" Dockson asked as the man approached. The messenger shook his head. He was a young man in an imperial uniform, though he had removed the jacket to make himself look less obtrusive. "I'm sorry, sir," the man said quietly. "None of the guards have seen her come out, and well, one claimed he saw her being carried toward the palace dungeons." "Can you get her out?" Dockson asked. The soldier Goradal paled. Until just a short time before, Goradal had been one of the Lord Ruler's own men. In truth, Dockson wasn't even certain how much he trusted the man. Yet, the soldier, as a former palace guardsman, could get into places that other skaa could not. His former allies didn't know he'd switch sides. Assuming he really has switched sides, Dockson thought. But, well, things were moving too quickly now for self-doubt. Dockson had decided to use this man. He'd have to trust his initial instincts. "Well?" Dockson repeated. Goradal shook his head. "There was an Inquisitor holding her captive, sir. I couldn't free her. I wouldn't have the authority. Dockson sighed. "Damn fool girl," he thought. "She should have had better sense than this. Kelsier must have rubbed off on her." He waved the soldier away, then looked up as Hammond walked in, a large sword with a broken hilt resting on his shoulder. "It's done," Hem said. "Keep Ilarial just fell. Looks like Leekal is still holding, however." Dockson nodded. "We'll need your men at the palace soon. The sooner we break in there, the better chance we have of saving Vin." However, his instincts told him that they'd be too late to help her. The main forces would take hours to gather and organize. He wanted to attack the palace with all of their armies in tandem. The truth was he just couldn't afford to spare men on a rescue operation at the moment. Kelsier would probably have gone after her, but Dockson wouldn't let himself do something that brash. As he always said, someone on the crew needed to be realistic. The palace was not a place to attack without substantial preparation. Vin's failure proved that much. She'd just have to look after herself for the moment. "I'll get my men ready," Hem said, nodding as he tossed his sword aside. "I'm going to need a new sword, though." Doxson sighed. You thugs. Always breaking things. Go see what you can find, then. Ham moved off. If you see Sazed, Doxson called. Tell him that. Doxson paused, his attention drawn by a group of skaa rebels who marched into the room, pulling a bound prisoner with a cloth sack on his head. What is this? Doxson demanded. One of the rebels elbowed his captive. I think he's someone important, M-Lord. Came to us unarmed, asked to be brought to you. Promised us gold if we did it. Doxson raised an eyebrow. The grunt pulled off the hood, revealing Eland Venture. Doxson blinked in surprise. You? Eland looked around. He was apprehensive, obviously, but held himself well, all things considered. Have we met? Not exactly, Doxson said. Blast. I don't have time for captives right now. Still, the son of the Ventures. Doxson was going to need leverage with the powerful nobility when the fighting was over. I've come to offer you a truce, Eland Venture said. Excuse me? Doxson asked. House Venture will not resist you, Eland said. And I can probably talk the rest of the nobility into listening as well. They're frightened. There's no need to slaughter them. Doxson snorted. I can't exactly leave hostile armed forces in the city. If you destroy the nobility, you won't be able to hold on for very long, Eland said. We control the economy. The empire will collapse without us. That is kind of the point of this all, Doxson said. Look, I don't have time. You must hear me out, Eland Venture said desperately. If you start your rebellion, with chaos and bloodshed, you'll lose it. I've studied these things. I know what I'm talking about. When the momentum of your initial conflict runs out, the people will start looking for other things to destroy. They'll turn on themselves. You must keep control of your armies. Doxson paused. Eland Venture was supposed to be a fool and a fop, but now he just seemed earnest. I'll help you, Eland said. Leave the noblemen's keeps alone and focus your efforts on the ministry and the Lord Ruler. They're your real enemies. Look, Doxson said. I'll pull our armies away from Keep Venture. There's probably no need to fight them now that. I sent my soldiers to keep legal, Eland said. Pull your men away from all the nobility. They're not going to attack your flanks. They'll just hole up in their mansions and worry. He's probably right about that. We'll consider? Doxson trailed off, noticing that Eland wasn't paying attention to him anymore. Blasted hard man to have a conversation with. Eland was staring at Hammond, who had returned with a new sword. Eland frowned, then his eyes opened wide. I know you. You were the one who rescued Lord Renua's servants from the executions. Eland turned back to Doxson, suddenly eager. Do you know Valette, then? She'll tell you to listen to me. Doxson shared a look with him. What? Eland asked. Vin, Doxson said. Valette. She went into the palace a few hours back. I'm sorry, lad. She's probably in the Lord Ruler's dungeons right now. Assuming she's even still alive. Carr tossed Vin back into her cell. She hit the ground hard and rolled, her loose undershirt twisting around her, her head knocking against the cell's back wall. The Inquisitor smiled, slamming the door. Thank you very much, he said through the bars. You just helped us achieve something that has been a long time in coming. Vin glared up at him, the effects of the Lord Ruler's soothing weaker now. It is unfortunate that Bendal isn't here, Carr said. He chased your brother for years, swearing that Tavidian had fathered a skaa half-breed. Poor Bendal. If only the Lord Ruler had left the survivor to us, so that we could have had revenge. He looked over at her, shaking his spike-eyed head. Ah well, he was vindicated in the end. The rest of us believed your brother, but Bendal. Even then he wasn't convinced, and he found you in the end. My brother, Vin said, scrambling to her feet. He sold me out? Sold you out, Carr said. He died promising us that you had starved to death years ago. He screamed at night and day beneath the hands of ministry torturers. It is very hard to hold out against the pains of an Inquisitor's torture, something you shall soon discover. He smiled. But, first, let me show you something. A group of guards dragged a naked, bound figure into the room. Bruised and bleeding, The man stumbled to the stone floor as they pushed him into the cell beside Vin's. "Seized!" Vin cried, rushing to the bars. The terraceman lay groggily as the soldiers tied his hands and feet to a small metal ring set into the stone floor. He had been beaten so severely that he barely seemed conscious, and he was completely naked. Vin turned away from his nudity, but not before she saw the place between his legs. A simple, empty scar where his manhood should have been. All terraceman stewards are eunuchs, he had told her. That wound wasn't new, but the bruises, cuts, and scrapes were fresh. "We found him sneaking into the palace after you," Carr said. "Apparently he feared for your safety." "What have you done to him?" she asked quietly. "Oh, very little. So far," Carr said. "Now, you may wonder why I spoke to you of your brother. Perhaps you think me a fool for admitting that your brother's mind snapped before we drew out his secret. But, you see, I am not so much a fool that I will not admit a mistake. We should have drawn out your brother's torture, made him suffer longer. That was an error indeed." He smiled wickedly, nodding to Seized. "We won't make that mistake again, child. No, this time we're going to try a different tactic. We're going to let you watch us torture the terraceman. We're going to be very careful, making certain his pain is lasting and quite vibrant. When you tell us what we want to know, we'll stop." Vin shivered in horror. "No, please." "Oh yes," Carr said. "Why don't you take some time to think about what we're going to do to him? The Lord Ruler has commanded my presence. I need to go and receive formal leadership of the ministry. We'll begin when I return." He turned, black robe sweeping the ground. The guards followed, likely taking positions in the guard chamber just outside the room. "Oh, Seized," Vin said, sinking to her knees beside the bars of her cage. "Now, mistress," Seized said in a surprisingly lucid voice. "What did we tell you about running around in your undergarments? Why, if Master Dachshund were here, he would scold you for certain." Vin looked up, shocked. Seized was smiling at her. "Seized," she said quietly, glancing in the direction the guards had gone. "You're awake." "Very awake," he said. His calm, strong voice was a stark contrast to his bruised body. "I'm sorry, Seized," she said. "Why did you follow me? You should have stayed back and let me be stupid on my own." He turned a bruised head toward her, one eye swollen, but the other looking into her eyes. "Mistress," he said solemnly, "I vowed to Master Kelsier that I would see to your safety. The oath of a terraceman is not something given lightly. But you should have known you'd be captured," she said, looking down in shame. "Of course I knew, mistress," he said. "Why, how else was I going to get them to bring me to you?" Vin looked up. "Bring you to me?" "Yes, mistress. There is one thing that the ministry and my own people have in common, I think. They both underestimate the things that we can accomplish." He closed his eyes, and then his body changed. It seemed to deflate, the muscles growing weak and scrawny, the flesh hanging loosely on his bones. "Seized!" Vin cried out, pushing herself against the bars, trying to reach him. "It is all right, mistress," he said in a faint, frighteningly weak voice. "I just need a moment to gather my strength. Gather my strength." Vin paused, lowering her hand, watching Seized for a few minutes. Could it be? He looked so weak, as if his strength, his very muscles were being drawn away, and perhaps stored somewhere. Seized's eyes snapped open. His body returned to normal. Then his muscles continued to grow, becoming large and powerful, growing bigger even than Ham's. Seized smiled at her from a head sitting atop a beefy, muscular neck. Then he easily snapped his bindings. He stood, a massive, inhumanly muscular man, so different from the lanky, quiet scholar she had known. The Lord Ruler spoke of their strength in his logbook, she thought with wonder. He said the man Rashek lifted a boulder by himself and threw it out of their way. "But they took all of your jewelry," Vin said. "Where did you hide the metal?" Seized smiled, grabbing the bars separating their cages. "I took a hint from you, mistress. I swallowed it." With that, he ripped the bars free. She ran into the cage, embracing him. "Thank you." "Of course," he said, gently pushing her aside. then slamming a massive palm against the door to his cell, breaking the lock, sending the door crashing open. "Quickly now, mistress," Sazed said. "We must get you to safety." The two guards who had thrown Sazed into the chamber appeared in the doorway a second later. They froze, staring up at the massive beast who stood in place of the weak man they had beaten. Sazed jumped forward, holding one of the bars from Vin's cage. His feruchemy, however, had obviously given him strength only, no speed. He stepped with a lumbering gait, and the guards dashed away, crying for help. "Come now, mistress," Sazed said, tossing aside the bar. "My strength will not last long. The metal I swallowed wasn't large enough to hold much of a ferochemical charge." Even as he spoke, he began to shrink. Vin moved past him, scrambling out of the room. The guard chamber beyond was quite small, set with only a pair of chairs. Beneath one, however, she found a cloak rolled around one of the guards' evening meals. Vin shook the cloak free, tossing it to Sazed. "Thank you, mistress," he said. She nodded, moving to the doorway and peeking out. The larger room outside was empty and had two hallways leading off of it, one going right, one extending into the distance across from her. The wall to her left was lined with wooden trunks, and the center of the room held a large table. Vin shivered as she saw the dried blood and the set of sharp instruments lying in a row on the table's side. "This is where we'll both end up if we don't move quickly," she thought, waving Sazed forward. She froze mid-step as a group of soldiers appeared in the far hallway, led by one of the guards from before. Vin cursed quietly. She would have heard them earlier if she'd had tin. Vin glanced backward. Sazed was hobbling through the guard chamber. His ferochemical strength was gone, and the soldiers had obviously beaten him soundly before tossing him into the cell. He could barely walk. "Go, mistress," he said, waving her forward. "Run. You still have some things to learn about friendship, Vin," Kelsier's voice whispered in her mind. "I hope someday you realize what they are. You can't leave him." "I won't." Vin dashed toward the soldiers. She swiped a pair of torturing knives from the table, their bright, polished steel glistening between her fingers. She jumped atop the table, then leapt off of it toward the oncoming soldiers. She had no allomancy, but she flew true anyway, her months of practice helping despite her lack of medals. She slammed a knife into a surprised soldier's neck as she fell. She hit the ground harder than she had expected, but managed to scramble away from a second soldier, who cursed and swung at her. The sword clanged against the stone behind her. Vin spun, slashing another soldier across the thighs. He stumbled back in pain. Too many, she thought. There were at least 24 of them. She tried to jump for a third soldier, but another man swung his quarterstaff, slamming the weapon into Vin's side. She grunted in pain, dropping her knife as she was thrown to the side. No pewter strengthened her against the fall, and she hit the hard stones with a crack, rolling to a dazed stop beside the wall. She struggled, unsuccessfully, to rise. To her side, she could barely make out Sazed collapsing as his body grew suddenly weak. He was trying to store up strength again. He wouldn't have enough time. The soldiers would be on him soon. "At least I tried," she thought as she heard another group of soldiers charging down the rightmost hallway. "At least I didn't abandon him. I think that's what Kelsier meant." "Valette!" a familiar voice cried. Vin looked up with shock as Eland and 6 soldiers burst into the room. Eland wore a nobleman's suit, a little ill-fitting, and carried a dueling cane. "Eland?" Vin asked, dumbfounded. "Are you all right?" he said with concern, stepping toward her. Then he noticed the ministry soldiers. They seemed a bit confused to be confronted by a nobleman, but they still had superior numbers. "I'm taking the girl with me," Eland said. His words were brave, but he was obviously no soldier. He carried only a nobleman's dueling cane as a weapon, and he wore no armor. 5 of the men with him wore venture red, men from Eland's keep. One, however, the one who had been leading them as they charged into the room, wore a palace guard's uniform. Vin realized that she recognized him just vaguely. His uniform jacket was missing the symbol on its shoulder. The man from before, she thought, stupefied. "The one I convinced to change sides," The lead ministry soldier apparently made his decision. He waved curtly, ignoring Eland's command, and the soldiers began to edge around the room, moving to surround Eland's band. "Valette, you have to go," Eland said urgently, raising his dueling cane. "Come, mistress," Sazed said, reaching her side, moving to lift her to her feet. "We can't abandon them," Vin said. "We have to. But you came for me. We have to do the same for Eland." Sazed shook his head. "That was different, child. I knew I had a chance to save you. You cannot help here. There is beauty in compassion, but one must learn wisdom too." She allowed herself to be pulled to her feet, Eland's soldiers obediently moving to block off the ministry soldiers. Eland stood at their front, obviously determined to fight. "There has to be another way," Vin thought with despair. "There has to." And then she saw it sitting discarded in one of the trunks along the wall. A familiar strip of gray cloth, one single tassel, hanging over the trunk's side. She pulled free of Sazed as the ministry soldiers attacked. Eland cried out behind her and weapons rang. Vin threw the top pieces of cloth, her trousers and shirt, out of the trunk. And there, at the bottom, lay her mist cloak. She closed her eyes and reached into the side cloak pocket. Her fingers found a single glass vial, cork still in place. She pulled the vial out, spinning toward the battle. The ministry soldiers had retreated slightly. 2 of their members lay wounded on the floor, but 3 of Eland's men were down. The small size of the room had, fortunately, kept Eland's men from being surrounded at first. Eland stood sweating, a cut in his arm. His dueling cane cracked and splintered. He grabbed the sword from the man he had felled, holding the weapon in unpracticed hands, staring down a much larger force. "I was wrong about that one, mistress," Sazed said softly. "I apologize." Vin smiled. Then she flipped the cork free from her vial and downed the metals in one gulp. Wells of power exploded within her. Fires blazed, metals raging, and strength returned to her weakened, tired body like a dawning sun. Pains became trivial, dizziness disappeared. The room became brighter, the stones more real beneath her toes. The soldiers attacked again, and Eland raised his sword in a determined, but unhopeful posture. He seemed utterly shocked when Vin flew through the air over his head. She landed amid the soldiers, blasting outward with a steel push. The soldiers on either side of her smashed into the walls. One man swung a quarterstaff at her, and she slapped it away with a disdainful hand, then smashed a fist into his face, spinning his head back with a crack. She caught the quarterstaff as it fell, spinning, slamming it into the head of the soldier attacking Eland. The staff exploded, and she let it drop with the corpse. The soldiers at the back began to yell, turning and dashing away as she pushed 2 more groups of men into the walls. The final soldier left in the room turned, surprised, as Vin pulled his metal cap to her hands. She pushed it back at him, smashing it into his chest and anchoring herself from behind. The soldier flew down the hallway toward his fleeing companions, crashing into them. Vin breathed out in excitement, standing with tense muscles amidst the groaning men. "I can see how Kelsier would get addicted to this." "Valette?" Eland asked, stupefied. Vin jumped up, grabbing him in a joyful embrace, hanging onto him tightly and burying her face into his shoulder. "You came back," she whispered. "You came back. You came back. You came back." Yes. And I see that you're a Mistborn. That's rather interesting. You know, it's generally common courtesy to tell one's friends about things like that." "Sorry," she mumbled, still holding on to him. "Well, yes," he said, sounding very distracted. Valette? What happened to your clothes?" "They're on the floor over there," she said, looking up at him. "Eland, how did you find me?" "Your friend, one Master Dachshund, told me that you'd been captured in the palace. And well, this fine gentleman here, Captain Goradel, I believe his name is, happens to be a palace soldier, and he knew the way here. With his help, and as a nobleman of some rank, I was able to get into the building without much problem. And then we heard screaming down this hallway. And, yes, Valette, do you think you could go put your clothes on? This is kind of distracting." She smiled up at him. You found me. For all the good it did, he said wryly. It doesn't look like you needed our help very much. That doesn't matter, she said. You came back. No one's ever come back before. Eland looked down at her, frowning slightly. Sazed approached, carrying Vin's clothing and cloak. Mistress, we need to leave. Eland nodded. It's not safe anywhere in the city. The skaa are rebelling. He paused, looking at her. But, you probably already know that. Vin nodded, finally letting go of him. I helped start it. But you're right about the danger. Go with Sazed, he's known by many of the rebel leaders. They won't hurt you as long as he vouches for you. Eland and Sazed both frowned as Vin pulled on her trousers. In the pocket, she found her mother's earring. She put it back on. Go with Sazed? Eland asked. But what about you? Vin pulled on her loose overshirt. Then she glanced upward, sensing through the stone, feeling him up above. He was there, too powerful. Now, having faced him directly, she was certain of his strength. The skaa rebellion was doomed as long as he lived. I have another task, Eland, she said, taking the mist cloak from Sazed. You think you can defeat him, mistress? Sazed said. I have to try, she said. The 11th metal worked, Sazed. I saw something. Kelsier was convinced it would provide the secret. But the Lord Ruler, mistress. Kelsier died to start this rebellion, Vin said firmly. I have to see that it succeeds. This is my part, Sazed. Kelsier didn't know what it was, but I do. I have to stop the Lord Ruler. The Lord Ruler? Eland asked with shock. No, Valette. He's immortal. Vin reached over, grabbing Eland's head and pulling him down to kiss her. Eland, your family delivered the Asham to the Lord Ruler. Do you know where he keeps it? Yes, he said with confusion. He keeps the beads in a treasury building just east of here. But you have to get that Asham, Eland. The new government is going to need that wealth and power if it's going to keep from getting conquered by the first nobleman who can raise an army. No, Valette, Eland said, shaking his head. I have to get you to safety. She smiled at him, then turned to Sazed. The terraceman nodded to her. Not going to tell me not to go? She asked. No, he said quietly. I fear that you are right, mistress. If the Lord Ruler is not defeated, well, I will not stop you. I will bid you, however, good luck. I will come to help you once I see young venture to safety. Vin nodded, smiled at the apprehensive Eland, then looked up, toward the dark force waiting above, pulsing with a tired depression. She burned copper, pushing aside the Lord Ruler's soothing. Valette, Eland said quietly. She turned back to him. Don't worry, she said. I think I know how to kill him. Chapter 38. Such are my fears as I scribble with an ice-crusted pen on the eve before the world is reborn. Rashek watches. Hating me, the cavern lies above, pulsing. My fingers quiver. Not from the cold. Tomorrow it will end. Vin pushed herself through the air above Cretic Shaw. Spires and towers rose around her like the shadowed tines of some phantom monster lurking below. Dark, straight, and ominous. For some reason they made her think of Kelsier, lying dead in the street, an obsidian-tipped spear jutting from his chest. The mist spun and swirled as she blew through them. They were still thick, but Tin let her see a faint glistening on the horizon. Morning was near. Below her, a greater light was building. Vin caught hold of a thin spire, letting her momentum spin her around the slick metal, giving her a sweeping view of the area. Thousands of torches burned in the night, mixing and merging like luminescent insects. They were organized in great waves, converging on the palace. The palace guard doesn't have a chance against such a force, she thought. But by fighting its way into the palace, the skaa army will seal its own doom. She turned to the side, the mist-wetted spire cold beneath her fingers. The last time she had jumped through the spires of Cretic Shaw, she had been bleeding and semi-conscious. Sazed had arrived to save her, but he wouldn't be able to help this time. A short distance away, She could see the throne tower. It wasn't difficult to spot. A ring of blazing bonfires illuminated its outside, lighting its single stained glass window to those inside. She could feel him inside. She waited for a few moments, hoping, perhaps, that she might be able to attack after the Inquisitors had left the room. Kelsier believed that the 11th metal was the key, she thought. She had one idea. It would work. It had to. As of this moment, the Lord Ruler proclaimed in a loud voice, the Canton of Inquisition is granted organizational dominance of the ministry. Inquiries once addressed to Tavidian should now go to Carr. The throne room fell silent, the collection of high-ranking obligators dumbfounded by the night's events. The Lord Ruler waved a hand, indicating that the meeting was finished. Finally, Carr thought. He raised his head, his eye spikes throbbing as always, bringing him pain. But this evening it was the pain of joy. The Inquisitors had been waiting for 2 centuries, carefully politicking, subtly encouraging corruption and dissension among the regular obligators. And finally it had worked. The Inquisitors would no longer bow before the dictates of inferior men. He turned and smiled toward the group of ministry priests, knowing full well the discomfort the gaze of an Inquisitor could cause. He couldn't see anymore, not as he once had, but he had been given something better. A command of allomancy so subtle, so detailed, that he could make out the world around him with startling accuracy. Almost everything had metal in it: water, stone, glass, even human bodies. These metals were too diffuse to be affected by allomancy. Indeed, most allomancers couldn't even sense them. With his Inquisitor's eyes, however, Carr could see the iron lines of these things. The blue threads were fine, nearly invisible, but they outlined the world for him. The obligators before him were a shuffling mass of blues. Their emotions, discomfort, anger, and fear, showing in their postures. Discomfort, anger, and fear. So sweet, all 3. Carr's smile widened, despite his fatigue. He had been awake for too long. Living as an Inquisitor drained the body, and he had to rest often. His brethren were already shuffling from the room, heading toward their rest chambers, which lay intentionally close to the throne room. They would sleep immediately. With the executions earlier in the day and the excitement of the night, they would be extremely fatigued. Carr, however, stayed behind as both Inquisitors and obligators left. Soon, only he and the Lord Ruler remained, standing in a room lit by 5 massive braziers. The external bonfires slowly went out, extinguished by servants, leaving the glass panorama dark and black. "You finally have what you want," the Lord Ruler said quietly. "Perhaps now I can have peace in this matter." "Yes, Lord Ruler," Carr said, bowing. "I think that—" A strange sound snapped in the air, a soft click. Carr looked up, frowning as a small disk of metal bounced across the floor, eventually rolling to a stop against his foot. He picked up the coin, then looked up at the massive window, noting the small hole broken through it. What? Dozens more coins zipped through the window, scattering it with holes. Metallic clinks and tinkling glass rang in the air. Carr stepped back in surprise. The entire southern section of the window shattered, blasting inward, the glass weakened by coins to the point that a soaring body could break through. Shards of colorful glass spun in the air, spraying before a small figure clad in a fluttering mist cloak and carrying a pair of glittering black daggers. The girl landed in a crouch, skidding a short distance on the bits of glass, mist billowing through the opening behind her. It curled forward, drawn by her allomancy, swirling around her body. She crouched for just a moment in the mists, as if she were some herald of the night itself. Then she sprang forward, dashing directly toward the Lord Ruler. Vin burned the 11th metal. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared as it had before, forming as if out of mist to stand on the dais beside the throne. Vin ignored the Inquisitor. The creature, fortunately, reacted slowly. She was halfway up the dais steps before it thought to chase her. The Lord Ruler, however, sat quietly, watching her with a barely interested expression. 2 spears through the chest didn't even bother him, Vin thought as she leapt the last bit of distance up to the top of the dais. He has nothing to fear from my daggers, which was why she didn't intend to attack him with them. Instead, she raised her weapons and plunged directly toward the past self's heart. Her daggers hit and passed right through the man as if he weren't there. Vin stumbled forward, skidding directly through the image, nearly slipping off the dais. She spun, slicing at the image again. Again, her daggers passed through it harmlessly. It didn't even waver or distort. My gold image, she thought in frustration. I was able to touch that. Why can't I touch this? It obviously didn't work the same way. The shadow stood still, completely oblivious of her attacks. She'd thought that maybe, if she killed the past version of the Lord Ruler, his current form would die as well. Unfortunately, the past self appeared to be just as insubstantial as an Asham shadow. She had failed. Carr crashed into her, his powerful Inquisitor's grip grabbing her at the shoulders, his momentum carrying her off the dais. They tumbled down the back steps. Vin grunted, flaring pewter. I'm not the same powerless girl you held prisoner just a short time ago, Carr, she thought with determination, kicking him upward as they hit the ground behind the throne. The Inquisitor grunted, her kick tossing him into the air and ripping his grip free of her shoulders. Her mist cloak came off in his hands, but she flipped to her feet and scrambled away. Inquisitors! The Lord Ruler bellowed, standing. Come to me! Vin cried out, the powerful voice striking pain in her tin-enhanced ears. I have to get out of here, she thought, stumbling. I'll need to come up with a different way to kill him. Carr tackled her again from behind. This time he got his arms wrapped completely around her, and he squeezed. Vin cried out in pain, flaring her pewter, pushing back, but Carr forced her to her feet. He dexterously wrapped one arm around her throat while pinning her own arms behind her back with his other. She fought angrily, squirming and struggling, but his grip was tight. She tried throwing them both back with a sudden steel push against a door latch, but the anchor was too weak, and Carr barely stumbled. His grip held. The Lord Ruler chuckled as he sat back down on his throne. You'll have little success against Carr, child. He was a soldier many years ago. He knows how to hold a person so that they can't break his grip, no matter how strong they may be. Vin continued to struggle, gasping for breath. The Lord Ruler's words proved true, however. She tried ramming her head back against Carr's, but he was ready for this. She could hear him in her ear, his quick breathing almost passionate as he choked her. In the reflection on the window, she could see the door behind them open. Another Inquisitor strode into the room, his spikes gleaming in the distorted reflection, his dark robe ruffling. That's it, she thought in a surreal moment, watching the mists on the ground before her, creeping through the shattered window wall, flowing across the floor. Oddly, they didn't curl around her as they usually did, as if something were pushing them away. To Vin, it seemed a final testament to her defeat. I'm sorry, Kelsier. I failed you. The second Inquisitor stepped up beside his companion. Then he reached out and grabbed something at Carr's back. There was a ripping sound. Vin dropped immediately to the ground, gasping for breath. She rolled, pewter allowing her to recover quickly. Carr stood above her, teetering. Then he toppled limply to the side, sprawling to the ground. The second Inquisitor stood behind him, holding what appeared to be a large metal spike, just like the ones in the Inquisitor eyes. Vin glanced toward Carr's immobile body. The back of his robe had been ripped, exposing a bloody hole right between the shoulder blades. A hole big enough for a metal spike. Carr's scarred face was pale, lifeless. Another spike. Vin thought with wonder. The other Inquisitor pulled it out of Carr's back, and he died. That's the secret. What? The Lord Ruler bellowed, standing, the sudden motion tossing his throne backwards. The stone chair toppled down the steps, chipping and cracking the marble. Betrayal. From one of my own. The new Inquisitor dashed toward the Lord Ruler. As he ran, his robe cowl fell back, giving Vin a view of his bald head. There was something familiar about the newcomer's face despite the spike heads coming out the front, and the gruesome spike tips jutting from the back of his skull. Despite the bald head and the unfamiliar clothing, the man looked a little like Kelsier. No, she realized. Not Kelsier. Marsh. Marsh took the dais steps in twos, moving with an Inquisitor's supernatural speed. Vin struggled to her feet, shrugging off the effects of her near-choking. Her surprise, however, was more difficult to dismiss. Marsh was alive. Marsh was an inquisitor. The inquisitors weren't investigating him because they suspected him. They intended to recruit him, and now he looked like he intended to fight the Lord Ruler. I've got to help. Perhaps he knows the secret to killing the Lord Ruler. He figured out how to kill inquisitors after all. Marsh reached the top of the dais. Inquisitors! The Lord Ruler yelled. Come to! The Lord Ruler froze, noticing something sitting just outside the door. A small group of steel spikes, just like the one Marsh had pulled from Carr's back, lay piled on the floor. There looked to be about 7 of them. Marsh smiled, the expression looking eerily like one of Kelsier's smirks. Vin reached the bottom of the dais and pushed herself off a coin, throwing herself up toward the top of the platform. The awesome, full power of the Lord Ruler's fury hit her halfway up. The depression, the anger-fueled asphyxiation of her soul, pushed through her copper, hitting her like a physical force. She flared copper, gasping slightly, but wasn't completely able to push the Lord Ruler off of her emotions. Marsh stumbled slightly, and the Lord Ruler swung a backhand much like the one that had killed Kelsier. Fortunately, Marsh recovered in time to duck. He spun around the Lord Ruler, reaching up to grab the back of the Emperor's black, robe-like suit. Marsh yanked, ripping the cloth open along the back seam. Marsh froze, his spike-eyed expression unreadable. The Lord Ruler spun, slamming his elbow into Marsh's stomach, throwing the Inquisitor across the room. As the Lord Ruler turned, Vin could see what Marsh had seen. Nothing. A normal, if muscular, back. Unlike the Inquisitors, the Lord Ruler didn't have a spike driven through his spine. Oh, Marsh, Vin thought with a sinking depression. It had been a clever idea, far more clever than Vin's foolish attempt with the 11th metal, however. It had proven equally faulty. Marsh finally hit the ground, his head cracking, then slid across the floor until he ran into the far wall. He lay slumped against the massive window, immobile. Marsh! She cried, jumping and pushing herself toward him. However, as she flew, the Lord raised his hand absently. Vin felt a powerful something crash into her. It felt like a steel push, slamming against the metals inside her stomach. But of course it couldn't have been that. Kelsier had promised that no Allomancer could affect metals that were inside of someone's body. But he had also said that no Allomancer could affect the emotions of a person who was burning copper. Discarded coins shot away from the Lord Ruler, streaking across the floor. The doors wrenched free from their mountings, shattering and breaking away from the room. Incredibly, bits of colored glass even quivered and slid away from the dais. And Vin was tossed to the side, the metals in her stomach threatening to rip free from her body. She slammed to the ground, the blow knocking her nearly unconscious. She lay in a daze, addled, confused, able to think of only one thing. Such power. Clicks sounded as the Lord Ruler walked down his dais. He moved quietly, ripping off his torn suit coat and shirt, leaving himself bare from the waist up save for the jewelry sparkling on his fingers and wrists. Several thin bracelets, she noticed, pierced the skin of his upper arms. Clever, she thought, struggling to her feet, keeps them from being pushed or pulled. The Lord Ruler shook his head regretfully, his steps kicking up trails in the cool mist that poured across the floor from the broken window. He looked so strong, his torso erupting with muscles, his face handsome. She could feel the power of his allomancy, snapping at her emotions, barely held back by her copper. "What did you think, child?" the Lord Ruler asked quietly. "To defeat me? Am I some common inquisitor? My powers endowed fabrications." Vin flared pewter. She then turned and dashed away, intending to grab Marsh's body and break through the glass at the other side of the room. But then he was there, moving with a speed as if to make the fury of a tornado's winds seem sluggish. Even within a full pewter flare, Vin couldn't outrun him. He almost seemed casual as he reached out, grabbing her shoulder and yanking her backward. He flung her like a doll, tossing her toward one of the room's massive support pillars. Vin quested desperately for an anchor, but he had blown all of the metal out of the room. Except, she pulled on one of the Lord Ruler's own bracelets, ones that didn't pierce his skin. He immediately whipped his arm upward, throwing off her pull, making her spin maladroitly in the air. He slammed her with another of his powerful pushes, blasting her backward. Metals in her stomach wrenched, glass quivered, and her mother's earring ripped free of her ear. She tried to spin and hit feet first, but she crashed into a stone pillar at a terrible speed, and pewter failed her. She heard a sickening snap, and a spear of pain shot up her right leg. She collapsed to the ground. She didn't have the will to look, but the agony from her torso told her that her leg jutted from beneath her body, broken at an awkward angle. The Lord Ruler shook his head. No, Vin realized he didn't worry about wearing jewelry. Considering his abilities and strength, a man would have to be foolish, as Vin had been, to try and use the Lord Ruler's jewelry as an anchor. It had only let him control her jumps. He stepped forward, feet clicking against broken glass. You think this is the first time someone has tried to kill me, child? I've survived burnings and beheadings. I've been stabbed and sliced, crushed and dismembered. I was even flayed once, near the beginning. He turned toward Marsh, shaking his head. Strangely, Vin's earlier impression of the Lord Ruler returned. He looked tired, exhausted even. Not his body, it was still muscular. It was just his air. She tried to climb to her feet, using the stone pillar for stability. I am God, he said, so different from the humble man in the logbook. God cannot be killed, he said. God cannot be overthrown. Your rebellion, you think I haven't seen its like before? You think I haven't destroyed entire armies on my own? What will it take before you people stop questioning? How many centuries must I prove myself before you idiot skaa see the truth? How many of you must I kill? Vin cried out as she twisted her leg the wrong way. She flared pewter, but tears came to her eyes anyway. She was running out of metals. Her pewter would be gone soon, and there was no way she would be able to remain conscious without it. She slumped against the pillar, the Lord Ruler's allomancy pressing against her. The pain in her leg throbbed. He's just too strong, she thought with despair. He's right. He is God. What were we thinking? How dare you? The Lord Ruler asked, picking up Marsh's limp body with a bejeweled hand. Marsh groaned slightly, trying to lift his head. How dare you? The Lord Ruler demanded again. After what I gave you, I made you superior to regular men. I made you dominant. Vin's head snapped up. Through the haze of pain and hopelessness, something triggered a memory inside of her. He keeps saying that his people should be dominant. She reached within, feeling her last little bit of 11th metal reserve. She burned it, looking through tear-stained eyes as the Lord Ruler held Marsh in a one-handed grip. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared next to him. A man in a fur cloak and heavy boots. A man with a full beard and strong muscles. Not an aristocrat or a tyrant. Not a hero or even a warrior. A man dressed for life in the cold mountains. A herdsman. Or perhaps a packman. Rashek, Vin whispered. The Lord Ruler spun toward her in startlement. Rashek, Vin said again. That's your name, isn't it? You aren't the man who wrote the logbook. You're not the hero that was sent to protect the people. You're his servant. The packman who hated him. She paused for a moment. You killed him, she whispered. That's what happened that night. That's why the logbook stopped so suddenly. You killed the hero and took his place. You went into the cavern in his stead, and you claimed the power for yourself. But instead of saving the world, you took control of it. You know nothing, he bellowed, still holding Marsh's limp body in one hand. You know nothing of that. You hated him, Vin said. You thought that a terraceman should have been the hero. You couldn't stand the fact that he, a man from the country that had oppressed yours, was fulfilling your own legends. The Lord Ruler lifted a hand, and Vin suddenly felt an impossible weight press against her. Allomancy, pushing the metals in her stomach and in her body, threatening to crush her back against the pillar. She cried out, flaring her last bit of pewter, struggling to remain conscious. Mists curled around her, creeping through the broken window and across the floor. Outside, through the broken window, she could hear something ringing faintly in the air. Sounded like cheering. Yells of joy, thousands in chorus. It sounded almost like they were cheering her on. What does it matter? She thought. I know the Lord Ruler's secret, but what does it tell me? That he was a packman? A servant? A terraceman? A ferucamist? She looked through dazed eyes, and again saw the pair of bracelets glittering on the Lord Ruler's upper arms. Bracelets made of metal, bracelets that pierced his skin in places. So that they couldn't be affected by allomancy. Why do that? He supposedly wore metal as a sign of bravado. He wasn't worried about people pulling or pushing against his metals. Or that was what he claimed. But what if all the other metals he wore, the rings, the bracelets, the fashion that had made its way to the nobility, were simply a distraction? A distraction to keep people from focusing on this one pair of bracers, twisting around the upper arms. Could it really be that easy? She thought as the Lord Ruler's weight threatened to crush her. Her pewter was nearly gone. She could barely think. Yet she burned iron. The Lord Ruler could pierce copper clouds. She could too. They were the same, somehow. If he could affect metals inside of a person's body, then she could as well. She flared the iron. Blue lines appeared pointing to the Lord Ruler's rings and bracelets. All of them but the ones on his upper arms, piercing his skin. Vin stoked her iron, concentrating, pushing it as hard as she could. She kept her pewter flared, struggling to keep from being crushed, and she knew somehow that she was no longer breathing. The force pushing against her was too strong. She couldn't get her chest to go up and down. Mist spun around her, dancing because of her allomancy. She was dying. She knew it. She could barely even feel the pain anymore. She was being crushed, suffocated. She drew upon the mists. 2 new lines appeared. She screamed, pulling with a strength she had never known before. She flared her iron higher and higher, the Lord Ruler's own push giving her the leverage she needed to pull against his bracelets. Anger, desperation, and agony mixed within her, and the pull became her only focus. Her pewter ran out. He killed Kelsier. The bracelets ripped free. The Lord Ruler cried out in pain, a faint, distant sound to Vin's ears. The weight suddenly released her, and she dropped to the floor, gasping, her vision swimming. The bloody bracelets hit the ground, released from her grip, skidding across the marble to land before her. She looked up, using tin to clear her vision. The Lord Ruler stood where he had been before, his eyes widening with terror, his arms bloodied. He dropped Marsh to the ground, rushing toward her and the mangled bracelets. However, with her last bit of strength, pewter gone, Vin pushed on the bracelets, shooting them past the Lord Ruler. He spun in horror, watching the bracelets fly out the broken wall window. In the distance, the sun broke the horizon. The bracelets dropped in front of its red light, sparkling for a moment before plunging down into the city. "No!" the Lord Ruler screamed, stepping toward the window. His muscles grew limp, deflating as Sazed had. He turned back toward Vin, angry, but his face was no longer that of a young man. He was middle-aged, his youthful features matured. He stepped toward the window. His hair grayed, and wrinkles formed around his eyes like tiny webs. His next step was feeble. He began to shake with the burden of old age, his back stooping, his skin sagging, his hair growing limp. Then he collapsed to the floor. Vin leaned back, her mind fuzzing from the pain. She lay there for a time. She couldn't think. "Mistress," a voice said. And then, Sazed was at her side, his brow wet with sweat. He reached over and poured something down her throat, and she swallowed. Her body knew what to do. She reflexively flared pewter, strengthening her body. She flared tin, and the sudden increase of sensitivity shocked her awake. She gasped, looking up at Sazed's concerned face. "Careful, mistress," he said, inspecting her leg. "The bone is fractured, though it appears only in one place." "Marsh," she said, exhausted. "See to Marsh." "Marsh." Sazed asked. Then he saw the Inquisitor stirring slightly on the floor a distance away. By the forgotten gods, Sazed said, moving to Marsh's side. Marsh groaned, sitting up. He cradled his stomach with one arm. What is that? Vin glanced at the withered form on the ground a short distance away. It's him, the Lord Ruler. He's dead. Sazed frowned curiously, standing. He wore a brown robe, and had brought a simple wooden spear with him. Vin shook her head at the thought of such a pitiful weapon facing the creature that had nearly killed her and Marsh. Of course, in a way we were all just as useless. We should be dead, not the Lord Ruler. I pulled his bracelets off. Why can I do things like he can? Why am I different? Mistress, Sazed said slowly. He is not dead, I think. He's still alive. What? Vin asked, frowning. She could barely think at the moment. There would be time to sort out her questions later. Sazed was right, the aged figure wasn't dead. Actually, it was moving pitifully on the floor, crawling toward the broken window, toward where his bracelets had gone. Marsh stumbled to his feet, waving away Sazed's ministrations. I will heal quickly. See to the girl. Help me up, Vin said. Mistress, Sazed said disapprovingly. Please, Sazed. He sighed, handing her the wooden spear. Here, lean on this. She took it and he helped her to her feet. Vin leaned on the shaft, hobbling with Marsh and Sazed toward the Lord Ruler. The crawling figure reached the edge of the room, overlooking the city through the shattered window. Vin's footsteps crackled on broken glass. People cheered again below, though she couldn't see them, nor see what they were cheering about. Listen, Sazed said. Listen, he who would have been our god. Do you hear them cheering? Those cheers aren't for you, this people never cheered for you. They have found a new leader this evening, a new pride. My obligators, the Lord Ruler whispered. Your obligators will forget you, Marsh said. I will see to that. The other Inquisitors are dead, slain by my own hand. Yet, the gathered prelans saw you transfer power to the Canton of Inquisition. I am the only Inquisitor left in Luthhuddle. I rule your church now. No, the Lord Ruler whispered. Marsh, Vin, and Sazed stopped in a ragged group, looking down at the old man. In the morning light below, Vin could see a massive collection of people standing before a large podium, holding up their weapons in a sign of respect. The Lord Ruler cast his eyes down at the crowd, and the final realization of his failure seemed to hit him. He looked back up at the ring of people who had defeated him. You don't understand, he wheezed. You don't know what I do for mankind. I was your god even if you couldn't see it. By killing me, you have doomed yourselves. Vin glanced at Marsh and Sazed. Slowly, each of them nodded. The Lord Ruler had begun coughing, and he seemed to be aging even further. Vin leaned on Sazed, her teeth gritted against the pain of her broken leg. I bring you a message from a friend of ours, she said quietly. He wanted you to know that he's not dead. He can't be killed. He is hope. Then she raised the spear and rammed it directly into the Lord Ruler's heart. The end of Part 5. Epilogue. Oddly, on occasion, I sense a peacefulness within. You would think that after all I have seen, after all I have suffered, my soul would be a twisted jumble of stress, confusion, and melancholy. Often it's just that. But then there is the peace. I feel it sometimes, as I do now, staring out over the frozen cliffs and glass mountains in the still of morning, watching a sunrise that is so majestic that I know that none shall ever be its match. If there are prophecies, if there is a hero of ages, then my mind whispers that there must be something directing my path. Something is watching. Something cares. These peaceful whispers tell me a truth I wish very much to believe. If I fail, another shall come to finish my work. The only thing I can conclude, Master Marsh, Sazed said, is that the Lord Ruler was both a Feruchemist and an Allomancer. Vin frowned, sitting atop an empty building near the edge of a skaa slum. Her broken leg, carefully splinted by Sazed, hung over the edge of the rooftop, dangling in the air. She'd slept most of the day, as, apparently, had Marsh, who stood beside her. Sazed had carried a message to the rest of the crew, telling them of Vin's survival. Apparently, there had been no major casualties among the others, for which Vin was glad. She hadn't gone to them yet, however. Sazed had told them that she needed to rest, and they were busy setting up Eland's new government. A Feruchemist and an Allomancer, Marsh said speculatively. He had recovered quickly indeed. Though Vin still bore bruises, fractures, and cuts from the fight, he seemed to have already healed his broken ribs. He leaned down, resting one arm on his knee, staring out over the city with spikes instead of eyes. How does he even see? Vin wondered. Yes, Master Marsh, Sazed explained. You see, youth is one of the things that a Feruchemist can store. It's a fairly useless process. In order to store up the ability to feel and look a year younger, you would have to spend part of your life feeling and looking 1 year older. Often, keepers use the ability as a disguise, changing ages to fool others and hide. Beyond this, however, no one has ever seen much use for the ability. However, if the Feruchemist were also an Allomancer, he might be able to burn his own metal storages, releasing the energy within them tenfold. Mistress Vin tried to burn some of my metals earlier, but couldn't access the power. However, if you were able to make up the feruchemical storages yourself, then burn them for the extra power. Marsh frowned. I don't follow you, Sazed. I apologize, Sazed said. This is, perhaps, a thing that is difficult to understand without a background in both Allomantic and feruchemical theory. Let me see if I can explain it better. What is the main difference between allomancy and feruchemy? Allomancy draws its power from metals, Marsh said. Feruchemy draws its powers from the person's own body. Exactly, Sazed said. So what the Lord Ruler did, I presume, was combine these two abilities. He used one of the attributes only available to feruchemy, that of changing his age, but fueled it with allomancy instead. By burning a feruchemical storage that he himself had made, he effectively made a new allomantic metal for himself, one that made him younger when he burned it. If my guess is correct, he would have gained a limitless supply of youth, since he was drawing most of his power from the metal itself, rather than his own body. All he would have to do was spend the occasional bit of time aged to give himself feruchemical storages to burn and stay young. So, Marsh said, just burning those storages would make him even younger than when he started? He would have had to place that excess youth inside of another feruchemical storage, I think, Sazed explained. You see, allomancy is quite spectacular. Its powers generally come in bursts and flares. The Lord Ruler wouldn't have wanted all of that youth at once, so he'd have stored it inside of a piece of metal which he could slowly drain, keeping himself young. The bracelets. Yes, Master Marsh. However, feruchemy gives decreasing returns. It takes more than the proportionate amount of strength, for instance, to make yourself 4 times as strong as a regular man, as opposed to simply twice as strong. In the Lord Ruler's case, this meant that he had to spend more and more youth to keep from aging. When Mistress Vin stole the bracelets, he aged incredibly quickly because his body was trying to stretch back to where it should have been. Vin sat in the cool evening wind, staring out toward Keep Venture. It was bright with light. Not even a single day had passed, and Eland was already meeting with skaa and nobleman leaders, drafting a code of laws for his new nation. Vin sat quietly, fingering her earring. She'd found it in the throne room, had put it back in her torn ear as it began to heal. She wasn't certain why she kept it, perhaps because it was a link to Reen and the mother who had tried to kill her, or perhaps simply because it was a reminder of things she shouldn't have been able to do. There was much to learn still about allomancy. For 1,000 years, the nobility had simply trusted what the Inquisitors and Lord Ruler told them. What secrets had they shadowed? What metals had they hidden? The Lord Ruler, she finally said. He just used a trick to be immortal, then. That means he wasn't ever really a god, right? He was just lucky. Anyone who was both a feruchemist and an allomancer could have done what he did. It appears that way, mistress, Sazed said. Perhaps that was why he feared keepers so much. He hunted and killed feruchemists, for he knew that the skill was hereditary, just as allomancy is. If the terrace lines ever mixed with those of the imperial nobility, the result could very well have been a child who could challenge him. Hence the breeding programs, Marsh said. Sayst nodded. He needed to make absolutely sure that the terracemen weren't allowed to mix with the regular populace, lest they pass on latent ferrochemical abilities. Marsh shook his head. His own people. He did such horrible things to them just to keep hold of his power. But, Vin said, frowning, if the Lord Ruler's powers came from a mixture of feruchemy and allomancy, what happened at the Well of Ascension? What was the power that the man who wrote the logbook, whoever he was supposed to find? I don't know, mistress, Sayst said quietly. Your explanation doesn't answer everything, Vin said, shaking her head. She hadn't spoken of her own strange abilities, but she had spoken of what the Lord Ruler had done in the throne room. He was so powerful, Sayst. I could feel his allomancy. He was able to push on metals inside my body. Perhaps he could enhance his feruchemy by burning the storages. But how did he get so strong at allomancy? Sayst sighed. I fear that the only person who could have answered these questions died this morning. Vin paused. The Lord Ruler had held secrets about the Terrace religion that Say's people had been searching for centuries to find. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have killed him. Sayst shook his head. His own aging would have killed him soon anyway, mistress. What you did was right. This way, I can record that the Lord Ruler was struck down by one of the skaa he had oppressed. Vin flushed. Record. Of course. I am still a keeper, mistress. I must pass these things on: history, events, and truths. You won't say too much about me, will you? For some reason, the idea of other people telling stories about her made her uncomfortable. I wouldn't worry too much, mistress, Sayst said with a smile. My brethren and I will be very busy, I think. We have so much to restore, so much to tell the world. I doubt details about you need to be passed on with any urgent timing. I will record what happened, but I will keep it to myself for a while, if you wish. Thank you, Vin said, nodding. That power that the Lord Ruler found in the cave, Marsh said speculatively. Perhaps it was just allomancy. You said that there is no record of any allomancers before the Ascension. It is indeed a possibility, Master Marsh, Sayst said. There are very few legends about the origins of allomancy, and nearly all of them agree that allomancers first appeared with the mists. Vin frowned. She'd always assumed that the title Mistborn had come about because allomancers tended to do their work at night. She'd never considered that there might be a stronger connection. Mist reacts to allomancy. It swirls when an allomancer uses his abilities nearby. And what did I feel at the end? It was like I drew something from the mists. Whatever she'd done, she hadn't been able to replicate it. Marsh sighed and stood. He had been awake only a few hours, but he already seemed tired. His head hung slightly, as if the weight of the spikes were pulling it down. Does that hurt, Marsh? She asked. The spikes, I mean? He paused. Yes, all 11 of them throb. The pain reacts to my emotions somehow. 11? Vin asked with shock. Marsh nodded. 2 in the head, 8 in the chest, 1 in the back to seal them together. That's the only way to kill an Inquisitor. You have to separate the top spikes from the bottom ones. Kel did it through a beheading, but it's easier to just pull out the middle spike. We thought you were dead, Vin said. When we found the body and the blood at the soothing station, Marsh nodded. I was going to send word of my survival, but they watched me fairly closely that first day. I didn't expect Kel to make his move so quickly. None of us did, Master Marsh, Sayst said. None of us expected it at all. He actually did it, didn't he? Marsh said, shaking his head in wonder. That bastard. There are 2 things I'll never forgive him for. The first is for stealing my dream of overthrowing the final empire, then actually succeeding at it. Vin paused. And the second? Marsh turned spikeheads toward her. Getting himself killed to do it. If I may ask, Master Marsh, Sayst said, who was that corpse that Mistress Vin and Master Kelsier discovered at the soothing station? Marsh looked back over the city. There were several corpses, actually. The process to create a new Inquisitor is messy. I'd rather not speak about it. Of course, Sayst said, bowing his head. You, however, Marsh said. could tell me about this creature that Kelsier used to imitate Lord Renew. The Kandra, Says said. I fear even the keepers know little of them. They are related to Mistwraiths, perhaps even the same creatures, just older. Because of their reputation, they generally prefer to remain unseen, though some of the noble houses hire them on occasion. Vin frowned. So, why didn't Kel just have this Kandra impersonate him and die in his stead? Ah, Says said. You see, mistress, for a Kandra to impersonate someone, they first must devour that person's flesh and absorb their bones. Kandra are like Mistwraiths. They have no skeletons of their own. Vin shivered. Oh, he is back, you know, Marsh said. The creature is no longer using my brother's body. He has another one. But he came looking for you, Vin. Me? Vin asked. Marsh nodded. He said something about Kelsier transferring his contract to you before he died. I believe the beast sees you as its master now. Vin shivered. That thing ate Kelsier's body. I don't want it around, she said. I'll send it away. Do not be quite so hasty, mistress, Says said. Kandra are expensive servants. You must pay them in Asham. If Kelsier bought an extended contract for one, it would be foolish to waste its services. A Kandra might prove a very useful ally in the months to come. Vin shook her head. I don't care. I don't want that thing around. Not after what it did. The trio fell silent. Finally, Marsh stood, sighing. Anyway, if you will excuse me, I should go make an appearance at the keep. The new king wants me to represent the ministry in his negotiations. Vin frowned. I don't see why the ministry deserves any say in things. The obligators are still quite powerful, mistress, Says said. And they are the most efficient and well-trained bureaucratic force in the final empire. His Majesty would be wise to try and bring them to his side, and recognizing Master Marsh may help achieve this. Marsh shrugged. Of course, assuming I can establish control over the canton of orthodoxy, the ministry should change during the next few years. I'll move slowly and carefully, but by the time I'm done, the obligators won't even realize what they've lost. Those other inquisitors could present a problem, though. Vin nodded. How many are there outside of Luthhuddle? I don't know, Marsh said. I wasn't a member of the Order for very long before I destroyed it. However, the final empire was a big place. Many speak of there being around 20 inquisitors in the empire, but I never was able to pin anyone down on a hard number. Vin nodded as Marsh left. However, the inquisitors, while dangerous, worried her far less now that she knew their secret. She was more concerned about something else. You don't know what I do for mankind. I was your god, even if you couldn't see it. By killing me, you have doomed yourselves, the Lord Ruler's final words. At the time, she thought he'd been referring to the final empire as the thing he did for mankind. However, she wasn't so certain anymore. There had been fear in his eyes when he'd spoken those words, not pride. Says, she said. What was the deepness? The thing that the hero from the logbook was supposed to defeat. I wish that we knew, mistress, Says said. But it didn't come, right? Apparently not, Says said. The legends agree that had the deepness not been stopped, the very world would have been destroyed. Of course, perhaps these stories have been exaggerated. Maybe the danger of the deepness was really just the Lord Ruler himself. Perhaps the hero's fight was simply one of conscience. He had to choose to dominate the world or to let it be free. That didn't sound right to Vin. There was more. She remembered that fear in the Lord Ruler's eyes. Terror. He said do, not did. What I do for mankind. That implies that he was still doing it, whatever it was. You have doomed yourselves. She shivered in the evening air. The sun was setting, making it even easier to see the illuminated keep venture. Elan's choice of headquarters for the moment, though he might still move to Credit Shaw. He hadn't decided yet. You should go to him, mistress, Says said. He needs to see that you are well. Vin didn't reply immediately. She stared out over the city, watching the bright keep in the darkening sky. Were you there, Says? She asked. Did you hear his speech? Yes, mistress, he said. Once we discovered that there was no Asham in that treasury. Lord Venture insisted that we go seek help for you. I was inclined to agree with him. Neither of us were warriors, and I was still without my ferrochemical storages. Noation, Vin thought. After all of this, we haven't found a speck of it. What did the Lord Ruler do with it all? Or did someone else get to it first? When Master Eland and I found the army, Sazed continued, its rebels were slaughtering the palisaders. Some of them tried to surrender, but our soldiers weren't letting them. It was a disturbing scene, mistress. Your Eland, he didn't like what he saw. When he stood up there before the skaa, I thought that they would simply kill him too. Sazed paused, cocking his head slightly. But the things he said, mistress, his dreams of a new government, his condemnation of bloodshed and chaos, well, mistress, I fear that I cannot repeat it. I wish I'd had my metal mines, so that I could have memorized his exact words. He sighed, shaking his head. Regardless, I believe that Master Breeze was very influential in helping calm that riot. Once one group started listening to Master Eland, the others did too, and from there, well, it is a good thing that a nobleman ended up as king, I think. Master Eland brings some legitimacy to our bid for control, and I think that we will see more support from the nobility and the merchants with him at our head. Vin smiled. Kel would be angry with us, you know. He did all this work, and we just turned around and put a nobleman on the throne. Sazed shook his head. But there is something more important to consider, I think. We didn't just put a nobleman on the throne, we put a good man on the throne. A good man, Vin said. Yes, I've known a few of those now. Vin knelt in the mists atop Keep Venture. Her splinted leg made it harder to move around at night, but most of the effort she used was Allomantic. She just had to make certain that her landings were particularly soft. Night had come, and the mists surrounded her, protecting her, hiding her, giving her power. Eland Venture sat at a desk below, beneath a skylight that still hadn't been patched from the time Vin had thrown a body through it. He didn't notice her crouching above. Who would? Who saw a Mistborn in her element? She was, in a way, like one of the shadow images created by the 11th metal. Incorporeal. Really just something that could have been. Could have been. The events of the last day were difficult enough to sort through. Vin hadn't even tried to make sense of her emotions, which were a far bigger mess. She hadn't gone to Eland yet. She hadn't been able to. She looked down at him, sitting in the lantern light, reading at his desk and making scribbled notes in his little book. His meetings earlier had apparently gone well. Everyone seemed willing to accept him as king. Marsh whispered that there were politics behind the support, however. The nobility saw Eland as a puppet they could control, and factions were already appearing amongst the skaa leadership. Still, Eland finally had an opportunity to draft the law code he'd been dreaming of. He could try to create the perfect nation, try to apply the philosophies he had studied for so long. There would be bumps, and Vin suspected that he would ultimately have to settle for something far more realistic than his idealistic dream. That didn't really matter. He would make a good king. Of course, compared with the Lord Ruler, a pile of soot would make a good king. She wanted to go to Eland, to drop down into the warm room, but something kept her back. She'd been through too many recent twists in her fortune. Too many emotional strains, both Allomantic and non-Allomantic. She wasn't certain what she wanted anymore. She wasn't certain if she were Vin or Valette, or even which of them she wished that she were. She felt cold in the mists, in the quiet darkness. The mist empowered, protected, and hid, even when she didn't really want it to do any of the three. I can't do this. That person who would be with him, that's not me. That was an illusion, a dream. I am that child who grew up in the shadows, the girl who should be alone. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve him. It was over. As she had anticipated, everything was changing. In truth, she'd never really made a very good noblewoman. It was time for her to go back to being what she was good at. A thing of shadows, not of parties and balls. It was time to go. She turned to leave, ignoring her tears, frustrated with herself. She left him. Her shoulders slumped as she hobbled across the metallic roof and disappeared into the mist. But then, he died promising us that you had starved to death years ago. With all the chaos, She'd nearly forgotten the Inquisitor's words about Reen. Now, however, the memory made her pause. Mists passed her, curling, coaxing. Reen hadn't abandoned her. He'd been captured by the Inquisitors who had been looking for Vin, the unlawful child of their enemy. They'd tortured him, and he had died protecting her. Reen didn't betray me. He always promised that he would, but in the end, he didn't. He had been far from a perfect brother, but he had loved her nonetheless. A whispered voice came from the back of her mind, speaking in Reen's voice. Go back. Before she could convince herself otherwise, she dashed limpingly back to the broken skylight and dropped a coin to the floor below. Elend turned curiously, looking at the coin, cocking his head. Vin dropped down a second later, pushing herself up to slow the fall, landing only on her good leg. Elend Venture, she said, standing up. There is something I've been meaning to tell you for some time. She paused, blinking away her tears. You read too much, especially in the presence of ladies. He smiled, throwing back his chair and grabbing her in a firm embrace. Vin closed her eyes, simply feeling the warmth of being held, and realized that was all she had ever really wanted. The end of Book 1 of Mistborn. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.